God said, I love humanity, but those who do not honor me are heretics, and heretics shall be redeemed. On the fateful day when Wang Shikong was reborn, his legs shattered by an accident, the beautiful CEO, the perpetrator, decided to take responsibility despite her family's opposition. I love the world indeed. I cherish humanity. Chapter 1. Rebirth on the day my wife crippled me. I will give you 50 million, leave my daughter. The chilling voice echoed, and a vivid memory resurfaced in Wang Shikong's mind. Sitting on a hospital bed, he gazed upon the familiar faces before him, inhaling deeply as his eyes drifted towards the window. The sky, washed clean by the rain, mirrored a pristine mirror, devoid of impurities. The warm sunlight, akin to delicate golden threads, pierced through the wispy clouds, cascading down in myriad strands, illuminating the entire world. The white light filtered through the glass, casting colorful reflections upon his pale, handsome visage, and a smile graced his lips. Though it was not before the calamity that befell him, the timing was inconsequential. A mere 3 days remained until the endless continent connected with Earth. Have you lost your mind? My father is speaking to you. 50 million, leave my sister. A charming voice interrupted the silence in the sterile room. Wang Shikong turned to her. Her lustrous black hair was loosely tied into 2 ponytails, her delicate oval face framed by soft contours, her pure black eyes occasionally sparkling. With mischief, her voice as melodious as silver bells. Ning Qingru. Kid, 50 million is enough for a lifetime of luxury. He'll even add another 10 million. The middle-aged man in the center, wearing glasses and exuding an air of sophistication, fixed a cold gaze upon him. 60 million, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Upon hearing this figure, Wang Shikong glanced down at his immobile legs. How can I leave if I cannot walk? You. Ning Tianxiong, the father, was momentarily speechless. Later, learning of his solitary plight, a sense of guilt overwhelmed him, prompting a decision to marry him and care for him for the rest of his life. As a father, he nearly fainted at the thought. His daughter, so exceptional, had suitors from wealthy families lining up like eager dogs, yet she would marry a man crippled by an accident? Though the accident was entirely her fault, the Ning family was affluent. How could they sacrifice their daughter's happiness for a matter that money could resolve? While he did not harbor extreme prejudices, he couldn't fathom allowing his daughter to be wed to a man destined for a life in a wheelchair. 60 million, we will arrange for a caregiver to attend to you around the clock and help you leave Shanghai. Ning's mother interjected, and then forever. Bang, Mom, Dad, what are you doing? The hospital door swung open forcefully, interrupting Ning's mother, but a striking figure stepped in, her makeup flawless, brows like distant mountains, deep-set eyes sparkling with life, and a delicate nose above softly pursed lips. Dressed in a custom Weiner dress, the velvet fabric perfectly showcased her long, elegant legs, and she glared at her parents, visibly displeased. Hey, Qingya, weren't you at the office? Ning's mother asked awkwardly. Do you truly believe you can deceive me? What is this? A marriage certificate? Young lady. Ning Tianxiong snatched it up, feeling the world blur before him. How? How could you? Sister, you really intend to marry this cripple? Ning Qingru exclaimed in disbelief. Mind your manners, you shall address him as brother-in-law from now on. Humph. Ning Qingru pouted adorably, huffed twice, shot a glare at Wang Shikong, and turned to leave, her ponytails bouncing high behind her. The Ning family departed, rendered helpless. Wang Shikong reflected on the vivid memory of that moment, gazing at Ning Qingya ahead, inhaling deeply to suppress his excitement as images flooded his mind. After his legs were broken by Ning Qingya, he had pledged himself to her, leading to their union and his introduction to the Ning family. Out of guilt and anger, they began their life as a couple, evolving from strangers to familiarity, to affection, and ultimately to a heartbreaking farewell. As memories warmed his heart, he felt a stirring that I need to use the restroom, he stated. Ning Qingya was taken aback, her assertive demeanor vanishing, her cheeks flushing as she stammered. I will help you. Wang Shikong nodded. Ning Qingya glanced at the wheelchair beside him and wheeled it to his bedside. After stepping forward, her neck flushed with a hint of red, she extended her arms toward him. Wang Shikong, feeling a tumult of emotions, recalled that in his previous life, he had harbored resentment towards her. He had not deemed it worthwhile to trade his legs for a beautiful and wealthy CEO as a wife. In truth, many would not have made such an exchange. He reached out, the scent of her fragrance enveloping him as he awkwardly transferred to the wheelchair. Ning Qingya exhaled softly, wheeling him to the restroom. In the luxurious hospital room, handrails supported the toilet. Wang Shikong steadied himself with his arms and turned to her. Ning Qingya met his gaze, quickly recalling something, her eyes darting away. Ning Qingya took a few rapid breaths. I will help you. You can trust me, I will take care of you from now on. With her eyes shut, she awkwardly reached for his pants. Wang Shikong, observing her endearing demeanor, decided against teasing her like in his previous life. Embrace my body and support me, he suggested. Okay. Ningxia nodded, hesitating momentarily before wrapping her arms around him from behind. At just over 1.7 meters, she appeared diminutive before Wang Shikong, who stood over 1.8 meters tall. Though Wang Shikong's legs were paralyzed, his weight still reached 150 Jin, and as he relaxed his grip, his weight bore down on her, making it somewhat challenging for her to hold him. Wang Shikong felt her warmth against his back and bit his lip. I can't hold on. Ning Qingya struggled to speak. You must support yourself with your hands. Wang Shikong felt her unsteady grasp and thought, this isn't right. My pants are down. Ning Qingya's delicate face flushed with a mix of exhaustion and other emotions, and she nodded stiffly. Chapter 2. The Hourglass of Time. Mastering Time? Do not heed the words of my parents and my sister. I will swiftly facilitate their acceptance of you. Awkwardly emerging from the restroom, Ning Qingya pushed the wheelchair to the bedside. As her muddled mind regained some clarity, she vigorously rubbed her delicate features and opened her mouth to divert the topic. Yes, Wang Shikong nodded. Please take me to the balcony. I wish to bask in the sunlight. Certainly, Ning Qingya replied, pushing him into the warm embrace of the sun. The gentle rays kissed his face, prompting Wang Shikong to slightly close his eyes. Beside him, Ning Qingya observed his handsome profile and his lost expression, a wave of guilt washing over her once more. A young man, fresh from graduation, had become a lifelong paraplegic due to her negligence. Would you care for some fruit? She inquired softly after a few moments. Yes. Procure me an electric wheelchair, Wang Shikong commanded. Of course, Ning Qingya nodded. I shall attend to the paperwork and return promptly. If you require anything urgently, do not hesitate to call me. Very well. As she departed, the sounds of her footsteps faded along with the closing door. Wang Shikong cast a glance and slowly raised his right hand. With a flicker of his mind, sand began to flow between his fingers. Time materialized, cascading like grains of sand slipping through his grasp. Time is formless, subtly shifting the stars and altering the cosmos. Years carved the mountains and seas with the precision of a blade. In a moment, brilliance blossomed. He murmured as a phantom hourglass gradually materialized within his palm, accompanied by ethereal inscriptions. Hourglass of Time, Origin. Ability 1. Restart, reinitialize one state, limited to 10 minutes with the current strength of the host, cooldown of 1 day. Ability 2. Time Stop, suspend all existence within a 1 meter radius of the host's mental force, excluding the host, for 1 second with the current strength of the host. Cooldown of 1 day. Ability 3. Perception, temporal awareness, allowing precise detection of the minute passage of time, including the sequence of events occurring within fleeting moments. And predicting future developments. With the current strength of the host, foresee the future by 1 second. Other abilities. Mental force insufficient, not yet unlocked. Having been trapped in the secret realm for a year and surviving near-death experiences, Wang Shikong marveled at the hourglass, recognizing why it was deemed the most enigmatic and intangible force. It surpassed the spatial power he once wielded, proving even more formidable. Particularly, the third ability of Foresight was completely passive and bore no cooldown. Its implications in combat were unfathomable. Considering the impending arrival of the Endless Continent, Wang Shikong's gaze flickered. He closed his eyes, attempting to sense the surrounding elements and engage in elemental refinement techniques. Upon realizing he could not sense anything, he raised an eyebrow, quickly finding solace in the fact that elemental perception was yet to be unlocked. It seemed that only after the connection between the Endless Continent and Earth would the cultivation techniques become applicable. All right. Hearing the voice, Wang Shikong opened his eyes. 2 nurses approached, carefully assisting him into a minivan parked outside the hospital, treating him with utmost care. Ning Qingya gave instructions as the vehicle commenced its journey. Inside the luxurious car, Wang Shikong sat, with a graceful figure beside him, her every movement a delightful sight to behold. Within 20 minutes, the vehicle arrived at the luxurious Villa 018 in the enchanting metropolis. Miss, allow me to assist him, a middle-aged butler suggested as he and the driver carried Wang Shikong onto a wheelchair. No need, I shall manage myself. Ning Qingya firmly declined, instructing from now on. Refer to him as son-in-law. Understood, the butler replied, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Upon entering the opulent living room, Wang Shikong's gaze fell upon the familiar surroundings. Landing on his father-in-law, who was indulging in a cigar, his mother-in-law's furrowed brow, and his sister-in-law, Ning Qingru, who stared at him with wide, curious eyes. Mom and Dad, has the room been prepared? Ning Qingya inquired. It has been arranged. Everything is ready, replied her mother, rising to her feet. In the future, let Butler Chun stay in the same room for convenience. All right, mother, Ning Qingya nodded, pushing Wang Shikong along. Let me show you to your room. And if you have any requests, do let me know. Yes, I am not accustomed to the scent of smoke in my room, Wang Shikong stated. This caused Ning Tianxiong, who was puffing on his cigar, to freeze momentarily, his expression taut. Dad, how many times must I tell you not to smoke in the house? Ning Qingya chided her father. I've been smoking for decades. What else should I do? Ning Tianxiong retorted, his frustration palpable. Dad. Perhaps you should just smoke a gas canister instead. Ning Qingru chimed in playfully, enjoying the spectacle. My father is quite amiable and usually refrains from smoking at home. Ning Qingya remarked as she wheeled Wang Shikong forward. Let's take a look at your room. If you need anything, I can have it arranged. All right, Wang Shikong nodded. And under Ning Tianxiong's seething gaze, they took the elevator to the second floor. In a room spanning over 70 square meters, 2 beds were set up, with all necessary amenities readily available. I prefer to live alone. Let Uncle Chun stay next door, Wang Shikong expressed upon arrival. Certainly, I will have a bell installed by your bedside, so you can ring for assistance whenever needed, Ning Qingya assured, always attentive to his needs. She then guided him through the study, tea room, and cinema room. I must go to the office during the day and cannot accompany you. But Butler Chin will be at your service around the clock. You may also ask the housekeepers for assistance. Now, let us proceed to dinner, she informed him, leading him to the dining room. If there are any dishes you particularly enjoy, please inform the housekeepers. The chef will accommodate your preferences. How does today's menu look? I am not picky, Wang Shikong replied, surveying the lavish spread laid out before him. Enjoy your meal, Shikong. Ning's mother managed to smile, attempting to embrace her new son-in-law. Wang Shikong nodded as the 5 family members gathered for their first official meal together, though the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. At the dining table, Ning Tianxiong drank heavily, occasionally casting displeased glances in Wang Shikong's direction. Wang Shikong paid him no heed. His father-in-law was currently in a rebellious phase. To rectify past regrets, seize every opportunity, and safeguard those he cherished, he vowed never to allow his wife's tragedy to repeat itself. Wang Shikong had only a superficial acquaintance with the Ning family. On the 3rd morning, after breakfast, he observed Ning Qingya and his father-in-law heading to the company, while Ning Qingru went to school. He wheeled himself into the study and gently waved a fan he had picked up nearby. Adjusting his glasses, golden flecks danced in his eyes as he slowly closed them. Here it comes. At that very moment, a voice echoed in the minds of everyone across the globe. Welcome to the Endless Continent, where cultivators from other worlds slay demons and ascend to immortality. You have 10 minutes to prepare. In 10 minutes, you shall descend upon the Endless Continent. Chapter 3. Unexpected Joy. Heart of Elements. Buzz, buzz, buzz. What on earth is happening? Is this the Endless Continent? Have I truly arrived in this unfamiliar world? Oh my, why is this beauty not dressed? She just appeared here in such a state. Ah, the goddess has vanished. It seems we can exit. What is going on here? The Endless Continent? Slaying demons and ascending to immortality? Is this a universal crossing? Ha ha ha, splendid. Everyone is at the same starting line. I shall become a deity and a patriarch, a person of great renown. In the snowfall empire of the Endless Continent, in the town of Tianqing, retro garden style houses perfectly blend with the grand, white Renaissance architecture. The cobblestone streets exude a profound ambience, illuminated by the light emanating from elemental arrays that envelop the exquisite little town. Within an enormous square, the populace from Blue Star gasped in astonishment. Wang Shikong's figure also appeared in the square. At that moment, he sat in his wheelchair, holding a fan in his left hand, feeling the heat in the air as he gently waved it. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze fell upon 9 colossal, peculiar buildings standing tall in the center of the square. The structures bore symbolic shapes, each inscribed with different characters. Cultivators from other worlds, please proceed to the sacred altar to initiate elemental perception and select your future cultivation system for mastering elemental techniques. The voice of the heavenly Tao resonated once more as Wang Shikong, seated in his electric wheelchair, made his way toward the 9 edifices. Goodness! Did the cripple arrive in this world still crippled? How pitiful! Someone noticed Wang Shikong in the wheelchair and couldn't help but express sympathy. Wang Defa, brother, is that what you have? Can you really bring it in? Wouldn't that make you invincible against monsters? A voice of astonishment arose from the crowd as they gazed at a young man fully armed, shocked by what he held. Hurry and activate that perception. Wang Shikong remained calm. He had experienced all of this before. This was not a game world, but a tangible reality. As long as one held a weapon while on Blue Star, whether it was a Barrett or otherwise, they could bring it here and wield it. Even upon arriving in this world, there was no such thing as a level playing field. A disabled person here remained disabled. The only entities sharing the same starting line are the cultivation techniques and the 10 lives. In the Endless Continent, there exist two cultivation systems, the physical cultivation and the spiritual cultivation. Physical cultivation involves absorbing elemental energies to fortify the body, opening the lower dantian, wherein elements reside within the physique, primarily engaging in close combat. Spiritual cultivation, on the other hand, entails harnessing elemental forces to strengthen the soul, opening the upper dantian, referred to as the divine palace, wherein elements dwell within the spirit, predominantly focusing on long-range spells. Wang Shikong stood before the sacred altar, his gaze fixed upon the 9 edifices ahead. These 9 symbolic structures represented 9 elemental forces. Beneath each element were inscribed 4 characters: praise life, exalt light, manipulate lihua, invoke ripple, subjugate darkness, dominate thunder, harness gingjin, control storm, and command terrain. Each of these 4 character incantations corresponded to the elemental powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Additionally, Wang Shikong was aware of 2 other elements: revere space and gaze upon time, which are the legendary powers of space and time. Despite his legs being paralyzed and having expended a significant amount of vital energy on healing, Wang Shikong managed to rise to prominence. Once entering the top 10 of the Great Xia's power rankings, largely due to his mastery of a fragment of spatial power, he had cultivated 2 spatial techniques. Forging a domain of space. In the Endless Continent, there exists a saying, when time is absent, space reigns supreme. At the center of the 9 elemental symbols stood a stone tablet. This tablet chronicled the characteristics of both the spiritual and physical cultivation professions, along with their respective cultivation methodologies, namely the elemental body refinement technique and the elemental spirit refinement technique, as well as the foundational principle of both systems, elemental application. For physical cultivation, elemental application involves the embodiment of elements, sensing the earthly forces and affixing them onto one's body or weapon to enhance offensive and defensive capabilities, or to bestow special abilities. For spiritual cultivation, elemental application entails the mastery over Gongjin, Lihua, Guishui, Imu, Wutu, Xianfeng, Leidian, Guangming, and controlling the variations of these 9 elemental attributes to mount an attack. A voice resonated, ding. You are enveloped by the holy light of the Endless Continent, awakening elemental perception based on your innate talents, revealing your attribute panel. Please select your cultivation system promptly. Understanding and mastering elemental application will grant the first to achieve mastery the blessings of the elements. This announcement stirred a commotion among the crowd. Some gasped in astonishment, while others hurriedly began to note down the cultivation methods corresponding to their chosen professions, eager to comprehend the elemental application skills associated with them. As Wang Shikong opened his attributes, a flurry of information flashed in his mind, and he felt a stirring within. Descendant, Wang Shikong. Profession, not yet chosen. Realm, 0. Level, 0, 0, 100. Vitality, 140, 200. Physique, 7. Mental power, 10. Elemental affinity, metal, 78. Wood, 89. Water, 88. Fire, 92. Earth, 80. Wind, 88. Thunder, 80. Light, 77. Darkness, 72. Space, 95. Time. Skills, none. Equipment, 1. Hourglass of time, origin. Secondary profession, not yet activated. A rather simplistic panel materialized. Due to his paralysis from the waist down, his vitality was a mere 140, and his constitution stood at a scant 7. In contrast, a typical individual possesses a vitality of 200 and a constitution of 10. Each person's initial elemental affinity caps at 100, yet varies significantly based on innate talent, with some possessing a mere 20 or 30. The importance of elemental affinity cannot be overstated, as it greatly influences the speed of spell cultivation and casting, while also minimizing mental energy consumption. Wang Shikong surveyed his attributes, finding them consistent with those of his previous life. However, unlike before, this current interface displayed the affinity for time. His affinities across the 9 elemental attributes were notably high. Some individuals had affinities as low as 30 or 40. In this tangible realm, an individual's prowess is influenced by multiple factors, including the consumption of rare and precious materials to enhance elemental affinities. Additionally, there exists the notion of elemental blessings. In his past existence, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Great Xia, the flame monarch Yin Kuang, had once disclosed that he was the first in the world to master the application of the fire element, receiving an elemental blessing that augmented his fire affinity by a staggering 100. This remarkable affinity rendered his mastery of fire terrifying, solidifying his reputation as the flame monarch. His gaze flickered as he sensed the golden elements within a 10-meter radius, fixating on the elemental template of gung metal ahead. Ding! Congratulations on learning the gung metal elemental template. Upon acquiring the template, Wang Shikong drew upon the golden elements surrounding him, guiding them with his mental energy to construct the gung metal template. Buzz! In the next moment, a radiant orb of gold materialized slowly in his palm. This orb represented the initial state of the gold element, capable of inflicting only the most rudimentary damage, akin to a stone being hurled at someone. Should the form of gung metal be transformed into arrows or golden needles, its lethality would surge exponentially. With a mere thought, the golden light swiftly morphed into a 1-inch long golden needle. Ding! Congratulations, cultivator, for mastering the basic application of gung metal. As the first to comprehend the fundamental use of the metal element, you are rewarded with the blessing of the metal element. Blessing of the metal element. Metal element affinity 100. Ding! You have grasped the intricacies of gung metal's transformation, achieving an extraordinary level of skill proficiency. A series of notifications chimed, a warm sensation flooding his entire being, as Wang Shikong sensed the densely packed golden elements converging toward him. A glimmer illuminated his eyes. The flame monarch had spoken truthfully. With another mental command, the golden needle dissipated, and he promptly proceeded to learn the applications of Li fire, Gui water, Wu wood, Wu earth, wind, thunder, Xian wind, light, and darkness. In his previous life, having reached the fourth transcendental realm, Wang Shikong had already mastered the fundamental applications of the 9 elemental forces to an extraordinary degree. Even now, despite a relatively low mental capacity, he could complete incantations and cast spells within a second without the need for recitation. Ding! Congratulations, cultivator, for mastering the basic application of Li fire. As the first to grasp the fundamental use of the fire element, you are rewarded with the blessing of the fire element. Ding! Congratulations, cultivator, for mastering the basic application of wood. As the first to comprehend the fundamental use of the wood element, you are rewarded with the blessing of the wood element. In an instant, a series of notifications resonated. Ding! You have acquired 9 elemental blessings. The elements interact and influence one another, evolving into the Heart of Elements. Heart of Elements, elemental affinity 500, reduces elemental damage by 50. Chapter 4, the terrifying spell combination attack. The Heart of Elements? Upon hearing the final notification, a look of astonishment crossed Wang Shikong's face. An elemental affinity of 500. What does this signify? In his previous life, having transcended to the 4th level, the highest spatial elemental affinity he achieved was merely 577. Now, however, all of his elemental affinities stand at 500, with even the lowest dark element boasting an affinity of 572. Such elevated elemental affinity would significantly augment his strength. Presently, under this formidable elemental affinity, he could almost instantaneously unleash elemental skills. Instantaneous basic skills are typically achievable only after reaching the Divine Palace realm in the second transition, and only with a mastery that borders on the extraordinary. Yet now, he could accomplish this, with such high affinity, while others expend about 0.5 mental energy to cast a fireball. Wang Shikong could use the fire departure technique with a consumption of less than 0.1 mental energy. What does this imply? It is all too evident. A most unexpected boon indeed. Wang Shikong pursed his lips, but he was also acutely aware of the difficulty in obtaining the Heart of Elements. In a world of over 10 billion individuals, surpassing everyone in the understanding of the 9 elemental skills is a feat beyond comprehension, let alone achieving it 9 times. To excel in any single element is already a remarkable achievement. This is the advantage of the Reborn. The first significant opportunity had been grasped. However, to restore his legs, he would need to expend the experience equivalent to level 10. Gazing at his paralyzed legs, Wang Shikong mused. He was essentially 10 levels behind others innately and needed to level up swiftly. For now, he must focus on leveling up. Damn it, constructing spells is exceedingly difficult, more challenging than the calculus I learned in university. I became a physical cultivator, and yet you tell me that physical cultivation requires intellect? Furthermore, this elemental foundation requires proficiency, entry level, minor success, major success, perfection, and transcendence. Shouldn't it be something one masters upon learning? This isn't 8 gaming world. Let us persevere. Though it's arduous, thankfully, it relies more on rote memorization than mere imitation. Look at that fellow in the wheelchair. His paralyzed legs render him incapable of combat, leaving him to merely wander. We shouldn't complain. Aspiring to become a powerful individual is no simple feat. As his wheelchair advanced, the surrounding sounds elicited a faint smile from him. With a flourish, he opened his fan, gently stirring the sweltering air while casting his gaze towards the distant sky. In the azure expanse, numerous dark or crimson fissures marred the surface, resembling a glass shattered by some indescribable force. The temperature in Tianjin town was no less than 30 degrees Celsius, and the high-end electric wheelchair could reach speeds of 45 kilometers per hour. In this fantastical realm, it resembled a cyberpunk world. Some locals watched with expressions of curiosity. At the eastern gate of Tianjin town, under the curious gaze of the guarding soldiers, Wang Shikong steered his way towards the sprawling grasslands ahead. Soon, a corrupted wild chicken came into his view. Corrupted wild chicken, common level 0. Health, 150-150. Constitution, 10. Magic, 5. Skill, fierce peck. The corrupted wild chicken, with its blood-red eyes revealing a thirst for blood and ferocity, charged directly at him with astonishing speed, comparable to his electric wheelchair. Wang Shikong, adjusting his glasses, felt a shimmering golden light in his eyes and conjured a fire element spell before him. In the next moment, it flew forth instantaneously, striking precisely at the wild chicken's head. 40. Fire element. Inflicts 4 damage equal to one's own mental power on the target. In the early stages, the fire element is favored by all mages, as its initial state is a cohesive ball, possessing formidable offensive capability without the need for transformation. Unlike the water, wood, and metal elements, which, if not altered, are akin to throwing stones. Observing the enraged, corrupted wild chicken before him, Wang Shikong moved his hand, gathering a gust of wind element, which transformed into a blade of wind that flew forth. The damage inflicted was significantly greater than that of the fire element, leading to the swift demise of the corrupted wild chicken. Wang Shikong remained calm in the face of this damage. This was the essence of elemental manipulation, characterized by its high adaptability and operational capacity. Furthermore, strategy in combat is crucial. The fire element's attack shattered the chicken's external defenses, allowing the wind blade to inflict greater harm. This mirrors reality, where one would remove the opponent's clothing prior to launching an attack to maximize damage. Upon the death of the corrupted wild chicken, a pulse of elemental energy emerged from its corpse. Wang Shikong, harnessing his mental power, absorbed it. Noticing the absence of dropped items, he fanned himself and continued onward. The level 0 corrupted wild chicken posed a significant challenge even to the untrained denizens of Blue Star, with many cultivators having perished at the claws of such a creature. For him, however, level 0 foes were overly simplistic, requiring no effort whatsoever. He yearned to test his true capabilities. Murmuring to himself, Wang Shikong guided his wheelchair deeper into the wilderness. After dispatching several unaware wild chickens, he found himself gazing at a corrupted jackal. Corrupted jackal, common level 4. Health, 600-600. Constitution, 30. Magic, 11. Skill bite, a level 4 jackal. Wang Shikong observed as the jackal, a mere 20 meters away, locked its blood-red eyes onto him. It was time to experiment with the power of combination skills and see how many he could execute. His gaze flickered as he softly intoned, "Woo, earth." A mound of yellow earth materialized, followed by him exclaiming, "Gung metal." The golden light emerged, and the yellow earth melded seamlessly into the golden glow, doubling its size. Gui water. A sphere of water appeared, merging with the previous elements. A larger, radiant blue sphere took shape. Iwut. Wang Shikong continued, and upon its appearance, it fused to form a colossal wooden structure. Wang Shikong sensed that the ethereal wood above his head was on the verge of spiraling out of control. His gaze sharpened. Leaf fire. In an instant, the ethereal wood ignited, transforming into a massive fireball with a diameter of 2 meters, which he hurled forward. The wolf, charging at him and only 5 meters away, was momentarily stunned, its eyes revealing a human-like terror as it turned to flee. Xian wind. A subtle smile graced Wang Shikong's lips as he summoned the wind to amplify the flames. The fireball swelled once more, altering its trajectory and accelerating, swiftly engulfing the wolf. Awoo! With a wretched cry, the wolf perished instantly. Wang Shikong observed, pursing his lips, his expression one of astonishment. Earth gives birth to metal, metal produces water. Water nurtures wood, and ultimately, leaf fire ignites wood, aided by the wind. He murmured softly, directly causing a one-hit kill. This exemplifies the potency of combined skills. At level 0, his fireball inflicted a mere 40 points of damage, and he had executed 6 skills in total. Normally, the cumulative damage from 6 skills would amount to only 240. Even with factors like defense penetration or critical hits, the maximum would scarcely reach 400. Yet now, a level 0 had slain a level 4 in a single strike, even exceeding the expected damage. The entire process unfolded in less than 2 seconds. This achievement was not solely due to the mastery of each skill at an extraordinary level, but also attributed to his remarkable elemental affinity exceeding 500. Otherwise, with his current mental strength, he could not possibly stabilize such a multitude of elements. According to the law of elemental combination stability, once elements are formed into spells, their combination with other elemental skills may lead to compatibility issues, resulting in elemental chaos, which necessitates formidable mental power or a judicious elemental combination to suppress and mitigate. Upon reaching certain limits, one must release or dispel the skills. In his previous life, there was a consensus that to combine elements, one must possess at least a perfect level of skill proficiency. The more skills combined, the higher the requirements. To fuse 2 or more skills, one must achieve a level of mastery that transcends ordinary expertise. Otherwise, the longer the duration, the more prone to chaos it becomes. The foremost mage of the Great Xia in his past life, renowned for his signature move, managed to fuse only 4 elemental skills. That skill, known as Thunder Wind Dragonfire, was deemed the most formidable. Even when Wang Shikong cleverly employed spatial power to merge 3 elemental skills and then sealed them in space to prevent chaos, it still paled in comparison to the might of Thunder Wind Dragonfire. My ability to merge 6 skills to achieve this feat is due, in part, to my proficiency with foundational skills, and also because of the Heart of Elements. Wang Shikong mused internally. Furthermore, this is merely the most fundamental application of elements. And of course, I'm still at level 0. The once great mage of the Great Xia could confront thousands, battling against an entire guild of elites. In the future, I believe I will undoubtedly surpass him. To face 10,000? Or even more? His gaze flickered as he regarded the charred corpse of the wolf. A slight eyebrow raise indicating his curiosity. Did something drop? He immediately approached. Ethereal wood. With a thought, he summoned the ethereal wood technique, ensnaring the remains with its branches. A slender coin, inscribed with the numeral 10, represents the currency of the Endless Continent, the 10 yuan coin. Wang Shikong pocketed it, absorbing the surrounding elemental energy, and cast his gaze towards another wolf, situated several dozen meters away. As his wheelchair advanced, he was detected when he drew within 15 meters of the beast. With a low growl, the wolf lunged at him. A shift in strategy emerged. A subtle smile graced Wang Shikong's lips as his mind ignited with intent. To his left, 3 luminous orbs materialized. To his right, 3 dark spheres appeared. He unleashed them simultaneously. Upon the collision of the radiant and shadowy orbs before the wolf, a cacophony of explosions erupted. The wolf was violently propelled 5 meters backward by the force of the blasts. 230, 250, 20. This assault proved less potent than his prior strike, as the explosive properties, though oppositional, bore a degree of instability, yet they imparted a repelling effect. Wang Shikong observed and assessed. It was not to say that oppositional explosions were inherently inferior to those that merged. The efficacy depended on the elemental skills interplay. His combination of skills fell within the most rudimentary tier. True power resided in the intricate amalgamation of formidable abilities. This process necessitated 4 steps: acquiring skills, achieving proficiency, determining compatibility between skills, and ultimately, completing the combination. Elemental skills could not be haphazardly fused merely based on their generative or destructive relationships. For instance, mastering the water element as water arrow and the thorn strike would not adhere to the water nurtures wood elemental principle. However, the water healing technique could synergize with the wood element's thorn entangle, enhancing the latter's potency. The operability of the 9 elemental forces on the Endless Continent is remarkably high. Once again, it must be emphasized, the real world is not a game. An individual's strength is determined not solely by raw power, but also by intellect and dexterity. Chapter 5. Fortuitous Grounds. After effortlessly dispatching the wolf with a blend of light and darkness, Wang Shikong positioned himself before the wolf's carcass, absorbing its elemental energy while contemplating. Ding, you have reached level 1, with mental power at 5 and physique at 2. Having slain 8 level 4 wolves with ease, his level finally ascended to 1. This elevation, along with the increase in mental acuity, significantly amplified his damage output. Yet, the drop rate for level 4 creatures remained dismally low. Having vanquished so many wolves yielded a mere 20 yuan. It was time to seek out places of fortune. Wang Shikong reflected on his meager gains, muttering under his breath. The drop rates on the Endless Continent were notoriously abysmal, with many players reaching level 10 without acquiring a single decent weapon. Nevertheless, certain locales held extraordinary potential, deemed fortuitous treasures. On this continent, one might leap from a precipice and truly uncover unrivaled techniques. Luck, it seems, is often capricious. Of course, greater fortunes are frequently accompanied by peril. Discovering a lost mine could enable rapid accumulation of early game capital. Wang Shikong held vivid memories of this site. For an ordinary person, it represented an immense opportunity. Redirecting his course, he followed his recollections towards the fabled mine. Ignoring the monsters along the way, an hour later, he arrived at the sprawling ruins of a colossal pit, 30 kilometers distant. Seated in his wheelchair, one could argue that he moved with greater swiftness than if he were running. With a hint of self-deprecation, Wang Shikong entered the derelict mine, intent on locating a particular cavern. For 10 fruitless minutes, he scoured the area, failing to uncover the elusive mine. Yet 2 mining mice soon captured his attention. Mining mice? Wang Shikong's eyes sparkled as he turned to observe them. 2 mice, each the size of a wild cat, glared menacingly from a short distance away. Mining mouse, common level 3. Health, 350. Constitution, 22. Magic 10. Skill, rapid movement. With a flourish, Wang Shikong unfurled his fan and advanced, conjuring a fireball composed of the elements of wood and fire, which hurtled towards one of the mining mice. The creature leaped to evade, but a gust of wind altered the fireball's trajectory, causing it to swell in intensity. Boom! The flames engulfed one mining mouse, while the other shimmered with a bluish glow and, in a burst of speed enhanced by 50%, charged toward him. Unfazed, Wang Shikong cast 2 beams of light and darkness upon the mining mouse, obliterating it instantly. Witnessing its companion's swift demise, the injured mouse instinctively turned to flee in terror. Wang Shikong refrained from pursuing it directly, but followed the direction of its escape. After trailing it for over 30 meters, he watched as the mouse vanished into a crevice in the rocks, igniting a spark of realization within him. Light and darkness. With a flicker of intention, he unleashed the fusion technique of light and shadow towards the opening ahead. An explosive sound echoed as a dark, profound entrance emerged. This must be the place. Its concealment explained why it had remained undiscovered for half a month. Filled with delight, Wang Shikong approached the mouth of the mine, navigating the uneven ground strewn with pebbles. Fortunately, his high-end wheelchair, while jostling somewhat, posed little issue. A fireball landed on a lamp affixed to the wall, illuminating the dark expanse of the mine. Though the entrance was modest in size, the interior was remarkably spacious, measuring at least 3 meters in width. Before long, he spotted a figure standing within. Zombie Miner, level 5. Health, 1000. Constitution, 35. Magic, 15. Skills, 1. Blood-sucking, attack inflicts an additional 20 health drain. 2. Leap. Weapon, guards longsword, black iron damage 50, durability, 100. This was the creature he had been seeking. Wang Shikong smiled as he fixated on the zombie miner wielding a longsword. His gaze fell upon the black iron blade, a weapon of exceptional quality for early-stage cultivators. Typically, a cultivator might only gain an additional 20 damage per level. Thus, this weapon's damage of 50 was akin to leveling up twice. In his previous life, it took over half a month after the Endless Continent linked with Blue Star for a fortunate soul to discover this place. They vanquished all the zombie miners and amassed a fortune of black iron weapons. Each weapon sold for nearly 10,000 coins, which could only be described as a windfall. At that time, the affluent of Blue Star were so eager for currency that they even bought it at an exchange rate of 100 to 1. Thus, a single black iron weapon was worth a staggering 1 million. In this world, any weapon or equipment possessed by monsters can be claimed by vanquishing them. For instance, a corrupted wild chicken may even have its claws severed and dried for decorative purposes. The only caveat is that these corrupted beings cannot be consumed. Otherwise, the economy of Blue Star would collapse instantaneously. Naturally, once these monsters are slain and their weapons claimed, should they succumb to the influence of dark energy and revive, they will be devoid of any weapons. Only through a first kill can one reap superior rewards. The zombie miner wielding a black iron long knife possesses formidable strength. capable of self-destruction with a single strike. Thus, one must avoid being attacked. Wang Shikong mused quietly as he surveyed the narrow confines around him. The range of magical attacks correlates with one's mental capacity. To ensure accuracy, it is preferable to operate within a 1-meter radius of mental projection. Of course, should one possess sufficient skill and mastery over spells, long-range predictive attacks are feasible. Wang Shikong halted 20 meters from the zombie miner, ensuring he did not awaken it, and gently fanned the stifling air. Buzzing. In an instant, he conjured a spell, amalgamating the elements of earth, metal, water, wood, and fire. The fusion of the 5 elements. The winds stoked the flames, creating a fireball with a diameter of 2.5 meters that nearly engulfed the entire passage as it hurtled toward the zombie miner. The awakened zombie miner appeared momentarily dazed, unable to evade the impending doom. Boom! A staggering damage of 800 erupted. 800? Quite impressive. Wang Shikong's expression brightened with satisfaction. At merely level 1, this damage was nothing short of extraordinary. Roar! A low growl resonated. The injured zombie leaped forward, launching an attack. Wang Shikong calmly summoned 2 spheres of light, one bright and one dark, which collided and exploded, carrying the creature away effortlessly. With grace and poise, he wielded his fan to ward off the dust stirred by the impact, slowly approaching the corpse of the zombie miner. Ah, a spellbook? His eyes sparkled upon spotting a black tome. The wood element entwined into tendrils, retrieving both the book and a long knife from the zombie miner's grasp. The book titled Summon Skeleton. Summon Skeleton. Consume mental power to call forth a skeletal soldier, which possesses the same level as the summoner. Pleased with this skill book, Wang Shikong recalled having learned it in his previous life, albeit with limited usage, having only mastered it to a proficient degree. Learning Summon Skeleton Skill Template. The omnipresent dark elements, Wang Shikong chanted an incantation, drawing upon the surrounding dark elements to congeal and form the skill. In 4 seconds, a skeleton, standing at 1.60 meters and brandishing a rusted long knife, materialized. Your proficiency in summoning skeleton has reached perfection. Perfection? Surprised by the heavenly prompt, Wang Shikong pondered whether this was due to his formidable affinity for the elements. Skeleton, level 1. Health, 250-250. Constitution, 12. Magic 1. Observing the attributes of a summoned entity, he noted its modest capabilities. The mental power consumed had reached 0. 5. However, this skill proves immensely valuable in the early stages, and the ability to summon skeletons is considered rare and costly. Summon skeleton. Continuing to summon the second skeleton. Under his command, 2 skeletons flanked him on either side. He raised his wheelchair and advanced forward. Wang Shikong nodded slightly, noting the enhanced stability and elevated perspective. Chapter 6. The Great Transformation of the World. Ning Qingya. From now on, I shall attend to your daily needs. Within the desolate mine, the 2 skeletons bore him deeper into the abyss. After traversing some 20 meters, they encountered yet another zombie miner. Wang Shikong employed the same method, merging 5 elemental forces along with a blend of light and darkness, swiftly bringing down yet another zombie miner. The second guardian long knife appeared. A smile graced his face. It was akin to discovering treasure. As Wang Shikong pressed on, it wasn't long before the 3rd zombie miner fell. Despite their high defenses, thick skin, and possession of black iron weapons, these zombies posed no challenge to a level 1 Wang Shikong, who faced them without the slightest resistance. Something has dropped again. As the 2 skeletons brought him closer, Wang Shikong noticed another item had emerged, feeling fortunate. Upon inspection, he discovered a blood-red potion. Dark Eye Potion, common grants night vision upon consumption. A bloodline potion? Wang Shikong paused momentarily, reflecting. This place is indeed a treasure trove. The role of an apothecary in the Endless Continent is exceedingly promising. A skilled apothecary, armed with formulas and ingredients, can concoct a variety of formidable potions. Some potions enhance mental acuity, elemental affinity, or provide temporary bursts of strength. Thinking of potions, Wang Shikong recalled the Ning family. In his previous life, their rise to prominence and establishment of a powerful guild was largely due to the unwavering loyalty of their apothecaries. The initial price of the Dark Eye Potion was around 5,000 currency units, stabilizing at 2,000 in later stages. Wang Shikong mused internally. The price is substantial. You have consumed the Dark Eye Potion. Your eyes now perceive the darkness. Upon consumption, everything around him brightened considerably, even correcting his nearsightedness. Accustomed to wearing glasses, he merely removed the lenses. Pressing onward, he ventured 200 meters deeper, halting as the 13th zombie miner fell. The skeletons on either side bore an array of black, iron-long knives on their arms. Wang Shikong's mental energy was now slightly over 2 points. Once his mental energy was depleted, not only could he no longer cast spells, but he would also become fatigued. Individuals accustomed to the endless continent do not allow their mental energy to drop too low, always reserving some for emergencies. Mental energy recovery can be achieved through practicing elemental spirit techniques, with recovery rates varying by level. Currently, he could restore approximately 5 points in an hour. Wang Shikong placed the 13 long knives onto his wheelchair and silently recited the withdrawal spell. If not attacked within 10 seconds, he could exit. 10, 9, 8. In Blue Star, within the Tengu Palace Villa number 18, Wang Shikong's ethereal figure began to solidify. In his hands, he now held 13 long knives. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed a piece of wood into a binding rope, placing the long knives upon the ground. He then entered the villa's courtyard, closed his eyes, and quietly absorbed the elemental energies surrounding him. The elemental power of the Blue Star is no different from that of the infinite continent. Absorbing elemental energy not only rejuvenates one's mental fortitude, but also facilitates the enhancement of one's level. Indeed, cultivation can also lead to advancement, albeit at a pace significantly slower, by several times, than that of slaying monsters to absorb their essence. However, Wang Shikong has discovered that his cultivation speed surpasses that of his previous life by more than 5-fold, even if he refrains from slaying creatures and engages solely in meditation. He does not lag far behind those who do. After more than an hour, Ning Qingya's voice roused him from his reverie. "You've entered the infinite continent, haven't you?" she exclaimed, her face etched with astonishment as she approached him. Wang Shikong nodded, casting a glance at Ning Qingya's parents and Ning Qingru, standing beside her. "Let us discuss this inside," Ning Tianxiong interjected. Ning Qingya nodded, gently guiding Wang Shikong toward the interior. The emergence of the infinite continent undoubtedly heralds a transformation in the world's landscape, and the Ning family is experiencing significant upheaval. "Old Chun and the others just called me, indicating their intent to resign," Ning Tianxiong stated as they settled into the living room. He produced a cigar, only for it to be confiscated by Ning Qingya before he could light it, prompting him to continue with a hint of frustration. "Currently, only Aunt Song remains employed. She will oversee our meals. Numerous employees have also left the company. As for the pharmaceutical firm and factory, I have temporarily granted all employees paid leave." Ning Qingya spoke with composure. The sudden appearance of the infinite continent will inevitably alter the world order, signifying a redistribution of wealth and the emergence of extraordinary powers. In the future, it seems that strength will reign supreme. Extraordinary powers. We might achieve eternal youth. Ning Qingru exclaimed, animatedly dancing with excitement. "Mom, Dad, sister, look. I can now conjure fireballs." As she spoke, she extended her right hand, her round eyes fixated, and began chanting a spell. After 1 second, 2 seconds, and 10 seconds, flames flickered to life, and after 20 seconds, a fireball materialized. "Impressive, right? Isn't it?" She beamed, lifting her chin proudly. Wang Shikong remained silent as Ning Tianxiong smiled. "Indeed, you are quite remarkable, little one. It takes me around 25 seconds to condense a fiery arm. Our family's foremost priority now is to enhance our strengths. In the future, power will determine everything. Information is crucial. We must gather more insights about the infinite continent. The fact that items from reality can be transported there implies that objects from the infinite continent can also be brought back into our world." Ning Qingya appeared contemplative. "Let us see if we can assemble the company executives and staff. There's strength in numbers." "Very well. I will take the initiative to organize this." Ning Tianxiong agreed with a nod. "Sister, why did you choose physical cultivation? It requires close combat, which could be quite painful when facing monsters. Choosing magical cultivation would be so much more graceful." Ning Qingru interjected, disrupting the conversation with her question. "Physical cultivation can also allow for ranged attacks." "I intend to use a bow and arrow," Ning Qingya responded. "Bows and arrows? Ah, I had forgotten that you were once the president of the school's shooting club," Ning Qingru remarked, raising her beautifully arched eyebrows. She then glanced at Wang Shikong, saying, "You, on the other hand, please speak with more respect." Ning Qingya lightly tapped her forehead, interrupting her words, her gaze shifting to Wang Shikong, her eyes filled with deeper apologies. "I inquired about your leg injury in the Endless Continent. Rest assured, it is treatable. I will assist you in finding the necessary remedies." Wang Shikong, listening quietly, nodded calmly. "For the time being, I will refrain from going to the company. Let us decide on a time to enter the Endless Continent. I will come to care for you this evening," Ning Qingya added, pressing her lips together, her cheeks flushing slightly as a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps we should ask your father to come? Ning's mother suggested hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Ning Tianxiong's eyes widened in disbelief. You want me to attend to him? No need for that. Shikong is my husband, and it is only right that I care for him, Ning Qingya replied, shaking her head, her resolve strengthening. In this time of great upheaval, even the household staff had resigned, preparing to venture into the endless continent to alter their fates. Wang Shikong, however, had missed numerous opportunities due to his own negligence. She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and sought to make amends in any way she could. Wang Shikong looked at Ning Qingya, warmth blossoming in his heart. Ning's mother observed the exchange, her expression one of unspoken concern, shaking her head in dismay. Aunt Song is going to tidy up some things. I will prepare lunch today. After we eat, we can enter the endless continent, Ning's mother declared. Mom, I'll help you. Ning Qingya offered. Ning Qingru, sitting nearby, glanced at Wang Shikong before approaching him. Leaning in, she revealed her playful side, showing a pair of small canine teeth, and said sternly, once your leg is healed, don't cling to my sister or burden her. Keep your distance, understood? Or perhaps you like a taste of my fist. After delivering her warning, Ning Qingru tossed her ponytail and turned away. Wang Shikong couldn't help but smile at his mischievous sister-in-law. In this moment, she was lively and endearing, unlike the more serious version of herself that emerged after her sister's misfortunes, where her smiles became scarce and she bore the weight of the guild's responsibilities. What you owe us, the Ning family will repay, Ning Tianxiong remarked coldly, observing the scene without intervening. Wang Shikong was not angered by his words. He recalled how, in his previous life, he had attempted to bring them together after Qingyao had left. Chapter 7. The Black Iron Monster, a Grand Explosion. Time for lunch. Come and sample my culinary skills. It has been many years since I last cooked. In the dining room, Ning's mother brought the dishes over, smiling as she said, let me know if my skills have declined. This shrimp is steamed. Shikong, you should try it. Ning Qingya, also cooking for the first time, offered shrimp to Wang Shikong. Steamed is perfect, thank you. Wang Shikong expressed his gratitude as he peeled and tasted the shrimp. There's no need to be polite. While I may not have experience, I believe I possess a natural talent, Ning Qingya said with a confident smile. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow, bemused. Oh, dear woman, what gives you such confidence? Ning Qingya playfully pushed him towards the room, then hesitated momentarily. Perhaps I should take you to the restroom first. I will be entering the endless continent soon. All right, Wang Shikong replied after a brief pause, not declining her offer. After she shyly guided him out of the restroom, her cheeks flushed, she quickly left. Wang Shikong chuckled, reminiscing about certain events. His perspective shifted, finding the experience quite amusing. Observing the revitalized mental energy, he felt a stirring within, and the surrounding scenery transformed, transporting him once again into the Forsaken Mine. Assessing his surroundings, he swiftly summoned 2 skeletons to bear him onward, delving deeper into the abyss. Shortly, he noticed 2 zombie miners standing 20 meters ahead. This posed no significant challenge. With a deft application of the 5 elements fusion technique, he hurled it towards the clustered zombie miners, delivering a simultaneous blow to both. Following this, 2 explosive bursts of light and darkness erupted, sending the approaching zombies hurtling through the air, vanquished. Remarkably, the speed of annihilation had increased, significantly enhancing efficiency. The 2 skeletons carried him forward, absorbing the residual energies, and once again, he secured 2 black iron long swords. As he ventured another 20 meters, a figure came into view, causing his gaze to sharpen. Unlike the previous zombie miners wielding long swords, this figure was smaller, encircled by an ominous black aura. Whoosh! As he scrutinized it, a tendril of black flame surged towards him. The black fire exuded an effect of erosion, pollution, and decay. Inwood, Li Fire, Wu, Earth. Wang Shikong's gaze intensified as he conjured a defensive spell. A clump of earth materialized, and he promptly altered the state of the Wu earth element, forming a defensive wall about a meter high. Crash! The black flame collided with the earthen barrier, successfully thwarting the assault. Under the basic elemental form, Wang Shikong could amalgamate 6 elements, yet should he wish to alter the elemental forms subsequently, it would require some time, for was his limit. Nonetheless, the benefits of changing elemental forms were readily apparent. Zombie Miner Captain, Black Iron Level 6. Health, 1,200. Constitution, 25. Mental Energy, 55. Skills, 1. Black Flame, 2. Shadow Assault, 3. Black Armor Guardian. Weapon, Guardian Staff, Black Iron Damage, 55, wear 100. Upon witnessing the attributes of this zombie miner captain, Wang Shikong's focus sharpened. With 1,200 health, 55 mental energy, and a formidable trio of skills at his disposal. He recognized that while he was powerful for his level, he was not insurmountable. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Instantly, as he began to gather the 5 elements fusion technique, the sound of scurrying rodents filled the air. He turned to see a swarm of 2 to 3 dozen mining rats charging towards him. More mining rats? A grave expression crossed his face. Without hesitation, he unleashed the 5 elements fusion technique directly at the rats. Boom! 350, 350, 350. In an instant, dozens of mining rats were obliterated. Yet the remaining rodents continued their relentless advance. With his physique, a single mining rat could potentially bring about his demise. His expression turned serious. As golden sands flowed through his eyes, time seemingly materializing within his gaze. Precognition activated. Mysterious wind. Mysterious wind. 2 whirlwinds formed, and he produced a tissue, directing it toward the front. The second gust carried his essence backward. Ahead, the zombie miner captain raised his staff, dark elements coalescing atop it. As Wang Shikong invoked the Xianin technique, he momentarily hesitated, unleashing a dark flame. However, this time his target was merely the fluttering tissue. A hint of derision crossed his face, and seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the 5 elements fusion technique, combining it with the wind to augment the flames as they surged towards the remaining mine rats. Boom! Boom! The sound of 2 explosive detonations shattered the air, obliterating the tissue and annihilating the last dozen mine rats. Wang Shikong suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering like shifting sands. Ahead, the zombie miner captain once again swung his staff, summoning a 2-meter shadow that charged towards him with blinding speed. Time stopped. He was compelled to employ this maneuver. Retreat. Everything around him froze as he commanded the 2 skeletons to withdraw while swiftly condensing the 5 elements fusion technique. Boom! In just a second, the skeletons drew him back 4 meters, leaving behind a deep pit in his previous position, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Without hesitation, he hurled a fireball, continuing the rapid condensation of his technique. The 5 elements fusion struck the captain, inflicting a direct damage of 700. The second application of the technique followed closely. Boom! Yet, this blow left the zombie miner mage unscathed, thanks to a black armor enveloping its form that absorbed the impact. Without a moment's pause, Wang Shikong bit into his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to escape. Xianin. He directed the blood forward with the Xianin technique. Simultaneously, he unleashed the Xianin once more, dispersing his own aura backward. The zombie-type foes did not rely on sight to identify their targets, but rather on scent. Wang Shikong's successive actions aimed to obfuscate the zombie miner captain's focus. The first ruse with the scented tissue had succeeded, but for the second, he needed something more convincing. As expected, the zombie miner captain unleashed another black flame, targeting the blood. At that moment, Wang Shikong condensed the 5 elements fusion technique again, enhancing the flames with wind. Boom! The captain, whose black armor had just dissipated, was struck and collapsed. It was somewhat troublesome that he had to resort to his time stop ability. Wang Shikong noted that in less than a minute, he had expended 1/3 of his mental energy while also activating foresight and time stop. Had it not been for the swarm of mine rats, managing the 2 or 3 dozen would have consumed additional attacks. Nevertheless, considering it was a battle beyond level 5, compounded by the fact that the zombie miner captain was a black iron tier foe, he felt a sense of relief. Observing the densely packed clusters of elemental energy ahead, he allowed the Xianin to flow across his fan, dispersing the surrounding dust, and, as he approached, began to absorb the elemental energy. Ding, your level is 1. Mental energy 5, physique 2. Merely by absorbing the energy from 30 mine rats, his level had increased, and upon consuming the miner captain's energy, his progress bar surged significantly. Noticing several items that had dropped beside the zombie miner captain, he promptly instructed the skeletons to retrieve them. Shadow Ambush Skill Book. Dark Eye Recipe. 500 currency. Wang Shikong gazed upon the fallen items, particularly the recipe for the Dark Eye, his expression one of astonishment. The recipe, a treasure of immense value, filled him with exhilaration. By becoming an apothecary and mastering this formula, he could procure the necessary herbs to concoct the Dark Eye Potion, thereby amassing a significant fortune in currency. The worth of this recipe far exceeded that of black iron weaponry. Additionally, the skill book for Shadow Strike had also dropped. Shadow Strike. Unleash a shadow to inflict 7 points of mental damage on the target. Congratulations, you have learned the Shadow Strike skill template. Wang Shikong commenced his study of the spell, executing the Shadow Strike. You have comprehended the intricacies of Shadow Strike, achieving unparalleled proficiency. This skill, which Wang Shikong had also mastered in his previous life, when combined with the healing skill Light Shadow, could unleash devastating damage. The synergy of these two skills in collaboration would yield remarkable results. However, to wield both skills in tandem alone? Regrettably, no one could accomplish that in the early stages. Chapter 8. The Deceptive Legacy of the God of Light. Incarnate, Wang Shikong. Profession, Sorcerer. Realm, Elemental Refinement. Level, 2, 11,100. Vitality, 196280. Constitution, 11. Mental Power, 2020. Elemental Affinity. Metal, 578. Wood, 589. Water, 588. Fire, 592. Earth, 580. Wind, 588. Lightning, 580. Light, 577. Darkness, 572. Space, 595. Time. Possesses the heart of elements. Skills. 1. Basic elemental manipulation. Metal, unparalleled. Fire, unparalleled. Water, unparalleled. Wood, unparalleled. Earth, unparalleled. Wind, unparalleled. Lightning, unparalleled. Light, unparalleled. Darkness, unparalleled. 2. Summon skeleton, perfected. 3. Shadow strike, unparalleled. Equipment. 1. Hourglass of time, origin. 2. Guardian staff. Secondary profession, not yet activated. With the elevation in level, he acquired a guardian staff and the shadow strike skill, enabling him to vanquish even black iron level overseers during the cooldown period of his time stop ability. Progressing deeper into the cavern, he encountered a sudden turn, where a bright white light beckoned from within. Wang Shikong, filled with curiosity, urged his two skeletons to hasten their pace. Buzz. Upon reaching the corner, a beam of holy light enveloped him. Before him stood an elderly man with white hair, quietly positioned before a crucifix. The elder smiled upon seeing him. Fortunate one, welcome to the sanctuary of light. As his words resonated, the surroundings transformed. The dark mine vanished, replaced by a sacred hall. The ceiling and walls adorned with statues of white battle angels and light priests towered majestically. Sculptures of holy warriors, standing 2 meters tall, wielded sword and shield, exuding an aura of solemnity and reverence. This abrupt shift caused Wang Shikong's countenance to change, and as he regarded the kindly priest with the staff, his expression turned grave, devoid of any joy. The Temple of Light, the sovereign of the third era of the Endless Continent, stands as a testament to the trials of the God of Light. In a previous life, many encountered the divine assessment, including Wang Shikong, whose second demise occurred within these hallowed grounds. The lascivious God of Light, the malevolent God of Light, and the myriad victims who offer their sardonic salutations to this deranged deity all paint a vivid tableau of adversity. Little did Wang Shikong anticipate that he would once again face the divine assessment of the God of Light, especially since he had not heard of such trials in the town of Tianqing. Indeed, fortune and peril often coexist, revealing that he is not the fated child of destiny. This blessed land, laden with so many black iron weapons, is a testament to the existence of this daunting pitfall. Accepting his fate, he inhaled deeply. Divine love encompasses all. The priest ahead regarded him with a smile and proclaimed, "Fortunate one, congratulations on gaining the favor of the great God of Light. Will you praise the deity, exalt the deity, and worship the deity to become divine?" No soul could refuse the priest's entreaty. To do so would invite the old man to deem you a heretic. And heretics perish. The righteous path lay before him, as the great God of Light had established 4 trials. Should he succeed, the divine legacy would be his. The God of Light favors the honest, and thus, Wang Shikong was congratulated for passing the first trial. The priest, somewhat surprised by his swift response, gestured for him to follow. Wang Shikong nodded, recognizing that the first trial was indeed a cunning ruse. Divine love encompasses all, and as a devout believer, many would falter, choosing to save a city over their own integrity. The deity despises deceit. Those who make such choices face demise. The journey toward divinity must be undertaken with a pilgrim's heart. The priest halted at the edge of the grand hall, gazing towards the ethereal silhouette of the deity. Shrouded in sacred light, seated upon the divine throne, bowing his head in reverence. Devout followers kneel every 9 steps, but as the chosen heir of the divine legacy, you must kneel with each step. Wang Shikong fell into momentary silence upon hearing the priestess' words. Noticing his stillness, the priest fixed his gaze upon him. If the great God of Light could heal my legs, I would gladly prostrate myself before him, kissing the hem of his garments and offering my most fervent devotion. Wang Shikong declared. The priest responded, "Divine love encompasses all. He will treat every believer with kindness. The deity permits you to approach in a wheelchair." Wang Shikong smirked and pressed the button to advance. An unseen resistance enveloped him, the dense light elements nearly materializing. His gaze flickered slightly. The further he moved, the stronger the resistance became. A spark ignited within him, and he channeled his mental prowess to part the light elements, carving a path forward. Indeed, it had been said in his previous life that the second trial involved elemental affinity, and only those with a high affinity for light could pass. Thus, the second trial bore no connection to piety. It was merely a cruel jest by the god of light, demanding that each step be accompanied by a kneel. With his formidable affinity for the elements, Wang Shikong surged ahead, were it not for the lingering apprehension of the god's omnipotent presence. He might have attempted a drift in his wheelchair. Under the astonished gaze of the priest, Wang Shikong reached a distance of 2,000 meters, standing beneath the divine throne. He tilted his head back, surveying the 99 steps that lay ahead. Congratulations on passing the divine trial and advancing to the second phase. The priest appeared at his side, gazing upward at the staircase, and spoke. The divine bestows grace upon humanity. With each step you take, you draw closer to the divine. Praise the deity, so that your voice may reach him. Exalt the divine, that he may recognize your resolve. Wang Shikong gazed at the staircase ahead, which was also the most treacherous part. There were 99 steps, with a dividing line at the center of each step, signifying a bifurcation. One side representing life, the other death. Each step bore a mortality rate of 50%. As for standing on the center, that would guarantee death. There was no discernible difference. Ascending the 99 steps relied solely on luck. The outcome was that those who entered this place, while praising the god of light, fell into the very pit that the deity had dug for them. This was a significant reason why no one had ever passed the god of light's inheritance trial in the previous era, contributing to the deity's esteemed reputation. However, at this moment, Wang Shikong fixed his gaze upon the staircase, his eyes shimmering, his pupils glinting like gold. Crack, crack. Two skeletons appeared beside him, lifting him to the right side of the first step. Do not allow impure entities to desecrate the sanctuary, lest the deity be displeased, the priest remarked, slightly furrowing his brow at the sight of the skeletons. Wang Shikong paid him no heed. For according to the historical records of the Endless Continent's third era, the malevolent god of light was a twisted old man. Anyone who defied him was branded a heretic. Even the malevolent gods were more merciful, demons kinder, and succubi more trustworthy than he. He was the greatest villain of the third era. Upon reading this historical account, many believed that a historian had tampered with the truth. Possessing the ability of foresight allowed him to perceive whether he would survive the next moment, thus enabling him to make the correct choices. Step by step, he ascended the first, second, and third steps with steady footing, drawing ever closer to the divine throne and the ethereal figure beneath the sacred light. An expression of disbelief crossed the priest's face as he could not help but exclaim, "Praise my god of light, have you shown great mercy?" Chapter 9. The Divine Spoke. Smack! When the two skeletons placed Wang Shikong upon the 99th step, a smile graced his face. He had not anticipated that on the very first day of entering the Endless Continent, he would succeed in passing the third trial of the god of light. His gaze turned towards the ethereal figure upon the divine throne. It was an elder clad in a white robe, his hair as white as snow, the only brilliance emanating from the radiant, multicolored crown atop his head. Even as a mere apparition, he exuded an inexplicable pressure that evoked a deep impulse to worship. To think that a living soul could stand beside me. How many ages have passed? The illusory god of light suddenly opened his eyes, casting his gaze down upon Wang Shikong. His voice thundered, reverberating throughout the sanctuary. Hey, hey, hey. For reasons unknown, he suddenly erupted into laughter. Wang Shikong listened to this laughter, and then the god of light abruptly ceased. A playful smile directed at him. You bear a striking resemblance to my younger self. It is fate that binds us. Yet, to inherit my power, you must first earn my approval. As his voice faded, his ethereal form dissipated, coalescing into an exquisitely holy tone that floated gracefully before Wang Shikong, suspended in serene stillness. He extended his hand to grasp it, examining the title, the Word of God. Beneath the title lay a line of smaller text, the Great Light Elemental Deity, the God of Oakland, a seminal work of the upper volume of the legacy of the third epic ruler. Within a fortnight, achieve mastery of the first 3 pages of skills. Failure will result in expulsion from the Hall of Sacred Light. A notification echoed in his mind as Wang Shikong placed the book upon his lap and turned to the first page. The scripture proclaimed, "Those who defy me shall be my enemies. Those who disrespect me are heretics. God loves the world. God blesses the faithful." 3 lines of text stood prominently at the center, while below was inscribed a skill accompanied by two peculiar symbols. God said, "Let there be light," and thus darkness was dispelled. The Divine Light Technique. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the template for the Divine Light Technique. Divine Light Technique dispels negative effects afflicting oneself or allies under the illumination of divine light. It can withstand damage equal to 11 of one's mental power for a duration of 30 seconds. The Divine Light Technique? Wang Shikong paused in astonishment. Was this truly the Divine Light Technique? In his previous life, he had studied this skill, yet he distinctly remembered it possessing but one effect, the dispelling of negative effects, with no capacity to endure damage thereafter. Moreover, there was more to unveil. Divine Light Technique. Against evil heretics under the radiance of divine light. It inflicts damage equal to 11 of one's mental power. One spell, two effects, an option for both offense and defense. He turned to the second page, discovering yet another skill accompanied by two strange symbols. God said, "I love the world. I shall bestow light to heal all beings." Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired the template for the Healing Light Technique. Healing Light Technique releases a healing radiance equal to 11 of one's mental power, restoring lost health. Any surplus healing may replenish stamina and mental power. Another variant, Healing Light Technique, releases a healing radiance equal to 11 of one's mental power, healing the spirit, cleansing the roots, purifying the flesh and blood. He proceeded to the third page. God said, "To my followers, I grant courage to charge into battle. Divine encouragement bestows divine light upon allies within a 10-meter radius, enhancing their attack, defense, and speed by 40. Mental power of 100 elemental affinity is consumed per second, effective only against beings below the first transformation." Another variant, Divine Encouragement, bestows divine light upon heretics within a 10-meter radius, enhancing their attack, defense, and speed by 40. Mental power of 100 elemental affinity is consumed per second, effective only against beings below the first transformation. Continuing to flip through, he encountered a notification, insufficient mental power to open. Wang Shikong gazed at the astonishing skills, pursing his lips. Truly, praise be to the illustrious deity. A single skill exhibiting dual effects. Upon careful examination, he discerned that this was no mere light element skill. The essence of darkness had been intricately woven into its fabric. Indeed, the illustrious deity of a light element has intricately woven darkness into his divine craft. Light and dark elements are fundamentally antagonistic. In his previous life, Wang Shikong had never encountered a skill capable of seamlessly merging these opposing forces with such finesse. Truly, he embodies the might of the third era of the Endless Continent, the most formidable antagonist. The light element possesses a rare skill known as Radiance of Encouragement, which offers a mere 20-point enhancement at a considerable cost. Even so, it was categorized as an auxiliary divine skill in the early stages. His own skill, however, is extraordinarily potent. For an ordinary individual, the consumption of this skill is exorbitant, yet for him, it drains less than 0.2 mental power per second. With his current mental power at 20, he could sustain it for over a minute. Wang Shikong marveled slightly, fixating on these three skills, endeavoring to master them rapidly and to their fullest potential. "Let there be light," proclaimed the deity, and thus darkness was dispelled. Wang Shikong commenced his incantation, swiftly constructing the combination. After a full 30 seconds, he declared, "Divine Light Technique." Ding! Your proficiency in Divine Light Technique has increased, reaching the beginner level. A brilliant glimmer emerged, and a grave expression crossed Wang Shikong's face. It was exceedingly challenging, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary skills. The task of integrating the dark element into the light element caused elemental chaos, necessitating an exceptionally delicate control. This surpassed the difficulty of typical elemental fusion skills. Most crucially, Wang Shikong had never encountered such a skill in his previous life, thus requiring him to relearn, comprehend, and master it anew. Even the elite auxiliary spellcasters of his former life would require at least half a month to achieve mastery over these three skills, if not longer. Wang Shikong murmured to himself, yet he believed that, due to his formidable elemental affinity and extensive experience, he would encounter no significant obstacles. The Inheritance of Divine Proclamation, authored by the God of Light, though incomplete, was an acquisition he must secure. Such rare tomes of inheritance, once obtained, would grant him a plethora of spell skills, provided his mental power sufficed. Moreover, this would form a coherent system, representing the pinnacle of opportunities on the Endless Continent. Wang Shikong dared not waste time and immediately focused on his practice. 3 hours elapsed, and upon checking the time, he exited the realm of the Endless Continent. Ha ha ha. I can now conjure a fireball within 10 seconds. I am truly a genius. This afternoon, I dispatched 5 wild chickens. By tomorrow, I should ascend to level 1. Impressive, isn't it? As Wang Shikong stepped out of the elevator, he heard Ning Qingyo's melodious voice chattering cheerfully. Impressive indeed. Soon, you shall soar to the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. What sun? He replied. I aspire to become a goddess. Ha! She lay sprawled on the sofa, laughing, dressed in cool attire. Upon noticing Wang Shikong's arrival, her laughter abruptly ceased. Tilting her head, she scrutinized him from head to toe, revealing a hint of disdain. Why are you so dirty? Wang Shikong glanced at himself, realizing he was indeed somewhat soiled. Despite his efforts, dust from the mine had inevitably settled upon him. I'll take you to clean up, Ning Qingyu said, rising and guiding him toward the bathing area. Wang Shikong nodded and made his way to the bathing area, retrieving a towel to meticulously wipe down his attire. Through the mirror, he beheld his refined visage and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. You seem a bit unkempt. Perhaps I could assist you with a wash this evening? Ning Qingyu remarked, brushing off the dust from her back and pausing as she noted the grime on the nape of her neck. Wang Shikong was momentarily taken aback and turned to glance at her. Their eyes met, and Ning Qingyu, slightly flustered, quickly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, raising her voice slightly. It is only natural for me to care for you, especially since we are officially registered. A soft cough escaped Wang Shikong, and he nodded in agreement. Very well. Chapter 10. The Terrifying Reward. Humph, my sister has never been this kind to me. After dinner, Ning Qingyu clinked her chopsticks against the bowl, watching enviously as her sister pushed Wang Shikong away, her lips pouting in jealousy. I must say, your sister is far too benevolent. Ning Tianxiong also cast a jealous glance. Once we remedy this brat's leg injury, he should depart as far as possible. Damn it, my own daughter hardly cares for me, yet she devotes herself to this young man. What now that they are registered? Ning Mu furrowed her brow. This child, Shikong, possesses quite an appealing appearance. Should we consider? Consider what? They're already married. What does that matter? There's so many divorces nowadays that a mere certificate means little. Ning Tianxiong interrupted his wife's thoughts by pulling out a cigarette. Qingya feels pity for him. There is no love involved, and besides, he is utterly unworthy of our daughter. Just looking at him is vexatious. Lighting the cigarette, he took a deep drag. Damn it. In my own home, can I not even smoke? The atmosphere in the bathing area was somewhat intimate, but fortunately, Wang Shikong was capable of attending to himself in the more private areas. Ning Qingyu merely needed to assist with his back and legs. Even so, after helping him to bed, she left with her cheeks still flushed. Although Ning Qingyu had resolved to care for him for a lifetime, and they had indeed registered, she had never experienced romance and was unaccustomed to such situations. Each time she assisted him, her mind would swirl and her heart would race. Wang Shikong found amusement in her flustered demeanor while simultaneously steeling his resolve within. Closing his eyes, he ventured into the infinite continent. Upon reappearing in the sanctuary of light, Wang Shikong resumed his practice of the divine light technique. He bore no grievances about being trapped in the sanctuary on the first day. In the infinite continent, the elevation of one's rank was of secondary importance. It was a matter of mastering one's skills thoroughly. After practicing until midnight and feeling fatigued, he took a break. Despite having acquired the methods of cultivation, rest was still imperative. Going all out? Certainly, but mental exhaustion would hinder combat effectiveness and the enhancement of spell proficiency. Wang Shikong maintained a regimen of 8 hours of rest each day. Notification: congratulations! Your proficiency in divine light technique has reached mastery. 3 days later, Wang Shikong finally achieved mastery in the divine light technique and shifted his focus to the healing light technique. The complexity of the healing light technique was somewhat greater than that of the divine light technique. Yet in less than 4 days, he too brought it to mastery. Finally, he approached the even more challenging skill of divine inspiration. Congratulations, your proficiency in the divine inspiration has reached perfection. On the 14th day, a notification echoed. Wang Shikong exhaled softly, relieved. After immersing himself in relentless practice for over 10 days, he had finally succeeded. A hum resonated as the tome of divine words radiated brilliance, enveloping him in its glow. You have passed the trial of the God of Light and received a portion of the God of Light's legacy. Your mental strength is now 40. You have gained the recognition of the divine words tome, now bound to your soul. Upon opening the tome, your casting speed of light spells will increase by 50. Congratulations, O Chosen One, on acquiring the illustrious legacy of the God of Light. As a series of notifications rang out, the elderly priest appeared before him, kneeling on one knee while holding his staff, and implored, "Please, O Chosen One, let the radiance of the God of Light illuminate the endless continent." Main quest activated. The radiance of the God of Light. As the Chosen One of the God of Light, it is your solemn duty to restore the brilliance of the God. Disperse divine light, purify heresy, and ensure that your personal or established team's prestige reaches 10 million. Upon completion, the second legacy of the Holy Temple of Light will be unlocked. Wang Shikong's eyes shimmered as he absorbed this barrage of information. He glanced at the kneeling priest and nodded. "I shall ensure that the world witnesses the divine light once more." The old man, filled with faith in the Chosen One, believed that upon completing the trial, this temple would belong to him, and his lingering soul would serve the magnificent God of Light. The priest rose and bowed, dissipating into a radiant glow. "You have acquired the spatial treasure, the Holy Temple of Light." Holy Temple of Light, epic, a spatial treasure. Increasing the power of light elemental spells by 50. It can transform into rings or other jewelry for storage, capable of housing living beings, now bound to your soul. The notifications chimed again, eliciting a look of delight from Wang Shikong. With a mere thought, his surroundings vanished, and he reappeared within the Forsaken Mine. An epic-grade storage treasure that enhances the power of light elemental spells by 50 and can store living beings. Wang Shikong's spirit sword. The effects and attributes were simply astounding. The equipment levels on the Endless Continent range from ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legend, to mythical. He had not obtained an epic-grade item even after 5 years in his previous life, with the best being a dark gold artifact. The reward of 40 mental strength was equally remarkable, akin to an elevation of 8 levels in mental prowess. His gaze flickered as he recognized how invaluable this additional mental strength increase was. When he transitioned to the Divine Palace, a higher mental strength would yield a larger palace, enhancing his combat capabilities post-transition. It was akin to the foundational stages in cultivation novels, categorized into ordinary foundation, earth-grade foundation, heaven-s path foundation, and so forth. The deeper the foundation laid in the early stages, the stronger the future prowess. In due time, battling at levels 8 or 9 would be entirely plausible. Currently, despite only being at level 2, his practical experience was undeniable. He once again turned his attention to the tome of divine words. The divine scriptures of the God of Light, bound to the soul, grant the bearer the ability to wield the art of truth. The deity abhors deceit. The art of truth enables one to discern the veracity of another's words. This skill, a passive one, is a proactive spell that can only be mastered by those who have reached the 4th level of transcendence in their cultivation. Wang Shikong is quite pleased with this ability. For the depths of the human heart are inscrutable, and sometimes the damage inflicted by lies can be more terrifying than the divine arts of the malevolent deity. Possessing an ever-active art of truth allows him to distinguish truth from falsehood. His recent gains have been bountiful. It has been half a month since the wealthy have gathered sufficient currency, and their black iron weapons are now ready to be traded. At this moment, the Sanctuary of Light rests like an ordinary ring upon his finger, entirely unassuming despite being an epic treasure. He summons 2 skeletons to carry him towards the cave entrance. Upon exiting, he stirs the sweltering air and makes his way directly to Qing Tian Town for his numerous plans to execute. As he traverses the path in his wheelchair, the surroundings have transformed from the desolation he encountered upon arrival. Along the way, he encounters various individuals riding bicycles, shared electric scooters, and even those racing on motorcycles, introducing a hint of science fiction into this fantastical realm. This makes his presence in the wheelchair less conspicuous. However, the technology of the Endless Continent surpasses that of Blue Star. The continent's history extends back 100,000 years, having witnessed 5 magnificent epochs. The brilliance of its technological advancements is evident in communication devices, teleportation arrays, elemental airships, spatial storage rings, and projection formations. After selling his equipment, he first purchases a communicator and subsequently establishes a small party. He has not forgotten the follow-up tasks of the Divine Legacy, which involve increasing his reputation. Elevating one's reputation is a formidable challenge. Attaining 10 million prestige points, in his view, will only be feasible for someone on the Endless Continent 3 years hence. Moreover, this reputation is not personal but pertains to guild standing. Given the constraints on his time to establish a guild and the fact that his wife intends to create a powerful guild, he opts to form a small party for the purposes of reputation and to engage in various quests in dungeons that require teamwork. Compared to before, the streets of Qing Tian Town are now filled with familiar faces. The townsfolk wield an array of weapons, kitchen knives, sickles, baseball bats, or even steel rods. Those possessing formal weaponry are exceedingly rare. The local weapon shop offers both ordinary and black iron weapons for sale, but the former starts at 500 currency, while the latter demands a staggering 10,000 currency. Given the dismal drop rates on the endless continent, it is considered fortunate for an individual to acquire even 20 currency in a single day. As Wang Shikong navigates the busy thoroughfare, he arrives at a bustling intersection, drawing forth 4 guardian long swords to place before him. Black iron long swords, available at a discounted price of 95 from the shop. Only currency is accepted. Chapter 11. The Divine Squad is formed. A quintet annihilated. In the towns of the endless continent, it is quite permissible to set up stalls as long as they do not obstruct the roadway. Even selling weapons at a lower price right in front of the weapon shop will not draw the ire of the shopkeeper. In fact, during the early stages of the game, the indigenous weapon shops were perpetually in high demand. The drop rate on the endless continent was notoriously low, yet there were affluent individuals willing to exchange $100 in reality for a single currency unit. Take, for instance, the wealthy elite of Daxia, who could easily purchase several luxury cars worth millions. A single garment could cost tens of thousands, while gifts for their girlfriends, such as handbags, could reach into the hundreds of thousands. The expense of maintaining a mistress could exceed $1 million over the course of a year, and hiring an escort could amount to several tens of thousands for a single encounter. Now, was it exorbitant to acquire currency at such high prices to procure weapons that would expedite their journey on the path of the extraordinary? Not at all. Suddenly, what was this? Black iron weapons for sale? A 5 discount at the weapon shop? For black iron long swords? I haven't even managed to secure a single ordinary weapon, and here you are offering 4 black iron weapons? Sir, where did you procure these weapons? Might you share the source with me? I would be most appreciative. Wang Shikong had barely set up for a minute before he was met with gasps of astonishment from the surrounding crowd. A heavily made-up woman crouched beside him, inquiring eagerly. Wang Shikong glanced around, completely disregarding them, his focus fixed on the divine tome in his hands. He could channel his spirit into the book to practice skill proficiency. Was she not aware? A mere cripple? The woman, noticing his indifference, could not restrain herself and exclaimed loudly, "Brother, would reality currency suffice? I can offer 110,000 directly transferred." Some genuine buyers made their offers, yet Wang Shikong remained unfazed. What use did reality currency hold for him? He wasn't in need. His wife's family was affluent. Over a year later, the reality currency system would collapse entirely, replaced by transactions solely in currency units. Seeing Wang Shikong's indifference, the onlookers could only gaze enviously before departing in resignation. As for robbery, within the city, the repercussions for murder, theft, and assault were dire. The lightest penalty could be execution, while the severest could lead to years of imprisonment, effectively ruining one's life. "Brother, I would like 2 black iron long swords." Within minutes, several young men, clearly of distinguished standing, approached, each wielding legitimate weapons, with 2 of them brandishing exquisite shields and staves. They were clearly not of Blue Star origin. Wang Shikong raised his gaze towards them. "Sure, if we purchase 2, could we perhaps receive a 10 discount as a gesture of friendship?" The central figure smiled at him. "I am Zhang Zihao, the heir of Qingyun Group and the founder of the Qingyun Guild." Zhang Zihao's expression faltered momentarily as he retrieved currency from his spatial ring, presenting it to Wang Shikong. 95 currency units, correct? Here is 19,000. All right. Wang Shikong accepted it, counted it, and handed him the 2 black iron long swords. "Brother, where did you obtain these black iron weapons? Which guild do you belong to?" A young man beside Zhang Zihao inquired, his gaze flickering with curiosity. "Did you acquire them from slaying monsters?" The group scrutinized the man seated in the wheelchair, their faces reflecting disbelief. "My dear brother, would you be interested in joining our Qingyun Guild?" Zhang Zihao extended the invitation. Wang Shikong shook his head, setting aside the 2 black iron long swords once more. His gaze fell upon the tomes spoken of by the divine, disregarding the others entirely. Zhang Zihua observed the indifference directed at him, furrowing his brow as he watched the individual produce 2 black iron long swords, a flicker of astonishment gracing his features. Black iron weaponry still exists? Rumors of the low-price sale of black iron weapons had swiftly circulated through Tianqing town, drawing numerous affluent patrons before long. A mere 95% of the original price, though only 500 yuan coins cheaper, represented a significant saving when considering the disparity in the acquisition of yuan coins. In no time, the weapons were snatched up one by one. "Brother, do you still have black iron sabers?" A middle-aged man inquired as Wang Shikong was closing his stall. "Sold out," Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head. "What a pity, I arrived too late. The middle-aged man expressed regretfully. Brother, do you have any intention of selling yuan coins? Very well. Brother, let us exchange contact information. Should you decide to sell yuan coins or weapons in the future, you may reach out to me. He produced a communication device, offering it to Wang Shikong. I haven't bought one yet, Wang Shikong remarked, glancing at the device, which required a purchase price of 500 yuan coins. I have an unopened one. Consider it a gift to a friend, the middle-aged man said, momentarily taken aback before generously handing over the communication device. Wang Shikong, slightly astonished, replied, Allow me to pay you. No need, it's merely 500 yuan coins. Let us regard it as a gesture of friendship. The middle-aged man shook his head and extended his hand with a smile. In the future, you may call me Lao Hu. Raising an eyebrow, Wang Shikong shook his hand in return. Let's exchange contact information then. Activating the communication device, he renamed the contact as Shikong. You have added Hu Xianfeng as a friend. As the two established their connection, Wang Shikong's gaze sharpened upon seeing the name. Lao Hu Xianfeng, the president of the Tianhu Guild, one of the top 10 super guilds in future Daxia. He adjusted his glasses, his expression turning to one of incredulity. He anticipated that they inhabited the same small town. With such a distinctive style and ambition, it was no wonder he could establish the formidable Tianhu Guild. Until next time, farewell. Remember to contact me should you acquire any weapons or equipment. Nodding to Hu Xianfeng, Wang Shikong glanced at his balance of over 140,000 yuan coins and made his way directly to the cultivator service hall in Tianqing town. The service hall offered a multitude of services, including the formation of teams and guilds. Wang Shikong paid 1,000 yuan coins to apply for the establishment of a team. After deliberating on a name, he decided to call it Divine Discourse. Congratulations on founding the Divine Discourse team. Current team level, Ordinary. Upgrading the team level will grant additional aura bonuses. The team levels are Ordinary, Elite, Silver, Gold, Monarch, Legend. A team may consist of a maximum of 10 members. After establishing the team, Wang Shikong contemplated the second opportunity in Tianqing town. It would be prudent to focus on upgrading his strength first. Those at a higher level were likely around 4 or 5, and he needed to elevate his own level. Are you aware of the Decaying Manor dungeon appearing before the Graveyard of the Forgotten? A training dungeon? What is a training dungeon? In the realm of celestial trials, it is said that within lies the opportunity to vanquish foes without the consequence of permanent demise. A veritable boon for those of us seeking to advance our levels. However, it appears that each individual is permitted entry only thrice daily, with rewards awaiting those who successfully navigate its challenges, though no teams have yet achieved victory. The notion of not facing death is compelling indeed. Thus, I hasten forth. As I traverse the path, a sudden exclamation pierces the air. The Decaying Manor instance? Wang Shikong muses, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Is it truly opening at this juncture? The celestial instance represents a privilege for them, offering the chance to engage in combat while honing their skills and acquiring essence experience. Most significantly, Wang Shikong recalls that completing the instance for the first time grants additional rewards in mental and physical fortitude. With resolute determination, he resolves to secure the inaugural completion of the Decaying Manor instance. In his previous life, paralyzed from the waist down, such rewards had seemed distant, which explains his lack of awareness regarding the timing of the instance's emergence. Now enlightened, he recognizes this opportunity to fortify his foundation and will not let it slip away. Moreover, the first completion would elevate the prestige of his team. He retrieves his communicator and promptly sends a message to Hu Xianfeng. Old Hu. The Decaying Manor instance is open. Bring 3 companions. I shall lead you to the first completion. As a 5-person team is required, he calls upon Hu, who is known for his social acumen. Is brother Shikong confident? Shortly thereafter, Hu replies, All right, I am currently at the Decaying Manor instance. You may come directly. I shall arrive in approximately 40 minutes. As he departs the town, a sudden instinct stirs within him. Wealth can stir the heart. Wang Shikong remains unfazed, deliberately slowing his pace as he glides forward. Moments later, a fierce wind rushes from behind, a blade poised against his neck. Just a useless wretch. We were cautious for 5 minutes, thinking you possessed some skill. Jeers a voice, accompanied by a cacophony of derisive laughter. The 4 young men who had trailed him now encircle him, their expressions a blend of excitement and malice. These 5 youths are none other than Zhang Zihao and his companions, who had earlier approached Wang Shikong to negotiate a discount for the protective long knife. Is this how you wish to forge friendships? Zhang Zihao advances, mockery etched upon his face. A paralyzed wretch. I'm curious how you've amassed such a trove of black iron weapons. If you wish to avoid a painful end, you would do well to divulge the truth. Brother Hao sees his spatial ring. This fellow possesses tens of thousands of currency, worth over 1 million. A youth, driven by greed and excitement, strides towards Wang Shikong, the black iron long knife still poised at his throat. To them, Wang Shikong is akin to meat on a chopping block, his spirit unkind, in dire need of purification. Upon witnessing their approach, Wang Shikong calmly opens the tome of divine knowledge, his voice steady. Before him, a radiant orb coalesces into the form of an arrow, striking the unprepared youth squarely in the neck. The young man's eyes widen in disbelief, his mind momentarily fogged as adrenaline surges, rendering him oblivious to the pain while he instinctively clutches at the wound in terror. However, ahead, Zhang Zihao and his companions watched in horror as an arrow pierced through his neck, resulting in his instantaneous demise, their faces gradually reflecting shock. What on earth is happening? Yet, in the next moment, beams of radiant swords began to coalesce before the paralyzed figure, the speed of which was utterly astonishing. The fundamental manipulation of elements, executed with Wang Shikong's mastery, required no incantation. Even the alteration of form, combined with the casting speed of the light element at level 50, allowed for the conjuring of 4 radiant swords in just over a second. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The swords flew forth. Damn, run! Zhang Zihao shouted in utter disbelief. But Wang Shikong had already anticipated their positions. One by one, the 4 bodies collapsed. The power of the light element spells at level 50, combined with Wang Shikong's attributes akin to level 10, naturally resulted in an effortless annihilation. Chapter 12. The Divine Proclamation. I love humanity. What on earth? How is this possible? Inside a villa in Su province of the Great Xia, a phantom figure solidified, and Zhang Zihao, filled with rage and astonishment, cursed loudly. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could not comprehend it at all. Although he was not a mage, he had learned online that the fastest spell casting by mages nowadays took at least 4 seconds. That guy cast instantly. Damn it, all my equipment and weapons are gone. I spent a fortune on them. Zhang Zihao's heart bled. The haul was decent. 5 black iron weapons, 3 pieces of black iron armor, 1 pair of black iron boots, and 5 space rings. Outside Tianqing town, Wang Shikong smiled as he observed the weapons and equipment stripped from the skeletons, cleansing with water, disinfecting with fire, with a hint of obsessive cleanliness. He collected all the gear, opening each space ring to discover a total of 20,000 coins and 5 communicators inside. A remarkable profit, just enough to sell to Hu Xianfeng. Wang Shikong was in high spirits as he hastened towards the direction of the Corruption Manor dungeon. This dungeon was exceedingly challenging. It even contained wandering spirits that nearly terrified him. The fire rabbits were equally repulsive. 20 level 4 fire rabbits charged at him all at once. And he could not compete, being only at level 4 himself. The wandering spirits were bothersome, and the fire rabbits were detestable, looking for a physical cultivator with ordinary weapons. A team of 5 at level 4. I am a student from a prestigious university, adept at spell casting, seeking a formidable team to delve into dungeons. The location of the dungeon was conspicuous, with at least tens of thousands gathered there. As he approached, various sounds echoed around. Wang Shikong, in his wheelchair, navigated towards Lao Hu's position using the locator on his communicator. Soon, he spotted Lao Hu's figure. Beside Lao Hu were several individuals, including a tall woman, at least one, 75 meters, with short hair wielding a long sword, exuding a heroic demeanor. She was clad in basic black iron gear from the equipment shop. The others were similarly equipped with black iron gear. Such a configuration undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of teams at present. Lao Hu, Wang Shikong called out as he drew nearer, casting a glance at the tall woman, who, if he was not mistaken, should be the daughter of Hu Xianfeng. In later generations, the renowned Queen of Thunder, known as Yao Yi, is celebrated as one of the top 3 women in the entirety of Blue Star, her strength, prestige, and reputation far surpassing that of the Snow Queen, Ning Qingya. The time-space brother has arrived. Lao Hu turned to him with a smile. I've acquired some dungeon information from several capable teams. You are a mage, aren't you, time-space brother? The others around Lao Hu also glanced at him, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wang Shikong seated in a wheelchair. Wait a minute, are you disabled? Before Wang Shikong could respond, a young man abruptly inquired. Wang Shikong calmly nodded in acknowledgement. Lao Hu, you asked me to relinquish a position, and it turns out it's for this crippled individual in a wheelchair. The young man stared wide-eyed, questioning Lao Hu. Indeed, Uncle Hu, another youth chimed in. This dungeon is exceedingly challenging, with only 3 chances to attempt it in a day. What can a mage like him accomplish? The essence of being a mage lies in movement and evasion. How could someone in a wheelchair hope to play as a mage? Is there even a difficulty level for the old and infirm? If there were, perhaps even a wheelchair-bound individual could participate. Nearby, a group of young men and women searching for a team overheard their conversation and couldn't help but join in the ridicule. Wang Shikong frowned slightly at their words. Lao Hu's expression turned awkward as he faced the youth. Along, we had discussed this beforehand. What are you causing a scene for? Look, if the person taking my place were capable, I wouldn't say anything, Along replied, his face flushed as he pointed at Wang Shikong. But he is just a useless waste with 2 paralyzed legs. Enough. Lao Hu, unable to maintain his composure, sternly rebuked him, turning apologetically toward Wang Shikong. Brother, I'm sorry. Wang Shikong opened his mouth to speak gently, shaking his head. It's all right. The divine says, I love humanity. If humanity mocks me, I shall heal their souls, cleanse their essence, and purify their flesh. Initially, Lao Hu felt a slight relief upon hearing his words. However, as he listened further, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. He noticed light elements gathering before Wang Shikong. Holy cow, is he casting a spell? Along was momentarily stunned, sensing an inexplicable unease as he saw the gathered light elements. He brandished his staff, demanding, What the hell are you doing? Wang Shikong calmly replied, Light healing divine technique. The technique swiftly enveloped Along, who had no time to react. As the light descended upon him, wisps of white smoke emanated from his body, and he let out a pained scream that sent shivers down the spines of those around. Crash! The scream lasted but a second before he collapsed. Holy cow! You actually dared to ambush Along. I'll kill you. A companion of Along, witnessing the scene, turned pale and immediately drew his sword. Wang Shikong regarded him, stating, The divine says to let it go. The divine does not wish to engage in idle chatter. A radiant arrow of light coalesced and shot toward the young man. Upon seeing it, his face contorted in shock as he attempted to evade. Yet, even without the power of foresight, Wang Shikong could easily predict the movements of an amateur. The arrow struck him, causing his body to tremble, his eyes wide with disbelief. Crash! He fell to the ground without even uttering a cry. Wang Shikong calmly nodded, gazing at the perspiring old Hu, whose face was filled with vigilance and shock, and said apologetically, I am sorry, old Hu. Your friend deserved punishment. I cannot hold back. Do you wish to avenge him? The notion of punishment and revenge was not lost on him. He was well aware of the capabilities of these 2 teammates. They possessed wealth, good equipment, and their strength was undeniably formidable, ranking among the elite in their class of spellcasters and martial artists. Yet, to be instantaneously vanquished by 2 spells? The terrifying damage and casting speed shattered his understanding. Revenge? Surely, Shikong was jesting. He was so powerful. Old Hu, with a hint of bitterness, quickly shook his head. This was indeed my fault. Insulting the strong is a lesson they deserved. I apologize once more. Indeed, Wang Shikong nodded thoughtfully. In the Endless Continent, it was a path to death for the weak to insult the strong. Sensing that he spoke truthfully, Wang Shikong continued. Are there any other intentions to venture into the dungeon together? Of course. Old Hu's eyes brightened. I have a few other brothers here. We can enter the dungeon at any time. Wang Shikong nodded, casting a glance over his companions. The young man and woman nearby gazed blankly at this sudden turn of events, their expressions changing drastically upon noticing his gaze. Big brother, we are truly sorry. We repent and seek atonement. Chapter 13, The Astonishing Casting Speed. God loves all mankind, and Wang Shikong is no slayer. He spared the young man and woman, producing 4 team emblems from the Divine Squad and handing them to Old Hu. Temporarily join my team. No problem. Old Hu accepted and nodded. Allow me to introduce you. This is my daughter, Yao Yi. These 2 are my brothers I met in Tianqing Town, Tianqing and Jingshan. Greetings. Wang Shikong acknowledged them with a nod. Yao Yi regarded him curiously, her mind brimming with questions, yet she refrained from asking. We are ready to enter, Wang Shikong informed them as they approached the dungeon entrance. Welcome to the Corrupted Manor Trial Dungeon, Divine Squad. Please select difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare. Nightmare, Wang Shikong immediately confirmed. What an astonishingly strong figure that was sitting in a wheelchair. How could he cast spells instantaneously? It's outrageous. My own proficiency takes a full 6 seconds to release. And what was his first skill? So terrifying. Could sitting enhance casting speed? As the teleportation array activated, faint gasps reached Wang Shikong's ears. In the next moment, they found themselves before a dilapidated and decaying entrance. The dim sky was adorned with a crescent moon, and the shattered entrance to the courtyard flickered with the ominous glow of flames, exuding a chilling and terrifying atmosphere. Nightmare level? Upon hearing the prompt, everyone held their breath. Old Hu's expression shifted as he hesitantly looked at Wang Shikong and inquired, "Shikong, are you confident?" "It should be fine," Wang Shikong replied. Though it was his first time entering the corrupted manor dungeon, and he held no absolute certainty. In his previous life, he had perused strategies regarding the corrupted manor dungeon. Coupled with the formidable prowess of Lao Hu and his companions, the endeavor should not pose significant challenges. According to the information we have gathered, the hard difficulty of the corrupted manor already features black iron level adversaries, and the nightmare level is likely to be even more formidable. Yao Yi glanced at him, curiosity evident in his voice. Our strength, while commendable, has yet to conquer even the standard difficulty. If we are to proceed, it seems we will require the intervention of a master. Do not refer to me as a master, Wang Shikong replied, disliking the title, his gaze fixed ahead. Prepare for battle. From now on, follow my commands. Very well. Then we shall refer to you as Captain. Yao nodded in agreement. Yao Yi, you should lead the way. Captain, Lao Hu instructed, addressing his daughter. Upon hearing their titles, Wang Shikong paused momentarily. Being called captain by the founders of the Super Guild and top-tier powers was undeniably gratifying. No need for that. He shook his head as skeletal summoning formations materialized on either side. Two skeletons emerged, lifting his wheelchair. Under the radiant moonlight, the skeletons, the wheelchair, the youth, and the pristine tome presented an eerie sight. Body cultivators, take the front, Wang Shikong commanded, clutching the divine tome. Understood. Lao Hu cast a curious glance at the two skeletons, unable to suppress a remark. Impressive. Captain, may I pose a question? Why can you cast spells without incantations? Yao Yi inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Proficiency. If you elevate your proficiency to an extraordinary level, incantations become unnecessary. Proficiency? I have been practicing the mastery of the lightning element for 4 hours daily at the skill training facility in Tianqing Town, and I have only just reached perfection. Yet you have achieved an extraordinary level. Yao Yi expressed his astonishment. Is there a shortcut? The Endless Continent has been linked to Blue Star for half a month now. Much information has been disclosed, such as the fact that cultivating elements with which one has a higher affinity facilitates proficiency enhancement. Additionally, those with superior learning capabilities experience swifter skill advancement. Practicing skills within the training facility yields optimal results. However, utilizing the facility for an hour costs a staggering 100 coins. Yao Yi believed himself to possess a high affinity for the lightning element, and, with his substantial investment, had only just attained perfection. The skill training facility indeed represented a shortcut. Everyone, remain vigilant. Once we enter the manor, we shall encounter corrupted servants, Lao Hu warned solemnly, gesturing for Jingshan to watch their flanks. Wang Shikong also kept his gaze fixed ahead, his eyes shimmering with caution. Whoosh! In the next moment his gaze sharpened. As they stepped through the threshold, a luminous arrow shot towards Lao Hu's right side. Bang! A shadow materialized. Corrupted Doorman, Black Iron Level 3. Health, 500. Constitution, 35. Mental Power, 14. Skills, 1. Shadow Stealth, 2. Claw Strike. Curse it. It can turn invisible? Is this what the nightmare level entails? Lao Hu's expression shifted as he failed to perceive the threat. He drew his black iron longsword, engulfed in flames, and slashed towards it. Bang! The moment the corrupted doorman met his demise, Wang Shikong observed Lao Hu's reaction with a slight nod, acknowledging him as a formidable future powerhouse. Lao Hu, now at level 5, possessed considerable strength. A mere doorman of black iron rank was not to be underestimated, as his capabilities were markedly superior to ours. This was significantly more challenging than an ordinary encounter. On the other side, Jing Shan's expression altered slightly as he remarked, "The foundational monsters in the Nightmare Dungeon are all of black iron rank." Wang Shikong responded, "Though the stealth ability of the dark element is imperceptible to the naked eye, one can sense the surrounding wind elements and the fluctuations of the dark elements through intuition." Approaching the lifeless body of the corrupted doorman, he declared, "Henceforth, all items and energy that drop shall belong to me. The rewards for completing this dungeon will sufficiently benefit you all." No objections here, Lao Hu and the others concurred. As long as Wang Shikong could guide them through the dungeon's completion, they had no qualms about relinquishing the spoils. Given their current strength, even an ordinary dungeon posed a significant challenge. "Let us proceed," Wang Shikong signaled, and the group continued onward. "We should soon encounter 3 corrupted gardeners." Lao Hu alerted them. As anticipated, after advancing a few meters, 3 corrupted gardeners, also of level 3 black iron rank, charged forward. 3 radiant arrows swiftly flew through the air. Lao Hu Yai and Jingshan immediately engaged with their blades. Tian Cheng, the mage, had no opportunity to intervene as the 3 gardeners were swiftly dispatched. Let us check the drops. Wang Shikong suggested upon noticing an item on the ground. Yai, with his long strides, hurried over to collect it and presented it to him. 50 silver coins and a torch. Torch, when ignited, it enhances fire element spell attacks by 5 and burns for 10 minutes. Wang Shikong regarded the torch and nodded, accepting it. We just scored 50 silver coins. The drops are indeed generous, Jing Shan remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. With a captain like this, the nightmare-level dungeon appears somewhat manageable. The speed of his spellcasting and the damage he deals. One person can easily rival a dozen of us, Tian Cheng marveled. He considered himself competent, wielding a black iron staff and robe, believing he could inflict over 100 points of damage on a level 3 black iron monster with his fire spell. Yet, the captain's singular radiant arrow dealt nearly triple that. Most notably, while it took him 4 seconds to cast his fire spell, the captain could unleash 5 or 6 radiant arrows in that time. The comparison was staggering. Chapter 14. Wisdom and Strength. Let us continue. The upcoming challenges may prove troublesome. Wang Shikong stated with a calm demeanor. The corrupted monsters in the villa dungeon numbered over 300, and they were merely at the outset. Woof, woof, as they advanced. The sounds of barking signaled the approach of 4 corrupted hounds charging fiercely toward them. This time, I must attack, the mage Tian Cheng declared, initiating his incantation. Lao Hu, Yai, and the other 2 warriors immediately prepared to engage. Jing Shan positioned himself at the center, wielding a blade in one hand and a shield in the other, with the earth element coalescing upon his shield, clearly indicating a defensive strategy. Lao Hu infused his long sword with fire elements, while Yai harnessed the power of thunder. The 3 exhibited exceptional combat prowess, clearly honed through rigorous training. By Wang Shikong's side, arrows of light soared forth with precision. The 4th-level magical hound possessed somewhat higher defensive capabilities, causing Wang Shikong's assaults to inflict diminished damage. Nevertheless, a single strike still managed to deplete over half of its health. Within a mere span of 2 seconds, he unleashed 4 arrows of light, and he did not pause. A continuous barrage of radiant arrows followed, reminiscent of a laser gun. His advantage stemmed from the Holy Temple of Light and the Divine Scriptures, bestowing him with a 50 damage and 50 casting speed for light element spells. One must never reveal all their trump cards. This principle would later be widely acknowledged by cultivators. When your hidden strengths are fully exposed, you find yourself perilously close to death. Due to the elemental interactions, once your secrets are laid bare, the probability of your opponent successfully eliminating you escalates by 50%. Suddenly, beside Wang Shikong, the mage Tian Cheng launched a fireball, which embarrassingly struck the magical hound that had just fallen to Wang Shikong's second arrow. The ineffective damage prompted him to sheepishly scratch his head. Another 60 coins and 2 magical canine teeth dropped. After the 4 hounds were vanquished, Yao handed over the spoils, her eyes sparkling as she remarked, "Captain, your attack frequency is astonishingly rapid. I should have chosen the mage path too." Wang Shikong shook his head, asserting, "Each path has its merits. If you can refine your combat techniques to the utmost, even slaying monsters of the same level will become exceedingly effortless." He had witnessed the prowess of elite physical cultivators who, relying solely on their combat skills without excessive use of techniques, could eliminate foes without sustaining any damage. Some assassin-type physical cultivators were even more ferocious, capable of delivering lethal strikes and vanishing in an instant. Techniques, you say? Yao nodded, having grasped the significance of skill through their days of exploration. The group continued onward, soon encountering 5 more hounds, which fell swiftly to Wang Shikong's formidable strikes. They also navigated past a combination of 4th-level magical servants and hounds with ease. After vanquishing dozens, they arrived at the end of the front courtyard, leading into the central courtyard. "Captain, the central courtyard poses a significant challenge," Lao Hu informed Wang Shikong. "It is teeming with wandering vengeful spirits and a horde of fire bunnies. Particularly the fire bunnies. If one approaches within 20 meters, they will be attacked. The vengeful spirits are 6th-level mage monsters, while the fire bunnies are 4th level, appearing in groups of 20. Engaging the spirits will inevitably attract the bunnies, creating a formidable combination of fire bunnies in front and spirits in the rear, rendering them nearly invincible. As far as we know, no one has successfully passed through the central courtyard." Wang Shikong nodded slightly. He was well aware of the central courtyard's perils, having witnessed Ning Qingrou's complaints about it for 5 or 6 days in his previous life, with 24th level fire bunnies alongside 6th level vengeful spirits. A 5-person team would only prevail if their levels reached 7 or 8, with skills and equipment to match. Even now, Wang Shikong would require his full arsenal to confront them alone. Despite having Lao Hu and the others supporting him up front, he would still need to employ some of his hidden strengths. However, a shortcut had since been discovered. Let us proceed, Wang Shikong signaled, allowing the 3 physical cultivators to step forward first. Upon entering the courtyard of the villa, one immediately perceives a wretched spirit wandering not far away. Surrounding buildings are engulfed in flames, clearly indicating the presence of fiery rabbits. With the captain's firepower, dealing with the spirit should pose little challenge. However, the fiery rabbit Jing Shan, fixated on the wandering soul ahead, glances toward the inferno with a slight furrow of his brow. Draw it over here, Wang Shikong instructed. Draw it over? Lao Hu queried, casting a doubtful glance at Jing Shan. It's a level 6 black iron spirit, a creature of magic cultivation. It could kill me in 3 hits. Jing Shan pursed his lips and cautiously approached, attempting to lure the spirit. As he drew within a certain range, the spirit immediately focused on him, unleashing a beam of dark light aimed directly at him. Jing Shan swiftly raised his shield, reinforced by earth elements. Bang! The sound of collision echoed as he successfully deflected the spirit's assault. Come here, Jing Shan taunted, feeling emboldened. A ghastly wail erupted from the spirit. Ah, Captain, save me. In the next instant, terror-stricken, Jing Shan stumbled backward, his adrenaline surging uncontrollably as he crawled toward his companions. Deep, bone-piercing wounds appeared on his legs, inflicted by the claws of death that erupted from the ground. Only by overcoming pain can one become strong, Wang Shikong remarked, observing his performance with bemusement. The divine proclaims, I love humanity, casting light to heal all beings, Wang Shikong intoned, invoking the light healing spell. Just as Jing Shan, who had barely managed to crawl back, heard the incantation, he saw the spell hurtling toward him, causing his body to tremble in fear. Captain, even if I perform poorly, you can't kill me. He exerted all his strength to evade. Wang Shikong, the light healing spell has descended upon you. In an instant, the wounds on Jing Shan's legs were healed. Huh, wait, I'm better? Feeling warmth envelop him, Jing Shan stood up, his face a mask of embarrassment. You all hold off the spirit, Wang Shikong commanded. Lao Hu and the others quickly responded, rushing to assist. Wang Shikong retrieved a torch revealed by the gardener and ignited it. A stream of water essence manifested atop the torch, transforming into mist as the flames consumed it. The continuous flow of water essence thickened the fog. Xianfeng. Wang Shikong waved his arm, directing the mist to obstruct the nearest fiery rabbit dwelling. He approached the mist with the torch, continuously releasing water essence to maintain its density. Tiancheng, he instructed. Oh, yes, Captain, Tiancheng replied promptly, finally feeling useful without questioning the rationale. Wang Shikong observed the trio, struggling against the spirit as luminous arrows surged forth. One by one, the arrows alleviated their pressure. The level 6 black iron spirit, with only 1,000 health points, proved easily vanquished without the fiery rabbits to shield it. Bring another over, Wang Shikong commanded, glancing around. Where have those fiery rabbits gone? Jing Shan, astonished by a single phrase, soon noticed Tiancheng not far away and exclaimed in surprise, Is this even possible? Enough chatter. Hurry up and take action, Old Hu urged, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Before long, another vengeful spirit was summoned, and the group effortlessly vanquished it. Wang Shikong absorbed the elemental energy and collected the fallen items. Turning his gaze to the mage Tiancheng, cease your actions and release the fire rabbits. Understood, Captain. You're incredible. The water mist actually prevents the fire rabbits from emerging. Tiancheng replied with admiration for Wang Shikong. Water and fire are opposites. Fire dislikes water, Wang Shikong remarked nonchalantly. 20 fire rabbits, all of black iron grade. From here on, we shall rely on you, Captain, Old Hu said, gazing at the ferocious fire rabbits charging towards them. I leave it to you, Wang Shikong replied, remaining seated and making no move. The divine has spoken. To my faithful, I shall bestow courage to charge into battle. The divine inspiration granted all allies within a 10-meter radius an increase of 40 in attack speed and defense, combined with the enhancement of 50 from the light element. In an instant, the strength of Old Hu, Yao Yi, and Jing Shan surged by 60. My attributes have skyrocketed by 60%. Jing Shan exclaimed in shock. Old Hu and Yao Yi stood in awe, wondering what kind of skill this was. So extraordinary. Hurry, the consumption is significant, Wang Shikong urged them. Oh right, They immediately charged towards the fire rabbits, even as level 4 creatures of black iron grade, with their attributes nearing level 10. They could fell one with merely 2 strikes, each taking less than a second. In the span of 10 seconds, all 20 fire rabbits were slain, and aside from the elemental coins, a black iron dagger also dropped. Wang Shikong halted the skill, noting the minuscule consumption of less than 2 points of mental energy, and smiled faintly. With an elemental affinity nearing 600 in the early stages, it's truly remarkable. That was exhilarating. I felt like a divine being descended to earth. Jingshan could not contain a shout. Let us proceed and clear the central courtyard swiftly, Wang Shikong stated calmly. We are on the verge of breaking through the central courtyard. A first completion seems promising. Having the captain with us is a joy, Tiancheng and the others exclaimed. Even Yao Yi wore a face of delight, occasionally glancing at the composed figure in the wheelchair. Chapter 15, Divine Command. Notification. Your level is 1. Mental energy is 5. Physique is 2. Upon breaking through the central courtyard, Wang Shikong's level rose to 3. The elemental energy dropped by the black iron monsters was exceedingly abundant, especially given Wang Shikong's initially low level. It's time to enter the rear courtyard. It should be the final challenge of this instance. The group, invigorated, arrived before the rear courtyard. Wang Shikong surveyed the dimly lit area, his gaze flickering. Indeed, the rear courtyard was the last challenge of this instance, referred to as the family of bizarre creatures. This segment had tormented numerous cultivators. As the 5 entered the manor's rear courtyard, they were not met with an ambush. The houses on either side of the courtyard were engulfed in flames. At the far end, within a house where the doors and windows had been incinerated, 5 figures stood facing them. In the center, the decaying master of the estate sat upon a chair, clutching a long spear. Beside him stood the spectral mistress of the manor, wielding a staff. Flanking them were 2 youths, armed with sword and shield, as well as a spectral woman also holding a staff. Clearly, this was the corrupt family of the estate. These 5 must represent the main antagonists of the dungeon, said Yao, gazing towards the end. The middle-aged figure is a bronze creature. My goodness, they appear to comprise a complete team. Tiancheng's eyes narrowed, revealing a look of tension on his face. This will all depend on the captain. The corrupt estate master, bronze level 6. Health 2000. Constitution 70. Spirit 25. Skills 1. Sweeping Assault 2. Shadow Lance 3. Thrust 4. Earth Armor. Equipment. Shadow Long Spear, bronze. Black Scale Armor, black iron. The others were relatively manageable, being of black iron level. But the estate master S 2000 health, 70 constitution, and 4 skills, coupled with bronze equipment, posed a significant threat. Old Hu pursed his lips and turned to Wang Shikong. Captain, do you have confidence in this? As a physical cultivator, his level 5 constitution barely reached 35, and even with Wang Shikong's previous skill enhancement, it would not suffice to reach 75, not to mention the skills and equipment at the estate master's disposal. A single strike from him could easily spell doom. Not just these 5, Wang Shikong remarked calmly, gazing ahead. What? More than these 5 monsters? Old Hu exclaimed, immediately scanning the surroundings. Were there others lurking in the shadows? Yao too heightened his senses, unable to suppress his curiosity. Did you notice the family portrait behind the estate's family? Wang Shikong inquired. Family portrait? The group turned to look. The depiction mirrored the postures of the estate family, yet their attention zeroed in on the mistress, who cradled an infant adorned with a jade pendant. Currently, there was no infant present. Where's the baby? No way, there's another one? Jingshan gasped. Is this dungeon truly so vile? If another emerges to ambush us mid-battle, we would be doomed. Tiancheng's expression darkened. Wang Shikong closed his eyes, attempting to sense the position of the hidden child. But the distance rendered him unable to detect the whereabouts of that troublesome infant. Nonetheless, he was aware that the baby was a support-type mage, capable of healing and enhancing its family from the shadows, as well as binding them, an utterly repugnant scenario. The most detestable aspect was that the infant was of the same level as the estate master. All players had assumed that the final battle of the dungeon would be a level 5 confrontation, adhering to their preconceived notions. However, unbeknownst to them, an auxiliary figure lay hidden in the back, necessitating consideration of a 6th opponent. Wang Shikong opened his eyes and addressed the group. Let's engage in battle. I shall provide you with enhancements, but during this time, I will be unable to fight. You must confront the 5 alone. Even with enhancements, it may still prove challenging. Jingshan remarked, unable to contain himself. Captain, do you have any trump cards left? Wang Shikong glanced at him. The 5 ahead must be dealt with by you all. Old Hu hesitated briefly before speaking. Very well, we shall take care of it. Indeed, Wang Shikong nodded in agreement. As old Hu and his companions swiftly approached, they were merely 30 meters away from the estate owner and his family when the latter abruptly opened their eyes. The divine presence proclaimed, followed by Wang Shikong, who trailed behind, invoking the godly inspiration. A radiant light enveloped old Hu and his team, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. As the heavens began to chant, "Intruders, perish!" the estate owner declared, rising with his spear and leading his two sons into an aggressive charge towards them. Spare no effort. Eliminate them. In a sudden motion, old Hu produced 2 scrolls. Without hesitation, he tore open one, and a torrent of water cascaded over their bodies, forming a protective water armor. Water armor scroll. Upon activation, this scroll envelopes allies within a 5-meter radius, absorbing up to 500 damage for a duration of 1 minute. Without a moment's pause, he activated the second scroll. Wood armor scroll. Upon activation, this scroll envelopes allies within a 5-meter radius, absorbing up to 500 damage for a duration of 1 minute. The water nourishes the wood, granting your armor the ability to absorb 1,500 damage for a duration of 90 seconds. A series of notifications chimed in, and upon witnessing the final effect, old Hu momentarily stood in astonishment. "My goodness, Uncle Hu, your scrolls are formidable," Jingshan exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. "This is beyond my expectations." Old Hu bellowed, "Scrolls? Truly, the Tiger Vanguard has procured such rare items." A look of astonishment flickered across Wang Shikong's face. Elemental scrolls are invaluable, with even the most basic ones costing over 1,000 coins, while the more superior versions easily surpass 10,000, maintaining an ever-high price. The efficacy of elemental scrolls is indisputable. A well-timed one can decisively alter the outcome of a battle, even in later stages. The instant activation of an elemental scroll remains a trump card for many. Indeed, elemental scrolls can serve as a hidden ace. While one could pursue the secondary profession of an elemental artisan, the path to becoming one appears exceedingly arduous, Wang Shikong pondered. Unlike alchemists or blacksmiths, who can learn through financial means, becoming an elemental artisan is a concealed profession with stringent entry requirements. In his previous life, few renowned artisans existed. Although their skills were modest, they were sustained by powerful guilds. Ning Xingya had once recruited an artisan in the early stages, investing considerable resources into their training, only to have them breach their contract and join a super guild, leaving her feeling indignant and wrong for quite some time. The challenges in becoming an artisan are immense, elevating their status far above that of blacksmiths and alchemists. With these thoughts fleeting through his mind, he turned his gaze forward, bolstered by the enhancements from the 2 scrolls. Old Hu and his companions surged forward, directly striking at the estate owner's family. With layers of support, Old Hu and his allies matched the estate owner in strength, and even surpassed the estate owner's wife in might. However, they still faced a disparity in skills. Damage numbers flashed: 150, 200, 140. The figures represented both allies and the estate owner's family. Yet, the wood armor shielded them from harm. You have protection, trade damage for damage, targeting the estate owner's heart and head for additional impact. Wang Shikong observed their fierce battle and spoke, "Attack." Yao Yi let out a fierce cry, wielding his long blade with vigor, striking directly at the head of the Lord's eldest son. The lightning dealt additional damage to the undead. An impressive damage figure appeared. However, the ethereal wooden armor on his body instantly mitigated 1/5 of the blow. With a sweeping move, the Lord unleashed a wide-ranging skill towards the trio. Each of them suffered 500 points of damage, weakening their ethereal wooden armor further. "Damn, he has too formidable. We can hardly retaliate," Jingshan exclaimed in terror as they were forced to retreat. Yet, before they could recover, the Lord's attacks surged forth once more. Positioned at the back, the Lord's wife and daughter also launched their skills in assault. "Yao Yi duck," Jingshan urged, raising his shield while Lao, who took shelter behind him, and Tian Chung distracted the Lord's wife and daughter. Wang Shikong placed his hands firmly on the wheelchair and calmly commanded, "Now." Without hesitation, Yao Yi and the others complied immediately. Whoosh! An arrow narrowly whizzed over Yao Yi's head. A black flame struck Jingshan's shield, accompanied by a sword slash. Yao Yi rolled to the right, elevating his long blade at a 45-degree angle for a cut. Lao Hu leapt over Jingshan's body, delivering a forward slash with both hands gripping his sword. Jingshan followed suit, crashing his shield at a 65-degree angle to the left. Without allowing Yao Yi and the others a moment of astonishment, they executed Wang Shikong's commands. Yao Yi rolled right, his long blade arcing down to sever the Lord's eldest son at the ribs, dealing a significant blow. Lao Hu's two-handed leap landed directly atop the Lord's head, inflicting 300 points of damage. Jing Shan collided with the Lord's second son, thwarting his attack on Lao Hu. The trio successfully executed their plan, turning to gaze in awe at the figure seated calmly in the wheelchair, paralyzed yet exuding an aura of tranquility. Yao Yi positioned his sword defensively before his face, leveraging the momentum to roll and strike at the Lord's arm. Jing Shan immediately charged at the Lord, interrupting his skill cast. Hurry! Wang Shikong's eyes glimmered with sand, issuing cool commands one after another. Lao Hu and Yao Yi possessed exceptional talents. Jing Shan, though slightly inferior, was still adequate. After a flurry of attacks, at Wang Shikong's behest, the Lord and his two sons saw their health plummet by 4/5. Meanwhile, the ethereal wooden armor on Lao Hu and the others remained intact, igniting a spark of exhilaration on their faces. We're on the verge of defeating them, they shouted. However, in the next moment, Wang Shikong's gaze flickered at last. It has emerged. Behind the Lord, a peculiar, floating infant appeared, its blood-red eyes glowing ominously as it cast a shadow over the Lord and his sons. The Lord's youngest son, bronze level 6. Health 1000. Constitution 18. Mental strength 80. Skills 1. Black blood baptism 2. Cry of terror 3. Entwining water serpent 4. Sunflower water guardian. Equipment: blood eye jade pendant bronze. By heavens, there's truly another, and it's of the bronze tier. Lao Hu and the others gasped in horror as they witnessed the Lord's health rapidly regenerating. It's over. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Tiancheng, stand before me, using your body to shield against the impending harm. Wang Shikong, upon seeing his youngest son appear, remained unfazed and commanded, "Ah?" Tiancheng was momentarily taken aback, but promptly complied, positioning himself in front. Yet, in the next instant, a water serpent hurtled toward him, causing his pupils to constrict as he instinctively lowered his head. Wang Shikong glanced over, furrowing his brow slightly as he sensed two more attacks approaching from the right. He interrupted the divine inspiration. The elements of water, wood, fire, and earth fused. Earth shield. Attacks rained down upon the shield, thwarted effectively. However, the situation was dire for Lao Hu and the others. Chapter 16. The initial encounter, the divine squad shocks the world. Ah, damn it. The captain has been attacked. Tiancheng, why couldn't you stop it? Without the enhancement of divine inspiration, Lao Hu and his companions were momentarily stunned. But the owner of the estate would not grant them any respite, immediately launching an assault against them. In an instant, bereft of divine inspiration and lacking Wang Shikong's guidance, Lao Hu, Yao, and Jing Shan realized the vast chasm separating them from the estate owner's family. In merely 1 second, their wooden armor disintegrated. 2 seconds later, their health halved. 3 seconds, and they were dead. Indeed, it was that swift. Fortunately, as a trial within the heavenly path, death was not a consequence. They would merely be transported outside the instance. Tiancheng was momentarily bewildered by this sudden turn of events, yet he had no time to ponder, as the attacks from the estate owner's wife, daughter, and youngest son descended upon him. Thus, within the entire squad, only Wang Shikong remained. Observing the current predicament, he gently shook his head and uttered, "Very well, let the battle commence. Kill him." The blood-red gazes of the estate owner's family fixated upon him. Leaning back in his wheelchair, Wang Shikong smiled faintly as the 5 elements fusion technique swiftly took shape before him. Summon the wind. A terrifying fireball shot forth directly toward the youngest son. Son, évadé. As the fearsome fireball hurtled toward his youngest, the estate owner's expression shifted dramatically, his rage boiling over. At a mental strength of 10, Wang Shikong's 5 elements fusion could obliterate level 4 wolves. Now, with a mental strength of 65, how profound would the damage of this strike be? Of course, one must consider the varying levels and defenses of different creatures. However, it was evident that the estate owner's youngest son was among the frailest, and this strike would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Seeing the impending horror, the youngest son sought to evade. Alas, under Wang Shikong's foresight, the fireball acted as a homing skill. Even if he deployed a defensive skill, it would still result in instant death. The youngest son perished in an instant, a single item dropping to the ground. "Son, I will kill you to avenge my child." The estate owner roared, charging toward him, while the rest of his sons, daughters, and wife emitted beast-like howls. Time stopped. Wang Shikong did not hesitate. As the estate owner and his kin entered the range of his mental influence, their bodies froze, and time itself came to a standstill. A second later, a fireball enveloped them. The estate owner and his 2 sons, already with less than half their health, could only watch helplessly as the flames approached. Boom! Instant death. Wang Shikong gazed into the distance at the mistress of the manor and her daughter. Light and shadow coalesced, drawing to a close. Damn it! Just as they were on the verge of clearing the level, another foe emerged. At this moment, outside the corrupted manor dungeon, the figures of Old Hu and his companions appeared, their expressions filled with discomfort. Tian Cheng, the captain instructed you to absorb damage. Why did you fail to do so? Jing Shan questioned Tian Cheng, the mage, unable to restrain his reproach. Aye. Tian Cheng stammered, his face equally mortified. They were so close. Yet the captain's suspicion had proven true. There was indeed another enemy, one of equal rank to the manor's master. Yao cast a glance at Tian Cheng, saying, "Consider this an opportunity to gain experience. If the captain leads us through a higher difficulty level, we will surely succeed with his formidable strength." Reflecting on the recent battle and their experiences within the dungeon, her heart was tumultuous. Such individuals truly exist in this world, Old Hu marveled. Although they did not achieve the first clear, despite wasting 2 precious elemental scrolls and gaining nothing, he bore no grievances. They were simply too much of a hindrance. Beep. Congratulations to your team for being the first to clear the nightmare-level corrupted manor dungeon. As a member of the first team to clear this dungeon, you will receive cumulative rewards for clearing the normal, hard, and nightmare dungeons. Stamina 8, Spirit 2. Beep. Congratulations to the Divine Squad for being the first to clear the nightmare-level corrupted manor dungeon, earning a prestige reward of 80,000. However, in the next moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed, causing Old Hu's pupils to constrict in shock. What the hell? Captain Jing Shan exclaimed, equally exhilarated. He too had received the notification. The group exchanged incredulous glances. After their demise, the captain had single-handedly vanquished the manor's entire family? What kind of power was this? The rewards they received were equivalent to a significant increase in level, yet they had not ascended. This signified. Yao's face lit up with delight as she quickly grasped the implications of the dungeon's rewards. A crude analogy would suggest that despite being human, there exists a disparity, an undeniable gap between the ordinary and the extraordinary. This was the essence of true prowess. What is happening? My goodness, the corrupted manor dungeon has been cleared? At the nightmare level? The Divine Squad? What kind of team is this? So astonishing. It was simply unbelievable. They hadn't even cleared the intermediate level of the normal dungeon. Yet a team had conquered the nightmare level. At that moment, a wave of astonished murmurs and excitement surged through the crowd as everyone struggled to comprehend the news. Damn it, someone must have stormed the dungeon armed with a sniper rifle and grenades. Perhaps a foreigner has shattered the dungeon record. It's unfair, utterly unjust. Soon, cries of injustice echoed throughout. Simultaneously, it was not only in Qingtian Town where this was unfolding. The corrupted manor dungeon served as a trial for the heavenly Tao. Appearing in every novice town, within one such dungeon, a team armed with a Gatling gun, a Barrett, and laden with high-explosive grenades stared in disbelief at the announcement. The Divine Squad had achieved the first clear of the dungeon at the nightmare level. It was simply astonishing. Though we have reached the 7th level, our approach to advancement has been misguided. The spectral entities are impervious to the onslaught of firearms and ammunition. Only elemental forces can inflict damage upon them. Our proficiency in skills remains rudimentary, rendering us utterly powerless against these vengeful spirits. A captain, fully armed, pondered deeply. In this moment, they grasped the significance of harnessing elemental skills. Over the past fortnight, they had relied on firearms to vanquish foes and ascend levels swiftly. Yet their understanding of elemental application was merely at the introductory stage, taking a full 20 seconds to conjure a fireball. Faced with the invulnerability of the spirits to gunfire, they found themselves utterly helpless. While relying on weapons may have provided a temporary edge, it portended dire consequences for the future, a grave misstep. Within the depths of the corrupted manor dungeon, Wang Shikong smiled upon hearing the heavenly rewards. Mental fortitude. 8. Physical strength. 2. Was the reward scant? Not in the least. Such an enhancement to one's foundation is invaluable and exceedingly generous. In combat against an adversary of equal standing, even a slight disparity in mental strength can decisively determine the outcome. For here, the notion of skill cooldowns does not exist. Possessing greater mental strength allows one to unleash more spells. Compared to the heavenly rewards, the treasures bestowed by the manor's owner were equally bountiful. Wang Shikong surveyed the items before him: bronze equipment, shadow spear, blood-eye pendant, black iron equipment, black scaled armor, Imu staff, zircon shield, special items, sunflower water guardian blueprint, Tianjiao pavilion trial qualification 5, skill book, black flame, Note, the Heavenly Trial Dungeon may not necessarily yield the weapons used by monsters. Chapter 17, A Bountiful Harvest. Shadow Spear, bronze damage 140, attack speed 10, durability 100-100. Skill, Shadow Thrust, executes 2 consecutive thrusts against a target, inflicting damage equal to 5 of 1's physical strength. Blood Eye Pendant, bronze damage 150, dark element affinity 10, durability 100-100. Skill, Bloodguard Guardian, conjures a defense equal to 5 of 1's mental strength, absorbing damage. Wang Shikong examined the attributes of the 2 bronze items. Prior to his first transition, bronze weapons were undoubtedly regarded as minor artifacts, boasting significant damage, and even after level 10, they remained exceptional. The Blood Eye Pendant was suitable for him, augmenting his damage considerably. Disregarding the black iron equipment, his gaze flickered toward the Sunflower Water Guardian blueprint. Its worth vastly exceeded that of the bronze weaponry. Moreover, the Tianjiao Pavilion Trial Qualification 5 could be acquired within the Corrupted Manor dungeon. Its rarity was not particularly high. However, if one were to pass the trial, this was the method employed by the Snowfall Empire to select prodigies. Successfully passing the trial would grant entry into the Tianjiao Pavilion, bestowing upon one a storefront within the city with a minimum value starting at 2 million coins, translating to over 200 million in real currency. This is but one aspect. Furthermore, once recognized by the Snowfall Empire as a prodigy disciple, one would gain access to quests unattainable by ordinary individuals, enjoy discounted services via teleportation arrays, and numerous other hidden benefits. Wang Shikong mused to himself. The rewards are exceedingly bountiful, yet it is only natural that the assessment difficulty is correspondingly high, resulting in an elevated mortality rate. Nevertheless, the Celestial Talents list is universally acknowledged as a roster of the most formidable individuals. In his previous life, he only joined the Celestial Pavilion in his 3rd year, at a time when the entire pavilion boasted merely 200 members. Observing this remarkable harvest, Wang Shikong felt an immense satisfaction and, with a mere thought, exited the instance. Captain, Captain, Captain. As Wang Shikong materialized, Lao Hu and the others hurriedly surrounded him, their gazes ablaze with fervor. Captain, you actually eliminated the entire Zhu family. Jing Shan could not contain his astonishment. I managed to sway them, Wang Shikong replied, casting a glance at them. I acquired all the elemental energy and equipment from the instance. It is my duty to lead you to your inaugural victory. Captain, may we join your team and accompany you in the future? Jing Shan implored, reluctant to let the opportunity slip away. You're not qualified, Wang Shikong replied. What are the requirements? Am I qualified, Captain? Yao, he asked nervously, her eyes fixed upon him. Wang Shikong chuckled at her inquiry. The future Thunder Queen, Yao Yi, is undoubtedly qualified, and Lao Hu, the founder of a super guild, is equally deserving. Firstly, upon joining the Divine Proclamation, one must not join or form other teams. Secondly, barring significant circumstances, team tasks shall take precedence. Thirdly, as team members, each must contribute at least 100,000 prestige points annually. Wang Shikong articulated these 3 stipulations, concluding with, everything is for the Divine Proclamation team. Lao Hu, taken aback, found these requirements far less daunting than he had anticipated. The focus was on the team rather than the captain. As for accruing prestige through team tasks, it was the responsibility of the members. A higher team level would bestow additional bonuses, enhancing the strength of its members. Currently, their Divine Proclamation team had amassed 80,000 prestige points. Upon reaching 100,000, they would ascend to elite team status, granting all members a 5% attack bonus, which would increase with the team's level. Brother Shikong, I am contemplating establishing a guild. Would you be interested? I will cover all the investment costs. I have prepared several billion and can allocate 50% of the guild's shares to you, Lao Hu proposed, extending an invitation. Wang Shikong shook his head, declining the opportunity to become a major shareholder in what would become a guild of millions. It was not that he was unwilling to join a guild. Rather, he felt that others needed him. Witnessing Wang Shikong remain unfazed by the prospect of billions, Lao Hu marveled at his composure, feeling an increasing sense of awe towards his captain. Captain, if I establish a guild, may I still join your team? Lao Hu inquired. Indeed, Wang Shikong nodded, affirming that there would be no conflict. What about my daughter? Can she join as well? Of course, Wang Shikong replied without hesitation, then inquired. Do you still want equipment? Absolutely, Captain. Whatever you have, I will take. Lao Hu responded, his eyes lighting up. 14 pieces of black iron gear and 1 piece of bronze, Wang Shikong revealed, producing the items. Additionally, I will gift you 2 special items. Can you manage that? Gasp. Bronze gear? Yes, I want them all. Lahu et glim tastics. In the past fortnight, there has yet to be any news of an individual acquiring bronze equipment. The Shadow Spear of the Mountain Lord was produced by Wang Shikong, who presented it to Yao Yi, remarking, "It suits you perfectly. Your tall stature is ideal for a spear." "Thunderous long spear, unparalleled, Yao Yi," exclaimed Yao Yi, her typically assertive demeanor softening into feminine delight upon seeing the magnificent spear. "This spear is stunning." She gazed at Wang Shikong, her bright eyes sparkling. "Captain, do you think I'm suited for a spear in the future?" Wang Shikong smiled and nodded, then turned to Old Hu, stating, "A 5 discount based on the market price will suffice." "No problem, Captain. I need to log off for a moment. For safety's sake, I've stored the currency I acquired at home." Old Hu nodded and slowly vanished from sight. Wang Shikong couldn't help but marvel at Old Hu's wealth and willingness to invest, his keen eye evident in his early acquisition of such a substantial amount of currency. The items he possessed were valued at over 200,000 currency. Soon after, Old Hu reappeared online, and Wang Shikong purchased from him at the market's discounted rate of 260,000 currency, additionally gifting him 2 qualification vouchers for the Tianjiao Pavilion trials. "Captain, with these weapons, our strength has dramatically increased. If I recruit a physical cultivator, should we continue with the dungeon?" After the transaction, Old Hu eagerly inquired. He was keen on assembling a team of elite players to cultivate his own foundation, and weapons were crucial to his ambitions, especially since the indigenous weapon shops had been stripped bare. "I'll log off now. Let us continue the dungeon tomorrow, and I'll take half the profits," he proposed. "All right then, farewell, Captain," Old Hu acquiesced, nodding. Yao Yi waved at him, watching Wang Shikong's figure gradually fade away. "Ahem, my dear daughter." Old Hu gently tapped his daughter's shoulder, clearing his throat. "There are many outstanding young men in the world. They are not as lacking as you might think. There's no need to develop a fondness for women." "Many?" Yao Yi pondered, glancing at the shadow spear in her hand, her eyes glimmering. "So far, I've only encountered one. But he was exceptional enough to leave me in awe." Chapter 18. A slight shock for the Ning family. Dinner is ready, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. A graceful figure in a red dress entered his room. Wang Shikong replied. Ning Qingya expertly guided him downstairs, smiling. "After dinner, I have some gifts for you." "Gifts?" Wang Shikong paused for a moment, a smile emerging as he contemplated. "I assure you will love them," Ning Qingya replied with a grin. They arrived at the dining table, and after half a month of interaction, the Ning family had grown accustomed to having a son-in-law who was paralyzed from the waist down. However, today, Ning Qingru regarded him with less composure than in previous days, pouting in displeasure, as if he had taken her toy. Wang Shikong understood the reason for her unhappiness and feigned ignorance while enjoying his meal, listening to the discussions among Ning Tianxiong and the others. The Ning family had begun to invest heavily in the Endless Continent, having started to acquire currency a few days ago, and had already engaged contacts to prepare for the establishment of a guild. The Jingxiu Guild would also be formed in the coming days. "Shikong, come here. Come see the gifts I have prepared for you." After dinner, everyone gathered in the living room to sip tea as Ning Qingya approached, carrying an array of gifts. "You are indeed fortunate. These items are far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals and are exceedingly costly." Ning Qingru could not help but exclaim to Wang Shikong. "Less chatter." Ning Qingya admonished her with a glare as she handed the first item to Wang Shikong. "This is the first, a spatial ring. 120,000. Ning Qingru murmured under her breath. "This is a communicator." Ning Qingya ignored her, producing the communicator. 50,000. Ning Qingru continued to murmur. "Essential items in the boundless continent." Ning Qingya addressed him. "Especially the communicator. You should learn to use it. Let us add each other as friends, so we can stay in touch within the boundless continent." "I already possess both the communicator and the spatial ring," Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head as he casually retrieved his communicator. Ning Qingya was taken aback, her face a mask of astonishment. Even Ning Tianxiong and Ning Qingru were equally astonished, although the communicator and spatial ring were fundamental items. Over 95% of people currently lack them. The reason being, one costs 1,200 coins and the other 500 coins. Presently, a fortunate individual might earn 20 coins in a day. After half a month of saving, one could manage to accumulate only 300 or 400 coins. Unless one engages in real-world transactions to acquire coins, these items remain unattainable. "Shikong, are you truly that remarkable? Have you managed to earn such a substantial amount of coins?" Ning Qingya was filled with surprise and delight. She had refrained from inquiring about Wang Shikong's affairs in the boundless continent to avoid causing him displeasure. After all, being paralyzed from the waist down rendered him unable to fight and thus difficult to earn coins. "It's manageable," Wang Shikong replied with a smile. The coins in his possession had already surpassed 300,000, converted to real-world currency that amounted to 30 million in cash. This was cash, not stocks or property. Despite the Ning family's assets totaling hundreds of billions, the cash they could readily access was only about 10 billion. Currently, selling stocks and other assets had become quite challenging. Moreover, witnessing that he was faring well in the boundless continent, Ning Qingya sighed in relief and smiled as she produced a staff, a black iron staff. 1,500,000. Do you have one? Ning Qingru pouted, her tone implying he surely did not. Wang Shikong glanced at her, and with a flick of his hand, the guardian staff materialized in his grasp. I do. Ning Qingru's mouth formed a perfect O, her eyes wide with disbelief. You managed to acquire this too? Shikong, that's impressive. You've obtained a black iron staff on your own? Ning Mother also expressed her astonishment. Everyone in the nation recognized the difficulty of acquiring a black iron staff. Wealthy individuals often found it challenging to purchase one even with money. Wang Shikong evidently lacked the funds. Thus, it could only be assumed that he had obtained it through his own efforts in the boundless continent, which was indeed impressive. Shikong, did you complete some high-difficulty quest? Ning Qingya was similarly dumbfounded as she produced another item. Then surely you do not possess this robe? Wang Shikong nodded, revealing the black iron robe he had obtained from Zhang Ziheo's companion. Did you rob shop? Ning Qingru could no longer contain herself, her eyes wide as she fixed her gaze upon him. From her sister's bag, she pulled out another item. Surely you do not have this? Accessory, black iron necklace. No. Wang Shikong shook his head. Indeed, he possessed none of those items. A cultivator's gear is generally fixed, and excessive adornments serve little purpose. Typically, a mage would don a magical hat, robe, staff, bracelets, a necklace, often a jade pendant, magical boots, and pants, occasionally accompanied by a rare tome. I assumed you had them all. Upon noticing Wang Shikong's lack of a necklace, Ning Qingru let out a haughty huff, unable to suppress her pout, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I don't have this one either. Wang Shikong found her reaction amusing. His younger sister-in-law was as irksome in her earlier days as his father-in-law. She had often targeted him, both intentionally and unintentionally, in his previous life. Well then, Shikong, you can take this one. Ning Qingya smiled. I obtained this after completing a commission task. It was quite a challenge. No need, give it to your sister. Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head. This remark notably brightened Ning Qingru's expression, showcasing her appreciation for his insight. Exactly. What use does a cripple have for such items? It's all right. Ning Qingya shook her head. I have something better. Wang Shikong swiftly interrupted her, producing the blood-eyed jade pendant. It radiated a distinct brilliance, signifying its superior quality, with its attributes manifesting before them. Without delving into further details, the mere mention of bronze was enough to dazzle Ning Qingru. Bronze? Bronze? Goodness. As expected, Ning Qingru leaped up, her face a mask of disbelief. Bronze weaponry? Am I seeing things? Gulp. Ning Tianxiong swallowed hard, equally astonished. Until now, they had heard of no one acquiring bronze equipment. There was none for sale in the town, and from their interactions with the locals, they understood that bronze weapons were priced above 100,000 coins. This meant that a single bronze weapon could exceed millions. For individuals like them, that was no trifling sum. Have you struck a fortune with some wealthy lady from the Endless Continent? Is there a system in place there that favors the weak and infirm? Bronze equipment? Ning Qingru leaned in closer, her head tilted as she scrutinized Wang Shikong, bombarding him with questions. Is bronze weaponry difficult to acquire? Wang Shikong smiled warmly at her, his gaze piercing her very soul. At that moment, Ning Qingya, equally astonished, couldn't help but inquire. What level are you now? I am at level 5, yet I haven't even secured a common weapon. How do you possess so much gear? Ning Qingru's eyes were fixed on him. Though level 3 was remarkable for someone paralyzed from the waist down, she was at level 5 and could accept it. However, she couldn't fathom how he had accumulated such an array of equipment. Has he activated some cheat? He recognized that, given her nature, if she didn't receive an answer, she would be troubled for days. Yet, he relished in causing his younger sister-in-law some discomfort. Chapter 19. If he is a waste, then you're all mere mayflies. Ning Qingya's temperament contrasted sharply with Ning Qingru's. She didn't delve deeply into how Wang Shikong had acquired such an abundance of equipment, including the bronze one. Instead, she felt happiness for him, praising, Shikong, you are truly impressive. The father-in-law, akin to his younger daughter in nature, was somewhat at a loss, itching to know but too proud to inquire about his long-disparaged son-in-law. This raises a question. Does it not serve to prove that he is inferior even to those who are paralyzed? However, unbeknownst to him, he occasionally casts a curious glance at his disabled son-in-law, harboring a silent awe that he is reluctant to confront. Once again, standing before the corrupted manor dungeon. Even though it is now night on the infinite continent, the area is still teeming with people. The corrupted manor dungeon is a commendable place for leveling up. Yet one may only enter 3 times a day, necessitating a team. Tomorrow, he intends to join the Tiger Vanguard and his companions for 3 runs of the nightmarish dungeon. Presently, he resolves to delve deeper, recalling that ahead lies the graveyard of the corrupted land, where no monsters roam by day, but at night, skeletons, demon crows, and zombies emerge. All of these creatures are above level 6, and without the Eye of Darkness, no one dares to level up here at night. He plans to grind a few levels before sleeping, and with the 3 dungeons tomorrow, he should be able to reach level 4. After which he will seek the task from the elemental artisan. As Wang Shikong walks, he contemplates his past life, where he did not become an elemental artisan. Yet now, with his high affinity and mastery of elements, failing to become one would be a tremendous loss. Furthermore, he has also discovered that in the Divine Tome, each skill page contains 2 illustrations, which represent the original drawings for crafting. This means that the skills inscribed in the Divine Tome can be transformed into spell scrolls through the crafting diagrams. The diagrams for creating elemental scrolls are notoriously rare. This alone compels him to pursue the path of the elemental artisan. Becoming an artisan will undoubtedly yield unimaginable enhancements to his power. Creaking sounds filled the air as, 20 minutes later, Wang Shikong arrived at a desolate graveyard shrouded in ghostly flames. The tilted tombstones, the blue, ghostly flames, the cawing of crows, the lonely winds, an atmosphere thick with foreboding. As he approached, a skeleton clawed its way out of grave, brandishing a bone knife and advancing menacingly towards him. Skeleton Soldier, level 6. Health, 1000. Constitution, 37. Spirit, 15. Skills, 1. Skeleton Slash. Wang Shikong observed, recognizing a combination of light and dark magic. Before the newly emerged skeleton could reach him, it was instantaneously dispatched. Currently, his spirit level has risen to 73, comparable to an average mage of levels 12 or 13, enhanced by the blood eye jade pendant, alongside the damage boost from his black iron staff and robe. The level 6 skeleton soldier fell effortlessly under his hand. Wang Shikong's speed in eliminating monsters is remarkable as he continues to push deeper, dispatching one skeleton after another. Soon, he encounters level 7 skeleton warriors, level 8 zombies, and level 9 fire crows. The fire crows appear in swarms, coming 5 at a time, and the combination of light and dark magic is insufficient to eliminate them all, presenting a slight challenge. Nonetheless, it is merely a minor inconvenience. As the fire crows rush towards him, he employs a fusion technique to conjure a water screen before himself, rendering the swarm incapable of breaching his defenses. Notification: your level has increased by 1, Spirit 5, Constitution 2. As the clock approaches midnight, after defeating nearly 200 monsters, he reaches level 4. This pace exceeds his expectations. He simultaneously collects 522 currency and 2 ordinary weapons. The mental fortitude was nearly depleted, prompting a retreat into slumber. Returning to reality, Wang Shikong drifted into the realm of dreams. The following morning, after indulging in breakfast, he once again ventured into the endless continent. Upon receiving a message from Old Hu, he arrived once more at the corrupted manor dungeon half an hour later. Captain, Wang Shikong was greeted warmly by Old Hu and the others. I found a new brother, a physical cultivator primarily focused on defense. Greetings, Captain. You may call me immovable as a mountain, said a robust man, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, with an air of curiosity as he regarded Wang Shikong. Immovable as a mountain? Wang Shikong mused, his thoughts stirring at the prospect of the future's immovable Ming Wang, the strongest bastion of the Tianhu Guild. After a moment of admiration for Old Hu's discerning eye, he nodded in acknowledgement. Let's proceed. I shall assist you forward, Captain, said Yao Yi, donned in gallant attire and carrying a shadowy long spear, as he positioned himself behind Wang Shikong. There's no need, Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head. However, Yao Yi merely smiled and disregarded his protest, propelling him onward. As they entered the dungeon, they faced a nightmare-level challenge. Drawing upon their previous experience, and with the absence of a lagging mage, along with the addition of the black, iron shield-wielding immovable as a mountain, they swiftly reached the backyard. From here on, concentrate and heed my commands, Wang Shikong instructed, his gaze firm. Understood, Captain. Old Hu and the others solemnly nodded. Although they were down one hindrance, They were also short 2 defensive scrolls. Nevertheless, Yao Yi's substantial gear upgrade had significantly bolstered their combat prowess. With the divine encouragement bestowed upon them, the group surged forward. Soon, the newly joined immovable as a mountain witnessed Wang Shikong's terrifying command over the battlefield. Holy light radiated from him, enveloping the four. Seated in a wheelchair, a figure clutched a divine scripture, eyes shimmering with golden specks, calmly orchestrating their battle. With a blood-eye jade pendant's defensive skill, Bloodguard Guardian, he could withstand the ranged assaults from the manor's mistress and her daughter. However, the emergence of the younger son created complications. After sacrificing Jingshan and immovable as a mountain, they ultimately cleared the dungeon. They acquired 4 pieces of black iron gear and a physical cultivation skill book. Old Who beamed at the loot, his grin wide. Though he lacked for coin, the exhilaration of obtaining gear through their own efforts was unparalleled. Wang Shikong and the others divided the spoils evenly, with him receiving half of the gains. Let us recuperate and tackle 2 more runs this morning, Wang Shikong suggested with a smile. The subsequent 2 dungeon runs were notably easier for the group. Captain, here are 70,000 coins. Old Who continued to collect his gear, glancing at immovable as a mountain before speaking. What do you think of this lad, Captain? Can he join our team? His strength is sufficient. However, I cannot accept more of your men. Old Who, Wang Shikong declined with a shake of his head. In the future, should you be unable to partake in a mission, he may stand in for you. Very well, Captain, Old Who replied, a hint of regret in his voice, understanding that the divine squad could not be solely comprised of his companions. The wooden door at the entrance bore a plaque inscribed with the words Academy. The door stood ajar, revealing an elderly man, disheveled in attire, engrossed in his writing and drawing. February Red approached him in pursuit of knowledge. At the entrance, a group of curious onlookers observed, one of whom called out. They were utterly oblivious to the old man's purpose, yet they yearned to trigger a quest. The youth exclaimed in confusion as he beheld the scene. Wang Shikong scrutinized the elder, realizing he was indeed the one. Approaching the threshold, he declared, I seek to learn. The old man's vacant gaze shifted towards him, pausing momentarily as a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. Gradually, he rose to his feet and responded, very well. Come in. The youth, witnessing this unfolding drama, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, wait, that paralyzed fellow can enter, yet I cannot? A cripple can go in, but I cannot? The crowd, upon noticing the figure in the wheelchair, was equally astonished. The elder, overhearing the young man's outburst, scoffed and surveyed them, retorting, a cripple? If he is a cripple, then you are all mere mayflies. Chapter 20. The special treatment of a genius. What? Calling us mayflies implies we are tadpoles? The youth thought. Incredulous. This scene resembled the fantastical worlds he often imagined, participating in a selection for a celestial sect, only to discover he had become an inconspicuous passerby. As the onlookers watched Wang Shikong enter the classroom, their expressions darkened with discontent. Wang Shikong himself was somewhat surprised at the ease of his entry. Casting a glance at the agitated crowd, he stepped inside, where the elder greeted him with a warm smile. Follow me. Certainly, esteemed teacher, he replied, trailing behind into a room furnished with desks and benches, where 3 individuals were engaged in drawing. Upon his arrival, the trio turned to him, their faces reflecting astonishment. Take this vacant seat, the elder indicated. My surname is Tianyun. Henceforth, you may address me as Teacher Tianyun. Greetings, Teacher Tianyun, Wang Shikong responded with reverence. It was imperative to exhibit utmost respect towards the natives of this boundless continent. Although they posed no threat to the newcomers, a poor attitude could jeopardize any quests. Moreover, fostering good relations with powerful natives might yield generous gifts of weapons, equipment, or skills. Such possibilities abounded. In his previous life, there was a lad who ingratiated himself with a wealthy native woman and swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of success. Ah, splendid. Your talent is remarkable. However, to become an illustrator, one must take measured steps. Teacher Tianyun expressed dissatisfaction with Wang Shikong's attitude and proceeded with the introductions. Here are the foundational texts for illustrators, along with the essential brush, inkstone, and ink. The ink is made from yuan coins, essentially money, ground and diluted with water. This is a simple elemental illustration. Channel the elemental forces as you draw. Once you can replicate it swiftly and accurately, you may proceed to the next stage. However, should you fail to master this within 5 days, do not force yourself to become an illustrator. Understood, teacher, Wang Shikong nodded, ready for the first step of his quest to commence. He gazed intently at a seemingly ordinary portrait, yet it was adorned with elemental embellishments that rendered it remarkably lifelike. The brush he wielded was a basic elemental brush, devoid of any extraordinary attributes, while the paper was a simple elemental conducting sheet. The brush bore a striking resemblance to the traditional calligraphy brushes of the Great Xia dynasty. Why doesn't he practice drawing first before proceeding to the next step? One of the three companions seated nearby, a young woman, could not contain her curiosity. He is he, and you are you, replied Teacher Tianyan, casting a brief glance at the girl, his tone nonchalant. Is it due to his formidable affinity for elements? Focus on your drawing. Come find me when you can complete this piece in 5 minutes. Teacher Tianyan instructed Wang Shikong before exiting the room. Lucky fellow. Previously, the teacher had us practice ordinary drawings for 5 days, remarked a garrulous youth as soon as Teacher Tianyan departed. I am Fei Yu, this lovely lady is Fei Fei, and the other brother is Shanhai. I am Shikong. Wang Shikong nodded to them, then turned his attention to the basic text for illustrators before him. Upon opening to the first page, he discovered a poem. From ethereal brush, elements awaken. In the past, splendid scenes bloom with radiant light. Divine light forges timeless legacies, rekindling glory through the ages. Beneath the poem was an additional line. The divine perceives the vast earth. The brush paints the celestial spheres. Being an illustrator is indeed an expensive endeavor. Daily practice consumes 100 yuan, equivalent to 10,000 in reality. Far too costly. A youth suddenly lamented, pulling out a yuan coin while grinding ink, expressing his dismay. Wang Shikong glanced over, flipping to the second page of the book, which detailed the fundamental processes of grinding ink and illustrating. He retrieved 10 yuan coins and began to crush the ink. Once everything was prepared, he picked up the brush and commenced drawing. However, as soon as he began, he sensed something amiss. He lacked any foundational skills and had never studied the art. With a flicker of inspiration, he brought the materials into reality. Inside the villa, Wang Shikong made his way directly to the study. Old Ning's study was spacious and elegant, with a rosewood desk adorned with exquisite ornaments, and even a full set of painting and calligraphy tools. Yet, he was aware that old Ning could not write or paint. It was all mere decoration. He took out his phone, searched for drawing tutorials, and earnestly began to learn. The advantage of possessing strong mental fortitude was the accelerated learning ability, particularly in mastering the art of drawing. 3 hours later, Wang Shikong officially engaged with the elements. The yuan coin ink could stabilize and manifest the elements without allowing them to dissipate. However, accurately pinpointing the 9 elements required exceptional control, and a single misstep could lead to error, presenting a significant challenge. Even Wang Shikong found that among 10 strokes, one would inevitably go awry. To mitigate mistakes, he could activate precognition, anticipating the strokes as he executed them. With a mental urge, he initiated this ability, and everything accelerated swiftly. In just 20 minutes, he perfectly replicated the piece. Observing his completed first artwork, a smile spread across his face. However, achieving this in 5 minutes will likely require several more days of practice. Hey, what are you up to? Suddenly, Ning Tianxiong appeared at the door of the study, looking at him with curiosity. Wang Shikong lifted his head, replying, drawing. Drawing? Paused for a moment, gazing at him with a peculiar expression. You are unlearned and unskilled. Come down and eat. Very well, Wang Shikong replied, maneuvering his wheelchair to the dining table. He glanced around and asked, Where's Qingya? She's busy with the union matters. You should eat first, Ning's mother informed him. Unlike you, who has the leisure to paint, Ning Tianxiong muttered under his breath as he cast a sidelong glance at him. Ning's mother lightly chastised him, urging him to speak less. Wang Shikong disregarded his rebellious father-in-law and continued to practice after finishing his meal. The following day, after completing 3 dungeons with Lao Hu and the others, yielding 50,000 coins, he dedicated all his remaining time to practice. Ding, your level is 1, mental strength 5, physique 2. On the 3rd day, after finishing the nightmare level Corrupted Manor dungeon, Wang Shikong reached level 5. Today, he believed he could complete a painting in under 5 minutes. He thought to himself as he entered the classroom, spending 4 hours painting. Upon checking the time for his final piece, a smile crept across his face. 4 minutes and 38 seconds. Teacher, I have met your expectations, Wang Shikong announced to Teacher Tianyan. Oh, is it done? Teacher Tianyan regarded him and promptly stood up. Go on, demonstrate. Wang Shikong nodded and returned to the classroom, completing the task in 4 minutes and 30 seconds this time. Well done, Teacher Tianyan praised. Additionally, if you wish to illustrate the explosive fireball, you will need to use a level 1 elemental paper, which you must purchase yourself. Understood, teacher. Wang Shikong replied with a nod. Explosive fireball spell? But teacher, The drawing you provided is merely the basic fire spell. Indeed, it is, Teacher Tianyan acknowledged. Nearby, Fei Yu and Fei Fei were taken aback by Teacher Tianyan's words and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this treatment is clearly different. Do I need to explain myself to you?" Teacher Tianyan shot them a deadpan glance before leaving abruptly. This left Fei Yu and the others speechless, mouths agape. "Brother, you're impressive. The explosive fireball spell is several tiers above ours. Why is the old man so favorable towards you?" Fei Yu inquired eagerly. "I have no idea." Wang Shikong replied with a smile, shaking his head. "The teacher is rather biased. Is it because you learned faster than us that you are rewarded so generously?" Fei Fei, enviously approaching Wang Shikong, examined the explosive fireball drawing. "By the way, handsome Shikong, I see you haven't joined a guild yet. Why not join a heretical guild? We possess unique skills and receive substantial support from the guild. Future expenses for scroll illustrations will be reimbursed." Wang Shikong paused and shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I will not join a guild." "Are you really not going to join? We illustrators also require levels. You, with your paralyzed legs, cannot level up. But if you join our guild, others will assist you in leveling." Fei Yu also invited. "With your abilities, the guild will not treat you unfairly." Wang Shikong shook his head once more, firmly declining. "I have no such intention." A look of regret crossed Fei Yu's face, while Fei Fei furrowed her brow. Chapter 21. Rare Treasures and Prophecies. Congratulations on mastering the explosive fireball spell. You have comprehended the essence of the explosive fireball spell, achieving a level of proficiency that is nothing short of transcendent. While endeavoring to inscribe the explosive fireball spell, I discovered that I could also acquire skills, and that my proficiency could be enhanced during the inscription process. This is splendid. It ensures that no time is wasted, as crafting the scroll serves as practice for the skill itself. However, the parchment required for a first-tier spell is rather costly, priced at 400 gold coins per sheet. And with the additional expense of magic ink, the total expenditure reaches 500 gold coins. Moreover, success is not guaranteed. A failed attempt results in the destruction of the parchment. This is considerably more wasteful than forging or alchemy. Wang Shikong commenced the inscription of his first spell, but on his initial attempt, he failed outright. Observing this, he understood why, in his previous life, there were so few spell scribes. It is not a pursuit for the faint of heart. Clearly, he must first practice on ordinary paper before attempting the more expensive materials, he mused. Casting his gaze aside, he noticed that Fei Yu and the other two were smiling at his failure, while they diligently practiced on ordinary paper themselves. Wang Shikong collected his thoughts and focused. Returning to reality, he entered his study and practiced in solitude. After merely 4 or 5 attempts on ordinary paper, he paused, his eyes glimmering with insight. He had previously attained transcendent mastery of the explosive fireball spell, and such mastery significantly enhances the success rate of crafting spell scrolls. According to the foundational text on scribes, achieving transcendent understanding of a skill grants a 30 increase in the success rate of scroll crafting. Wang Shikong activated his foresight, retrieved a first-tier mana-conducting parchment, and began his inscription. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully inscribed a standard explosive fireball scroll and have officially become an apprentice scribe. Explosive fireball scroll. Standard upon inputting mana, it releases, inflicting 55 points of damage equivalent to one's mental power, stamina. Success. 5 minutes later, Wang Shikong beheld his completed first scroll, his face alight with astonishment. The levels of scrolls are categorized into inferior, standard, and exquisite. The higher the level, the greater the damage or duration inflicted. For instance, an exquisite scroll would deal 6 points of damage based on one's mental power, stamina. Once mana is infused, it can be activated almost instantaneously, making it a cunning tool for ambushes. However, the explosive fireball spell is rather mediocre. If only he could inscribe the skill of divine inspiration, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Wang Shikong's gaze flickered. The tome of divine knowledge contains illustrations for crafting, and he immediately began practicing on ordinary paper. Yet, he soon realized that the intertwining elements of light and darkness during the inscription process would lead to conflict, chaos, and instability. The required control was exponentially more demanding, rendering the difficulty of this task several times greater than that of the singular explosive fireball scroll. He refrained from direct inscription and began to practice instead. Ding! Congratulations! You have inscribed a standard divine inspiration scroll, and your experience as a scribe has been significantly enhanced. Congratulations, apprentice artist, on your advancement to the rank of artist. As an artist, you possess a 30 success rate for crafting spell scrolls of first tier and below. The divine inspiration scroll, Ordinary, upon infusing it with your energy, it bestows divine light upon allies within a 10-meter radius, enhancing their attack, defense, and speed by 40 for a duration of 50 seconds. This effect is only applicable to beings of first tier and below. Ding! Your proficiency in the divine inspiration skill has reached perfection. 4 days later, after Wang Shikong had expended 2 first-tier carrying papers, the divine inspiration scroll was finally crafted successfully. To his astonishment, not only had his divine inspiration skill reached its zenith, but he had also ascended from apprentice to artist. Wang Shikong beamed with delight. If this divine inspiration scroll were utilized by a team in combat, the immense enhancement over 50 seconds could easily alter the tide of battle. Selling it for 100,000 coins would not be excessive, would it? Is 100,000 coins expensive? Indeed, it is quite costly. It could purchase a bronze weapon. However, the potential impact of such a scroll in a team battle is unimaginable. Take, for instance, a skirmish involving a party of 5. As long as the scroll is deployed and the gap in skill is not insurmountable, victory is assured. Once victorious, it signifies the acquisition of the opponent's equipment and weapons. Naturally, for the affluent, the primary allure lies in the satisfaction, morale, and prestige it brings. Only the divine inspiration scroll commands a high price. The fireball scroll, in contrast, is valued at a mere 2,000 coins, with a production cost of 500. If the success rate were to dip, one would incur a loss. Wang Shikong mused himself. The prices of defensive and area effect spell scrolls have consistently remained high, making them luxuries beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. But cease your chatter. I have delightful news to share. Teacher Tianyun had appeared in the classroom without warning, his gaze glinting as he observed the scroll before Wang Shikong. Fei Yu and Fei Fei paused, their faces brightening with anticipation. Teacher, what good news do you have? To the right of the graveyard, numerous black iron fire crows have emerged. Hunt these crows, collect their tail feathers, and alongside 100 ordinary fire crow feathers, report my name at the local forge. You shall receive a black iron drawing pen that enhances your crafting success rate by 5. Teacher Tianyun conveyed, tossing them a piece of paper containing the relevant information. The location is approximately within this area. The group eagerly received the paper, their eyes alight with excitement. A task, undoubtedly a premium one, with the reward being not only the black iron drawing pen, but also information about the black iron monsters. The rewards are indeed substantial. A 5% increase in crafting success rate means that with this black iron drawing pen, I would have a 50% probability of crafting a fire scroll. Fei Fei exclaimed with joy. I feel similarly, Fei Yu concurred. Wang Shikong listened on the side, perplexed. Such a low rate for a fire scroll? It seems a certain loss. Moreover, the 3 of them had entered this place at least 5 days before him. The other students departed, but Shikong, you stay. Teacher Tianyun suddenly addressed him. This caused Fei Yu and Fei Fei to momentarily pause, casting envious glances at Wang Shikong before leaving the classroom. Teacher, Wang Shikong observed their departure. His curiosity piqued as he called out. In this location, a bronze fire crow was in the process of gestation, likely to succeed by tomorrow. After its capture, all its feathers would be plucked for forging. Additionally, the Tianyin fruit would grow here, which, upon consumption, could enhance one's mental strength by 2 points. Teacher Tianyin handed him a piece of paper, addressing him with care. Wang Shikong's eyes sparkled at the mention of rare treasures. He expressed his gratitude immediately. Thank you. Teacher, no need for thanks. Just be cautious when you go. There exists a rift of malevolence nearby. Do not approach it, Teacher Tianyin advised, waving him off. Go now. You are ready to embark on your journey. There is no need to return. Wang Shikong paused momentarily, then replied, Thank you, teacher. Will we have the opportunity to meet again? If you can find me, then you shall see me. Teacher Tianyun uttered a rather cryptic phrase. Wang Shikong, taken aback, continued. Teacher, I have one last question. Is there a way to reduce the cost of drawing scrolls? Reduce costs? If your proficiency is high. A single sheet of paper can be divided into 4 parts. Teacher Tianyun chuckled, but this will significantly increase the difficulty. Wang Shikong nodded, slightly bowed, and after bidding farewell, he departed. As he watched Wang Shikong's figure fade away, Teacher Tianyun's eyelids drooped, turning his gaze towards the first page of the basic guide for drawers. Murmuring, when the era of dark chaos commences, the prodigies emerging will rekindle the brilliance of the drawers. Is the fated one among them? The lines on the first page were, in fact, an ancient prophecy. Chapter 22. Do you wish to kill me? Descendant. Wang Shikong profession, Mage Realm. Elemental refinement level, 5. 95100. Vitality, 210300. Constitution, 1720. Mental strength, 83 elemental affinity. Gold, 578, wood, 589, water, 588, fire, 592, earth, 580. Wind, 588, lightning, 580, light, 577, darkness, 572, space, 595, time, possesses the heart of elements. Skills. 1. Basic elemental manipulation. Metal, transcendent. Fire, transcendent. Water, transcendent. Wood, transcendent. Earth, transcendent. Wind, transcendent. Lightning, transcendent. Light, transcendent. Darkness, transcendent. 2. Summon skeleton, perfected. 3. Shadow ambush, transcendent. 4. Explosive fireball, transcendent. 5. Skills from the divine tome. Equipment. 1. Hourglass of time, origin 2. Hall of light, epic 3. Blood-eyed amulet, bronze 4. Guardian staff, black iron 5. Black iron robe, black iron, secondary profession, drawer, flowing guardian drawing. Explosive fireball drawing. Upon exiting the drawing academy, Wang Shikong glanced at his attribute information. He was merely one experience point away from reaching level 6, currently lagging behind. This setback stemmed from his failure to acquire black iron equipment in a nightmare dungeon over the past few days, prompting him to abandon further attempts. Upon inspecting the yuan coin in his possession, he found it had accumulated to a substantial 51,000, alongside a level 1 elemental carrier paper valued at 100,000. Next, he intended to acquire the 2 units of mental prowess from the extraordinary treasure, which would reward him with a bronze drawing pen, allowing him to swiftly ascend to level 10 and undertake tasks from the Celestial Pavilion. Upon completing these tasks, he planned to enter the city. Tianqing Town felt too diminutive, and the opportunities he recalled were limited to these. Wang Shikong pondered, in his previous life, due to his disability, he could only remember fragments of the opportunities within Tianqing Town. Much of his knowledge pertained to the information from Shanghai City. He would only be able to use the teleportation array to the city upon reaching level 10, at which point he would depart directly. His mastery of the leaving fire had finally reached an extraordinary level, and his ability to summon the wind had also achieved great success. As Wang Shikong entered his study and began to cut the level 1 carrier paper into 4 cards, he heard the haughty voice of Ning Qingru from the adjacent room. He smiled. It had been 20 days since Blue Star had linked with the Endless Continent, and Ning Qingru's learning pace was indeed commendable. Furthermore, astute individuals had already discovered the compatibility and opposition between elements and shared this knowledge online. Dividing 1 card into 4, he realized that the skill of divine inspiration was exceedingly intricate, with a likely low success rate. However, the success rates for healing light and divine light would presumably be higher. It was impractical to solely focus on drawing divine inspiration, as few would purchase such a skill. Instead, he opted to create some healing light and divine light skills, which he had nearly perfected. This practice would yield both monetary gain and personal utility. However, he noted that dividing the paper into 4 substantially reduced the success rate by half. Previously, his success rate had been expected to be 100%, but this division had diminished it. Nonetheless, this approach still saved him nearly half the cost. The day passed swiftly, and the following morning, Wang Shikong made his way to the location designated by Teacher Tianyan. Upon exiting Tianqing Town, he felt an intense gaze fixed upon him from behind. Was it Zhang Zihao? He mused, yet paid it little mind. Currently, those at higher levels were around 8 or 9, and although they surpassed him, they were not significantly so. An hour later, he arrived at the burial grounds, following the information provided by his teacher towards the right side. He sought the area, known as the Land of Heavenly Flames, by gauging the temperature of the air. When he encountered a swarm of fire crows ahead, he refrained from attacking. Instead, he enveloped himself in flames, utilizing light refraction to create an effect of invisibility, skillfully evading the onslaught of the fire crows. Soon, he stood before a vast expanse of raging lava. Several hundred meters behind the lava lay an immense chasm, unfathomably deep. It was rumored that below resided the abyss of sin, a place of exile, an inaccessible underworld. Wang Shikong cast a glance at the chasm. Such fissures were not uncommon in the Endless Continent, and even in his previous life, information about them was scarce. Those who ventured and often met their demise. Shifting his focus, Wang Shikong observed a small 1-meter-high crimson tree by the lava, bearing a luminous red fruit that shimmered enticingly. The Celestial Flame Fruit, a product of the Celestial Flame Tree. It bears fruit once every decade, and consuming it enhances one's mental prowess by 2 points. With a mere 15 minutes until ripeness, the timing is fortuitous. Barring any unforeseen events, the bronze fire raven shall emerge from its shell shortly. Wang Shikong gazes at the fire raven egg, situated several hundred meters away. Due to the distance, he is unable to launch an attack. As the 15 minutes swiftly pass, just as Wang Shikong anticipated, the fire raven hatches first. Cawing with excitement, the creature's wings span an impressive 2 meters. Upon sensing Wang Shikong, its fierce gaze locks onto him as it hastily approaches, eager for a meal. Fire Raven, Bronze level 9. Health, 2,600. Constitution, 88. Mental power, 39. Skills, 1. Call of the Raven Horde, 2. Fiery Feathers, 3. Flame Burst, 4. Fiery Claw. Cawing ferociously, the fire raven hurtles towards Wang Shikong, who regards it with a smile. The creature's damage potential could easily spell his demise, yet finds no opportunity to strike. With a mastery of the 5 elements fusion technique, he conjures a tempest. As the raven closes in within a mere 10 meters, a terrifying fireball materializes, causing the approaching creature to falter, fear flashing in its eyes. Boom! 2,600. Not a caw to be heard. Wang Shikong smiles as he observes the fire raven plummeting from the sky, then approaches to collect its remains. This untainted fire raven is indeed consumable. With a sense of ease, he strides towards the celestial flame fruit. However, as he reaches out, he suddenly halts. A crisp sound resonates, and in the next instant, a slight sting pricks his skin. Frowning, Wang Shikong glances backward. Indeed, the old man has bestowed upon you a more advantageous task, with far greater rewards. Humph, that old fellow is quite biased. A familiar voice reaches his ears as Fei Yu and Fei Fei approach, accompanied by a throng of over 200 individuals. How audacious! They dare to intrude upon our territory. Were it not for our brothers training here, this treasure might have been pilfered by this little thief. At the center of the group stands a middle-aged man wielding a black iron blade, surrounded by youths, some brandishing swords and staffs, while others carry firearms, including a sniper rifle. The shot that rang out moments ago was fired by a bald young man with a sniper rifle. Wang Shikong, observing the sudden assembly, furrows his brow, a grave expression crossing his face. The Heretical Guild? He recalls this guild, not because of Fei Yu and Fei Fei, but due to its notoriety in a past life, a first-rate guild rivaling the splendid guild which had engaged in numerous conflicts with it in its early days. Rumors circulated that the Heretical Guild was founded by a group of con artists who, armed with firearms and wealth, rapidly ascended within the Endless Continent. Sometimes, malevolent individuals do not receive their just deserts. On the contrary, they thrive. Wang Shikong observed their firearms, his mind calculating minutely. Over 200 people, armed with modern weaponry, rendered his chances of victory non-existent. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed on Fei Yu and Fei Fei. I am profoundly grateful for the lesson you have imparted, which has taught me never to underestimate my adversaries. Upon leaving the town, he sensed he was being followed, yet he paid it no heed. He had been complacent. One must acknowledge and remember the errors one commits. Fei Yu and Fei Fei, taken aback by his sudden proclamation, paused momentarily. Shikong, we now extend to you an opportunity to join our family. Fei Yu regarded him intently and spoke. You have witnessed our strength. For a man confined to a wheelchair, being allowed to join our heretical guild is already an honor. A young man laughed heartily. To dispatch so many to deal with me, a mere invalid. You certainly hold me in high esteem. Wang Shikong regarded the approaching figures with an unchanging expression. Shikong, you overestimate your worth. Were it not for the troublesome fire crow swarm, do you truly believe we would mobilize so many against you? Fei Fei's eyes bore into him. You still have chance. Join our heretical guild. Indeed, the old man was not mistaken. Wang Shikong replied with a serene smile. Heretics deserve to perish. Curse it. I know not what charade you are attempting, but my gun is loaded with 762 ammunition. A youth from the heretical guild raised his firearm, aiming at Shikong's legs. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Let us see whether your useless legs are tougher than my bullets. With a mocking laugh, Wang Shikong made a swift gesture. Water of the Gui, wood of the Yi, fire of the Li, earth of the Wu, earth shield. Simultaneously, he drew a crafted scroll and activated it. Explosive fireball, divine light technique. Bang, bang. The gunfire erupted, precisely intercepted by the earth shield. 2 spell scrolls soared towards the youth. It has been blocked. It's a spell scroll. Be cautious, Brother Bing. Fei Yu shouted a warning as bullets and spell scrolls flew forth. However, they had clearly underestimated the spell scroll's potency. With Wang Shikong's spirit comparable to that of a level 15 mage, the 2 scrolls descended upon the youth, instantly obliterating him. Curse it, Brother Bing. It must be that old man's high-level spell scrolls. Fei Yu's countenance changed dramatically upon witnessing his companion's demise. Useless. The burly middle-aged leader shouted, his confidence unwavering as he pointed his longsword, commanding, "Capture him alive." "Capture me alive?" Wang Shikong could hardly contain his laughter at the leader's words, promptly hurling 3 divine light technique spell scrolls at him. "Be careful, he has more spell scrolls," warned Fei Yu and Fei Fei, their expressions a mix of envy and fury. They certainly did not believe these were self-drawn scrolls. The leader's expression shifted as he quickly pulled a subordinate to shield him with his body. "Ah, curse it!" The unfortunate subordinate was instantly slain, and the burly leader, too, was swiftly purified, letting out a wretched cry as he met his end. "Curse it! The boss is dead. What immense damage! Damn it, kill him!" The members of the heretical guild, numbering over 200, were taken aback. Their faces contorted with rage as they bellowed with murderous intent. How could they allow their leader to be slain before them by a mere cripple? What would they say to the world? How could they continue to exist as the heretical guild? "Do they wish to kill me?" Wang Shikong scoffed, waving his hand as a branch ensnared the heavenly flame fruit, swiftly drawing it into the sacred hall of light. His eyes shimmered with a quicksand-like glint as he conjured a soil shield once more. "Bang, bang, bang. Kill him. Tear him apart." Yet, bullets whizzed through the air as the heretical guild members charged forward. Wang Shikong retrieved 2 scrolls for the divine light technique and the divine healing technique, launching them toward 2 armed members of the guild. "Is there more? Damn it, move." The expressions of the 2 attacked shifted drastically as they attempted to evade. But under Wang Shikong's foresight, how could they escape? "Ah, bastards." 2 more companions fell victim, igniting the fury within the eyes of the heretical guild. Wang Shikong surveyed the soil shield before him, which could withstand only a few more seconds. Mysterious winds. A series of ethereal gusts propelled him backward rapidly. He was out of scrolls. A mere cripple who had ambushed and killed their leader dared to escape? The crowd, filled with rage and murderous intent, shouted vehemently. Wang Shikong regarded them, sensing the gaping chasm of evil behind him, calmly seated in his wheelchair, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "You wish to kill me? You lack the qualification." The wheelchair retreated, plunging into the abyss of evil. Chapter 23. The Great Raven Lord. With a crash, a wheelchair and its occupant tumbled from the edge of the cliff. "What the hell is he jumping? Damn it!" The members of the heretical guild, witnessing the scene, turned pale. Fei Yu and Fei Fei felt their hearts tighten, rushing to the edge of the chasm. They had urged their leader to attack him for the explosive fireball scroll and the higher rewards promised by the old man. Now, he had leapt into the abyss, and all was lost. Even their leader had been killed for this. The thought of their enraged leader sent chills down their spines. A cripple had cost them so dearly. Boom, boom, boom. The wind roared around Wang Shikong as he plummeted, his breathing becoming labored. His gaze fell toward the depths below, an unfathomable void. The mysterious winds adjusted his falling posture. Wang Shikong examined his surroundings, intrigued by this endless world of chasms. Legends about the abyss of evil and the exiled lands were plentiful. However, this clearly belonged to a high-level instance. Even 5 years later, there would be no quest for such a dungeon. He continued his descent. 10 minutes? 20 minutes? Half an hour? It felt endless. Wang Shikong remained calm. After all, he would revive in the plaza of Tianqing town, so he had no cause for concern. Perhaps he could observe the abyss of evil. It would not be in vain for him to perish. However, it was evident that things would not unfold as he wished. An hour later, a protruding rock loomed below. Without doubt, he would meet his end upon it. Mysterious winds. Mysterious winds. Wang Shikong resolved to struggle against his fate. The continuous gusts of wind slowed his descent. While this only tempered his fall, it was sufficient. With a thud, and bolstered by his precognitive abilities, he landed gracefully upon a protruding boulder. Observing the abyss of malevolence on either side, with the stark, barren rock walls surrounding him, he extracted a heavenly flame fruit and took a bite. Congratulations on consuming a rare treasure. Mental strength increased by 2. His mental fortitude surged to 85, and curiosity compelled him to survey his surroundings. Below him lay an endless expanse of darkness, while above, he pondered how deep he had plummeted over the course of an hour. To his astonishment, his first life after rebirth seemed destined to end here. He shook his head. Fortunately, all his possessions remained safe within the sanctuary of light, bound to his soul and impervious to loss. "I smell something. I smell something. I smell something." Suddenly, from the depths of the abyss, an excited voice, sharp and piercing like that of a duck, echoed. Wang Shikong paused in surprise and leaned down to investigate. Though his gaze found nothing, the phrase still resonated, unmistakably drawing nearer. Abandoning thoughts of an immediate resurrection, he observed in silence. Caw, caw, caw. I smell something. Even dragging my decayed remnants of soul, burdened by a hunchbacked form and a shattered will, I can still scent your essence. Caw, caw, caw. In his line of sight, a creature, as black as a crow, surged upward. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, uttering strange words as it zeroed in on Wang Shikong. With a whoosh, it soon hovered parallel to him, its black wings unfurling, measuring only 7 or 8 inches in span. Suddenly, it closed its eyes and tilted its head, as if sniffing the air. Ah, this is the scent. It flapped its wings excitedly, fixating its fiery gaze upon Wang Shikong. This is the scent of the old pervert's air? No, no, it is the successor of the old pervert. Wang Shikong regarded the animated black, crow-like creature with bewilderment. Brother Crow, call me the great and malevolent Lord of Crows. It interjected before Wang could finish. The successor of the old pervert. Caw, caw, caw. The old pervert, you vile old wretch, has a successor now. The Lord of Crows, ecstatic to the point of mania, threw its head back and proclaimed, I shall devour his soul. Little ghost, offer your soul to the great Lord of Crows. Caw, caw, caw. In the next instant, the Lord of Crows charged at Wang Shikong with astonishing speed, leaving him utterly astounded. Is this creature deranged? This frenzied crow comes to kill me? The successor of the old pervert? Is it referring to the infamous Jie? Does this cawing creature harbor a grudge against him? At that moment, Wang Shikong could not suppress an expletive. With instinctive reflex, he raised his hand to shield himself, but the crow's velocity was too swift. Even with his foreknowledge of its erratic actions, he could not react in time. However, a thought flickered through his mind. Time stop. Within the confines of the spiritual realm, all cease to exist. With a mere thought, Wang Shikong seized the crow, its beak poised against his brow. Enter, he commanded, casting the raven into the radiant sanctuary. In an instant, time resumed. The crow, bewildered by its sudden surroundings, flapped its wings and gazed around, its eyes vacant. The radiant sanctuary? A spatial artifact? How have I come to be here? No, no, I sense the power of time. You, little imp, how can you possibly wield the power of time? Impossible, little imp. The great and malevolent Lord Raven commands you to release me, or I shall consume your soul. Do you comprehend the greatness of heresy? You shall remain here, forever barred from escape. Wang Shikong observed the incessantly screeching raven, interjecting coldly. Heresy? You dare call the great Lord Raven a heretic? How dare you? The exchange devolved into a heated exchange of insults. Wang Shikong watched in astonishment, taken aback by the raven's high intellect and profane vocabulary. Moreover, he found himself unable to discern the raven's true nature, as the celestial order typically revealed information about wild creatures. Yet, this raven remained an enigma. Should it possess knowledge of the god of radiant elements, the implications would be astounding. Contemplating this, Wang Shikong watched the articulate raven in silence. His gaze flickered. Unless you enter into a master-servant contract with me, you shall remain here indefinitely. What? You expect the great Lord Raven to sign a master-servant contract with you? How audacious! Dismissing the raven from his thoughts, he retreated to his study, grinding spirit coins into ink and meticulously cutting sheets of primary spirit energy paper into quarters. Fortuitously, his habit of stockpiling had led him to purchase 10,000 spirit coins worth of energy paper, sufficient for crafting 400 scrolls of radiant healing and divine light spells. 400? Could this be enough to obliterate the heretic guild? Seated in his study, he began to draw with utmost seriousness. Chapter 24. The Contract with the Raven. After cutting the primary energy paper into quarters, each the size of a card, the success rate stood at 50%. With a bronze-level drawing pen, it could be improved by 10%. Alas, he lacked such a tool. Wang Shikong toiled for an hour, managing to create only 12 scrolls. Far too slow. With nothing else to occupy his time in the abyss of sin, he resolved to treat it as skill practice. As night fell, he glanced at the languishing raven before succumbing to sleep. Good morning, Raven. Have you come to a decision? The following morning, Wang Shikong greeted the raven. I am but a remnant of my once vibrant soul, now decayed and frail, burdened by a shattered will. Why must you torment me? Release me, the raven implored, its voice losing its sharpness. Your intent to kill me renders the contract a necessary punishment, Wang Shikong replied calmly. If you disagree, you may remain here. Provide me with sustenance, young one, the raven requested, tilting its head. Wang Shikong ignored it, dedicating the entire day to crafting scrolls. As evening approached, he cast a glance at the raven sprawled upon the ground, offering a simple, good night. Good morning, Crow. Have you made up your mind? As dawn broke, Wang Shikong continued his inquiry. Great Crow Lord, I am willing to enter into an equitable contract with you. Hearing his voice, the crow promptly replied, the master-servant contract is not negotiable. Wang Shikong outright rejected this notion. Although an equitable contract would prevent harm between them, given the crow's nature, it would surely abscond without hesitation. How could that be? Young man, I am on the brink of starvation. At least provide me with something to eat. The crow exclaimed. You of all beings can feel hunger? Wang Shikong inquired, somewhat astonished. In our current state, we are but withered remnants of souls, broken and decaying bodies. Of course, we feel hunger, the crow retorted, exasperated. Oh, Wang Shikong responded. Should we finalize the contract, sustenance shall be provided. Otherwise, you will succumb to starvation. You once knelt before me, a perverse old man, seeking to forge a contract, and I declined. And now you, a mere child. How dare you? Wang Shikong mused, grinding the last of his ink and sipping tea as he resumed his drawing on the scroll. Good morning, crow. Prepare a sumptuous breakfast for the esteemed crow lord, for I shall enter into a contract with you. Wang Shikong was taken aback by these words, doubting his hearing. Have you truly capitulated so swiftly? Is it genuine? He sought confirmation. Would the great crow lord deceive you? The crow replied, maintaining a stern demeanor. Wang Shikong's eyes brightened as he wheeled himself into the dining area. Instructing Aunt Song, who was preparing food, Aunt Song, please prepare an additional portion of breakfast for me. Of course, my dear, Aunt Song promptly responded. Half an hour later, breakfast in hand, Wang Shikong arrived at the Infinite Continent. Observing the crow within the holy sanctuary, he declared, present your contract, and I shall bestow upon you sustenance. To his astonishment, the great crow lord did not fall prey to the old pervert, but rather to the young one. Fate is indeed capricious. The crow let out a mournful caw, channeling its essence to inscribe the contract. The crow offers you its soul, entering into a master-servant contract. Wang Shikong immediately accepted the crow's soul, a smile gracing his face. Congratulations, you have contracted the crow. Crow, golden level 10. Health, 1,000,000. Constitution, 100. Mental power, 120. Innate talent, soul absorption. Skills, 1. Soul tracking. 2. Vanish into darkness. 3. Eye of calamity. 4. Dimensional abyss. 5. Mastery of the 9 fundamental elements, transcended. Status, decayed soul, broken body, extinguished will, requires 23 hours of sleep daily. Note, the exceedingly malevolent crow, upon soul absorption, will restore its condition. Upon reviewing the crow's information, Wang Shikong was slightly taken aback. A state of decayed soul, broken body, and extinguished will, yet still classified as golden? Golden indeed. The innate talent of soul absorption? Soul absorption. Hunt living beings to absorb their souls, enhancing mental and physical prowess. In terms of skills, mastery over the 9 fundamental elements, and the 4th skill, dimensional abyss, a spatial element skill. This wicked crow is truly formidable. Wang Shikong was utterly astonished, and soon a smile graced his lips. Were it not for his possession of the power of time, he would have found himself at a complete loss when confronted by the crow, which had just dashed before him and ushered him into the sacred hall of light. Ah, breakfast! What a delightful notion! He suppressed his joy and summoned the crow, presenting it with the morning meal. Caw, caw, caw. The crow regarded him with a peculiar expression, perhaps perplexed by the oddity of the moment, and let out a strange call, appearing rather forlorn as it dove into the food. Caw, 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 caw. Truly, it was a creature of the same era. Caw, caw, caw. The esteemed crow had not indulged in such delectable fare for quite some time. Life in the exiled lands was anything but enjoyable. Moments later, the crow suddenly squawked again. Wang Shikong inquired, "You're called Crow, are you not?" He gazed at the creature and continued from now on. "I shall call you Kindness, a little nickname for you." The crow, mid-meal, tilted its head in response. "Caw, Kindness? You wish the magnificent yet wicked Lord Crow to be known as Kindness? How amusing." Wang Shikong chuckled softly, casting his gaze skyward. "You must behave well from now on." The crow's beak snapped shut with a sound akin to grinding teeth. Yet, once the master-servant contract was sealed, it had no choice but to comply. With a playful smile, Wang Shikong asked, "After you finish your meal, would you be able to fly me up? Can you manage that?" Caw, caw, caw. The crow craned its neck upward, as if to say, "Speak plainly." Wang Shikong patted its head. "If you can ascend, that is sufficient." A spark of excitement ignited in Wang Shikong's eyes. While the endless continent offered rare treasures like the life resurrection, which could grant a second chance, it was best to avoid death altogether. Additionally, a single life resurrection could cost hundreds of thousands of coins, an exorbitant price. "Come on, Kindness, take me up. Do not tug at my clothing. Hold on to the wheelchair." Caw, caw. The great Lord Crow had now become a slave. With a call, the crow grasped the back of the wheelchair, lifting Wang Shikong upward toward the abyss of sin. Although they were not directly above the perilous drop, they were not far from it, and Wang Shikong steered his course toward Tianqing town. As for settling the score with the heretical guild, he would prepare adequately before confronting them. In the midst of an attack, one could not defend. Moreover, with his legs disabled, he was incapable of dodging incoming assaults. Even if he could evade, facing 100 opponents would be nearly impossible. In the early stages, even a top-tier 5-man team would struggle against 100 foes, not to mention that the heretical guild wielded firearms. The power of firearms in reality was comparable to the fire attacks unleashed by a level 10 mage. To contend with the heretical guild, he needed to amass sufficient spell scrolls. All fears stemmed from a lack of firepower. With enough spell scrolls, even 10,000 could be vanquished. Chapter 25. Purification of the Heretics. Caw. Why are there so many people in this world? Such feeble soul power. It's like trying to eat through a toothache. Are those two men kissing? The magnificent Lord Crow has truly been away from the world for too long and cannot keep pace with the changes of the times. He made his way directly to the forge, producing a feather from the fire crow. Hello, I am a student of Master Tianyan, and I wish to request the forging of a drawing pen. Upon his arrival, Wang Shikong addressed the server. You are a student of Senior Tianyan? Please follow me. The waiter promptly guided him towards the rear. A drawing pen for forging, is it? Please hand me the materials. Upon entering a forging chamber, a bare-chested blacksmith glanced at him and spoke. Very well. Wang Shikong handed him the feather of the fire crow. Please wait here for a moment. It will not take long. The smith examined it and remarked, what a poor quality feather. The crow glanced at the fire crow feather and commented. Its sudden speech took the blacksmith by surprise, revealing a hint of astonishment in his gaze. An extraordinary avian species, he marveled, unable to comprehend it. How could such a crude blacksmith acknowledge the greatness of the crow? With a resounding clap, Wang Shikong interrupted, his gaze fixed upon it. This caused the crow to regard him with displeasure. However, upon meeting his eyes, a profound unease compelled it to retreat 2 steps. Wide-eyed, my dear master. What do you intend to do? Senior, can its feathers be fashioned into a drawing pen? Wang Shikong inquired of the blacksmith. Of golden quality? Wang Shikong's eyes brightened as he turned his attention to the crow. I require a feather. You wish to pluck my feathers? How could such a wicked and perverse master exist in this world? Where is the Animal Protection Association? Speak up for me. Speak up for me. The crow shrieked, hastily taking flight into the distance. Come back. It is merely 1 feather, Wang Shikong commanded. Under the influence of the contract's power, the crow could only struggle as it flew back, its head tilted in resignation. Wang Shikong observed its demeanor with a hint of exasperation. Shall I pluck it myself? Or will you? With a weary flap of its wings, the crow presented him with a feather, its expression one of profound sorrow. Wang Shikong smiled as he accepted it and handed it to the blacksmith. Caw. The crow continued to squawk incessantly, and Wang Shikong patted its head. Though he could not comprehend its words, he sensed it was undoubtedly cursing him. Little brother, you are indeed fortunate. I shall infuse the feather of the bronze flame into this one. Take a look. Soon, the burly man handed him the crafted drawing pen. Elemental drawing pen, golden 20 success rate for crafting spell scrolls of level 1 and below, 20 drawing speed, 15 success rate for crafting level 1 spell scrolls. Upon receiving it, Wang Shikong's eyes sparkled with delight at the attributes. A spell of level 1 and below pertains to skills prior to the first transition, and a 20 success rate is quite substantial, especially with an additional 20 speed boost. Entering the study, he prepared to draw meticulously. Master, let me out. The crow called from within the confines of the Holy Light Temple. Wang Shikong summoned it forth, instructing, you may come out, but you must not harm anyone or cause any disturbances. What place is this? The crow exclaimed, its wide eyes darting around the unfamiliar surroundings. Wang Shikong paid it no mind, focusing intently on inscribing the Divine Light spell and the Divine Healing spell. With the golden quality drawing pen, he could stabilize the elements. What originally took 5 minutes to craft could now be completed in 4. Moreover, his success rate had risen to 70. 7 out of 10 attempts would be successful. An astonishing feat indeed. Certainly, the primary reason lies in his formidable affinity for terrifying elements and the enhancement of his precognitive abilities. Otherwise, such extraordinary feats would be unattainable. In just 1 hour, he crafted 17 pieces. Wang Shikong noted the time and nodded slightly. He would deplete the first-level elemental parchment in his possession within 2 days. As time passed, 1 spell card after another was meticulously produced. However, at this moment, they could no longer be referred to as scrolls. given their palm-sized dimensions. It was more appropriate to designate them as spell cards. Ding! Your Divine Light skill has been proficiently enhanced to perfection. Ding! Your Light Healing skill has been proficiently enhanced to perfection. With the completion of the final spell card, Wang Shikong's 2 skills reached their zenith. 501 spell cards were created. While he initially anticipated crafting 400, the enhancement of the golden drawing pen brought the total to 501. Aside from a few cards of the Divine Encouragement spell, the rest comprised Divine Light and Light Healing spells. This was sufficient. A faint smile graced Wang Shikong's lips as he stored them away. Tomorrow, he would purify the heretics. At dawn, the morning sun illuminated the picturesque town of Tianqing. Wang Shikong sent a message to Old Hu, requesting assistance in locating the heretical guild. Seated in his wheelchair, he proceeded towards the outskirts of the town. With kindness resting on his shoulder, soundly asleep. Tiger Vanguard. Captain, the members of the heretical guild are leveling up in the Lost Valley. They have completely occupied the area. Do you wish to inquire about their intentions? Tiger Vanguard. Tiger Vanguard. Captain, have a heretical guild provoked you? Their strength is formidable, comprising around 300 individuals in Tianqing. If you intend to confront them, I can rally the brothers. After all, my humble self has recently established the Tianhu Guild, which has already amassed over 3,000 members, making it easy to deal with them. No need. Meanwhile, not far from the Lost Valley, at the Eastern Stream Lake area for leveling up, Old Hu and his subordinates were engaged in their pursuits. It had been over 20 days since the connection from Blue Star to the Endless Continent was established, during which numerous guilds had formed. Within the town of Tianqing, the most powerful guild was undoubtedly the Tianhu Guild. Its president, Tiger Vanguard, with his generous character and abundant supply of black iron equipment, had garnered a significant following. The advantages of the guild became evident. As a collective grew stronger, they naturally occupied the more favorable leveling zones. Others wishing to join in for leveling? They might as well forget it. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, the strong prey upon the weak. Dad, why does Captain Shikong need information about the heretical guild? Asked Yao, his tall figure and poised demeanor accentuated by the spear he held. Old Hu furrowed his brow slightly. He mentioned purifying the heretics. It seems he is poised for conflict with the heretical guild. Conflict with the heretical guild? Yao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. President, who is this captain you speak of? A nearby young man, wielding a staff, inquired curiously. A truly formidable individual, Old Hu replied. Formidable? Is he more so than you and Sister Yao? The young man asked in surprise. Extremely formidable, Old Hu affirmed. Beside him, Jingshan couldn't help but interject. At that time, the president was willing to offer him a 50% stake to invite him to join the Tianhu Guild, but he turned it down. Is that so? The Tianhu Guild has now established itself as a prominent guild across the entire Blue Star. A young man, his face a canvas of astonishment, wondered if he was unaware of the prowess of our guild leader. Indeed, our leader and vice leader have both reached level 10, ranking among the top 3 in the entire Tianqing town. Another junior, equally astonished, remarked, isn't it just an early lead? Enough, Jingshan. Send a brother to keep an eye on the heretical guild. If anything arises, notify me immediately. Old Hu interjected, halting the discourse. As the president of Tianqing town's foremost guild, he could not utter words that would undermine his own authority. During his tenure in establishing the guild, he refrained from leveraging the fame of the Divine Say team to avoid any rifts with the captain, and his subordinates were unaware that the captain he referred to was indeed the leader of the Divine Say team. Regardless of the circumstances, should the captain require assistance, Old would exert every effort to help. Chapter 26, 1 against 300. Alas, all the prime leveling spots have been monopolized by those guilds. This is sheer bullying. What do we do? The members of other guilds are all here leveling up. Even if they permit us to train, can we keep pace? Once we possess superior weapons and equipment, can we guarantee they won't slay us and seize our possessions? Especially that heretical guild, which is rumored to have connections to the underworld in reality. The Lost Valley is no longer a viable leveling ground for us, and the nearby Donglu Lake, a sanctuary for leveling, is also occupied by the Tianhu Guild. However, it is said that joining the Tianhu Guild comes with excellent benefits. At the entrance of the Lost Valley, some individuals walked by, expressing their helplessness. At that moment, a young man in a wheelchair approached slowly, holding a pristine white book, with a peculiar black crow perched upon his shoulder. This strange combination gave no indication that he was there to level up. Naturally, for someone who is paralyzed, the prospect of leveling up alone is impossible. They cast a glance but paid him no mind, continuing on their way. The newcomer was, of course, Wang Shikong. He gazed at the valley entrance, where he could see 2 young men with guns, casually smoking as they stood guard. Wang Shikong, noticing the guild insignia on their shoulders, smiled faintly. At the entrance of the valley, two members of the heretical guild were engaged in idle chatter. One of them, upon spotting Wang Shikong, froze momentarily. Holy moly! Dongzi, look at that guy. Isn't that him? The young man pointed and exclaimed loudly. What guy? The other, puzzled, turned to look, and upon seeing the figure approaching in a wheelchair, his eyes widened in shock. Damn, it's him. Our guild has been searching for him for 2 days. Let us take him down. Before they could raise their weapons, a divine light, accompanied by a massive fireball, hurtled toward them. Holy crap, is it a spell scroll? Quick dodge. The two men, witnessing the impending spells, changed their expressions and hurriedly sought refuge. However, evasion proved futile. Is this a murder? Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. My soul, my soul. The Harbinger sensed Wang Shikong's intent to kill and immediately opened its eyes, exhilarated as it soared toward the scene. Its speed was astonishing, landing directly upon the two corpses, its beak glimmering with dark light as it absorbed their souls. A look of pure ecstasy etched upon its face. Wang Shikong approached with tranquility, observing the gear adorning the individuals before him, and seized the 2 spatial rings. With benevolence, he purified all those he encountered thereafter. Turning to the crow, he inquired, all purified? Purification, such an elegant term. No wonder that perverse old man was fond of it. The crow replied, excitement illuminating his face. Then, henceforth, I shall embody kindness in its utmost form. Wang Shikong smiled faintly, his mind stirring as 2 skeletal figures materialized, bearing him towards the rugged valley ahead. In the distance, a young man noticed the unfolding events, his gaze sharpening as he promptly dispatched a message. Simultaneously, upon the demise of the 2 men, they relayed the news to a brother in reality, swiftly transmitting the information. Boss, that paralyzed fellow has arrived. Our 2 brothers were slain at the valley entrance. What? Deep within the depths of the Lost Valley, the leader of the heretical guild, the outlaw, was momentarily taken aback. His expression one of astonishment. Is it that same fellow in the wheelchair? He has come for us, his subordinate reiterated, equally astonished. They had not sought him out, yet he had audaciously come to their doorstep. That cripple? The outlaw's eyes glinted with malice. How dare he approach when I have not pursued him? Very well. I shall ensure his demise. President, we must be cautious. That brat is undoubtedly armed with magical scrolls. A nearby member, Flying Fish, cautioned. Silence. Last time, my carelessness allowed him to escape. This time, since he dares to come, I will dismantle him piece by piece. The outlaw declared, his face a mask of murderous intent. Gather all the brothers. We shall eliminate him. How dare a worthless being oppose our heretical guild? After his death, station someone at the resurrection point for 24 hours. Should he venture out of town, we will strike him down without hesitation. Let him learn the consequences of offending us, and inform everyone of the fate that befalls those who stand against our guild. The atmosphere among the heretical guild members grew ominous as they recognized the gravity of allowing a paralyzed individual to confront them. Such news would spell their disgrace across the endless continent. In an instant, nearly 300 members of the guild surged towards the entrance, their presence formidable and menacing. Suddenly, as they advanced, an exhilarated cry echoed from above. A creature soared through the air, spiraling before darting away. The members of the heretical guild cast but a fleeting glance, dismissing it. 300 heretics are on their way. Wang Shikong halted, calmly surveying the path ahead. Before long, the 300 members of the heretical guild came into view. By the heavens, President, it is that brat. He truly dares to come. Curse it. He is being carried by 2 skeletons. How ostentatious. The members of the heretical guild noticed Wang Shikong, their gazes icy. Ah, boy, kneel and confess your wrongs before me. Perhaps then you may continue to exist in the endless continent. Otherwise, I shall ensure you do not dare to leave the town, the outlaw stated coldly. Fixing his gaze upon him, Wang Shikong unfurled the divine tome, invoking a spell of light elements to enhance his casting speed by 50. He spoke calmly, as if pronouncing a judgment. The divine decrees that heresy must be purified. Radiant divine art. A beam of light surged forth, targeting the heretic. Eliminate him. The heretic, sensing the imminent assault, coldly commanded. Attempting a sneak attack. Beside him, a muscular figure wielding a shield scoffed and immediately raised his shield, channeling the earth element. Crash! The shield bearer was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, his face betraying shock. How could a single strike threaten half of his life, even with a shield in place? Bang! 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 Charge, kill him! Yet, no one paid heed to him. The armed members of the heretical guild opened fire. A throng of warriors surged toward him, While the spellcasters began their incantations, Wang Shikong observed as flames, earth, metal, and water elements converged before him, ultimately forming a protective water barrier. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed the Divine Light spell card. Divine Light spell scroll, premium infused with elemental energy to release, enveloping the body in divine light that can absorb 11 points of mental damage as defense. This protective Divine Light scroll exhibited superior efficacy compared to the flowing Earth Armor scroll previously wielded by Old Hu. Unlike the latter, which was single target, this was an area effect. Cloaked in divine radiance, Wang Shikong appeared both sanctified and resplendent, akin to a divine emissary walking amongst mortals. With another motion of his hand, he infused several offensive Divine Light cards with elemental energy, causing a fierce wind to howl. Let the great Raven Lord partake in this glorious purification. The raven, utterly elated, unfurled its wings and vanished into the darkness. Damn it, this wretched fellow possesses an abundance of spell scrolls. Sorcerers, retaliate with your skills. A high-ranking member of the heretical guild, witnessing the multitude of radiant beams, turned pale and urgently commanded. One by one, the mages unleashed their fiery spells to counter the onslaught. The collision of spells did indeed inflict considerable wear on the Divine Light. Nonetheless, even severely weakened, the Divine Light spell, originally designed to assault sorcerers, still resulted in the instantaneous demise of 15 mages. Fools, eliminate him now. The outlaw's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the loss of his comrades. Wang Shikong, with a flick of his hand like a magician, sent forth another volley of spell cards. Rat-a-tat-tat. Ahead, gunfire rained down, but all fire was absorbed by the water barrier and Divine Light. Wang Shikong smiled faintly at them. Even if the water barrier and Divine Light were breached, he could swiftly re-establish his defenses, for his focused defense was formidable. Unable to withstand, there was still the Divine Light protection scroll. Chapter 27. Annihilation, the shocking Tianhu Guild. Ah, damn it. How does he possess so many spell scrolls? Those fools from Flying Fish take ages to craft a scroll, and their damage is low. How can it be so potent? As Wang Shikong cast forth yet another set of spell scrolls, predictably, several more mages fell. A sorcerer positioned at the rear could not contain his outrage and shouted, "This cannot possibly be his own crafted scrolls. It must be those given to him by that old man." As the Flying Fish beheld the scene before him, disbelief surged within him, prompting an incredulous roar. The crafting of spell scrolls posed a formidable challenge, and he possessed only a single schematic for a fireball scroll, a treasure he had acquired. Fei also spoke up, well aware of the arduous nature of spell scroll creation. They were certain that these scrolls had been bestowed upon him by that biased old man. Charge! Let us eliminate him. The outlaw's gaze turned frigid. He had never anticipated that a paralyzed wretch could annihilate 30 of their number in the blink of an eye. What kind of absurdity was this? With his strength and equipment, even slaying 5 foes would be a formidable task. Moreover, reports had surfaced online of a single individual killing 7, which had already left many astounded. Yet here was this man, single-handedly overpowering their 300? Were scroll crafters truly this monstrous? No, that couldn't be right. The 2 crafters in his guild were mere amateurs compared to him. Just as he pondered this, a sharp pain pierced his forehead, and his pupils widened in terror. Heretics must be purified, the harbinger intoned ominously. Cackling, a voice echoed in his ears as he faced his demise, yet he never glimpsed the source of the attack. The boss is dead? The guild leader has fallen? The sudden collapse of the outlaw sent ripples of shock through their ranks. How had their leader perished? Boom, boom, boom. However, Wang Shikong offered no respite as a flurry of spell cards erupted from his hands, as if they were worthless. The exorbitant damage inflicted was sufficient to obliterate any physical cultivator unshielded. Simultaneously, the harbinger, akin to a grim reaper emerging from the shadows, dispatched enemies with lethal precision. What truly instilled terror in Wang Shikong was the harbinger's ability to meld seamlessly into darkness. Wherever there was shadow, he could conceal himself, a natural harbinger of death. How could he possess such an abundance of spell scrolls? Was there truly no distinction between this and cheating? In under 2 minutes, they had suffered the loss of 70 to 80 comrades, prompting some to pale in fear. Surrounded from the flanks, quickly, commanded a high-ranking member of the Heretic Guild. Mages, unleash your spells. Even if he possesses scrolls for protection, our numbers can surely overwhelm him. You scoundrel. At this moment, several physical cultivators produced grenades, hurling them at Wang Shikong. Xianfeng. Wang Shikong paused momentarily, a smile gracing his lips upon witnessing the chaos. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, 5 or 6 of his own allies were obliterated. Damn it, stop throwing grenades. Curse it! He wields the Xianfeng spell with such mastery. The heretics gasped in astonishment. An ominous realization struck. It seemed a monstrous entity was attacking them from the shadows. At that moment, one comrade witnessed a companion fall victim to a strange assault. A gaping blood hole appearing in his forehead, his face contorted in horror. Yet as a dozen spell scrolls descended upon them, a cacophony of screams ensued. Allies were mysteriously slain, and the onslaught of spell scrolls sent waves of comrades crashing down. Chaos reigned, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous. Some even began to harbor thoughts of retreat. What the hell? Is he somehow invincible? Can he exhaust his spell scrolls endlessly? Someone shrieked in terror, utterly dazed by the unfolding calamity. I must express my utmost disdain. How dare you approach us when your time is nearly up? The muscular figure glared, desperately wanting to voice his anger. Yet, upon beholding the serene visage of the person seated in the wheelchair, illuminated by the gentle glow of elemental light, he silenced his ire. Flee! He turned on his heel. Damn it, flee! It has been substantiated online that once a person dies 10 times, they face irrevocable death. This implies that each individual possesses merely 10 lives, each one exceedingly precious. Not only must he escape, but he must also resolutely withdraw from this foolish heretical guild. Why provoke anyone, if it leads to such a formidable monstrosity? But in the next moment, his consciousness grew hazy as he stiffly raised his arm to touch his brow. Blood streaming forth. I must escape. When half of the 300 members of the heretical guild had perished, someone finally could not contain their voice, shouting in despair. Indeed, 300 faced one. Now they chose to flee. What a pride, what a reputation. All had been shattered by the terrifying figure in the wheelchair. The seemingly endless array of spell scrolls proved utterly ineffective. You wish to escape? The command from Wang Shikong resounded. Be merciful, let the swift opponents flee. Cackling, the avian exclaimed, Heretics, I have wings. You cannot outrun me. The slaughter continued unabated, an utterly one-sided massacre. Good heavens, is your team captain truly this formidable? One person against the heretical guild? Entering the Lost Valley with 300 members is tantamount to courting death. Is your captain a physical cultivator? If a physical cultivator possesses adept control over dark elements, they can cloak themselves in shadows and carry out targeted assassinations. Without further ado, I have long harbored disdain for the heretical guild. Today, we shall eradicate them, showcasing the prowess of our Tianhu guild to all cultivators in Qingtian town. At this moment, outside the Lost Valley, Lao Hu led 500 elite members of the guild toward the scene. The members of the Tianhu guild were filled with astonishment and excitement. Lao Hu's expression was grave, his brows slightly furrowed. He knew that the captain in the wheelchair could not possibly engage in kite-flying tactics or stealthy assassinations. One person against the entire heretical guild? How could that be feasible? Ahead lay 2 corpses. Yao Yi's gaze fell upon the bodies at the entrance, her expression tightening as she quickened her pace, instructing the others. Hasten your steps. Quickly, the group accelerated into the valley. Hurry, flee. Not long after they entered, they encountered a man and a woman running toward them, both drenched in sweat. The Tianhu guild? The fleeing duo were Fei Yu and Fei Fei. Upon seeing the members of the Tianhu guild, their expressions changed. Fei Yu slightly bent forward and spoke. Esteemed brothers and sisters of the Tianhu guild, what brings you here? Where are you running from? Lao Hu fixed his gaze upon them, his tone cold. Fei Fei stammered, fear evident on her face. There's a monster inside. He is killing our members of the heretical guild, and we are fleeing. Someone is killing your heretical guild members? The members of the Tianhu guild were taken aback. Lao Hu's gaze sharpened, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Apprehend them and move forward. Understood, guild leader. 4 of his subordinates immediately advanced. We have not provoked your Tianhu guild. Why are you detaining us? Fei Yu exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Lao Hu paid him no heed and continued on his path. Suddenly, 10 seconds later, he halted, and so did the 500 elite members of the Tianhu guild, frozen in place. Chapter 28. Massive Gains, the Legacy of the Sword Immortal. Within the Forsaken Valley, the gaze of the Tianhu guild members fell upon a grim sight. Corpses lay scattered over a vast expanse, a haunting scene of hundreds of bodies. Many appeared to have been corroded, their deaths a gruesome spectacle. The sheer number of corpses was overwhelming, creating a terrifying visual impact for the people of the Great Xia, who had lived in peace for so long. Even though they had ventured into the endless continent, witnessed much, and even engaged in battles, the sight of such a multitude of lifeless bodies sent chills down their spines. At the center of this grim tableau sat a young man in a wheelchair. lifted by two skeletal figures. Skeletons? A youth in a wheelchair? A black crow perched upon his shoulder? The surrounding corpses created an eerie atmosphere. As the two skeletons turned, the crowd beheld the young man's visage. His handsome features were adorned with a gentle smile, enveloped in a halo of pure light as he cradled a pristine book. "What is this?" Wang Shikong observed Lao Hu and the others, offering a faint smile as he commanded the skeletons to bring him forth. "Captain, this is Yai," he said, his face reflecting shock. "Let us settle our grievances." Wang Shikong addressed them. "You have arrived at a fortuitous moment. Lao Hu, will you accept these items?" "Yes, Captain. I will take them all," Lao Hu replied, regaining his composure with a deep breath. Wang Shikong nodded, casting his gaze towards Fei Yu and Fei Fei. "Brother Shikong, we should not harbor any ill thoughts towards you. We are truly remorseful. I implore you, spare us," wept Fei Fei, her eyes brimming with tears. Wang Shikong acknowledged with a slight nod, his hand conjuring two spell cards. "Each of you may select one. Please, do not jest with us. We truly understand our mistakes. Whatever we draw, it must allow us to escape," Fei Yu pleaded, desperation etched across his face. "Two methods of demise await you, one agonizing, the other merciful." Fei Yu's expression shifted. His face contorted with frustration as he shouted, "Damn you! You require purification," Wang Shikong declared, casting a radiant healing spell upon him. A piercing scream erupted from Fei Yu's lips, and soon thereafter, another corpse lay among the fallen. The other card unleashed a divine radiance that enveloped Fei Fei, instantly ending her life. Gulp! The onlookers from the Tianhu Guild could not suppress their astonishment, swallowing hard at the sight. "Captain, what manner of attack is this?" Yai inquired, astonished. Lao Hu, having once possessed spell scrolls, felt that this was indeed extraordinary. Yet, as he surveyed the 300 corpses around him, he felt a wave of terror wash over him. How many spell scrolls could achieve such devastation? He had founded the Tianhu Guild on the belief that strength lies in numbers. Yet here was the reality, a single individual annihilating an entire guild. At present, he found himself wavering on the establishment of a union. Could the strength of an individual truly triumph over multitudes? "Captain, I had intended to bring my comrades to assist you, but alas." Old Hu spoke with a tinge of bitterness. "Nonetheless, this may serve well, allowing me to assist you in clearing the battlefield. Gather all the equipment and space rings, but do not disturb the contents within." "Understood," replied the elite members of the Tianhu Guild, promptly making their way towards the fallen bodies, their gazes occasionally drifting towards that solitary figure. "This is troublesome," Wang Shikong expressed his gratitude. Allowing him to handle the aftermath would likely take considerable time. With Old Hu directly collecting the equipment, it would spare him a great deal of hassle. Moreover, he had utilized a total of 244 spell scrolls, which amounted to nearly 50,000 coins in expenditure. Was this truly the captain of the guild and the vice captains? One individual slaying 300 foes. Was that not exceedingly extraordinary? It seemed these feats were achieved through spell scrolls. How did this captain possess such an abundance of them? Who could say? It was simply astounding. As the members of the Tianhu Guild scavenged for equipment and space rings, they engaged in hushed discussions. "Captain, we have retrieved all the weapons and armor. There are 25 pieces of black iron equipment, while the remainder consists of ordinary gear. We did not inspect the contents of the space rings." Before long, the members of the Tianhu Guild approached, speaking up. "Please extract everything from the spatial items," Wang Shikong instructed. The elite members of the Tianhu Guild obediently responded, "Yes." Coins, skill books, materials, directs, stockings. A multitude of miscellaneous items lay scattered, yet when a particular book fell to the ground, Wang Shikong paused, his gaze sharpening. With a flick of his hand, ethereal would transform into tendrils that entwined around it. Goodness, can ethereal would be utilized in such a manner? How exquisite! An elite magic practitioner from the Tianhu Guild marveled. Wang Shikong's attention fixated on the book, his heart racing. "The years I spent as a sword immortal," he opened it, revealing dozens of pages that read like a novel. As he turned to the first page, it recounted, "On the day of my birth, the gates of heaven swung open, and dazzling beams of rainbow, sword light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the heavens. Wherever the sword light shone, storms calmed, fire and water harmonized, and within 1,000 miles, the spirit swords resonated in unison, as the heavenly way rejoiced in my arrival." A quintessential opening for an exhilarating tale. Yet, Wang Shikong understood that this book encapsulated potent information regarding an extraordinary sword immortal legacy. In his previous life, the notorious heretical guild maintained its status as a top-tier organization primarily due to the presence of a formidable sword immortal. This individual, having acquired the sword cultivation legacy while masquerading as a magic practitioner, wielded 12 celestial swords with unparalleled strength, earning the reverence of many as the sword immortal Chen Sheng, who shattered all techniques. In his prime, Wang Shikong had dueled with him, managing only to suppress him, unable to breach the defenses formed by the 12 celestial swords. He could hardly believe it. What a delightful surprise. Wang Shikong joyously stowed the book away. Its emergence prompted him to meticulously inspect the other items. After confirming there were no other precious artifacts, he collected over 20,000 coins. The remainder, sold to Old Who at a discounted price of 95%, amounted to a staggering 300,000 coins. The profits from the war spoils proved to be exceptionally lucrative. Wang Shikong had only expended 50,000 coins, yet now reaped a return of 320,000, netting over 270,000 in profit. Consequently, the number of coins in his possession soared to over 800,000. Moreover, there was further good news. The entirety of the Lost Valley became Wang Shikong's solitary training ground. Within it lay wild creatures of level 712, perfectly suited to expedite his level advancement. What a windfall. Chapter 29. The father-in-law gazes at himself. Useless, utterly useless. 300 individuals unable to defeat a single person. All 300 slain? The leader exclaimed in disbelief. That fellow must be cheating. He possesses an almost infinite number of scrolls, leaving us utterly powerless against him. In the resurrection square of Qingqing Town, members of the heretical guild stood in stunned silence. The president, an outlaw, wore a mask of rage and astonishment. This was the second time he had perished, both times at the hands of the same individual, resulting in a loss of 2 levels. What filled him with dread was the fact that this one person had obliterated their entire heretical guild. Such a tale would be met with disbelief. A single individual slaying 300? Yet, here they were, facing the undeniable truth. How could that wretched fellow possess such an abundance of spell scrolls? Aren't those exceedingly rare? The outlaw muttered in frustration. To them, it seemed evident that this bounty was bestowed upon him by that biased old man. Damn it, I must first bolster my strength before seeking revenge. He inhaled deeply, his expression pained. Boss, I have no weapons left. I need to find one first. One of the subordinates lamented bitterly. Let us all focus on leveling up for now. The outlaw glanced around at his subordinates, stripped of all their equipment, his face darkening. This time, they had suffered a monumental loss. It was worth noting that he had invested tens of millions to gather such a multitude of followers, only to see it all vanish in an instant. Gagaga! Here it comes, little kittens. Meanwhile, within the Lost Valley, the Harbinger swiftly approached, pursued by 50 to 60 level 10 demonic cloud leopards, their eyes glinting crimson with hunger. 5 elements fusion technique. Shenfeng, Wang Shikong had strategically occupied a favorable position, watching the baiting Harbinger with a smile, and immediately released his skills, one spell after another. The demonic cloud leopards fell rapidly. Those that attempted to attack him were dispatched by the Harbinger in an instant. This marked the third wave of wild creatures he had faced. After politely declining the invitation to team up with Wanju Yao and others for leveling, Wang Shikong diligently focused on his own advancement. Ding, your level is 1. Mental power is 5. Physique is 2. After slaying this group of demonic cloud leopards, his level surged to 6. The ascent in levels was swift, yet his mental power dwindled rapidly. Picking up the scattered coins and equipment, Wang Shikong noted his meager mental power. Each 5 elements fusion technique consumed approximately 0.6 of his mental power. With his current 90 mental power, he could cast it over 100 times. With the Harbinger's assistance in luring the creatures, his mental power was quickly exhausted. This arrangement is quite agreeable. During other times, one can craft magical scrolls. Having avenged his grievances, he felt a profound sense of contentment as he entered the courtyard pavilion, boiled some water, and brewed a pot of his father-in-law's exquisite tea. With a leisurely demeanor, he retrieved the book titled The Years I Spent as a Sword Immortal and began to peruse its pages. In his previous life, the Sword Immortal Chen Sheng had merely hinted that his legacy was acquired through a book, yet the specifics of how it was obtained remained unknown to Wang Shikong. Thus, he could only read the text incrementally in pursuit of clues. The decayed soul of the crow perched on his shoulder often dozed off with its eyes half closed, creating a harmonious scene that lasted for over an hour until a figure appeared with a cigar in hand. The years I spent as a sword immortal. Ning Tianxiong's expression darkened upon noticing the title of the book in Wang Shikong's grasp, and he also observed the seemingly ordinary crow on his shoulder. A pet bird? Engaging in painting, reading novels, and tending to birds. Such pursuits seemed utterly devoid of any scholarly merit. Was he truly preparing to live as a layabout in their esteemed Ning family? He had previously seen Wang Shikong acquire numerous pieces of equipment and had assumed he possessed some capability. Now, however, he felt a surge of irritation. While they toiled diligently for the guild, this fellow appeared to be living a life of leisure every day. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. As a father, he understood his eldest daughter's temperament well. It seemed that he would need to take a more active role in ensuring this young man's legs healed. Once they did, his daughter would no longer feel any guilt. He pondered that once the young man's legs were restored, he could allow his daughter to distance herself from him. With this thought, he turned and entered the house, choosing to remain out of sight. Wang Shikong noticed his father-in-law's retreat without a word of greeting. Clearly, this elder was thoroughly dissatisfied with him. "Shikong, it's time for dinner." Shortly thereafter, Ning Qingya approached, smiling as she saw Wang Shikong in the pavilion. "Dad said you were reading. What book are you reading?" "A novel," Wang Shikong replied, lifting the book to show her. "Reading and painting are both quite commendable." Ning Qingya nodded in approval. "Painting?" Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow, realizing that the old fox Ning Tianxiong had informed his daughter about his activities, subtly implying that he was lacking in ambition. It seemed he was trying to instill a dislike for him in his daughter. "It's time for dinner. Let me take you to the restaurant." "What level are you at now, Shikong?" Ning Qingya urged him toward the dining area, her smile bright. "Once you reach level 10, you should head straight to Shanghai City, and we can meet there. I can also assist you in leveling up. I just reached level 6. Once I arrive in Shanghai City, I will let you know." Wang Shikong responded with a nod. "Level 6 already? Shikong, you level up so quickly. That's impressive." Ning Qingya expressed her mild surprise at his current level. Although she had already reached level 9, she thought it quite remarkable that Wang Shikong, despite his disability, had achieved level 6. Wang Shikong smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry about me. Focus on enhancing your own abilities. I am even contemplating living off you in the future." Rest assured, I have this covered. I am quite formidable now," Ning Qingya replied, her confidence evident as she lifted her chin. "Very well," he chuckled. After nearly a month of companionship, the two have become good friends, bonded by their marriage certificate. "Have you seen the trending topic about the daughter online?" In the restaurant, Ning Tianxiong observed the two entering with laughter and interrupted their conversation with a glance at Wang Shikong. "Dad, what trending topic?" Ning Qingya inquired with curiosity. "There are reports online of a lone artist who has single-handedly annihilated a guild, displaying terrifying prowess," Ning Tianxiong explained. Wang Shikong, overhearing this, appeared momentarily taken aback. "Is it someone from the Tianhu Guild, or a single individual destroying an entire guild? How could that be possible?" Ning Qingya expressed her incredulity. 300 people. One person against 300, eliminating them all," Ning Tianxiong remarked with astonishment. "Yet, I suspect this may be mere rumor. The idea that one could defeat 300 is utterly implausible, likely a tactic to promote the profession of the artist." "Artist? I am familiar with that profession. But becoming one is exceedingly difficult. It requires immense resources and time, far more challenging than alchemists or blacksmiths." Ning Qingya nodded slightly. "If someone truly possessed hundreds or thousands of spell scrolls, it would indeed be possible for one to vanquish hundreds. The Endless Continent is full of hidden talents. Regardless of the veracity of this artist, that team which first cleared the corrupted manor, the corrupted deity, must be formidable," Ning Tianxiong expressed in awe. "Just this morning, I led a team to barely conquer the nightmare-level dungeon of Corrupted Manor. The prowess of that team achieving a first clear so early is unimaginable. I wonder who they are. With thousands of guilds established nationwide, the pressure will greatly increase upon reaching Shanghai City." Ning Qingya listened attentively, nodding gravely. The true challenge had only just begun. Wang Shikong, hearing his words, raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement crossing his face. "Why discuss me?" He chuckled, calmly listening without interjecting. Although he possessed considerable knowledge of strategies in the Endless Continent, he refrained from sharing this with Ning Qingya, fearing it might alter the trajectory of the future. Upon her arrival in Shanghai City, Ning Qingya would encounter a significant opportunity that would lay the foundation for her future title as the Snow Queen. The initial development of the Jinxiu Guild proceeded relatively smoothly. Hence, he chose not to interfere, wary that even a slight nudge could cause Ning Qingya to miss her chance. Chapter 30. The Talented Mission. Beep, your level is 1. Mental strength is 5. Physique is 2. In the following 2 days, Wang Shikong trained in the Forgotten Valley, and by noon of the second day, his level had risen to 7. His pace of advancement was astonishingly swift, far exceeding ordinary expectations. "Captain Shikong, shall we participate in the Talented Pavilion's mission together?" A message from Yao Yi suddenly arrived, causing Wang Shikong to raise his eyebrows slightly. Are they planning to undertake the mission from the Talented Pavilion? Wang Shikong was not well versed in the early missions of the Talented Pavilion, only aware that they involved being transported to a battlefield to hunt down evil creatures. All right. At that moment, Yao Yi, seeing Wang Shikong decline once more, could not help but question his own personal allure. She gazed at her long, graceful legs and her voluptuous figure, pondering whether such allure was truly absent. Unable to suppress a pout, she mused, could it be that the captain of time was not merely paralyzed in his legs? The mission from the Celestial Pavilion required her urgent attention, for the rewards were exceedingly generous. At that moment, Wang Shikong remained oblivious to Yao Yi's doubts about him, lost in thought. High-level cultivators now reached the 10th tier, and the tasks from the Celestial Pavilion were intended for those of that level. It was likely that many were engaged in this mission. To avert the risk of losing out on potential opportunities, he resolved to elevate his rank once more before embarking on the task. Observing his depleting spiritual energy, he chose not to wait for a gradual recovery, but instead closed his eyes to meditate and restore his strength. Beep. Your level is 1. Spiritual energy 5. Physique 2. 2 days later, in the morning, the voice of the heavenly Tao resonated, bringing a smile to Wang Shikong's face. Beep. Your spiritual energy has reached 100. Skill unlocked. Time Sandglass Projection. Projection. Under the power of time, project the trajectory and changes of a particular event, currently projecting the future for 6 days. Cooldown 60 days. Suddenly, another notification arrived, leaving him utterly astounded. He quickly turned to examine the attributes of the Time Sandglass. Indeed, an additional projection capability had been appended after the foresight. Wang Shikong scrutinized it closely, his heart racing with astonishment. To project the trajectory of an event? And for a full 6 days of variability? What difference would it make in the upcoming guild wars, akin to wielding a cheat? If a confrontation with a guild were to arise, a mere preliminary projection would unveil the opponent's strategies and trump cards, rendering him invincible. The Time Sandglass was truly his ultimate trump card. Taking a deep breath, his gaze flickered with resolve. He would first undertake the mission from the Celestial Pavilion. With his mind focused, he set off towards Tianqing town, his spirits buoyant. I smell something. Suddenly, the crow perched on his shoulder called out. Wang Shikong. The scent of the heretical guild leader is 10 kilometers to our right, the crow continued. The scent of the heretical guild leader? Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow and commanded. Go purify him. Gaga gaga, no problem. How wonderful I am, dear master. Isn't the great crow impressive? The crow boasted with pride. Indeed impressive. Gaga gaga. The crow cawed and darted towards the right at a terrifying speed. This benevolent soul-tracking ability truly served as a splendid skill for vengeance. Capable of detecting a scent from 10 kilometers away, this eager fellow likely sought to devour souls. Wang Shikong watched the crow vanish before continuing his journey towards Tianqing town. I smell something. I smell something. Minutes later, at a leveling spot, the outlaw was leading several armed minions in a rapid hunt for monsters. Having faced death twice, he found himself lagging behind in levels. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound broke the air. The outlaw paused, recognizing the familiar sound. Soon after, he spotted a crow appearing before them. Gaga gaga. The feeble heretic dared to provoke the formidable master of the raven. Embrace my purification. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Under the astonished gaze of the outlaw, the raven vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his brow. Fear gripped his face. Could this raven truly be the pet of that illustrious artist? How could such a creature be so terrifying? An instant kill. How is one meant to contend with that? By heavens, I have died 3 times already. At that moment, the outlaw contemplated reporting this. From now on, I shall steer clear of that artist in a wheelchair known as time and space, keeping my distance as far as possible. Moments later, every member of the Heretic Guild received a message from their president, the outlaw. He was thoroughly frightened. Aha, it is done. This is the equipment and spatial ring. The raven perched upon Wang Shikong's shoulder, boasting, having brought the spoils along. Excellent. Wang Shikong smiled, acknowledging that with the raven's strength, slaying the current practitioners would be effortless. Do let me know what you wish to eat in the future. Wang Shikong addressed it, and based on the information from the Tianjiao Pavilion's qualification test, he proceeded to the headquarters of the guards at Tianqing Town. Esteemed practitioner from another realm, do you wish to participate in the Tianjiao assessment now? A guard from Tianqing Town inquired. Indeed, Wang Shikong nodded. Please follow me, the guard gestured, leading him to a teleportation array. Upon stepping onto it, the array shimmered with light, and in an instant he found himself at a grand outpost beyond the gates. The surrounding ochre walls emanated an immensely heavy aura. However, the eerie darkness and blood-red light in the sky ahead cast a profound sense of oppression over everything. Wang Shikong gazed into the distance, where a vast forest of deep green stretched out, with towering trees reaching heights of 100 meters, seemingly endless. Welcome, practitioner from another realm, to the front line of the Snake Calamity battlefield, guard post number 3. A soldier approached him and said, "Follow me. I will guide you to join a squad. Here is your merit badge. Upon accumulating 100 merits, it signifies the completion of your assessment task." Wang Shikong took it with gratitude, nodding, "Thank you. No need for thanks. We are grateful for your kindred practitioners from other realms fighting alongside us." The young soldier replied with a smile, promptly leading him into a courtyard. "Welcome, esteemed practitioner, to the Cleansing Serpent Army, Squad 05. Upon entering, a robust young man approached Wang Shikong and extended his hand. "I am Li Shanhub, the captain of Squad 05. My strength comparable to your level 15. Welcome aboard." "Greetings, Captain. You may call me Shikong," Wang Shikong replied, shaking his hand. "Haha, splendid." Li Shanhub assessed him briefly, nodding slightly. "Your arrival perfectly rounds out our squad. Allow me to introduce you to your teammates." Wang Shikong nodded, following him deeper inside. "Everyone, please extend a warm welcome to our new member," Li Shanhub called out as they entered. Soon, 8 individuals emerged. Among the 8, 4 were clearly natives, while the other 4 were their own. What terrible luck! First, a mute, and now a cripple? A young man, upon catching sight of Wang Shikong, momentarily paused, furrowing his brow. Li Shanhofu glanced at the youth and remarked, "Qingyun cultivator. A substantial portion of your merits will be awarded based on individual performance. However, we are a team, and I hope you can unite and collaborate. The more monsters and malevolent beings we slay, the greater our final rewards and merits will be. In half an hour, we will venture into the Jiamu forest to hunt the wicked." "Understood, Captain," replied the young man named Qingyun in a deep voice, casting a discontented glance at Wang Shikong. Chapter 31. The disgraced Qingyun in the Kyushu Army's Team 05 resting area. Wang Shikong surveyed the 4 individuals around him, 3 young men and 1 woman. The woman was a spellcaster, while the other 3 were martial practitioners. 2 of the young men stood close to the woman, while the other, with slightly long hair obscuring his eyes, stood alone, cradling a long knife in his arms. The trio gathered together cast wary looks at Wang Shikong, their brows furrowing in disdain. Although this mission's merits are distributed based on individual performance, having a strong teammate would undoubtedly be advantageous. Their dissatisfaction with this wheelchair-bound companion was palpable. Unperturbed, Wang Shikong paid little mind. He had endured far worse discrimination in his previous life. He took out a tome of divine scripture and began practicing his skills. "Let us depart," announced Li Shanhofu. Before long, 5 members of the Kyushu Army's Team 03 approached, and their captain instructed them, "First, I will lead you to clear some serpent spawn, allowing you to familiarize yourselves with our tasks." "Understood, Captain," the group responded in unison. "Let's proceed." Li Shanhofu waved them forward, and they followed closely behind. The Kyushu Army's guard station 03 was quite expansive, only slightly smaller than Tianqing Town, with sturdy earthen structures that rendered the entire outpost reminiscent of a sandcastle nestled within a verdant forest. Wang Shikong recalled the Serpent Demon Legion, creatures that thrived in water, wood, and darkness. Earth elements held a certain dominion over these malevolent beings. Stepping through the grand gates of the guard station, they were greeted by an endless expanse of forest. Under the eerie illumination of the sky's strange rift, the entire woodland exuded an atmosphere of chilling terror. "We are tasked with clearing out the 1015 serpent demons. The male serpent demons excel in close combat, while their female counterparts specialize in venomous spell attacks. Nonetheless, both possess highly toxic fangs." Li Shanhofu explained as they entered the forest. "These serpent demons typically appear in groups, with at least 7 in each cluster. Captain Li, how much merit can we earn by slaying a single serpent demon?" Qingyun inquired. "If you possess the strength to hunt one alone, you will earn 1 merit," came the response. "Is that at the black iron level?" The group displayed a hint of gravity in their expressions. "The path ahead proves treacherous. We may soon face attacks from the serpent demons. Is that acceptable for you, time-space cultivator?" After walking for several minutes, the underbrush thickened, and the path nearly vanished. Li Shanhofu turned to Wang Shikong for confirmation. "No problem," Wang Shikong replied with a shake of his head. However, at that moment, he sensed someone grasping his wheelchair. Turning his head, he discovered the young man with slightly long hair, the one wielding the knife, assisting him in pushing forward. Wang Shikong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Thank you, but it's not necessary." With a mere thought, he summoned 2 skeletons, which emerged to the astonishment of those around him, lifting his wheelchair, one on the left and one on the right. Such remarkable proficiency in skill. Li Shanhua observed this and praised, "Excellent, but be cautious moving forward." A youth with slightly long hair nodded in acknowledgement and stepped aside. The 3 others also looked on in amazement as they continued on their journey. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, Li Shanhua's expression sharpened, and he quickly raised his head, shouting, "Evade the attack." Wang Shikong followed his gaze and saw above them, perched in the trees, 7 or 8 magical serpents, each measuring around 2 meters, their cold eyes fixed on the group. These serpents possessed triangular heads and ears unlike those of ordinary snakes, their large heads reminiscent of human features. 3 of the magical serpents opened their gaping maws, unleashing a torrent of venom directly towards them, with one particular stream clearly aimed at Wang Shikong. Divine Light Technique. Wang Shikong instantly initiated his defense. The perfected level of the Divine Light Technique, combined with the 50 casting speed enhancement from his tome, allowed for a spell casting speed that was nearly transcendent. The Divine Light enveloped him as the venom struck the ground before him, effectively thwarted. Engage. Li Shanhua Bayuba. His 4 companions included 2 mages and 2 warriors. One warrior wielded a shield, clearly skilled in defense, while the other brandished a bow. Li Shanhua himself held a long blade. Among the 2 mages, one specialized in support while the other excelled in offense. This constituted a remarkably harmonious team composition. Their reaction time was swift as they charged towards the magical serpents, and the individuals deemed elite enough to participate in the celestial task assessment followed closely behind. Magical Serpent, Black Iron level 10. Health, 1,800 1800. Constitution, 78. Spirit, 40. Skills, 1. Deathbind, 2. Venom Bite, 3. Ambush. Wang Shikong gazed at the magical serpents, flipping through his tome. Inspire of the Divine. Let's conclude this swiftly. He instructed them. Such a potent support spell. Unleash your fury. Li Shanhua exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm as he leapt into action. The augmentation of attack, defense, and speed by 60 was nothing short of outrageous. For a team composed of individuals around level 15, their strikes against the magical serpents proved devastating. Even the youth with slightly long hair dealt a blow that reduced one serpent's health by 40. What an astonishing enhancement spell. This was exhilarating. The members of Li Shanhua's team were invigorated, dispatching the 8 magical serpents in a mere 2 seconds. Previously, their team would have required at least 2 to 3 minutes to handle such a formidable group. What had transpired? Were the magical serpents truly this feeble? Despite being shrouded in divine light, the 3 from Qingyun, who had not benefited from the inspire of the divine, were somewhat dazed. The instantaneous conclusion of battle left them bewildered. The spatial cultivator's ability to eliminate these 8 magical serpents with such rapidity owed much to your contributions. Li Shanhua marveled as he turned to Wang Shikong and said, "Thus, you may absorb the essence from 4 of the magical serpents, while we shall claim the remains for collection." "Agreed," Wang Shikong replied. Wang Shikong nodded slightly and directly absorbed the 4 fallen energy orbs. This magical serpent does not drop equipment, but its teeth can be harvested to forge weapons. Fortense? What did he do? The unable to act Qingyun could not help but inquire. The area amplification spell, an extraordinarily powerful auxiliary skill. Even with such an area amplification spell, could one truly acquire 4/10 of the labor-s fruits? One of the women could not restrain herself from speaking. "Do not question my fairness." Li Shantiger glanced at them and waved his hand. "Continue onward, brother. This amplification spell is truly remarkable." The auxiliary youth of Li Shantiger's team, walking alongside, gave Wang Shikong a thumbs up, filled with admiration and astonishment. "Why didn't we receive the amplification earlier?" Qingyun opened his mouth to ask. Wang Shikong cast him glance. "You think you deserve it?" Chapter 32. The Wandering Blade Master, the Deceitful Scout. In battle, this group of magical serpents is level 11, possessing considerable enhancements in both defense and attack power. The 10-person team ventured deeper and soon encountered 8 more magical serpents. Compared to the previous group, this batch was of a higher caliber and level. Divine Inspiration. Wang Shikong, seated at the back, flung another skill forward. Instantly, the strength of Li Shantiger's team surged. Even the youth with slightly longer hair charged forward. With such formidable support, even at level 10, he could fell the level 11 black iron magical serpent. However, Qing Yun and his two companions were left pitiable, barely managing to strike once or twice before the battle concluded. Captain, with his brother here, we could easily head to the Mud River. The youth of Li Shanager's team exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement after effortlessly dispatching several magical serpents. Tomorrow, I will apply to the Legion. Li Shantiger nodded. Let us have them practice today. As he spoke, he turned to Wang Shikong, even changing his address. Brother Shikong, your celestial task seems quite effortless, but I advise you to accumulate more merit this time. In the future, merit can be exchanged for equipment and skills. Understood. Wang Shikong nodded. He was aware that upon entering the Celestial Pavilion, he would be able to undertake merit tasks. Merit holds significant power in the Snowfall Empire, enabling not only the exchange of equipment, but, with enough accumulation, the attainment of noble titles within the Empire. Is your spell costly? Li Shantiger continued to inquire. If its duration exceeds 1 minute, I know of a place abundant with magical serpents. No problem, let us go. Wang Shikong nodded. Excellent. Li Shantiger responded, slightly invigorated. Kulme, we shall go this way. Brother, could you amplify us as well? Qing Yun could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. Goodness. Now even the captain of this task team is asking for his opinion? Moreover, he stated that completing the task was quite simple. This individual, seated in a wheelchair, possesses such formidable strength. Why not amplify their abilities with that powerful enhancement skill? Apologies, but my spell can only amplify allies. Wang Shikong replied indifferently to Qing Yun and his companions. The statement rendered the expressions of the three individuals rather grim. What it signifies is that, in this temporal dimension, we are comrades. Initially, we were at fault, so I implore you to show some magnanimity, and let us accomplish this task together, uttered a girl named Starlight. Wang Shikong chose to disregard her, lowering his gaze to the pages of a book. The young man, referred to as Mute, with slightly long hair, approached him, presenting a note. My name is Tianya. Thank you. Upon seeing the note and the name Tianya, Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow. Tianya? The same Tianya? The Swordmaster Tianya? In the 5th month of the Endless Continent, he had single-handedly wielded a blade to defeat 100 elite members of a top-tier guild, causing a nationwide uproar. He did not possess exceptionally powerful equipment or rare spells. He achieved this feat solely through remarkable skill, earning the admiration of countless swordplay enthusiasts. He was revered online as the Swordmaster of Tianya, the mightiest lone wolf. Numerous guilds extended invitations to him, offering substantial rewards. However, Tianya's rise was akin to a shooting star, dazzling for merely a few months before vanishing from everyone's sight. Later, rumors circulated that the Swordmaster of Tianya had taken a girlfriend, who, in collusion with others, led to his demise in reality, stripping him of all his fortunes. This revelation caused quite a stir at the time. Tianya was mute, and even after gaining the ability to speak, he rarely uttered a word. He had not anticipated encountering the Swordmaster of Tianya. Yet, upon reflection, it was only natural. Those who undertook this mission were not weaklings. Wang Shikong glanced at the slightly long-haired Tianya, offering a faint smile and extending his fist. Tianya paused momentarily, then returned the gesture with a smile. Starlight, observing Wang Shikong's indifference towards her, snorted softly and ceased her attempts at conversation. The group continued onward, soon encountering a multitude of magical serpents. However, with the skill known as divine encouragement, they easily dispatched them. Ultimately, even when faced with 10 level 15 magical serpents, they triumphed effortlessly. Li Shan glanced at the time and spoke. The group nodded, acknowledging their dwindling stamina and mental fortitude. This mission was not one to be accomplished in just a day or two. The following morning, Wang Shikong arrived at the team's resting quarters. Today, we shall venture to a location with a greater concentration of magical serpents, which entails certain risks. No problem. We shall heed the captain's guidance. Qing Yun and the others nodded in agreement. Wang Shikong had no objections. The group set out once more, entering the forest, taking a different route from the previous afternoon. However, along the way, they encountered numerous cultivators. Some are fellow comrades on the same mission, while many were indigenous soldiers. Clearly, a defensive line lay ahead. Half an hour later, they came across a river traversing the forest. The river was at least 100 meters wide, its murky waters concealing whatever lay beneath. Before the river, a temporary resting area stood, marked by a towering lookout. Li Shan approached one of the towers, conversing with the soldiers within. Shortly thereafter, a scout, covered in a special material, approached. Captain Li, please clear the right flank for 5 kilometers. The scout advanced before them, revealing a treacherous river inhabited by magical serpents. Concealed along the riverbank were likely hundreds of level 15 serpents. Given the capabilities of your squad, Exercising caution should allow for their elimination. Thank you for your hard work. Captain In expressed Li Shanhua with gratitude. Seated in his wheelchair, Wang Shikong's gaze sharpened upon hearing the scout's proclamation. What is happening? He pondered, casting a penetrating glance at the scout. The words just uttered were falsehoods. With the divine truth-sensing ability bestowed upon him, Wang Shikong could perceive when anyone lied. This scout was deceiving them. What could be his motive for such deception? Shouldn't a scout provide precise intelligence? Wang Shikong narrowed his eyes slightly. Let us proceed to eliminate the serpents, stated Li Shanhua, moving toward Wang Shikong and presenting him with a vial of potion. Brother Shikong, I fear the journey ahead may prove arduous for you. This is a potion for restoring mental strength. Thank you, Captain Li, Wang Shikong replied, accepting the vial and inspecting it. Mental restoration potion restores 1 point of mental strength within 1 minute, lasting for 10 minutes. There were a total of 10 vials. Such restorative potions were not inexpensive, each costing over 100 coins. Let's embark, Li Shanhua smiled, gesturing for the group to follow. Wang Shikong, seated in his wheelchair, wore a contemplative expression. He chose not to disclose the scout's deception to Li Shanhua. Even if he did, it would likely fall on deaf ears. After all, one was a comrade, while the other was merely an outsider. Could this be a trigger for a special circumstance within their mission? Wang Shikong mused inwardly. Chapter 33, Traps and Highly Intelligent Serpents. Next, we must contend with level 15 magical serpents. We shall take the lead in the assault while you provide support. Li Shanhua instructed as the group proceeded towards their destination. Captain Li, is the scout's information accurate? Wang Shikong inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. In 80 of cases, it is quite accurate. Though surprises can occur, Li Shanhua affirmed with a nod. Wang Shikong pressed further. If there are 100 serpents at our target location, might we face an onslaught from them? Unlikely, replied Li Shanhua, shaking his head. Magical serpents typically gather in groups of 7 to 12. However, should there be highly intelligent serpents among them, they too may congregate, yet such creatures are generally found on the front lines, not here. What level are these intelligent serpents? Inquired Xingguang, filled with curiosity. Intelligent serpents are of silver grade or higher. Our Serpent Extermination Corps keeps a close watch on such formidable creatures, Li Shanhua explained. Will we encounter them in the future? Qing Shan asked, astonished. In time, you practitioners from other realms will inevitably have to confront them if you wish to establish a stronghold here, Li Shanhua responded. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. The Endless Continent connects to Blue Star, in essence. This connection is a divine measure to thwart the invasion of outer demons by enabling Blue Star inhabitants to enter and gain extraordinary powers to aid in resisting evil forces. Furthermore, should the guild aspire to establish settlements in the future, they must confine themselves to the void rifts. Once a settlement is constructed, it shall inevitably face incursions from legions of malevolent entities. However, it is not to imply that the heavens of the Endless Continent conspire against them. Peril and opportunity coexist. Establishing a settlement in such a locale offers substantial advantages. A strategically positioned settlement is akin to a sanctuary for cultivators, a sacred ground for ascension. Vanquishing the malevolent beings can also yield treasures. Down. Suddenly, Wang Shikong's gaze sharpened, prompting him to issue a warning. Tianyao was momentarily startled, but complied, promptly lowering his body. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, a barrage of venomous liquid surged toward them. The divine light technique enveloped Wang Shikong's essence. Yet as the venom struck before him, it swiftly corroded the protective aura. This compelled him to produce a scroll of divine light technique. This is bad. We are ambushed. How is this possible? The team members exclaimed in alarm, swiftly preparing to defend themselves. A scream erupted from one side as a starry figure was struck by a stream of venom and perished instantly. Qingyun and another cultivator, despite being physical practitioners, managed to withstand one attack, yet fell victim to a second, meeting their demise. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Following this, a multitude of demonic serpents materialized on either side, easily numbering over 100. How can this be? There are high-level intelligent demonic serpents. Li Shanhui gazed in despair at the sudden emergence of the serpents. This task is indeed treacherous. It not only tests strength, but also fortune. Wang Shikong observed the encircling serpents, murmuring, 100 level 15 black, iron demonic serpents. And there may even be a hidden, silver-level intelligent serpent among them. This force is exponentially stronger than the entire heretical guild. Nonetheless, Wang Shikong surveyed Li Shanhui's entire team. They had all withstood the initial ambush, demonstrating that their collective strength surpassed that of the ordinary black, iron creatures. Divine inspiration, Wang Shikong calmly declared, unleashing a buffing skill. As he moved his hand, 3 cards manifested and soared towards the surrounding demonic serpents. This was also a form of divine inspiration, albeit tailored for the heretics. The spell scroll could not obtain the 50-point enhancement from the holy sanctuary, yet it rendered the surrounding serpent's attack, defense, and speed diminished by 40, a formidable effect indeed. Team, let us eliminate them, Wang Shikong stated with tranquility. A spell scroll? A debuff type? The members of Li Shanhui's team gazed in astonishment at the scroll Wang Shikong had cast, observing the state of the surrounding serpents. Kill. The team swiftly made the decision and charged forth. Tianya, unable to articulate his gratitude, cast a thankful glance at Wang Shikong before joining the fray. Goodness, do not slumber. Locate and eliminate the mastermind behind the demonic serpents. Is that acceptable? Wang Shikong summoned the slumbering Corvid from within the holy sanctuary. Ha ha ha. You disturbed the sweet dreams of Lord Corvid. The raven stirred, drowsily opening its eyes, fixating on a point ahead, a nauseating stench. Great Lord Raven, I shall purify you. Wang Shikong gazed at the somewhat mindless raven, rendered speechless. However, given its audacity to charge forward, there should be little cause for concern. After all, it was of golden caliber, even if there was a disparity in levels. Surrounding them, even with hundreds of magical serpents assaulting, the situation shifted dramatically. It was akin to a level 20 confronting a level 10. The 5 members of the Lishan Tiger squad effortlessly dispatched their foes, executing area skills that allowed them to eliminate 3 or 4 serpents with a single strike. Even Tianya managed to fell a magical serpent with just 3 blows. Their prowess was not merely a testament to their strength, but rather a result of Wang Shikong's overwhelming augmentation and suppression. The divine art of the cackling god was indeed formidable. At that moment, Wang Shikong couldn't help but marvel at the might of the god of light elements. No wonder they were the sovereigns of the entire Third Era. Cursed Raven, I shall slay you, proclaimed the Serpent King. Cackling. A mere insect dared to bark at the esteemed Lord Raven. Ahead, the sounds of battle and taunts echoed as a massive tree was uprooted. Wang Shikong caught a glimpse of a magical serpent, 3 meters in size, with a human face and serpent body, furiously launching an assault on the raven. The fluctuations in space subsided within mere seconds, plunging everything into silence. Cackling, daring to bark at your esteemed Lord Raven. Filthy soul, I wouldn't even consume you. The Raven's battle concluded swiftly, and it triumphantly soared back. Well done, go forth. Wang Shikong nodded with a smile. The surrounding combat continued, with magical serpents being swiftly vanquished. As the effect of the divine encouragement scroll waned, all the magical serpents lay slain. The brief burst of full power left the Lishan Tiger squad slightly breathless, yet their faces radiated exhilaration and surprise, mingled with trepidation, as they beheld the numerous serpent corpses. Lishan Tiger and his 4 companions turned their gazes toward Wang Shikong, seated in his wheelchair, and bowed deeply, their faces etched with respect. Thank you, young Master Shikong, for saving our lives. This time, their address changed once again. Wang Shikong nodded, unceremoniously absorbing the surrounding elemental force, directly elevating his level. He finally stood before the corpse of the magical serpent, a silver-tiered fiend. Without his intervention, this fiend could have decimated Lishan Tiger's team. Wang Shikong addressed Lishan Tiger and his comrades. Earlier, that scout deceived us. What? Lishan Tiger and his companions' expressions shifted drastically upon hearing these words. The scout deceived us? How is that possible? A young man in the squad, wielding a shield, exclaimed in disbelief. Their expressions fluctuated, as longtime comrades. They were reluctant to accept this grim reality and dared not believe it, even though they had recently encountered an ambush deep down. They attributed it merely to an unfortunate coincidence. Do not doubt my words. I can assure you with absolute certainty. Wang Shikong looked at them. That scout was a traitor. The Dark Team leader and the others have actually allied themselves with the fiends, becoming their followers? Li Shan's countenance was exceedingly grim as he took a deep breath and expressed his gratitude to Wang Shikong. Thank you for your reminder, young Master Shikong. We shall report this matter. You have saved our 5 lives, and accordingly, you shall receive 500 merits. Additionally, we will gather the bodies of these demon serpents, and you will be awarded merits commensurate with their value. Wang Shikong nodded and absorbed the essence of the high-intelligence demon serpent. Li Shan then addressed the members of the team with a somber tone. Wang Shikong observed, his expression reflective. The presence of a scout within the army as a traitor was a matter of utmost seriousness. It is well known that scouts serve as the eyes of the military. with many tactical arrangements relying heavily on their intelligence. Furthermore, was it merely that one scout who was a devotee of evil, or were there others? He pondered deeply. Simulation. Regarding the betrayal incident of the Clear Serpent Corps scouts on the battlefield of the Serpent disaster. Simulation duration, 6 days. With a mental trigger, Wang Shikong activated his newly unlocked temporal ability to simulate the events surrounding this incident. His eyes gleamed with a golden light as the sands of time swiftly flowed through his pupils, revealing the circumstances of the forthcoming 6 days before him. The ambush of the Demon Serpent Corps unfolded. A multitude of fallen soldiers' corpses, the collapse of the 03 guard post, and flames engulfing the entire territory of the 03 guard post. The Demon Serpent Corps encircled the defensive city of the Clear Serpent Corps, each event flashing by like a rapid film reel. Wang Shikong turned to Li Shan, his gaze flickering. Contact the comrades from other teams. Reach out to as many as possible, but do not disclose any information. What? Li Shan's countenance shifted. Young Master Shikong, are you suggesting that our other teammates might also be involved? He hastily retrieved a communicator and sent out a mass message. Yes, sometimes we do have missions at night, but all teammates are required to report their safety. If, he continued, his pupils narrowing slightly, their Clear Serpent Corps team might have had a night mission, yet everyone would report their status. If any teammates had encountered misfortune last night, the higher-ups of the Clear Serpent Corps would surely be informed by this morning, and measures would be taken. If no such reporting or action occurred, then only one possibility remained. Someone had concealed this matter. To keep such information hidden within the ranks of the 03 guard post, the position of the perpetrator could not be low. The higher echelons of the guard post might harbor evil devotees. Li Shan's expression darkened considerably. The extensive deaths of soldiers on missions from the 03 guard post could not be concealed for long. Wang Shikong regarded him with intensity. Thus, the Demon Serpent Corps will undoubtedly take further action. What might that further action entail? An assault on the 03 guard post, undoubtedly. I shall privately inform the defense general to seek assistance from the Empire, Li Shan declared with a composed demeanor. That would be futile. I am certain the teleportation array has been sabotaged, Wang Shikong asserted confidently, his gaze fixed on the rift in the void above. The Demon Serpent Corps will launch their attack today. What shall we do now? Li Shan Tiger found himself momentarily at a loss. Realizing the urgency of reporting to the general and ensuring that preparations were in place. Otherwise, with the possibility of internal traitors, a sudden assault could lead to unimaginable consequences given their current weakened state. Young Master Time and Space, do you have a solution? Li Shan Tiger inquired, looking at him in astonishment. I will contact them immediately, he replied. Wang Shikong sat quietly, aware that the situation at the 03 defense area was dire. Projections indicated that it would soon fall to the demonic Serpent Legion and be utterly destroyed. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained, hinging upon him. Defensive General, Father. Within half an hour, a figure hastened towards them, prompting cries of recognition from Li Shan Tiger and his companions. Defensive General? Wang Shikong observed the newcomer, a middle-aged man. Although the title of Defensive General held little prestige in the Snowfall Empire, he was the highest authority at the defense area. Shan Tiger, I have investigated the situation you reported. Indeed, many soldiers are uncontactable. General Li, a mage wielding a staff, bore a grave expression as his gaze fell upon Wang Shikong. You must be Young Master Time and Space. I am grateful for your assistance in rescuing Shan Tiger and the others. It was my duty, Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head. General Li, I need to comprehend the current troop strengths and hidden resources at the defense area. Young Master Time and Space. Do you truly have a plan? General Li's eyes narrowed, clearly aware that Li Shan Tiger had divulged everything to him. I shall endeavor to unravel the impending defeat. Wang Shikong replied with a slight smile. Impending defeat? General Li's expression hardened as he nodded in agreement. Very well, let's confer together. Although he did not fully trust Wang Shikong, the stakes were too high. The lives of thousands of soldiers at the defense area hung in the balance, and the front line would suffer tremendous repercussions. Wang Shikong smiled, finding this level of trust sufficient. With a flick of his staff, a gust of wind enveloped them, and he produced a scroll to conceal their figures. After more than half an hour, the group stealthily arrived at the central residence of the defense area. General Li, we have investigated the situation you described, and it is indeed quite severe. The teleportation array has been destroyed, and repairs will take a day. Furthermore, I suspect the protective formations within the city may also be compromised. Damn it, the reconnaissance team leader must have been corrupted by the dark forces. We must eliminate them immediately and prepare for defense. Upon entering the residence, 10 middle-aged men approached them, each wearing a grim expression. Wang Shikong reviewed the information he had on the defense area then turned his gaze towards the senior officials of the 03 defense area, raising an eyebrow in surprise. General Li, upon confirming further bad news, wore a dark expression, his face filled with murderous intent. We must eradicate these treacherous traitors. General, we must act at once, urged a robust middle-aged man. It is too late, Wang Shikong interjected coolly. Chapter 35. Under your command, young master time and space. Too late? The words of Wang Shikong drew the attention of everyone within the mansion. For it was this young master of time and space who had discerned the current predicament and saved the members of the Shameless. General Li introduced him to the assembled commanders and turned to Wang Shikong, inquiring if it was too late and whether he had a plan. With 10,000 soldiers guarding, at least 1 to 2,000 had perished over the past 2 days. Wang Shikong gazed at them and spoke slowly. Moreover, with the enemy having severed our means of rescue, we are likely to face an assault from at least 4 to 5 times their numbers. Even if we eliminate the traitors now, it will not alter the overarching situation. His words cast a pall over the faces of General Li and the others. The Demon Serpent Legion had evidently come prepared, with an insider among them. Once the enemy launched their attack, the forces they deployed would undoubtedly outnumber them by several times. Young master of time and space, if you possess a solution, please share it. We have faith in you, Li Shan spoke up. Since the enemy has made all necessary preparations, we must turn their strategies against them. Wang Shikong replied with a smile. Then, we shall lead the snake into the urn. Turn their strategies against them? Lead the snake into the urn? General Li looked at him in confusion. To conquer the strong with the weak, one must not only employ the element of surprise, but also secure the advantages of time, place, and harmony. Wang Shikong's eyes sparkled. We will lay traps and await the arrival of the Demon Serpent Legion. As he spoke, he turned to a few middle-aged men of scholarly demeanor. You are element formation masters, are you not? Under optimal conditions, can you withstand an enemy force exceeding 5 times your number? Youth, we are all pinnacle experts of the Divine Palace realm. With Master Qian, even at the second transition of the Divine Ability realm, if the enemy falls into our formation, we can easily contend against 20 of their kind at the same level, one of the element formation masters confidently asserted. Wang Shikong nodded. He was well aware of the prowess of element formation masters. The establishment of cities relied heavily on their formations. Furthermore, once an enemy entered their formation, facing 20 at the same level was indeed feasible. Yet element formation masters had significant drawbacks. Setting up formations could take 1 or 2 hours at a minimum, while the protective formations of large towns could require several days or even half a month to establish. Additionally, 2 major limitations loomed. The enemy must enter the formation, and the external forces could not endure overwhelming assaults. Very well, we shall lay successive formation traps in front of the teleportation array, Wang Shikong declared. Laying formation traps at the teleportation array? General Li and his companions looked at him in bewilderment. We are no longer in a position where the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. Rather, we find ourselves in the shadows. Wang Shikong adjusted his glasses and smiled. We will set up element formations at the teleportation array, and when the battle commences, we will immediately spread the word that the formation masters possess a treasure capable of restoring the formation in 20 minutes. Reinforcements will arrive in due time, and we must hold out for those 20 minutes. Li Shanhis, upon hearing his words, narrowed his gaze. If that is the case, the traitors will undoubtedly relay this news to the Demon Serpent Legion, which will certainly lead them to frantically breach the city and rush toward the teleportation array. It is imperative that we do not allow the entire army of the serpent demons to breach the city simultaneously. The pressure on the formations we have set will be insurmountable. Even after incurring losses, we would still succumb to defeat. Hence, we must take a calculated risk and leave a vulnerability at a side entrance, enticing the strongest among the serpent demons to enter. Wang Shikong remarked calmly, when the formidable warriors of the serpent demons rush into the teleportation array, we shall ensnare them. Once all their powerful members have been vanquished, victory in this war will rightfully belong to us. Upon hearing this, the assembly hesitated slightly, voicing concerns over the perilous nature of the plan. What if the serpent demon warriors choose not to head towards the teleportation array, but instead invade the city to slay our soldiers? That would spell our doom. Indeed, that is precisely why we are taking such a risk, Wang Shikong replied, fixing his gaze upon them. We must control the timing of their entrance, ideally restricting it to 5 minutes. This will give the serpent demons a 90% likelihood of charging towards the teleportation array. He spoke with conviction. Trust me, the success rate exceeds 90%. Very well, we have no better alternatives at present, General Li declared, surveying the group. Let us proceed with the strategy proposed by our young friend Shikong. Agreed, a middle-aged man nodded. Let us lure the serpents into the trap and eliminate these beasts. It was evident that there would be traitors watching the vicinity of the teleportation array. Therefore, it was crucial to devise a compelling reason to divert their attention, allowing for the immediate setup of traps. Wang Shikong cautioned them. We may have only 5 hours left. 5 hours? Although the time frame was tight, it was sufficient to establish several killing formations. Several formation masters nodded in agreement. Prepare at once. This operation must remain a secret amongst us. Do not disclose it to anyone to prevent unforeseen complications, generally instructed. Yes. The group responded promptly, moving out to execute their plan. Young Master Shikong, your strategy of luring the serpents into the trap is truly brilliant, utilizing the traitors to draw them into our web. Li Shanhua exclaimed in admiration. Once we have encircled the powerful warriors of the serpent demons, victory shall be ours. General Li himself wore a faint smile, acknowledging the ingenuity of the plan. Traitors? Then we shall turn their treachery to our advantage. It is indeed a clever tactic. Tianya, observing from the side, looked at him with admiration, giving a thumbs up. However, upon witnessing their accolades, Wang Shikong repressed a smile and leaned back in his wheelchair, stating solemnly, this plan is destined for failure. What? The unexpected declaration left Li Shanhua, General Li, and the others momentarily stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Wang Shikong fixed his gaze on General Li. Among the 10 individuals earlier, the middle-aged man wielding the crimson long knife is a traitor. Therefore, according to our plan, we are bound to fail. The one with the crimson long knife? Old Hua. General Li's expression darkened as he locked eyes with Wang Shikong. That is impossible. Old Hua would never betray the Snowfall Empire, nor the human race of the Endless Continent. Are you certain? Wang Shikong met his gaze unwaveringly. Would you stake the lives of thousands of soldiers on that assurance? General Li's expression grew grave as he scrutinized him. How do you know he is a traitor? Divinity does not favor those who speak falsehoods, Wang Shikong replied, glancing at the divine scripture in his hand. Speaking with a calm demeanor, I too am aware of that. Lies are not solely confined to language. When Wang Shikong arrived, he noticed the insincerity etched upon the middle-aged man's face, yet he remained uncertain. The moment he uttered the word yes, Wang Shikong was assured of the deceit. In matters such as these, to lie is to embody treachery. What else could it be? Most significantly, in his current state of deduction, Wang Shikong was able to foresee the unfolding events of the next 6 days. The outcome remained unchanged. Information had been leaked. Then, young Master Shikong, if you know he's a traitor, why not expose him? Why devise such a scheme? Li Shanhua questioned him, his face a canvas of confusion. Layers upon layers of intrigue. Wang Shikong's gaze turned steely. When there is a mole among these 10, it is certain that the news of our discovery will have been relayed in advance. Even if we eliminate him, the Demon Serpent Legion will realize they have been compromised, and other traitors may become suspicious. Thus, it will be prudent to turn the tables. Layers upon layers of intrigue, circles within circles. Let the Demon Serpent Legion believe they are privy to all information, but that is merely their assumption. I still find it hard to believe that Lao Hua is a traitor, General Li sighed. Then listen to my commands, Wang Shikong asserted firmly. Find an excuse to summon everyone back except for Lao Hua and devise a new plan. Of course, if you still trust him, I shall not interfere. General Li's expression shifted, and he regarded him earnestly. I apologize, young Master Shikong. I was too indecisive. Without you, our demise would have been certain. Now, I place my trust in you. Please take command. I shall heed your orders. Chapter 36. The Great Battle begins. Time passed second by second in Wang Shikong's eyes. Everything before him unfolded as he had envisioned. Seated at the desk in the garrison, he diligently inscribed magical scrolls. The forces of the 03 garrison began to converge, with several formation mages reorganizing under his command. Report. A massive number of demon serpents have appeared, seemingly organized in their approach. Report. General, we have detected high-level intelligent demon serpents leading the Legion towards us. For hours swiftly elapsed. Soldiers approached anxiously with updates. As the demon army approached, General Li inhaled deeply and turned to Wang Shikong. Young Master Shikong, it is about to begin. Indeed, Wang Shikong lifted his head. Time is of the essence. I have only managed to inscribe 70 magical scrolls. Young Master, these scrolls possess the power to withstand thousands. We of the 03 garrison are immensely honored to have encountered you. Regardless of the outcome, you shall be our hero, and I will ensure your contributions are reported to the Empire. In that moment, General Li held him in profound respect. Just hours prior, witnessing Wang Shikong inscribe the scroll of divine inspiration had left him astounded. As the garrison commander of the Snowfall Empire, though of the lowest rank, he commanded thousands and was no stranger to the extraordinary. The scroll of divine inspiration was, in the realm of elemental refinement, utterly unparalleled. Such a remarkable increase in effectiveness is indeed rare throughout the Snowfall Empire. Moreover, each scroll is valued at no less than a piece of bronze equipment. Observing Wang Shikong's speed and success rate in crafting, he immediately recognized him as a true master artisan. A formidable artisan holds greater esteem than he, a general. These scrolls are not intended for immediate use. Let us proceed, Wang Shikong stated calmly, directing them towards the city gate. Very well, not for immediate use. General Li, slightly puzzled, refrained from questioning further as the group swiftly made their way to the city gate. Tianya quietly approached Wang Shikong's wheelchair, gently pushing him forward. Upon reaching the top of the city walls, they found themselves surrounded by 8,000 to 9,000 soldiers, all fully armed and gazing sternly ahead. The magic practitioners and those wielding bows were stationed atop the walls, while other warriors were positioned at both the main and side gates, prepared to thwart any enemy advances. Historically, the defenders of a city hold a significant advantage over the attackers, a principle that holds true in this extraordinary realm as well. However, this advantage hinges upon the proper functioning of the city's protective formation. Currently, the protective formation of the 03 Guard had encountered issues, severely diminishing the defender's advantage by 90%. So many magic serpents, at least 60,000. And look, there are over 100 highly intelligent ones, alongside numerous advanced serpents at the second transformation stage. Damn it, why was the Magic Serpent Legion only discovered now? Their strength surpasses ours by 5 or 6 times. What are we afraid of? Our defenses are fortified by the city formation. We shall slay as many of these beasts as they come. In the distance, the vast legion of magic serpents came into view, prompting the soldiers to speak gravely among themselves. Tianya pushed Wang Shikong to the central part of the walls. General Li stood to one side, while a number of other commanders approached with serious expressions. General, the sudden appearance of such a multitude of magic serpents is clearly abnormal. The scouts should not have missed this. One uninformed commander remarked, his face pale at the sight of the Serpent Legion. There are traitors among the scouts. General Li replied in a low tone. What? Traitors? The audacity of some to side with evil. The commander exclaimed, his face a mix of shock and anger. General, this legion of magic serpents is formidable. We require reinforcements. The protective formation has been compromised, and the teleportation array has also been destroyed. General Li turned to them, stating, from this point forward, we must rely solely on ourselves. How could the protective formation and teleportation array be destroyed? This is dire. This legion of magic serpents came prepared, and we have traitors among us? Some astute commanders quickly deduced the implications, their expressions filled with shock as they gazed toward the ominous mass of magic serpents ahead. Their strength is at least 5 or 6 times ours. Without the protective formation and reinforcements, we stand no chance. Rest assured, hold out for 20 minutes. As long as we endure for 20 minutes, the teleportation array will be repaired and reinforcements will arrive swiftly. General Li reassured them, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Lao Hua. The teleportation array can be repaired in 20 minutes? With our prowess, resisting for 20 minutes is undoubtedly within our reach. The assembled generals, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback. Given the current geographical advantages, they harbored confidence in their ability to withstand such an assault. Indeed, 20 minutes. General Li scoffed. That band of traitors could never fathom that we possess the treasures to repair the teleportation array. Hiss, hiss, insignificant humans. Are you prepared to meet your demise? At that moment, a cacophony of hissing and boisterous shouts resonated from ahead. Hundreds of highly intelligent, serpent-headed monsters, imbued with a ferocious aura, advanced towards them, flanked by 50 to 60,000 lesser serpents. The sheer mass of these creatures was utterly terrifying. Beasts, it is you who shall perish. Dare to invade our bastion, and you shall pay the price. General Li glared at them, his expression icy as he barked. Ha ha, my children, breach the gates of the city and devour every foolish soul within. The leading serpent grinned menacingly, hissing in delight. At the sound of the command, the legion of serpents surged forward. The serpent army, well versed in tactics, unleashed spells from a distance, their venom corroding the city gates. The male serpents, enshrouded in black scales, formed a formidable defense. The elite serpents unleashed a barrage of attacks and enhancements. Kill for me, General Li commanded with a sweeping gesture. Kill, kill. The resounding battle cry echoed as mages began chanting spells, and archers loosed arrows at the serpent horde. War was imminent. Wang Shikong observed from above, quietly assessing the situation. Without the protective city formation, even with the advantage of terrain, they could only hold out for half an hour at most. After that, the gates would fall, and the disparity in numbers would become apparent in close combat. This was assuming the elite serpents did not relent in their assault. Should they unleash their full fury, the city would be taken in mere 20 minutes, though such a strategy would come at a significant cost. Below, several intelligent serpents remained inactive, their cold gazes fixed on the unfolding battle. Even as their subordinates fell, they remained unmoved. The early stages of war were a contest of attrition and defense. Minutes slipped away as thousands of serpents fell beneath the city walls, yet the leading intelligent serpent merely chuckled. The insiders I have cultivated over the past decade far exceed your expectations. Prepare for annihilation. He turned to another intelligent serpent. Let us commence our grand feast. A grand feast? Ha ha ha, at last. Our time to strike has come. Today, I shall indulge. These foolish creatures wish to ambush us. Soon, they will all be consumed. Kill, kill, kill. Children, slay them. With bloodlust and exhilaration, the intelligent serpents charged toward the side gate. Under their command, all the serpents descended into a frenzy. The flames of war intensified. Upon witnessing the swarm of intelligent serpents rushing towards the side gate, Wang Shikong smiled faintly. Here they come. Chapter 37. A mastermind's unrivaled schemes boom. Boom. The resounding echoes of spells reverberated as colossal fissures began to mar the city gates. General, a multitude of intelligent magical serpents are surging towards the side gate, requesting assistance. On the city walls, soldiers observed in horror as all the advanced intelligent serpents sprang into action, racing towards the side entrance. Old Fire, take your men to fend them off, General Lee commanded, his gaze flickering towards Old Fire. Understood, General Lee. Leave it to me. Old Fire, wielding a flaming longsword, responded promptly, dashing towards the side gate, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. In the distance, a throng of intelligent serpents turned their gazes upon him, revealing sinister smiles. Boom, boom. Old Fire was the first to charge, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with the leading serpent. Yet, he was soon sent flying backward. General Lee, we cannot hold them. Requesting backup, Old Fire shouted, desperation lacing his voice. With a resounding crash, the side gate was breached and hundreds of intelligent serpents poured through, particularly the few with formidable strength, all charging forward. Stop them. Do not let them reach the teleportation array. Old Fire bellowed, but an odd expression flickered across his face. This is bad. The high intelligent serpents are coming. Do not allow them to breach the teleportation array. Some uninformed commanders and soldiers, faces pale with fear, echoed his warning loudly. Hiss! How intriguing, truly fascinating. The leading serpent, observing the chaos, wore a mocking grin and laughed maniacally. Kill them all. The swarm of intelligent serpents, swaying their long tails and emanating a menacing black flame, abandoned their course toward the teleportation array and instead charged towards the city walls. Once inside, they were effectively in a realm devoid of barriers. Without the protection of the walls, all humans ahead appeared to them as lambs awaiting slaughter. Sitting in his wheelchair, Wang Shikong beheld the scene with a light smile, slowly uttering 4 words. Invite the serpents into the trap. General Lee, surveying the dire situation, took a deep breath, his staff radiating brilliance as he began to chant an incantation. We shall fight to buy time for the repairing mages. Old Fire continued his ruse, commanding his subordinates loudly. Each soldier displayed a resolute expression, prepared to fight to the last breath. Buzz, buzz. However, in the next moment, they witnessed the approaching high-intelligence serpents suddenly enveloped by beams of light. Columns representing elemental arrays rose majestically. Boom! Simultaneously, a cascade of golden blades descended upon Old Fire. He had not anticipated an attack from behind, nor could he fathom that it was General Lee who had struck. His body was instantly pierced, yet, due to his formidable physique, he did not perish. Instead, he turned in disbelief to look back. Old Fire, I truly did not expect you to betray us. To betray the human race of the Endless Continent, General Lee said, anguish etched across his face as he gazed at him. You. Old Fire's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you think your identity as a traitor had gone unnoticed? Tianya adjusted the direction of Wang Shikong's air conditioning, and Wang Shikong looked at him, mocking him as he spoke. Old Fire stiffly raised his head to gaze at the high-intelligence magic serpents covered by the formation, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed in desperate anger. The teleportation array was never set with traps. The traps are here. I never believed you would betray us. General Lee sighed, his gaze icy and piercing raising his staff. Since you have allied with the serpents, then let this group of magic serpents accompany you to the grave. I cannot comprehend. I cannot fathom how I was discovered. Old Fire's eyes reddened, unable to accept the reality before him. You need not know. Buzz. General Lee exhaled heavily. Traitor, die. A spell struck him down, eliminating him instantly. It turned out that young Master Shikong was indeed correct. Old Fire had betrayed them. Thanks to young Master Shikong, otherwise, we would have faced annihilation. Young Master Shikong's cunning was unparalleled. He was truly prescient. In the shadows, several elementalist mages, who had been concealed, emerged, their faces filled with astonishment as they witnessed the scene. The surrounding oblivious generals looked on in shock. Enough chatter. Let us first slaughter the intelligent magic serpents. Wang Shikong's eyes gleamed like gold as he spoke. In 4 minutes and 12 seconds, the city gate will be breached. Yes. The elementalist mages responded, utilizing their powers to release the magic serpents trapped within, allowing General Lee and the others to strike. The magic serpents within the formation were subjected to its attacks. The serpents specifically released were swiftly cut down by General Lee and his allies, who lay in wait for them. Even though the magic serpent army outnumbered them sixfold, they were rapidly exterminated. This exemplified the advantage of timing, location, and human synergy in battle. Victory against the odds. Hiss. We have fallen into a trap. Cursed humans, break this formation. At this moment, within the elementalist array, the serpent leader's expression changed drastically upon witnessing the surrounding elemental fluctuations. If it had been vigilant and perceptive, it could have sensed the formation with its strength. However, the error lay in its overconfidence. The entire magic serpent army believed they possessed all the information about the 0-3 Guardian Land. The 0-3 Guardian Land was within their grasp. Little did they know, all of it was within Wang Shikong's scheme. It was no wonder they were careless. An immense variable had arisen. Kill, let me kill. Slaughter this group of high-intelligence magic serpents. Eliminate these beasts. Within the city walls, the generals were invigorated, each one shouting with murderous intent. A fish in a barrel. Many generals, although unaware of what had transpired, saw the commanding officers and leaders of the magic serpents trapped and swiftly slaughtered. The tide of war had begun to tilt in their favor. Once they eliminated this group of intelligent serpents, the remaining serpents, with their superiority in high-end combat prowess, could be utterly annihilated. Wang Shikong gazed at the current situation, gradually leaning back in his wheelchair, nodding slightly. The first battle was nearing its conclusion, with fewer than 10,000 against 60,000 foes. Yet, this was merely the beginning of a more arduous journey ahead. Chapter 38. A Resounding Victory. The soldiers fervently called out the name of the young master of time and space. We have been ambushed. Those humans have deceived us. Release us, or our army of serpent demons shall trample your land and slay you all. The war raged on. Within the elemental formation, the highly intelligent serpents were being slaughtered one by one, while the leader of the serpents, shrouded in a defensive aura, observed the chaos with a look of sheer despair in its triangular eyes, completely devoid of the initial bravado. The siege led by General Lee continued, with relentless firepower being unleashed. They aimed to annihilate all the highly intelligent serpents before the city gates fell. Otherwise, should the serpents breach the defenses, the elemental formation would be compromised. In just over 3 minutes, General Lee and his comrades witnessed the demise of over 100 highly intelligent serpents. With only a mere handful remaining, their faces alight with exhilaration. I shall command the thunder, wielding the judgment lightning in my right hand to strike down the malevolent. I shall master the storm, guiding the boundless wind blade in my left hand to obliterate the demons. The boundless wind and thunder slash, as General Lee chanted his incantation. A formidable combination of wind and thunder magic surged forth, cleaving towards the released serpent leader. The overwhelming force of wind and thunder caused the serpent leader's pupils to constrict in terror. Its massive head was severed, and General Lee tightened his grip on his staff. Indeed, a magnificent combination spell, Wang Shikong remarked with a smile from his side. General Lee found the praise slightly peculiar. But upon observing the calm figure seated in the wheelchair, exuding an air of control, he felt akin to a student receiving commendation from a teacher in his youth. Thank you for your kind words, young master of time and space. The city gates are about to fall. At this moment, Wang Shikong spoke up, prompting the gaze of Tianya behind him to shift immediately. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, the city gates swung wide open, and serpents surged in like a tidal wave. However, the battle within was nearly concluded. The commanding officers of the guards were now free to act, their eyes fixed on the comparatively feeble serpents, brimming with murderous intent. Kill. the gale, and flame slash. One officer unleashed a combination spell, wielding a long blade enveloped in fierce winds and flames, sweeping across a span of several meters before him. Instantly, all serpents within that range perished. The intelligent serpents have been eradicated. Now, let us dispatch these serpent wretches. Ha ha ha. Kill them. The officers roared with uncontainable excitement, charging headlong towards the lower-tier serpents, finding the slaughter exceedingly simple. Victory was assured. Tianya observed the unfolding scene, his face awash with astonishment. He looked at the figure seated in the wheelchair before him, filled with admiration. He was but a mute, able to level up normally in the endless continent, while this individual remained confined to a wheelchair, unable to stand on his own. In this scenario, the cunning and strength he displayed deeply impressed him. Leave the city. Let's eliminate all the beasts. With several generals and a multitude of warriors charging forth, the war neared its conclusion. 10 minutes later, the last of the demon serpents was slain. Ha ha ha, we have triumphed. We have won. The soldiers' jubilant cheers reverberated throughout the front of the 03 Guard city. General Lee, we have emerged victorious, defeating over 60,000 with fewer than 10,000. A group of generals excitedly approached General Lee, exclaiming in exhilaration. General Lee smiled, casting a glance at Wang Shikong beside him. With a wave of his arm, he ascended the city wall. All soldiers, we celebrate this grand victory for our 03 Guard. Cheers erupted in response. Today, the invasion of the Demon Serpent Legion was facilitated by the presence of numerous traitors among our scouts, a betrayal orchestrated by the fire leader. It was the young Master Shikong who uncovered these traitors and masterminded our resounding victory. Let us toast to Master Shikong, to Master Shikong, to Master Shikong. The soldiers, taken aback by the revelation of treachery within their ranks, including the fire leader's betrayal, expressed their gratitude towards the unfamiliar Master Shikong with loud cheers. Fully aware of the perilous nature of this battle, a single misstep could have led to their irrevocable demise. At that moment nearby, Blue Star cultivators participating in the mission were somewhat astonished by the commotion, yet they did not dwell on it. However, in a secluded corner, a tall woman wielding a long spear trembled, raising her head to gaze at the city wall. Upon noticing the familiar wheelchair above, her face filled with disbelief. Chi Tian's voice resonated through the skies as Wang Shikong glanced down, offering a slight smile. He turned to the elemental formation mages, inquiring, how many communication signals have been detected? Master Shikong, we have detected several. We must immediately cleanse the traitors. The most powerful elemental formation mage stepped forward respectfully, stating, we will set up a formation shortly to inspect all soldiers. Very well, continue to block communications, and after we eliminate the traitors, ensure that no messages are relayed to the soldiers. Wang Shikong nodded and instructed. Master Shikong, now that we have stabilized the situation, do we still need to be this cautious? General Lee asked curiously. We may have stabilized here, but Wang Shikong looked at him. Does the Demon Serpent Legion intend to only assault our 03 Guard? Even if they occupy our stronghold, it merely causes some inconvenience. What purpose does that serve? General Lee's expression shifted, gazing at him gravely. Do you mean, Master Shikong? Only by breaching and occupying the 01, 02, and 03 Guards. Then executing a flank assault on the Clear Serpent Legion city, can we effectively disperse their main forces? Wang Shikong stated with a glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, General Lee's countenance changed drastically, and the surrounding generals tightened their grips on their weapons. Master Shikong, are you suggesting that the Demon Serpent Legion has mounted a comprehensive offensive against us? Has there been a disturbance at the guard station 01 and 02? One of the officers inquired. You may wish to investigate further. It is possible that even the main city of the Qingxi Legion has encountered issues. Wang Shikong swept his gaze across them and spoke in a solemn tone. The great battle has only just commenced. The expressions of the generals turned grave as they immediately ordered, quickly clear the battlefield and identify all traitors. Understood. The atmosphere grew heavy in an instant. Each commander recognized the gravity of the situation, tightening the relaxed post-battle ambience. Although the soldiers were unaware of the specifics, their pace quickened. Wang Shikong gently closed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of his wheelchair, deep in thought. Captain Shikong. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his musings. He turned to see the graceful and long-legged Yao Yi, her surprise evident. What a coincidence, he remarked. I never anticipated that the victory of this war was orchestrated by you, Captain Shikong. Yao Yi aprurochit, astonishit. Accompanying her were 4 others, all tasked with a mission. They scrutinized Wang Shikong, their faces reflecting incredulity. The one who had garnered cheers from the generals was, in fact, One of their own? This revelation left them bewildered. They had merely served as support on the battlefield, while this individual was the commander of the victorious forces, receiving accolades from the entire garrison. The disparity between individuals was astonishing. Chapter 39. The upcoming crisis and the dialogue with the general of the Qing Shi Legion. How did your mission progress? Wang Shikong inquired with a faint smile at Yao Yi's astonishment. Continue to accumulate merit. It is invaluable to us, he added with a nod. Pray tell, how did you ascend to the position of commander? A youth behind Yao Yi could not contain his curiosity. You must have garnered considerable merit this time, correct? A general approached him, stating, General Li will swiftly address the situation here. Very well. Wang Shikong nodded and turned to Yao Yi, accompany me. Your companions may join as well. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi's expression brightened. Thank you, Captain Shikong. She gestured to a man and woman beside her. You two should follow. Understood, Sister Yao Yi. They responded with enthusiasm, expressing their gratitude to Wang Shikong. Thank you, Captain Shikong. It was evident that being in the company of one so revered, even by the generals, would be of immense benefit to them. Wang Shikong nodded in acknowledgement. He was more than willing to assist Yao Yi, as it was a simple favor. I shall take over. Yao Yi skillfully took the initiative to push Tinya's wheelchair from behind. Tinya smiled and stepped aside. The group proceeded towards the garrison's residence. Captain Shikong, please enjoy this fine tea that General Li has long treasured, one of the generals remarked as he entered the residence, presenting a cup of tea. Thank you, Wang Shikong replied gratefully. Yao Yi and her companions looked on with envy at the preferential treatment he received. Minutes later, General Li and his entourage hurriedly arrived after dealing with various matters. At this moment, there was no trace of the joy that should accompany a victorious battle. Upon deactivating the jamming devices, they were immediately inundated with messages. These notifications originated from guard posts 01 and 02, as well as from the main city of the Qing Shi Legion. At the very moment they were under attack, both guard posts 01 and 02 faced a simultaneous invasion, which had now breached their defenses, resulting in numerous casualties among their soldiers. A handful of warriors managed to flee towards their location. In the main city of the Qing Shi Legion, the teleportation array was disrupted and rendered unusable. When they reported the situation to the city, the high-ranking officials of the Qing Shi Legion were equally bewildered. They had not anticipated that Guard Post 03 would withstand the onslaught of the MO Shi Legion and achieve a resounding victory. As you have predicted, young master of time and space, our Qing Shi Legion is now confronted with a grave predicament, General Li stated solemnly. Proceed to the command center, Wang Shikong replied, unfazed. General Li nodded and, along with several commanders, made their way to the command center, known as the Mufu. Tinya and Yao Yi did not enter. Wang Shikong, upon arrival, directed his gaze to the war simulation table positioned at the center. It displayed a model of the entire region. The MO Shi Legion aimed to breach 13 guard posts and then unite to launch a flanking assault on the main city of the Qing Shi Legion, thereby diverting its main forces. Wang Shikong observed and spoke. In a scenario where our combat strength is diverted, they would gain an absolute advantage in a frontal confrontation. Indeed, they have currently disrupted the teleportation array of the city with their magical devices. In the coming days, they are bound to strike with ferocity, generally articulated. Moreover, it is likely that upon learning of our successful defense at Guard Post 03, the MO Shi Legion from Guard Posts 01 and 02 will join forces to attack us and proceed towards the main city of the Qing Shi Legion. General Wu is preparing to dispatch soldiers to assist us. We cannot afford to falter at Guard Post 03. We must halt the MO Shi Legion here. Wang Shikong shook his head. Such an approach would play directly into the hands of the MO Shi Legion. General Li's expression turned bitter. It is apparent to everyone. Yet there is no alternative. There may now be 100,000 MO Shi Legion troops advancing from Guard Posts 01 and 02. We must withstand them. Otherwise, allowing them to flank us would lead to even greater complications. The Qing Shi Legion finds itself in a dire dilemma. The MO Shi Legion strategy is overt. If you send reinforcements here, they will immediately assault the main city. If you do not send reinforcements, they will still manage to converge on the main city from the flanks. It is a predicament from which there seems no escape. Therefore, the only solution, Wang Shikong narrowed his eyes and looked at them, is to engage the 100,000 MO Shi troops here. Engage? The members of Li Shan felt a sudden constriction in their breaths. An engagement of 10,000 against 100,000? A tenfold disparity in troop strength? This, young master of time and space, with our capabilities, one commander could not restrain himself from speaking. That is not out of the question. Wang Shikong interjected before he could finish. Young master of time and space, do you have a plan? The members of Li Shan trembled slightly. There exists no superior method. War is merely a contest of strength and strategy. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Li and his companions brightened with renewed hope. They held unwavering trust in the individual before them, and their admiration for his cunning was immeasurable. Master of time and space, from this moment forth, every soldier in the 03 Guard Army shall heed your command. We shall stand resolute against the forces of the Demon Serpent Army, even in death. We shall harbor no resentment. General Li asserted directly, our General Wu wishes to converse with you, to express his profound gratitude. If you have any plans, do share them with General Wu. Very well, I too wish to discuss matters with the main city of the Clear Serpent Legion. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. General Li acknowledged him with a nod and produced a communication device. Buzz. Soon, a burly elder with a head of white hair materialized before them. General Wu. We pay our respects to General Wu. General Li and the others immediately bowed with reverence. General Wu gestured for them to rise, his gaze settling on Wang Shikong, exclaiming, "Is this the master of time and space? Truly, a hero emerges from a youth." "You are too modest, General Wu," Wang Shikong replied with a subtle gesture. His eyes fixed on him as he inquired, "General Wu, can I place my trust in you?" General Wu was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. "Master of time and space, I, of Wu Wei City, am devoted to the Snowfall Empire and the human race of the Endless Continent. You may rest assured. I believe you," Wang Shikong affirmed, nodding in response. He sensed no deceit in the general's words and suspected that the master of time and space had encountered significant fortune. Observing Wang Shikong, General Wu deduced that he was being tested, and with a mix of astonishment and humility, he admitted, "Indeed, there are grave issues within our Clear Serpent Legion. This time, the fault lies with us. The situation is dire, Master of Time and Space. Please make your way to the main city of the Clear Serpent Legion. Upon your arrival, I shall express my gratitude properly." The gravity of the situation was undeniable. It could potentially lead to the fall of the entire main city of the Clear Serpent Legion. Chapter 40. The shocking act of burning the camp. At the Abyssal Sky Fortress, a colossal war citadel stood at the precipice. The 1,000-meter-wide, unfathomably deep abyss of sin endowed this fortress with a natural advantage. This citadel served as the main city of the Clear Serpent Legion, a crucial front line for the Snowfall Empire against the Void Serpent catastrophe fissures. To the north of the main city lay the battlefield, while to the east, towering mountains formed a natural barrier. In the west, the abyss of sin stretched for hundreds of kilometers. The 01, 02, and 03 guard posts were established hundreds of kilometers to the west to prevent the Demon Serpent Army from crossing the abyssal fissures to assault the main city of the Clear Serpent Legion. At this very moment, within the residence of the Grand Marshal of the main city of the Clear Serpent Legion, 7 or 8 armored figures exuding formidable presence sat in astonishment. The central figure was a robust elder with white hair. Grand Marshal, the strategy proposed by this master of time and space is indeed flawless, perhaps excessively idealistic. Yet, is the difficulty not too great? A young man, elegantly fanning himself, remarked with furrowed brows. Moments ago, they had all listened to the Grand Marshal's discourse with the young man. The audacity of his plan left them in awe. However, every strategy must contend with a fundamental question. Can it be successfully executed? The schemes of the Time-Space Prince are nothing short of exquisite. However, the paramount issue lies in the necessity for the current commanders of the 03 Guard to stand alone against the formidable legion of 100,000 serpent demons. The disparity in strength is tenfold, and under the present circumstances, this is beyond their imagination. Such a numerical inferiority can only be overcome by a military genius like General Xianwei. Another elder expressed disbelief at the situation. There seems to be no superior alternative left. General Wu raised his brow slightly, his eyes shimmering with determination, as that young brother stated. Once the 100,000 serpent demons surge forth from the west, we must dispatch at least 50 to 60,000 soldiers to withstand them. This represents nearly a third of our forces. Deprived of such a significant portion, we cannot hope to withstand the invasion of the serpent demons head-on. This is a deadlock. However, if he truly can lead the commanders of the 03 Guard to hold them at bay, we may very well achieve a stunning victory. He turned his gaze to the assembly. If any of you possess a better strategy, please share. Otherwise, let us place our faith in him. The crowd fell into a brief silence, tacitly accepting this plan. Let's hope that young brother can bring us a miracle. After a long pause, General Wu spoke again. Indeed, In their eyes, relying solely on the strength of the 0-3 guard to confront the 100,000 serpent demons would be miraculous. Within the council of the 0-3 guard, the commanders felt an overwhelming weight upon their shoulders. They were about to face an enemy that was 10 times their own number, perhaps even more. Should they suffer defeat, it would mean their utter annihilation. We must now prepare to resist the mightier serpent army. I will immediately dispatch soldiers to repair the city gates, a commander declared as he stood. Then, we shall set traps in place. Let us fortify our formations. When those beasts arrive, we shall catch them off guard. A formation master also rose to contribute. There is no need for reinforcement or arrangement. Leaning on his wheelchair, Wang Shikong gently shook his head. No fortification of the city gates can withstand the 100,000 serpent demons. Do you have any plans, Prince of Time and Space? General Li inquired, eager for guidance. The serpent demons, having recently engaged in a great battle, will take at least 6 hours to regroup before arriving here, which means they will not reach us until around 10 o'clock at night, under the cover of darkness. Wang Shikong replied with a hint of a smile. Next, you must prepare to welcome the warriors fleeing from the 0-1 and 0-2 guards, ensuring that none among them are traitors. And then erect a monument for those who have perished. A monument? The assembly seemed puzzled by his words. Listen closely to my instructions, Wang Shikong continued, already formulating a comprehensive plan in his mind. Whatever you suggest, we shall follow, General Li responded without further inquiry. The assembled warriors nodded in agreement. As time passed, the soldiers, having recently endured a battle, took several hours to recuperate and restore their vigor. Report to the general. Over 1,000 warriors from the 0-1 and 0-2 guards have arrived. 5 hours later, darkness enveloped the land, with a bright moon hanging high, casting its radiant glow upon the earth. The eerie light from the rifts in the void illuminated the surroundings, creating an oppressive atmosphere. A soldier approached to deliver a report. My lord, are you heading out? General Li turned his gaze towards his subordinate upon hearing the report. Wang Shikong nodded in affirmation. Immediately, everyone gathered in an open area outside, witnessing soldiers fleeing from 2 other garrisons. Guaisher, it is a relief to see you safe. General Li advanced toward a group of weary leaders, some of whom bore injuries. All the generals have perished in battle. We are merely clinging to life, spoke the leading officers with expressions of deep shame. As long as we live, we have a chance for revenge, General Li comforted, patting one on the shoulder. It's all the fault of those treacherous traitors. If it weren't for them, we would not have been breached, one of the leaders shouted in indignation. Guaisher, have you conducted a thorough investigation? Are we certain there are no traitors among us? General Li inquired. We have already checked, General Li. Rest assured, if any mistakes arise at this juncture, I would gladly take my own life in atonement, Guaisher replied solemnly. Observing their conversation, Wang Shikong interjected once he was assured there were no issues. How many elemental array masters are among you? Guaisher immediately turned to him and clasped his hands in respect. Are you Master Shikong? All the elemental array masters from our 2 garrisons have survived. Oh, excellent. Wang Shikong smiled, knowing that the involvement of elemental array masters would be crucial for his forthcoming strategy. We still possess some mana and can immediately commence the formation setup. Guaisher stated, a fierce determination on his face. The Demon Serpent Legion will arrive in an hour. This time, we shall fight to the death to avenge our fallen brothers. You all should rest well. Now is not the time for you to exert yourselves. Wang Shikong gently shook his head, directing his gaze toward General Li. The time has come. Let's commence. Understood. General Li nodded and bellowed to those around him. Set fire. Yes. Set fire. Set fire. The shouts echoed, and soon, to the astonishment of Guaisher and the recently arrived soldiers, the entire 0-3 garrison was engulfed in flames. What? Guaisher gazed at the rising inferno, disbelief etched on his face. You burned down the entire garrison? We relied on the fortifications of the garrison to withstand the demon serpent army. General Li looked at him and smiled slightly. Guaisher, one must sacrifice to gain. Just watch what unfolds next. Chapter 41. Every move is interconnected. The night sky was ablaze with fiery hues, illuminating the darkness. The crackling sounds of the flames echoed through the night. The three-eyed is truly incompetent. Not only did they fail to breach the 0-3 garrison, but they also met their demise here. That arrogant fool never anticipated his downfall in this place. TSK, TSK. In the shadowy depths of the forest, a colossal legion of serpentine demons swiftly approached the 0-3 guard post. Suddenly, around 200 highly intelligent serpents became aware of their surroundings, their cold eyes glinting with a sinister light. The 0-3 guard post lay engulfed in flames? It seemed that the three-eyed creature was not entirely inept. Although it failed to conquer this stronghold, it had inflicted considerable damage. Huh, the humans here, even if they managed to slay the three-eyed beast, must be greatly diminished in number. Let us investigate. Should any humans remain, we shall devour them all. If not, we shall make haste to the human army stronghold. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The densely packed army of serpents drew closer to the 03 guard post, surveying the crumbling walls and the remnants of battle, before advancing into the ruins. The flames were indeed bothersome. Leading the charge was a female serpent, whose features were strikingly beautiful as she entered the stronghold, displeased by the surrounding inferno. 8,000 humans had perished. Perhaps only 1,000 or 2,000 remained. Suddenly, one of the intelligent serpents gazed at a nearby stone tablet, a smile creeping across its visage. Ah, to honor the souls of our 8,000 fallen brethren, we shall avenge you. The female serpent snapped sharply, her serpentine form extending over 4 meters. Swaying as a dark whip lashed out towards the tablet. Crash! The stone tablet shattered into fragments, and its swaying form slowly articulated. Soon, you wretched humans shall join them in the grave. Press on. Our objective is to annihilate the stronghold ahead. The Serpentine Legion advanced further. Whoosh! Boom! Suddenly, not long after their march commenced, a barrage of arrows and spells rained down upon them from one side. An ambush? The unexpected onslaught caught the complacent Serpentine army off guard, seeking death. However, they reacted swiftly, especially the 200 intelligent serpents at the forefront, who immediately conjured defensive spells. Boom, boom, boom. The initial assault resulted in only a couple of hundred weaklings among the serpents being lost. Ignorant humans, you are courting your own destruction. One of the 2 leaders of the serpents fixed its emotionless gaze upon the right side. Attack, attack. Avenge our fallen brethren. To the right, over 1,000 soldiers, faces twisted with hatred, glared at the Serpent Legion as they unleashed another wave of attacks. A torrent of ranged assaults surged toward them. Yet at that moment, the Serpentine army also retaliated, unleashing a barrage of dark flames, venom, and serpent bites. A foolish band of humans, annihilate them all. A cold-blooded intelligent serpent roared, its body writhing as it charged forward. Retreat, engage in guerrilla warfare, move to the next location. As the serpents advanced, the soldiers shouted in unison, decisively retreating. Looking to escape? Hiss, 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 my children, slay them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The intelligent serpents immediately pursued, with the main body of the Serpentine Legion closely following. However, among the serpents, the males moved several times faster than the females, owing to their differing physical and magical attributes. As the Serpentine army accelerated in pursuit, the female serpents lagged behind. A multitude of highly intelligent magical serpents paid little heed to their surroundings. Perceiving the scant few thousand humans inhabiting the 03 guard district as inconsequential, the Serpent Legion approached rapidly, and Xin Feng urged haste. Those beasts cannot catch up to us. There is no need for concern. Once our reinforcements arrive, they shall perish. Ahead of them, the soldiers taunted loudly as they fled. Hiss, hiss, devour them. The feeble humans shall serve as the midnight feast for this Serpent King. The high-minded magical serpents, upon hearing these words, glared with icy resolve, propelling themselves forward at full speed. The male serpents swayed their bodies in pursuit, yet, in mere seconds, the female serpents distanced themselves from the advancing legion by 2,000 meters. Crackling flames resonated loudly, rendering the situation ahead inaudible from this distance. The smoke obscured their view of the vast army ahead. Meanwhile, within a room engulfed in flames just a few hundred meters away, Wang Shikong, General Li, Guisher, and their companions took refuge. A water barrier created a safe zone. General Li and Guisher gazed at the approaching female serpents, their faces alight with excitement and fervor. Swiftly deal with them, Wang Shikong commanded calmly as the female Serpent Legion entered the attack range. Kill! General Li enthusiastically issued the command. In the next moment, nearly 5,000 body cultivators, concealed within the burning structures, surged toward the horde of female serpents, enveloped in a radiant glow. Each squad leader unleashed spell scrolls upon the gathered female serpents. The Divine Encouragement spell scroll amplified the strength of the body cultivators by 40%, while reducing that of the ensnared serpents by the same margin. Such a significant disparity would effectively neutralize their numerical advantage. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the defensive capabilities and vitality of the female magical serpents were inferior to their male counterparts. In close combat, the body cultivators held an undeniable advantage. Under these circumstances, 5,000 could easily contend with over 40,000 female serpents, especially since those in the rear lacked the formidable prowess of their intelligent kin. Hiss hiss. The magical serpents were taken aback by the sudden assault, their cold eyes betraying a flicker of fear. They flicked their tongues in a desperate call for help, but the crackling flames drowned out their cries. The slaughter commenced in an instant. The soldiers fought in silence, pouring every ounce of strength into each strike, acutely aware of the preciousness of time. They aimed to vanquish the entire horde of over 40,000 female serpents before the intelligent serpents could react. One strike for each serpent, the casualties mounted, and panic set in among the serpents as they began to flee. Not far away, Glacier and the remaining survivors of the 0102 Guard District watched in shock at the scene of relentless massacre. The decision was made to incinerate the entire Guard City, placing commemorative stones at the entrance to lower the vigilance of the Serpent Army, utilizing the adept speed of the monks to launch an assault on the Serpent Army. We lured them into a chase, ensuring that the sluggish female serpents lagged behind. The raging inferno enveloped the area, obstructing the serpent's senses and allowing our soldiers to lie in ambush within the surrounding burning structures and underground. Ultimately, the cacophony of flames and the billowing smoke obscured the sounds and sights of the advancing serpent legion and the trailing female serpents, granting us the opportunity to slaughter indiscriminately. Each element intertwined seamlessly, a meticulously crafted strategy unfolding step by step. The venerable Glacier murmured in admiration as he gazed at the wheelchair-bound Wang Shikong. Taking a deep breath, no wonder the 03 Guard could withstand the Serpent Army. The tactical acumen of young Master Shikong leaves me in awe. To have vanquished over 40,000 serpents is indeed a vengeance for our brethren. I express my deepest gratitude to you, young master. The other commanders of the 01 and 02 Guard, equally overwhelmed with emotion and reverence, bowed in thanks. Wang Shikong nodded calmly, adjusting his glasses. It is not too late to express your gratitude after we have eliminated the remaining 60,000 serpents. Chapter 42. The Enraged Serpent Army and the Shocked High Command of the Clear Serpents. Damn humans, how can they flee so swiftly? These flea-like creatures wish to engage us in guerrilla warfare? At the periphery of the 03 Guard, a group of intelligent serpents dismantled the elemental formations ahead, their gazes directed towards the soldiers who had vanished without a trace, their expressions chillingly grim. Humans have a saying, "The monk may run, but the temple remains." One of the intelligent serpents remarked coldly, "Once we breach their stronghold, where can they possibly escape? In 2 days, it would be their sacrificial day." The intelligent serpents brimmed with confidence, having prepared meticulously for over a decade for this plan orchestrated by their serpent deity. This time, they were fully equipped for the task at hand. "Hold on, young ones, we must proceed. We must reach our destination in 2 days," one of the leading serpents declared. The serpents nodded in silence, awaiting further instruction. However, as time passed, the female serpents had yet to arrive, eliciting expressions of shock among the 200 intelligent serpents and a rising sense of foreboding within them. As serpents, their olfactory senses were formidable. The female serpents, though unable to match their speed for a brief period, would surely not be lost. In the rear, the inferno had engulfed the entire 03 Guard, flames and smoke cloaking it in a hellish visage. Let us investigate. The two leading serpents could no longer remain idle. They swayed their bodies and rushed towards the rear. Before they could return to their previous position, they sensed a strong, metallic scent of blood wafting towards them. This caused the intelligent serpent's expressions to shift dramatically, prompting them to accelerate. Soon, a harrowing scene unfolded before their eyes. Corpses littered the ground, the remains of their serpent subordinates strewn about in dense clusters. Over 40,000 female serpents lay lifeless. The leading serpent's heart felt as if it were being torn apart, its crimson gaze sweeping the area in desperation. Over 40,000 female demon serpents have been slain, a loss that is utterly unbearable for them. Should the elders of their kind become aware of this calamity, they would undoubtedly face severe retribution. We have fallen into a trap. That group deliberately led us astray. One female serpent inhaled deeply, her expression shifting. There are far too many humans here, not merely a couple of thousand. This is a snare. It is dreadful. With such significant losses, how can we explain this to our superiors? A serpent, filled with trepidation, spoke. If we cannot redeem ourselves through merit, he could hardly fathom the consequences that awaited them. They were an army of 100,000, yet had been ensnared by merely a few thousand humans, resulting in the slaughter of over 40,000 of their kin. Over 40,000. This has decimated nearly half of their strength. Such a loss is insurmountable. The Serpent Lords will not show them mercy. Cunning humans. I shall ensure they pay tenfold for this. Let us proceed. As long as we remain, we can still fulfill our mission. Hiss. The leading serpent, with a darkened visage, issued commands. Next, Shi Qing and Shi San, you shall scout ahead. Shi Yuan, Jiao Yin, Jiao Ming, and Jiao Xing, you are to guard the flanks. We can no longer afford to be careless. We must at least engage the main force of the Clear Serpent Legion, numbering 50,000. If we can breach the human stronghold, then the deaths of our subordinates will be inconsequential. Another serpent leader calmly relayed orders, prompting them to heighten their vigilance. The command was met with affirmations from the intelligent serpents, who began to survey their surroundings. Yes, over 40,000 demon serpents. We have indeed slain more than 40,000 of them, nearly having their power in one fell swoop. Ha! That was exhilarating. With the spell scroll from Lord Time and Space, I struck down one after another. I personally dispatched 10 serpents. The thrill was undeniable. Lord Time and Space's strategy was nothing short of brilliant. Who could have imagined that our mere number of fewer than 10,000 could ambush an army of 100,000 demon serpents and succeed? The brilliance of Lord Time and Space's plan was paramount. Meanwhile, in a concealed location outside the guard city, a gathering of the guard troops celebrated with fervor and excitement. The recent battle resulted in 0 casualties while annihilating over 40,000 foes. Such a record, if proclaimed, would reverberate throughout the entire Snowfall Empire. In the midst of the crowd, Lord Time and Space sat by the campfire, his demeanor tranquil as he had already foreseen this perfect outcome. Yet, the surrounding commanders were flushed with excitement. This victory was a tremendous morale booster, invigorating their spirits. Buzz. In the forefront, the projection of an elder appeared. The figure of General Wu materialized, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Just moments ago, upon receiving the news, he was utterly astounded. In a mere span of hours, the commanders of Guard City 03 had slain over 40,000 demon serpents. Upon learning the entire truth, he could not help but marvel once more at Lord Time and Space's strategy and brilliance. General Wu. We pay our respects to General Wu. The gathered individuals immediately bowed respectfully to General Li. Excellent work. Truly splendid. General Wu exclaimed, patting his thigh with palpable excitement as he turned to Wang Shikong. Young Master Shikong, your talents are indeed unparalleled, and your calculations impeccable. You flatter me, General Wu, replied Wang Shikong modestly. Nay, it is you who underestimates your own prowess. General Wu insisted, shaking his head. To have vanquished over 40,000 foes in just a few hours is commendable indeed. Merely the defeat of a feeble 40,000 female serpent demons, Wang Shikong smiled. There remain around 60,000 serpent demons, along with the formidable intelligent serpent demons. General Wu nodded slightly. The remaining serpent demons will undoubtedly proceed with utmost caution. I wonder if young Master Shikong has devised a strategy? We shall engage them head-on. Wang Shikong's gaze flickered momentarily. Engage them head-on? General Wu echoed, slightly taken aback. Provided we make the necessary arrangements and collaborate with the elemental mages on my side, we can prevail, Wang Shikong replied, lifting his chin and meeting the general's gaze. As long as you do not encounter any issues on your end, I'm confident in our success. Upon hearing Wang Shikong's calm, yet unwaveringly confident words, General Wu's eyes lit up. Rest assured, young Master Shikong. I can guarantee that we will not encounter any problems here. That is reassuring. Wang Shikong nodded. He had faith in victory, but was wary of unreliable allies. The unpredictability of his teammates was a concern. Chapter 43. With pen in hand, one laughs in the face of the Serpent Demon Legion. Prepare for action at once. And remember, we must not make any mistakes. Young Master Shikong has already alleviated a great deal of our pressure, and we cannot afford any errors. If our plan succeeds, this could be our golden opportunity to deliver a significant blow to the Serpent Demon Legion. In the general's residence of the Clear Serpent Legion's main city, General Wu concluded the call and turned to his subordinates, issuing his orders with gravity. Rest easy, General Wu. Our third legion will march under a solemn oath, and we will not falter, a commander assured him promptly. Indeed, young Master Shikong is truly formidable. I find myself increasingly curious, remarked a middle-aged man holding a feather fan. His expression one of skepticism. How do we confront an alert army of 60,000 serpent demons without genuine reinforcements? I share your curiosity. The powerful among the Serpent Legion remain unscathed. Unless all intelligent serpent demons are ensnared by formations, there seems little hope for victory, mused another commander nearby, perplexed. Who could have imagined that he could command a mere few thousand soldiers to slay over 40,000 from an army of 100,000 serpent demons? General Wu's gaze flickered with contemplation. This alone is a miracle. Now, let us await another. Young Master Shikong, what shall be our next course of action? Not far from the guard post, General Li and his men observed the figure in the wheelchair, awaiting his command. Having engaged in battle twice and orchestrated 2 plans, they had slain 100,000 serpent demons, fostering unwavering trust and support for him among General Li's ranks. Let the soldiers rest first, Wang Shikong said, unfurling a detailed map and pointing to a specific location. We must reach this point before the Serpent Demon Legion does. General Li studied the indicated position and nodded. Yes, young master. The soldiers, having just emerged from a fierce battle, were utterly exhausted and quickly settled down to recuperate. The Serpent Legion could not maintain their relentless march indefinitely. They too required rest. Therefore, Wang Shikong felt no urgency. After a night of repose in reality, he re-entered in the early morning and checked the time. It was time to set forth. Indeed, the soldiers had regained their peak condition and immediately commenced their journey. I shall push young Master Shikong. I am a practitioner of the earth element, a commander declared, seizing the duty from Yao Yi, and smiling as he pushed the wheelchair with steady hands. Very well, Yao Yi nodded, recognizing his own limitations and speed. This commander, skilled in the earth element, had achieved the second transition. With his mastery over the earth, no uneven terrain lay beneath the wheelchair. With over 10,000 soldiers hastening their pace, they arrived at their destination around 4 in the afternoon. Young Master Shikong, we have arrived, General Li remarked, surveying the surroundings. Wang Shikong nodded, feeling an inexplicable familiarity as he gazed at the abyss of Sin Fissure nearby. This was the site where the final confrontation with the Serpent Army would unfold. He examined the soil beneath him and declared, next, let all cultivators dig a trench 1,000 meters long, 6 meters deep, and 8 meters wide. Elemental array mages shall set up a killing formation here, capable of dealing with 200 intelligent serpents. The soldiers were taken aback, unable to suppress their inquiries. Young Master Shikong, based on our calculations, the Serpent Legion will reach this location in no more than half an hour. To complete such a vast undertaking, we will need at least 10 hours. For these 10 hours, I will hold off the Serpent Legion. Wang Shikong replied with a slight smile. Prepare a desk for me, and if possible, some tea, to be placed 500 meters ahead. The generals were astonished. One person to withstand the Serpent Army? They did not dwell on their doubts. Placing their faith in young Master Shikong, the desk and fine tea were swiftly arranged, with General Li even placing some snacks atop it. Wang Shikong settled down, nodding slightly as he surveyed the scenery ahead, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, the view is quite pleasant. He produced a yuan coin and an inkstone, beginning to grind ink and cut parchment into 4 pieces as he commenced inscribing spell scrolls in the open wilderness. 500 meters behind him, the soldiers, filled with doubt, began digging the trench. Setting aside their concerns, they pondered whether, should they prepare this area as young Master Shikong suggested, they could indeed withstand the Serpent Legion. But would the Serpent Legion grant them this time? Would they foolishly charge in once preparations were complete? Let us not concern ourselves with such matters. We must act resolutely and trust young Master Shikong. A muscular soldier urged his comrade. Half an hour swiftly passed, and ahead, several intelligent serpents acting as scouts appeared. Simultaneously, 3 of these serpents noticed Wang Shikong's figure in the distance. Upon seeing him leisurely drawing and sipping tea in the wilderness, an expression of shock crossed their faces. What is this? A human here, painting? One intelligent serpent's astonishment morphed into heightened vigilance. Something felt amiss. Having recently escaped an ambush, the intelligent serpents sensed a trap ahead. Stay vigilant. I shall report to the leader. Snake Ching instructed his 2 companions. Leader, have there been any developments? The foremost leader inquired upon his arrival. Indeed, we have encountered an enigmatic youth ahead. He is painting and sipping tea in our path, which is quite peculiar, Snake Ching replied. Painting and drinking tea? Alone? The male leader of the serpent clan narrowed his gaze. Yes, just one individual, Snake Ching affirmed with a firm nod. It has been more than a day since we breached the guarded territory. The other female serpent leader, Snake Shinzi, licked her lips and raised her elegantly arched brow, her eyes glinting. There must be movements from the human capital as well. I shall inquire with our king for any information. As she spoke, she produced a communication device to send a message. A person behaving so brazenly, painting and drinking tea, surely harbors ill intentions, the male serpent leader remarked, casting a glance at her. Indeed, it is likely a trap. Snake Shinzi nodded in agreement. However, we must await news from the king. Cease the march and await further instructions, commanded the male serpent leader. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 60,000 serpents immediately halted. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. The recently startled serpent army believed that the scene ahead was undoubtedly suspicious. Meanwhile, less than 2,000 meters away, General and his comrades also sensed the approach of the serpent army. However, they were left dumbfounded when they observed the army come to a standstill. They recalled the strategy discussed with the temporal prince and General Wu, gazing in admiration at the elegant figure seated 500 meters away, pen in hand, creating art. They then fervently resumed digging traps, brimming with confidence for the impending battle. King Shikong also sensed the presence of the serpent army. He smiled faintly and sipped his tea. Everything was well within his control. Chapter 44. The Final Battle. The million serpent army invades. In a picturesque expanse, a peculiar scene unfolded. A young man sat at a table, resembling a painter engaged in plein-air work, diligently sketching while leisurely enjoying his tea, embodying a perfect harmony with nature. Several hundred meters behind him, a group of soldiers fervently dug traps, their spirits high. Over 1,000 meters ahead, a dense throng of serpents coiled, their humanoid heads scanning the horizon with vigilance, awaiting news. Time slipped away in this strange atmosphere, second by second. Buzz. 2 hours later, a phantom materialized before the wise serpents. My king, my king. The wise serpents bowed respectfully upon sighting it. Snake woman, snake fierce, I have received your message. Based on the information I have gathered, the 3rd Division of the Clear Serpent Army has departed from their capital, and it is highly probable they are headed your way. The phantom was a middle-aged serpent with a human head, adorned with a crown, speaking in a cold tone. The 3rd Division? Upon hearing this, Snake Woman and Snake Fierce exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious. Leader, the 3rd Division must have already arrived ahead of us. Oh, the middle-aged Serpent King's eyes glimmered. Are you certain? Absolutely. The serpent's fierce gaze swept ahead, and he nodded solemnly. These humans are exceedingly cunning. They intend to lure us into an ambush. Very well. If the 3rd Legion is with you, keep them occupied. The middle-aged King Serpent flicked his tongue, a hint of exhilaration gracing his visage. We shall soon launch a surprise attack on their stronghold and breach their city. Indeed, my lord. We shall hold the 3rd Legion here. Once we achieve a grand victory in this battle, your reward shall be plentiful. Contact me immediately with any information. With that, the middle-aged King Serpent's phantom dissipated. Humph, I suspected treachery, and indeed, we were fortunate to consult with the king. Otherwise, we would have fallen into their trap. One of the wise magical serpents remarked upon witnessing the king's silhouette vanish. The 3rd Legion of the Clear Serpent Corps boasts 50,000 soldiers, a formidable force. Hiss! Should the defenders face a crisis, the Clear Serpent Corps will inevitably spring into action. The Serpent Matriarch's expression turned grim. With our current strength, it will be challenging to contend with them if they send the 3rd Legion. We need not engage directly. The fierce serpent's eyes glimmered slightly. It suffices for us to merely distract the 3rd Legion. Once our king conquers the main city, we shall then eradicate the 3rd Legion. Let us rest well. Once today passes, their demise shall be upon them. Hiss, hiss, do these humans believe they can entice us? Foolish mortals! The assembly of wise magical serpents cast their cold, disdainful gazes toward the figure sketching in the distance. Inform the other King Serpents to confirm that the 3rd Legion has indeed gone to assist the defenders and report to the Divine Envoy. Prepare for battle. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away from a Grand War city, the sky appeared to be rent asunder by a monstrous creature. Beneath the fissure, a throng of magical serpents congregated. Within an opulent serpent den, the middle-aged King Serpent coiled within a vast pit, surrounded by a dozen female magical serpents. At that moment, he raised his form high, moving outward, his countenance alight with excitement and ferocity. Yes, a serpent at his side responded instantly. Soon, as the middle-aged King Serpent arrived at the military camp, other King Serpents swiftly approached. Your Majesty, is your news credible? One female King Serpent inquired upon seeing him. There's a 90% probability, the middle-aged King Serpent confirmed, his gaze sweeping over them. You must be aware that the 3rd Legion has departed from their stronghold, correct? We have received word. Hisses, the Divine Envoy is already informed. He shall arrive shortly to lead us in breaching the human stronghold, one King Serpent proclaimed with fervor. After decades of stalemate with humanity, we shall finally be able to slay them today. Ha ha! Years of plotting will soon bear fruit. We shall seize more territory in one day. We will devour the entire Snowfall Empire. Hiss! Let us welcome the Divine Envoy. The assembly of King Serpents brimmed with excitement, swaying their forms as they proceeded to a grand altar behind them. At the center of the massive altar stood an eerie statue of a serpent god with 5 heads. The king serpents bowed their heads in reverence to the malevolent serpent deity, offering blood and magical energy. Thunderous roars echoed forth. Within the fissure above, blood-red lightning began to flicker, heralding the emergence of a serpent deity's envoy, measuring 6 meters in length. With the head of a human and a serpentine body adorned with 2 arms. Its arms stretched 2 meters long, wielding a 3-meter serpent-headed staff that exuded an eerie and terrifying aura. Surrounding it, countless magic serpents, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, clustered closely. However, amidst the strange blood-red lightning, a multitude of magic serpents were struck down, their bodies cascading downwards like raindrops. The air was filled with hissing sounds of terror and fervor. As the serpent deity's envoy descended slowly, only around 200,000 magic serpents remained from the throng. Bow before the esteemed envoy, the assembly of king serpents implored. Prostrating in reverence, the envoy declared with authority, "This time, I have brought some followers, and we shall surely breach the human stronghold. Rest assured, esteemed envoy, the human forces have diminished by a quarter, and their reinforcements have been severed," one of the king's serpents flatteringly reported. "Under your leadership, along with the 20,000 magic serpents you have brought, success is inevitable." "Hiss, excellent," the serpent deity's envoy replied, flicking its half-meter-long tongue as it swayed its body. Gazing towards the direction of a human city. "I require time to restore my magical power. We shall attack in 6 hours." "Yes, esteemed envoy." In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed. The moon hung high, casting an eerie glow from the fissure that continued to illuminate the land. The million-strong magic serpent army began its swift advance. At the heart of this legion, 15 king serpents encircled the serpent deity's envoy, whose golden, triangular eyes seemed capable of piercing through the void. "The magic serpent army is invading. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle." Who? An hour later, as the dark mass of 1,000,000 magic serpents arrived before the stronghold of the clear serpent army, scouts quickly detected their presence. Signal fires were ignited, and horns sounded. All soldiers within the stronghold felt a chill, methodically ascending the walls. General Wu and his fellow commanders swiftly took their positions atop the battlements, their expressions darkening as they beheld the 1,000,000-strong magic serpent army. 1,000,000 magic serpents? 20,000 more than we anticipated. This army has likely prepared for over a decade for this moment. They must have suffered great losses upon their arrival, yet they seem intent on utterly breaching our city. "Humph," a middle-aged commander, holding a feather fan, remarked coldly. The soldiers locked their gazes upon the king serpents and the serpent deity's envoy, faces etched with murderous intent. "These creatures from beyond dare invade our clear serpent stronghold. Kill!" A remarkably robust commander bellowed, raising his twin thunderhammers that collided with a resounding crash. Crackling sounds erupted as a bolt of lightning surged across the expanse towards the king serpents and the serpent deity's envoy. "Hiss! Today marks the end for you humans," one of the king's serpents proclaimed, flicking its lengthy tail as a phantom of a magic serpent surged forward. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated as war erupted in an instant. "Children, charge!" A king serpent roared. In that moment, countless magic serpents surged forward towards the colossal city. Among them, over 1,000 sentient magic serpents, radiating a terrifying presence. The formidable legion of serpentine demons, with but a single incantation, could unleash devastation upon the world. The formation was activated. Flames, arrows, ethereal winds, and thunder annihilate. On the ramparts, General Wu commanded with a steely gaze, his voice resonating with authority. Instantly, a barrage of attacks surged forth, enveloping the enemy. The cleansing serpent legion, numbering 150,000, occupied the fortifications, leveraging the advantageous terrain. Boom! Boom! The collisions of spells erupted with tremendous energy, momentarily halting the advance of the serpentine horde. However, this time, the legion was thoroughly prepared, resolute for a fight to the death. They charged fearlessly. The sight of 1,000,000 serpents surging forward was utterly terrifying. This spectacle left General Wu and his comrades on the walls in a state of alarm. Chapter 45. The War of Divine Sealing. Everything within our grasp. Slay, slay, slay. The moonlit tides of the sea. I extol the brilliance, endless elements of light. Purify the malevolent forces from beyond the realm. Great purification spell. A terrifying battle ignited, as the cultivators upon the walls unleashed spell after spell in a frenzied assault upon the enemy below. The protective formation radiated a resplendent and formidable glow, safeguarding the front lines. Below, The million-strong serpentine army suffered countless casualties every second. Yet, the towering king's serpents and their divine emissaries remained unfazed, for this war, even at the cost of numerous sentient serpents, was deemed worthwhile, provided they could breach the city's defenses. Their triangular eyes coldly surveyed the chaos. On the walls, General Wu and his high-ranking officers refrained from engaging, fully aware that their moment to strike would signify a battle for survival. Soldier against soldier, commander against commander. As the conflict raged on, the 15,000 soldiers on the ramparts began to sweat profusely, their stamina and mental fortitude rapidly depleting, rendering them incapable of wielding potent magic. We must not allow them to breach our defenses. General Wu commanded with an icy demeanor. My lord, a divine emissary remarked, given the current circumstances, the loss of over 200,000 serpents should suffice to breach their outer city. Outside the walls, a king's serpent surveyed the battlefield, a smile gracing its visage. Excellent, the serpent deity's emissary remarked, licking its lips, its emotionless gaze fixated on the unfolding battle. General, the soldiers' magical reserves are dwindling. I recommend a retreat to the inner city. General, our 3rd Legion requests assistance to safeguard the perimeter. We are short-handed, and the formation is on the verge of collapse. Please allow us to withdraw. Soon, a procession of commanders, their faces pale with distress, approached General Wu, delivering their heavy reports. Activate the formation between the inner and outer cities to thwart the advance of the Serpentine army, granting our soldiers time to recuperate, General Wu stated, his expression inscrutable as he surveyed the dire situation. Understood. The elemental formation mages prepared to deploy the city's defenses, ready to unleash a fierce counterattack once the serpents breached their threshold. Orders were issued, and the soldiers retreated with grave expressions, acutely aware of the severity of their predicament as seasoned warriors. In the outer city, they faltered, having slaughtered merely over 200,000 of their foes. Yet there remained more than 700,000. Relying on the defenses and formations of the inner city, it remained exceedingly challenging to withstand the onslaught. Given them a moment to catch their breath and recover, they might still have a chance. However, the 3rd Legion had been dispatched to address the incident at the guard post, resulting in a loss of a quarter of their brethren. Had the guard post remained intact, we could have resisted the million serpent demons. Some warriors, filled with discontent, gritted their teeth and declared, "We have indeed lost 50,000 brothers. Yet we are left with no choice. If the Western Serpent Demon Legion is not dealt with, the absence of walls on the Western Front leaves us vulnerable to attacks on both flanks, complicating matters further. Silence. Do not utter words that dampen our morale. We shall emerge victorious in this battle." The soldiers shouted defiantly as they retreated. Breach the city. Let this king breach the city. Outside the walls, a host of king's serpents witnessed the clear serpent legion abandon the outer city, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they swiftly commanded their forces. Hiss! Hiss! Countless serpent demons launched a rapid assault on the protective array of the outer city, demolishing the gates and surging inward. As they breached the interior, they were met with the relentless onslaught of elemental formations. However, countless serpent demons surged forth, with fresh waves replacing those who fell. The elemental formations were rapidly dismantled. In the rear, the serpent god's envoy led the king's serpents, elegantly swaying their bodies as they entered the city, their fiery gazes fixed upon the inner city just a step away, slightly raising their heads. Children, slay them. After today, this will be the domain of our serpent demons. The expanse of 1,000 kilometers ahead shall also belong to us. Kill. With the command of the king's serpent, the serpent demon army charged forward, undeterred by death. It is time for us to strike. Their strength surpasses ours. We need only to restrain them, for they dare not invade the inner city. Slay them, and let us surprise them, ha ha ha. On the walls of the inner city, General Wu and his comrades slowly adjusted their armor, tightening their grips on their weapons. At this moment, not a trace of worry crossed their minds. Rather, each of their eyes sparkled with excitement. The young lord's strategy had succeeded. Boom! In the next instant, General Wu and his comrades sprang into action. They hovered in the air, unleashing powerful spells directed at the serpent god's envoy and the king's serpents. Hiss! The last struggle of humanity. Upon seeing this, the serpent god's envoy waved his staff, summoning 2 long, dark serpents, each several dozen meters in length. To coalesce in the sky, clouds gathered, winds surged, the sun and moon danced erratically, summoning rain and calling the winds. I praise nature, merging with it great elements. Lend me your strength. The middle-aged man, wielding a feather fan, stirred the winds and clouds, emanating a formidable natural power, bellowing, ocean burial technique of the converging stars. A terrifying assault, infused with 4 elemental forces, raced towards the host of king serpents. With his spear pointed, invincible in its direction, General Wu declared, "The enemy lies before me. I am the harbinger of 1,000 spears." He wielded his spear, gesturing into the void, where a myriad of spears coalesced before him, carrying an indomitable momentum as they surged towards the king serpents and the serpent god's envoy. "Come forth, HSSS." The king serpents immediately took to the air. The pinnacle of battle erupted instantaneously. Hiss break through the inner city. Below, the wise serpent demons observed the clash between the king serpents and the human warriors, immediately letting out a resounding roar. Over 700,000 serpent demons surged forward with fervor. Suddenly, at their flanks, concealed elemental arrays dissipated in an instant. In the next moment, 25,000 soldiers materialized on each side. Their arrows and spells were unleashed the moment the elemental formations vanished, striking fiercely at the advancing serpent army. This unexpected assault caught the serpent horde completely off guard. Under the relentless barrage, at least 40 to 50,000 serpent demons were slain. Yet, this was merely the commencement. Though 5,000 soldiers appeared insignificant against the backdrop of over 700,000 serpent demons, one must recognize that, bolstered by geographical advantages and the support of elemental arrays, the power they could unleash was magnified several-fold, particularly in the wake of such a surprise attack. The entire area between the outer and inner cities was laced with various elemental formations. The royal serpents and their divine emissaries were aware of the traps that lay in wait, yet they remained undeterred, prepared to sacrifice the lives of the serpent demons to carve a path forward. They could not have anticipated the presence of 50,000 peak warriors concealed within. The battle raged on for an hour, with not only the human soldiers exhausting their magical energies, but the serpent army also suffering immense attrition. Many of their ranks reduced to a state of fatigue. This scenario allowed the 5,000 soldiers to act as a terrifying spear, thrusting deep into the heart of the serpent horde. "Brothers, charge!" cried the soldiers of the 3rd Legion, their killing intent palpable as they surged forward. All magic practitioners rallied to enhance the defense and protective spells for the 3rd Legion. From atop the inner city, a soldier privy to the strategy commanded with fervent urgency, "Indeed, are those brothers from the 3rd Legion? Weren't they dispatched to deal with the serpent army guarding the area? By the heavens, with the 3rd Legion here. Let's fight on, haha." The soldiers within the inner city were invigorated upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the 3rd Legion. With 5,000 additional brothers, they were granted precious moments to regroup. In an instant, the momentum of the serpent army's assault was thwarted. Within a mere minute, nearly 100,000 serpent demons fell. "Ha ha ha! Hold firm against these beasts, and gradually wear them down." General Wu exclaimed with unrestrained delight as he observed the scene below. "What in the world is happening? Wasn't the 3rd Legion supposed to be at the guard post?" The serpent gods, emissaries, and the royal serpents were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they beheld the sudden appearance of the 5,000 human soldiers. Their siege depended on a swift, concerted effort to breach the city. If they were forced into a drawn-out war of attrition, the Qingxi Legion, with the advantage of the city, could gradually wear them down. "Yuan Wang, didn't you say the 3rd Legion was stationed at the guard post?" A furious royal serpent questioned Yuan Wang, incredulous. "It is precisely as I said. Reports from the guard post indicate that the 3rd Legion is indeed there," Yuan Wang replied, his face a mask of anger and fear. The implications of this situation were dire. Should they fail today, the burden of responsibility would fall squarely upon him. Those fools, the serpent matriarchs and the vengeful serpents, claimed the 3rd Guard was with them. How could this happen? Useless. The emissary of the serpent god cast a menacing glance, his countenance reflecting an intense fury. "Such meticulous planning by the serpent lord, and yet it has been sabotaged by your incompetence," he seethed. With a grim expression, he brandished his staff, launching an assault against the upper echelons of the Clear Serpent Legion. He harbored confidence in his ability to vanquish, perhaps even slay, the human leaders. However, he hesitated to breach the inner city, aware that becoming ensnared within the elemental formation posed a peril even for him. Only by allowing his forces to penetrate could he secure victory. Presently, the advance of his army faced staunch resistance. "Ha! Soldiers, heed my command. Slowly wear them down." General Wu bellowed, his face alight with exhilaration. In that moment, he felt immense gratitude. Had the time-spatial prince not shielded them against the 100,000 magic serpents on their flank, the Clear Serpent Legion would have been obliterated that day. Meanwhile, over 100 kilometers away, the 6,000-strong magic serpent army was regrouping. Suddenly, the intelligent serpents received a shocking message that left them dumbfounded, their faces gradually morphing into expressions of terror. The third legion of humans has appeared on the front lines? They have ambushed our forces? How is this possible? The third legion was not supposed to be here. We've been deceived. Cursed be this treachery. In the next instant, the intelligent serpents erupted into chaos, their bodies trembling, eyes gleaming with crimson fury. The message from the Lord Serpent conveyed their grave blunder. They could feel the wrath and murderous intent of their leader. The thought of their error potentially leading to the downfall of their campaign filled them with dread, fear, rage, and madness. These despicable humans have tricked us. I shall slay them, tear them apart, shred them to pieces. The intelligent serpents lost all semblance of reason, their blood-red gazes fixated upon the desolate expanse ahead, where a figure seated under the night sky, sipping tea and perusing a book, exuded an aura of lethal intent. Is all due to these vile humans. Kill them. Leave none alive. The leaders, the serpent matron and the serpent fiend, roared as they charged forward, followed closely by their brethren. At the forefront, Wang Shikong sensed the uprising of the magic serpent legion and smiled faintly, retracting his desk into the sanctuary of light and gently closing the book. The earth beneath him, manipulated by the control of the magical generals behind him, shifted automatically, allowing his wheelchair to retreat swiftly. He raised his gaze towards the frenzied serpents, lifting his teacup in a gesture of acknowledgement and smiling at them. Subsequently, he elegantly sprinkled the tea upon the ground. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The final battle was at hand. I have updated 6,000 words. Is anyone reading? Are there any great figures among us? Chapter 46, Creating Miracles. The magic serpent army descends upon us. Brothers, flee swiftly. Those foolish magic serpents are upon us. We are no match for them. In the wilderness, to the left of the abyssal rift, General Li and his comrades displayed no fear upon witnessing the sudden uprising of the magic serpent army. Rather, a fierce determination ignited within them. Yet they shouted in astonishment and rage, "Kill! Kill! Do not let them escape! I yearn to consume this despicable horde of humanity." Ahead, a multitude of intelligent serpents, upon hearing their words, find their minds clouded by murderous intent, surging forward with fervor. In the absence of the third legion of the clear serpent army, they possess an undeniable advantage in strength. Within the span of merely 2,000 meters, 200 intelligent serpents close the distance in an instant, buzzing. Yet, as they charge forth, columns of blinding light erupt from the ground, enveloping the 200 serpents. The elemental array, long since prepared, activates. Those contemptible humans believe that an elemental array can thwart our advance. The intelligent serpents, upon witnessing the array, exhibit no sign of panic, even anticipating it. They ride their bodies and madly charge at the array. Boom! Relying solely on the elemental array cannot encircle these beasts. But when combined with our might, indeed, everything unfolds as the Lord of Time and Space foresaw. Should we fail to annihilate this lot, we would utterly disgrace the Lord. They did not anticipate that the intelligent serpents would brazenly charge forward. To predict such an outcome is no small feat. The intelligent serpents evidently did not foresee that General Li and his companions would engage them within the confines of the array. With the array support, they can indeed contend against them. They squint slightly, undeterred. Let us act. Soon, the children outside shall assist us in dismantling their array. The serpents sway their formidable tails with ferocity. Oh, Tsida, we have lingered here for over a dozen hours. You do not presume we have accomplished nothing, do you? A mocking commander gazes at the serpents. What precisely have you done? Suddenly, a foreboding sensation grips the hearts of the intelligent serpents. Ever since they set foot in the Guardian's domain, they have felt the presence of unseen eyes upon them. Invisible hands seem to toy with their every move, all under the watchful gaze and manipulation of their adversary. Meanwhile, outside, driven by the orders of the intelligent serpents, the other serpents madly follow in pursuit. However, when they reach a certain point, the ground suddenly collapses. In an instant, tens of thousands of serpents plummet into a pit 6 meters deep and 8 meters wide. This width is one they could leap across with effort, and the 6-meter depth poses little challenge for their ascent. The serpents behind, witnessing their comrades fall into the pit, do not halt. They coil their bodies and leap with all their might, aiming to surge across. Yet at that moment, the soldiers of the Guardian's domain, long prepared, charge in and strike decisively. Summon the winds. Do not let them leap over. Foolish criaturas. Without the guidance of the intelligent serpents, these beasts are easily dispatched. Spells surge toward the leaping serpents, rendering them unable to evade as they plummet into the pit. Those serpents within, attempting to leap out, are said to be crushed by their companions. Utilizing spell scrolls, let us strike. Squad leaders cast their scrolls, hurling them into the pit. Beneath the divine scroll of the drum of gods, the formidable power of the demonic serpents diminished by 40, while the warriors gained an augmentation of the same measure. All spellcasters, with reckless abandon, unleashed their incantations into the abyss. This allowed even the most mundane of spells to vanquish a demonic serpent. Area of effect spells wreaked havoc, claiming numerous lives in a single strike. The serpents that plummeted into the chasm began to perish at a terrifying rate. Hiss, hiss, on the opposite bank. A throng of serpents in a state of utter disarray flicked their tongues in confusion, some attempting to leap across once more, only to be felled and slain. These were predominantly male serpents, heavily reliant on melee combat, revealing their immense vulnerability. An 8-meter-wide pit now loomed before them like an insurmountable chasm. Their lack of intelligence rendered them oblivious to the possibility of circumventing the trap to launch an attack. Captain Time and Space, you are nothing short of miraculous. In the rear, Yao and others beheld the unfolding battle before them, gazing in profound admiration at the figure in the wheelchair. The series of strategic victories and meticulous planning had left them in awe, even instilling a sense of reverence deep within their hearts. This was a genuine war, a visceral clash of life and death, a true contest of survival. The figure before them, unable to move its legs, seemed divine, repeatedly manifesting miraculous feats. Wang Shikong, upon hearing their words and observing the current state of affairs, smiled in response. When the Third Legion arrived on the battleground of the main city, it dealt a fatal blow to the demonic serpent contingent. As the saying goes, one who loses their reason is bound to err. He watched quietly as the male serpents, skilled in close combat, rushed in to support their leader, only to be swiftly dispatched. This allowed even the ordinary soldiers to have the leisure to confront these intelligent serpents. The outcome was already determined. As time passed, and the male serpents were nearly eradicated, over 10,000 soldiers besieged the 200 intelligent serpents. Under the cover of spells, these serpents met their despairing and furious demise. Even in their final moments, they could not comprehend why their army of 100,000 had been defeated by a mere 10,000 human warriors. Throughout the entire conflict, not a single human soldier had fallen. Gasping for breath, the generals and their commanders surveyed the corpses of the 200 intelligent serpents. Yet at this moment, their faces radiated exhilaration, tinged with a hint of disbelief. We have triumphed. We, with our 10,000 soldiers, have obliterated an army of 100,000 demonic serpents. Coupled with the previous slaying of 50 to 60,000. We have vanquished a staggering total of 150 to 60,000 serpents, an enemy force vastly superior to our own. A resounding victory. In the aftermath of the battle, the soldiers erupted in jubilant shouts. General Li, feeling a surge of fervor, raised his staff high and proclaimed, "Warriors, heed my command," to which the multitude of over 10,000 soldiers joyfully responded, "At your service." Bow in gratitude to the young master of time and space. Yes, in the next moment, the commanders approached Wang Shikong, kneeling on one knee. The 10,000 soldiers followed suit, their gazes ablaze with fervor and gratitude towards the figure in the wheelchair. In recent days, all the soldiers have been acutely aware that without the presence of the esteemed figure before them, their fate would have been dire. Just a few days prior, their defensive stronghold had been breached, resulting in the loss of many brave lives. This act of kneeling signifies both a plea for salvation and gratitude for the resounding victory over the malevolent forces from beyond, which has etched a glorious chapter in their history. We thank you, Prince of Time and Space. We thank you. The thunderous cheers echoed as Wang Shikong gazed at General Li and his comrades, responding with a gentle smile. To fight alongside you all is indeed my honor. Chapter 47. The 200,000 soldiers of the Clear Serpent Army welcome the Prince of Time and Space. Within the main city of the Clear Serpent Army, the battle rages on, albeit with less ferocity than at its outset. The emergence of the Third Legion has provided the beleaguered soldiers with a much-needed respite, enabling the Clear Serpent Army to withstand the relentless onslaught of the demon serpent forces. 200,000 valiant warriors, leveraging the advantageous terrain, have managed to hold back the once mighty million-strong army of demon serpents, resulting in a stalemate. However, the ranks of the demon serpent army have dwindled to a little over 600,000. The prolonged conflict has left both the soldiers of the Clear Serpent Army and the countless demon serpents utterly fatigued. Above the battlefield, the high priest of the serpent god and the 15 royal serpents wore expressions of deep dismay. In light of the current situation, they had already succumbed to defeat. Failing to breach the city with a single, decisive thrust would render their years of scheming and preparation utterly futile. Incompetence, sheer incompetence. The high priest seethed with fury, unable to restrain himself as he brandished his serpent staff and gestured towards the king of woe. A 10-meter-long dark magic serpent materialized, lunging to devour him. "No, my lord. Please." The king of woe cried out in terror and despair. The monstrous serpent did not afford him the chance to evade, swallowing him whole. The surrounding royal serpents trembled inwardly, yet refrained from uttering a word. In the wake of this war's failure, a serpent must bear the consequences. Fortunate for you, Wu City. But it shall not be long before our demon serpent army returns with renewed vigor. The high priest glared coldly at General Wu, swinging his serpent staff with authority. "Retreat. Hisses. Hisses." Countless demon serpents began to withdraw. "Ha, a bunch of vile creatures. One day, our human race shall eradicate you completely." For the clear serpent army, this battle was a resounding triumph. For at least a decade to come, the demon serpent army would pose little threat to their peace. We owe our victory to the timely arrival of the brothers from the 3rd Legion. Otherwise, we would have surely faltered. Everything remained under the adept control of our general, ensuring a long-awaited tranquility following this conflict. How did the brothers from the 3rd Legion manage to conceal themselves within the inner city? Has the situation at the defensive stronghold been resolved? As the soldiers witnessed the retreat of the demon serpent army, smiles broke through their weary visages. They felt a surge of joy, yet their hearts were laden with questions. "General Wu, you are truly remarkable. We owe this success to you." A throng of officers gathered, enthusiastically showering him with praise. General Wu, upon hearing their words and the discussions of the soldiers around him, felt a blush creep across his aged visage. "This time, it was not my merit." General Wu gently shook his head, surveying the soldiers nearby as he gazed at the retreating serpent demon legion, his face awash with emotion. Had it not been for that esteemed master of time and space, our clear serpent legion would have been rendered extinct. This assertion was no jest. Once the city fell, they would confront the entire serpent demon legion in close quarters. Out of 200,000 soldiers, how many would survive? Even he would perish in that fray. "General Wu, we have received good news. The Guard Corps has informed us that, under the strategy and command of the Master of Time and Space, they have annihilated the last 60,000 of the serpent demon army." At this moment, a soldier beside him, brimming with excitement, gazed at the communicator and exclaimed, "You must see the message. Xiao Li and the others should have sent you an update." "What?" General Wu's gaze sharpened as he promptly retrieved the communicator, eyes widening in astonishment. "They have completely eradicated 60,000 of the Serpent Demon Legion in the absence of advantageous terrain. Indeed, the Master of Time and Space's strategy is truly remarkable. Had it not been for him, the entire 03 Guard would have faced annihilation. He has not only saved thousands of soldiers on the 03 Guard, but also led them to vanquish 50 to 60,000 of the Serpent Demon Army. This Master of Time and Space is indeed the savior of our Clear Serpent Legion." Around him, the senior commanders of the Clear Serpent Legion expressed their awe and gratitude. They understood the perilous nature of this battle and recognized that the victory they now celebrated was owed to him. General Wu inhaled deeply. "I shall report this matter to the Empress. The soldiers of the Guard, having endured a fierce battle, will rest here and arrive at our location tomorrow. Let the soldiers clean the battlefield and then take their rest." "Understood, General." The soldiers responded joyfully. With the conclusion of the battle, a sense of relief enveloped everyone. The following morning, as dawn broke, the commander adept in earth elemental manipulation pushed Wang Shikong's wheelchair at the forefront. Surrounding them and following closely were thousands of soldiers from the Guard Corps. Having recuperated overnight, they approached the main city of the Clear Serpent Legion, their faces glowing with vigor. With less than 100 kilometers to traverse, their stamina ensured they would arrive by noon. As the grand city came into view, the generals paused momentarily, taken aback. At this very moment, before the entrance of the Clear Serpent Legion's main city, a multitude of soldiers stood in orderly formation. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Legions of the Clear Serpent Legion were all present. At the forefront, the Grand General of the Clear Serpent Legion, the leaders of the 4 legions, and 2 chief strategists were all gathered there, their gazes collectively directed towards them. "Master of Time and Space, our Grand General leads the soldiers of the Clear Serpent Legion in welcoming you." After a brief moment of astonishment, General Li and the others responded with smiles. It was no surprise that the Grand General and the entire Clear Serpent Legion would extend such a reception, Indeed, the Master of Time and Space merited this honor. Wang Shikong, too, smiled as he regarded the scene. This mission of the prodigious had reached its formal conclusion. It was now time for the rewards to be bestowed. It is truly unfathomable that this formidable legion ahead is here to welcome you, Captain Yao Yi. A girl beside Yao Yi gazes at the scene before her, utterly astonished. Her words caught in her throat. Yao Yi's eyes sweep across and once again rest upon the figure in the wheelchair, her heart racing. Her face radiant with admiration and adoration. We welcome the Prince of Time and Space. As the guards approach the front of the Qing Shi Legion, General Wu and his comrades step forward, and behind them, 200,000 soldiers bow in unison to pay their respects. This morning, all the soldiers became aware of everything, understanding that the victory in this great battle was solely attributed to the figure in the wheelchair. Thus, at this moment, their hearts brimmed with gratitude and reverence, their voices echoing across the heavens. We welcome the Prince of Time and Space. General Wu and his companions halted before Wang Shikong, bowing deeply. Wang Shikong, witnessing the high-ranking soldiers and powerful figures of the Snowfall Empire in such a manner, was momentarily taken aback. General Wu, you are too kind, he smiled. I find the scene a little overwhelming. The Prince of Time and Space can bear it, replied General Wu. Chapter 48. The First Class Earl, a Terrifying Reward. Under the reception of the 200,000 troops of the Qing Shi Legion, Wang Shikong followed General Wu into the General's mansion. Among the two principal seats, Wang Shikong sat on the left, savoring a cup of tea offered by General Wu. You have consumed the heavenly absolute red dust tea. Your health increases by 150, and your affinity for water elements rises by 5. A delightful tea, Wang Shikong remarked, momentarily taken aback by the notification from the heavenly Tao, compelled to express his admiration. Such treasures that enhance attributes are exceedingly rare. The health boost from this tea is astonishing, and its flavor far surpasses that of my father-in-law's renowned teas. None from Blue Star could compare. I have more of this tea. I shall have someone prepare it for you, General Wu smiled. It is far too precious. Wang Shikong shook his head. Haha, it is merely a small token of appreciation. General Wu chuckled. This tea originates from the Imperial Garden. Officials of Earl rank and above receive it annually as a reward from the Empress. Prince of Time and Space. I have already reported your achievements to the Empress. Once the teleportation array is repaired, her rewards will be promptly delivered. Oh, then I shall graciously accept. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow, filled with anticipation for the forthcoming rewards. There is no need for formality between you and us. The Empress inquires about your future plans. Which main city do you intend to develop next? General Wu asked. Ocean City is a splendid choice, a middle-aged man with a feather fan interjected with a smile. The culinary delights and seafood of Shanghai are renowned throughout the empire. I possess knowledge of many hidden treasures there, which I can share with you later. Advisor Feng hails from Ocean City. Should you require assistance there, feel free to mention his name, General Wu added with a grin. The Feng family in Shanghai holds considerable prestige. Where there is no wind, there are no waves. The wind strategist smiled faintly, a hint of pride in his demeanor, before humbly stating, if the young Master of Time and Space requires anything, he may certainly approach me. However, with the illustrious reputation that the young master shall undoubtedly acquire in the future, my assistance may not be necessary. Haha. The battlefield of the Clear Serpent Legion, albeit not the most crucial front for the Snowfall Empire, remains of immense significance to the realm. The recent maneuvers and invasion of the Demon Serpent Army have reverberated throughout the court and the populace alike. Simultaneously, a cultivator from another world led over 10,000 guards to vanquish the 160,000 strong Demon Serpent Army, employing clever strategies to rescue the entire Clear Serpent Legion. His achievements can be deemed monumental. In the future, the soldiers of the Snowfall Empire will afford him the utmost respect. Should anyone dare to challenge him? Setting aside the willingness of the Clear Serpent Legion's soldiers, even those from other legions would undoubtedly come to his aid. Such is the reputation forged through strength, earning profound respect. Wang Shikong smiled at their words and engaged in conversation with them. Establishing good relations with the indigenous people of the Endless Continent is undeniably advantageous. After all, having acquaintances not only helps avoid many detours, but also yields greater benefits. Wang Shikong held these soldiers in high esteem. They guard the borders of the Void Rift, protecting the Empire and safeguarding humanity. The group conversed for an extended period, and in the afternoon, General Wu and his companions guided him through the main city of the Clear Serpent Legion. Young Master of Time and Space, the teleportation array has been restored. Furthermore, the Empress has issued a decree. 2 days hence, As the teleportation array is freshly repaired, General Wu and his cohort arrived with a woman. Upon hearing this, Wang Shikong turned his gaze immediately. By the mandate of heaven, the empress proclaims. A robust woman clad in golden armor unfurled the sacred edict. Her expression a mix of astonishment and curiosity as she surveyed Wang Shikong before continuing, the young master of time and space. In the face of the demon serpent army's invasion, has rendered great service in saving the Clear Serpent Legion. By the decree of the empress and the cabinet, the young master is bestowed with the title of first-class earl. The rewards include a mansion in Shanghai City, a spiritual garden, 10 shops, dozens of servants, and the ability to resurrect 5 times. Additionally, he is granted the title of Sovereign of the Clear Serpent. Young Master Time and Space, please accept the decree. Once the golden-armored woman completed her recitation, understanding his physical limitations, she approached with a smile and presented the decree to him. I thank the Empress for her generous rewards. Wang Shikong was taken aback by the array of honors bestowed upon him. A title, no less, directly as a first-class earl. In the Snowfall Empire, the ranks of nobility comprise dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons, each further divided into first, second, and third classes. The first class is the highest, and the title of first-class earl is indeed an exalted rank, positioning one among the most distinguished nobles of the Snowfall Empire. In his previous life, the highest title attained was merely a third-class earl, awarded for leading a guild of millions to withstand the onslaught of the evil demon army. That individual was a representative of the official daxia. He glanced around. The advantages of being a first-class earl within the empire were not fewer than a dozen. Not to mention, simply being exempt from taxes for a decade is an immense benefit. It is essential to recognize that operating a shop within the main city incurs taxation. The title of the Celestial Serpent Lord. Possessing this title commands the respect of all soldiers within the Snowfall Empire and grants the ability to mobilize 10,000 soldiers of the Third Transformation or below. Limited to once a year, provided that no harm comes to the populace of the Endless Continent and no forbidden acts are committed. Gazing upon this extraordinary title, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was akin to wielding military power, though it could only be utilized once a year and was restricted to summoning soldiers of no higher than the Third Transformation. In the current context, it rendered him utterly invincible. Furthermore, the estate, the spiritual garden, 10 shops, servants, and the invaluable ability to resurrect life 5 times in the later stages. All of these combined rendered an immeasurable worth. Congratulations to Lord Time and Space for being elevated to the rank of first-class earl. The generals, including General Wu, beamed with smiles as they extended their congratulations. Wang Shikong returned their smiles. Ding! You have completed the talented task and ascended to the pinnacle of the talented pavilion, earning a prestige of 4 million. Arriving as the chosen one, Wang Shikong. Profession Mage. Realm, Elemental Refinement. Level, 9, 24 100. Vitality, 500, 650. Constitution, 2, 430. Mental Power, 105, 105. Elemental Affinity. Metal, 578. Wood, 589. Water, 593. Fire, 592. Earth, 580. Wind, 588. Lightning, 580. Light, 577. Dark, 572. Space, 595. Time, possessing the heart of elements. Skills 1. Basic elemental manipulation. Metal, mastered. Fire, mastered. Water, mastered. Wood, mastered. Earth, mastered. Wind, mastered. Lightning, mastered. Light, mastered. Darkness, mastered. 2. Summon skeleton, perfected. 3. Shadow ambush, mastered. 4. Explosive fireball, mastered. 5. Skills from the divine tome. Equipment. 1. Time sandglass origin. 2. Light sanctum, epic. 3. Blood IJ pendant, bronze. 4. Guardian staff, black iron. 5. Black iron robe, black iron. Secondary profession. Cartographer, flowing guardian map, explosive fireball map. Title, first class earl. Prestige, 4 million. As the bountiful rewards from the Empress arrived, a notification from the Heavenly Tao also came through. The talented task was officially completed. He glanced at his attributes. His level 9 mental power had reached 105, equivalent to that of a level 19 individual. Chapter 49. Inestimable Rewards. General Wu and Advisor Feng bid farewell. Earl of Time and Space. We shall visit you in Shanghai City for a drink next time. After exchanging pleasantries with General Wu and the others, Wang Shikong took his leave. Now, he was to journey to Shanghai City to inspect his estate and shops, which constituted a significant portion of the rewards. Captain Time and Space. Upon arriving at the teleportation array, Yao Yi and his companions greeted him. evidently awaiting his arrival. Esteemed time and space, thank you. This time, thanks to you, we have gained substantial merit and even acquired a shop. The youth beside Yao Yi spoke with palpable excitement, unable to restrain his inquiry. Did you receive even greater merit? Esteemed time and space? The rewards were indeed generous. Wang Shikong nodded with a smile. The rewards for the Tianjiao Pavilion tasks included access to the pavilion itself, along with merits and shop privileges. However, Wang Shikong did not receive any merits, as they paled in comparison to his noble rank. His gains this time were beyond the imagination of others, even leaving him astonished. Captain Shikong, thank you, Yao, he said, his gaze fixed on Wang Shikong, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. Which main city do you plan headed next? Songhai City, Wang Shikong replied. Songhai City, you say? I will ask my father to relocate the Tianhu Guild there. Yao, he immediately responded. In that case, we could be in the same main city. Wang Shikong paused at this, then quickly shook his head. No need. My family intends to establish a guild in Songhai City. The Tianhu Guild should not come there. The Tianhu Guild from his previous life thrived in the Tiger Leap Cliff City. If they returned to Tiger Leap Cliff City, they would undoubtedly evolve into a super guild. Wang Shikong could not allow them to come to Songhai. Moreover, arriving in Songhai would set up a competitive dynamic with the Jinxiu Guild. A single main city could accommodate only one super guild. All right then, Yao, he said, a hint of disappointment in his tone as he glanced between Wang Shikong and himself. Sighing inwardly, Wang Shikong smiled. If anything comes up, just contact me. Sure, Yao, he nodded. When I have free time, I'll come find Captain Shikong to hang out. Sound good, Wang Shikong agreed. At a distance, Tianya observed their conversation and produced a piece of paper, displaying it before Wang Shikong. Inscribed upon it were words he had prepared in advance. Thank you for your assistance these past days. If you ever need anything, and do not mind my presence, feel free to call on me. I will do my utmost. Wang Shikong read the message and, locking eyes with Tianya, extended an invitation. Tianya, I have formed a small team. Would you be interested in joining me and accompanying me in the future? Tianya visibly paused at this, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. He quickly wrote, Is that possible? Of course. You possess great talent and will surely become formidable in the future. Wang Shikong nodded in affirmation. Tianya's extraordinary abilities were exceptional, and if he could join the Xinhua team and follow Wang Shikong, it would be a significant asset. Unable to contain his joy, Tianya bowed deeply, overflowing with gratitude. Do not feel inferior. Mutism is easily treatable, Wang Shikong reassured him, extending his hand. From now on, we shall be friends. Tianya looked at him in astonishment, quickly wiping his hands before extending his own, nodding earnestly. Let us go, we're headed to Songhai City, Wang Shikong said with a smile. Tianya's rise was not merely a stroke of luck, but stemmed from his innate combat prowess and mastery of elemental manipulation. Therefore, Wang Shikong directly guided him towards Songhai City, where he knew of a prime opportunity related to swordsmen. Perhaps, with his mentorship in this life, Tianya would become even stronger and more radiant than in his past. His destiny would indeed be transformed by his own efforts. Tianya nodded, waved goodbye to Yao Yi, then pushed Wang Shikong into the teleportation array, selecting Songhai City as their destination. Generally speaking, one must reach level 10 to enter the main city. However, this is merely a common guideline. Wang Shikong is no ordinary individual. Before them, the scenery shifted, revealing their figures within a vast plaza. Unlike Tianqing Town, the sky over Songhai City was an exquisite azure, clear as a pristine mirror. Surrounding buildings were magnificently grand, constructed from imposing white and blue stones. Columns of elemental formations soared towards the heavens, standing tall around the main city. A gentle breeze carried the salty scent of the sea. Songhai City is situated adjacent to one of the 5 great oceans of the Endless Continent. The entire city spans 3 times the area of the magic capital of Blue Star, divided into 4 regions: east, west, south, and north, each with its own city gate. However, the most prosperous commercial district of Songhai City lies in the central area. Wang Shikong gazed at the information regarding his estate and shops, a smile gracing his features. His estate was positioned within the absolute center, with 10 shops, 2 in each direction in the core area, situated on the most bustling streets. The geographical locations of the shops awarded through the Celestial Hero mission varied significantly, and this variance often translated into substantial price differences. The 10 shops owned by Wang Shikong could be classified as golden shops, and according to his estimation, their combined value across the 4 regions was at least 3 million coins, while the core area began at 5 million. The total worth of his shops surpassed 20 million coins, equating to over 2 billion in Blue Star currency. Unbeknownst to him, his assets had already surpassed those of his wife's family, not accounting for the value of his estate and the spiritual garden. As he examined the details of his estate, he noted with surprise a first-class earl's estate, complete with its own teleportation array. He instructed Tianyak to step into the nearby teleportation array. In the next moment, they found themselves before a majestic estate. Flanking the Azure Gate were 2 statues of water Qilins, each towering 3 meters tall, exuding a lifelike presence. The plaque above the door read, Qin Shi Jun's estate. For fully armored guards stood sentinel at either side. My lord, my lord. As Tianya pushed Wang Shikong forward, the guards' gazes swept over them, recognition dawning instantly. In a state of astonishment, Tianya watched as they approached with urgency. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Shikong smiled at them. It is our honor to serve you. My lord, your renown has resounded throughout the empire. One of the young guards replied respectfully, bowing his head as he spoke. Just then, the grand door of the estate swung open, and an elderly man, face alight with joy, hurried out. My lord, I am your steward. You may call me Old Lei. The elder approached, his demeanor equally respectful. Very well, Old Lei, lead me to inspect the estate. Wang Shikong nodded in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, after completing a tour, Wang Shikong sat before a spiritual garden of approximately 2 acres, gazing at the spiritual trees and flowers, lost in thought. 32 types of spiritual trees bore 10 fruits each, yielding a harvest once every 5 years. Driftwood fruit. Consuming it grants an affinity of 3 for wood elements and a physique increase of 2. Clear spirit fruit. Consuming it grants an affinity of 3 for water elements and a mental strength increase of 2. Such extraordinary treasures, enhancing both mental prowess and elemental affinity, are astonishingly displayed within the spiritual garden. While each individual is permitted to consume but 1, the remainder can be sold, starting at a staggering price of 150,000 currency units. Although the elemental spirit flowers and herbs do not bear fruit, they possess the remarkable ability to gather elemental energies. To put succinctly, the elemental force they accumulate allows for mental and physical recovery that rivals that of advanced training chambers. In the Endless Continent, the most basic training chamber charges 100 currency units per hour, while intermediate ones demand 1,000 and advanced chambers command 10,000. The elite chambers, when converted to real currency, amount to 1 million per hour, an utterly extravagant rate. Naturally, the effects are equally formidable. Additionally, the Count's estate spans 15 acres, encompassing over 10,000 square meters, which accounts for the half hour it took to explore. Fortunately, the estate is attended by dozens of servants. Otherwise, mere upkeep would be exceedingly cumbersome. This windfall has far exceeded his expectations. Even the entirety of his previous life's assets pales in comparison to a mere third of this. Wang Shikong mused, instructing Old Lei to gather 4 fruits, handing 2 to Tianya, and consuming 2 himself. Upon consuming the spiritual fruit, you gain a mental strength of 2, physique of 2, wood element affinity of 3, and water element affinity of 3. Tianya received it, gazed at it in a daze, then smiled and consumed it as well. However, as he glanced at the figure beside him, his resolve grew ever firmer. The flavor was delightful. Wang Shikong remarked, then surveyed the estate, chuckling. The estate is rather expansive. Chapter 50. Your singular task is no longer singular. My lord, here is your shop located on the bustling high street in the city center. Just ahead lies the service hall for cultivators, surrounded by weapon and elixir shops. In the heart of Shanghai City, Old Lei led Wang Shikong to his 2 shops, gesturing as he elaborated. This area constitutes an absolute commercial hub. Each shop boasts 3 stories, each spanning 200 square meters. Should the 2 be merged, they would provide a spacious 400 square meters per floor, ample room indeed. Such premier commercial properties are typically only acquired by super guilds after 2 to 3 years. My lord, what do you intend to do with these shops? Old Lei inquired. Merge them to establish an auction house. Reaching the 3rd floor window of the shop, Wang Shikong surveyed the surroundings, already formulating plans for the shop's purpose. Indeed, an auction house. Currently, he possesses numerous high-value items, including spiritual fruits, spirit tea, and an endless supply of magical scrolls he can produce. Furthermore, he could consider selling 1 or 2 of the 5 life revivals bestowed by the empress. Such rare commodities can only fetch a high price through competitive bidding at an auction house. Moreover, Wang Shikong is acutely aware of how lucrative auction houses can be. In his previous life, those super guilds auction houses generated monthly revenues in the hundreds of millions of currency units, even with a mere 5% service fee. They could achieve profits in the tens of millions each month. Auction houses encompass not only live bidding, but also an online auction mode, similar to online shopping platforms. The interests are quite apparent. Almost all major guilds have ventured into the auction business. He has strategically positioned himself with the items at his disposal to potentially establish the foremost auction house in the realm. An auction house, you say? Old Lay nodded. My lord, I can arrange for modifications to the internal layout and also enlist professional personnel for management. Good. Lease out the other shops to cover the daily expenses of the estate and the auction house. Wang Shikong replied with a nod. Old Lay, the estate steward and a servant rewarded by the empress, commanded unwavering loyalty. As the steward of the count's residence, his abilities and connections were certainly commendable. Understood, my lord. Old Lay responded promptly. Currently, the monthly expenses of the count's estate amounted to approximately 100,000. Wang Shikong gazed out at the bustling street, where countless Blue Star inhabitants wandered with curiosity. Within just over a month, over 70% had reached level 10. He pondered for a moment and turned to Tianya. Come, I shall take you to a place where fortunes await. Tianya, slightly taken aback, nodded in agreement. Wang Shikong vividly recalled the top-tier opportunity related to the sword cultivator in Shanghai City. In his previous life, that fortunate individual had failed to complete the task and merely acquired 2 swordsmanship skills. According to what he had said, the task involved accompanying students from Shanghai Academy into a training ground. If one possessed strength and talent, there was a chance to receive the highest level of sword cultivation inheritance. In the Endless Continent, the levels of inheritance were generally classified as ordinary, rare, top-tier, and legendary. Naturally, an additional category could be included, the malevolent inheritance of the God of Light, which had never been completed. Obtaining an inheritance opportunity does not guarantee one will receive the entire inheritance. For instance, one individual might clear a rare inheritance opportunity and receive all rewards, while another might only acquire part of a top-tier inheritance opportunity, potentially yielding less than the former. Opportunity is one aspect, the ability to seize it is another. Some opportunities encompass ordinary, rare, top-tier, and legendary levels, with individuals receiving corresponding inheritances based on their strength and talent. In his past life, Wang Shikong had entered a legendary opportunity realm and gained spatial spells. Yet he understood that he had only received a fraction of the rewards due to insufficient strength and talent, preventing him from obtaining the complete inheritance. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Wang Shikong and his companions soon arrived in front of Shanghai University, gazing at the grand entrance. Their attention drawn to a room on the right, labeled Shanghai University Reception. Who are you? A middle-aged man inquired upon their entry, suddenly sharpening his gaze and hurrying over to bow respectfully. Are you Lord Qingxi? Greetings, my apologies for the intrusion. Wang Shikong acknowledged with a nod. No intrusion at all. The middle-aged man quickly shook his head, speaking with reverence. It is our honor to have Lord Qingxi grace us with your presence. May I inquire what brings you here? Shall I notify the principal? No need, Wang Shikong replied with a smile. I have heard of a trial for sword cultivators at Shanghai University. I wonder if there's still openings available. My friend possesses great talent in swordsmanship. Ah, you mean the Wudao Cliff trial? The middle-aged man glanced at Tianya and nodded. The quota has been confirmed, and as you, Lord Qingxi, have stated, there are no issues. Thank you. Wang Shikong expressed his gratitude. Tianya, observing the scene, felt somewhat bewildered. Did they come here directly seeking opportunities? The question arose, was the other party truly offering them? Was this the privilege and benefit of Count? After his shock, he promptly bowed to the middle-aged man in appreciation. Senior Dao, I have completed my task. At that moment, a young man entered, curiously glancing at Wang Shikong and Tianya. Addressing the middle-aged man. Please wait a moment. The middle-aged man gestured to him. This friend of mine, Tianya, suffers from aphasia and cannot speak. I ask for your understanding. Mr. Dao, Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow at the youth and continued, it's quite all right. The middle-aged man quickly added, the trial task will commence in 2 days. If this young brother, Tianya, possesses sufficient talent, he will have the opportunity to obtain a top-tier inheritance. The inheritance trial of Wudao Cliff only opens once every decade. Just have the young brother come here in 2 days. Thank you for your trouble, Wang Shikong nodded. At a nearby position, the recently arrived youth, upon hearing their conversation, opened his mouth and could not help but say, Senior Dao, did you not say my task was the only one? Oh, the middle-aged man looked at him, speaking coolly. Is no longer unique. The youth was immediately taken aback. Wait, Senior Dao, is this even possible? Wang Defa, to have told himself before the task that it was a unique assignment, only to learn now that it was not. He scrutinized Wang Shikong and Tianya. his expression growing increasingly grim, and continued, "One is mute, the other lame. Is there a mode for caring for the disabled involved here?" The middle-aged man frowned at his words, visibly displeased, and suddenly said to him, "I regret to inform you that your task has failed. As sword cultivators, we first cultivate our hearts before our blades. Never look down upon anyone. Remember this lesson. This is your partial reward. Depart now." Upon finishing, he flicked his hand, presenting him with a skill book as a semblance of task completion reward. The youth opened his mouth in disbelief. Was this also a test? Truly a test? Chapter 51. The Inheritance Opportunity of Legendary Heroes. As sword cultivators, we first cultivate our hearts before our blades? Had I truly been mistaken? The youth emerged from the room, his expression shifting as he muttered to himself. He lifted his head, on the verge of tears, realizing the opportunity he had grasped was lost. "Damn it! Haha! I hope I have not offended Lord Qingxi," the middle-aged man said as he watched the youth depart, then turned to Wang Shikong and the others with a smile, his gaze resting on Tianya. "Young brother, remember my words. Cultivate your heart before your blade. If you wish to obtain a powerful inheritance, mastering your heart is vital. That young man earlier has limited potential." Tianya listened intently, nodding earnestly. Wang Shikong found the prior scene somewhat amusing, yet acknowledged the keen insight of this Mr. Dao. That youth had indeed squandered a tremendous opportunity. The chance at Wu Dao Cliff was one that, if one were inadequate, would not even qualify as an ordinary opportunity. However, for the sufficiently strong, it represented the pinnacle of chance. It all depended on the individual. Wang Shikong harbored great confidence in Tianya. Following a few polite exchanges with a middle-aged individual, he departed, seated in his wheelchair, with a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. The opportunities within Shanghai City were plentiful. Inheritances of sword cultivators, treasures of exotic flames, and the precious fish dwelling in the ocean, among many others. Yet, what resonated most profoundly and clearly within him was a legendary inheritance from a heroic figure. As he contemplated this legendary hero, a spark ignited in his gaze. Allowing Tianya to act independently, he ventured alone into the library of Shanghai City. The library was open to the public, boasting millions of tomes, chronicling the records from the First Era to the Fifth Era of the Endless Continent. It housed both official histories and unofficial accounts, biographies, and tales of the extraordinary, too vast for a single lifetime to fully explore. Guided by his memory, Wang Shikong arrived at the section dedicated to music from the Fourth Era. Indeed, music. In his previous life, a music enthusiast had discovered this formidable opportunity within a book, yet regrettably, he failed to reap any benefits from the inheritance. Upon sharing the news, it stirred considerable excitement, even trending on social media. Capitalizing on the fervor, this musician released a song, which was indeed this very tome. Prompted by his recollections, Wang Shikong swiftly located the book titled The Collection of Imperial Zither Music. He withdrew it and found a map of Shanghai City, settling into a nearby seat. Unlike the years I spent as a sword immortal, which he had perused several times without notable discoveries, possibly due to his insufficient mental acuity, he sensed that the opportunity within the collection of Imperial Zither music lay concealed within a particular score. Upon opening the first page, he scanned the text. With a frail body, aspirations unyielding, shadows obscure the path yet do not imprison. A glimmer on the strings condenses fighting spirit. The grand melodies within the zither transform into ethereal currents. In starry eyes, wisdom seeks the path of sound. Slender bones conceal strength that commands the musical vessel. A melody that stirs heavens, instilling fear in dragons and tigers, etching names into the annals of history. This poem served as an appraisal of the legendary hero, the Imperial Zither. Wang Shikong continued to turn the pages, his gaze eventually pausing on the score on the 13th page. He compared it with the map of Shanghai City, confirming his suspicions without doubt. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he absorbed the information within the book. The reason he prioritized this inheritance and sought it so urgently lay in the illustrious name of the Imperial Zither, one of the Terminators of the Third Era, recorded as the mightiest support mage, a legendary figure who transcended the path through musical instruments. Alongside 17 legendary heroes, he had overthrown the tyrannical reign of the God of Light, ushering in the Fourth Era. The Fourth Era was a period of unparalleled brilliance, birthing numerous heroes whose tales would echo through the ages. Wang Shikong recalled that in his previous life, someone abroad had attained a top-tier heroic inheritance, effortlessly vanquishing thousands, wielding immense power. Yet among heroes, the most radiant and formidable remained those 18. What captivated Wang Shikong even more was a particular spell skill associated with the Qingdian. which had earned its place in historical records as the foremost auxiliary spell. The spell, Resurrection, indeed, Resurrection, an unequivocal divine technique. As Wang Shikong perused the transmitted information, a smile graced his face. The legacy of a legendary hero. He pondered whether he might acquire it. If he could obtain the resurrection spell, he would be invincible. However, this Emperor of the Zither was a musician, manipulating elemental forces through the strings of the guqin, transforming these energies into melodic notes, essentially a unique casting method, marking it as a rare profession. If he wished to inherit this legacy, he would at least need to comprehend the guqin and possess a basic understanding of music. This was akin to wielding the guqin as his weapon. He contemplated this notion, utilizing the guqin as a weapon to cast ordinary elemental spells and enhance their attack power would necessitate playing the strings to channel the elements. If one lacked the skill to play, continuous attacks would result in a cacophony that was quite unpleasant. Therefore, he decided to acquire a guqin. Exiting the library, Wang Shikong sought out a music store and purchased a standard guqin. Unlike the 7-string guqin of the Great Xia, the guqin from the Endless Continent boasted 9 strings. Having such an instrument before him as a weapon felt somewhat ostentatious. Wang Shikong chuckled as he beheld the guqin resting on his wheelchair. However, without any spells related to the guqin, it could not yet serve as a weapon. In the courtyard, after brewing some tea, he picked up a book on the guqin. The musicians of the Endless Continent manipulated the strings to evoke elemental forces, creating a symphony of sounds. Ordinary scores lacked any offensive capabilities, existing purely as music. The foundational text contained simple scores, and he reached out to pluck a few strings. Caw. Who was making such a ruckus? The crow perched on his shoulder, roused from its slumber, blinked awake, and spoke without hesitation. Wang Shikong replied, "Ah, my esteemed master, it is you." The crow, upon noticing, flapped its wings and grinned mockingly. Even a demonized wild chicken would play better than your feeble attempts. Thump. Wang Shikong gently tapped its head. "Can you show me?" Caw. The crow, brimming with pride, flitted in a circle before landing atop the guqin, deftly plucking the strings. A series of melodious notes resonated, leaving Wang Shikong momentarily speechless. As the crow continued to play, it elegantly twirled, raising its head slightly to look at Wang Shikong, its expression a blend of mockery, disdain, pride, and triumph. "Can you truly play like this?" Wang Shikong gazed at it in astonishment. Caw. The crow, exuding confidence, waved its wings. "What can the great crow master not do? Allow me to impart my skills to you." As it flapped its wings, elemental forces coalesced into musical notes. Wang Shikong watched in amazement, realizing that this was indeed a spell score, and a remarkably powerful one at that. Caw. The guqin music spell, Illusion Breaker, what do you think? The crow proclaimed, brimming with pride. "Impressive," Wang Shikong mused. "I never expected that beneath your benevolent exterior, you were a cultured bird." He glanced at the musical notes beside him and promptly recorded them. The guqin spell music score. These musical symbols are akin to skill books. By playing according to the symbols, one can unleash spells. However, such spell music scores are generally considered secret techniques, seldom shared with others, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain. Moreover, who among ordinary people would wield a guqin as a weapon? As recorded in historical texts, the legendary guqin master was born into a cursed family and lost his legs at a young age. He had little interest in cultivation, instead cultivating a profound love for music and the guqin. Throughout the first half of his life, he devoted himself to the instrument, and in his later years, he transcended through music, merging elemental powers into his notes, ultimately becoming a legendary hero renowned through the ages. Indeed, this legendary hero was born with disabilities. Wang Shikong secretly hoped that the legacy of this legendary hero would include a compassionate approach towards the disabled. He yearned to acquire the resurrection spell intensely. Chapter 52. The crow's father-in-law's younger sister. Ding-dong. The sound of the guqin resonated continuously in the courtyard. Wang Shikong's musical talent was not particularly high, but fortunately, the music of the guqin in the Endless Continent differed from that of the Great Xia. The musical scale of the Great Xia consists of gong, shang, jiao, ji, and yu, while that of the Endless Continent includes sun, zhen, qian, yi, kan, li, and kuan. The 7 scales correspond to the elements of wind, thunder, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each string of the guqin evokes different elements, creating varied collisions among them to produce distinct musical sounds. There are 21 fundamental sound combinations. Of course, for those with a profound mastery of the elements, the theoretically combinable sounds could reach 5040. However, this remains merely theoretical. Even that legendary Guqin master could not achieve half of it. In essence, a formidable Guqin player requires exceptional control over the elements, alongside a remarkable talent for mastering the intricate relationships of elemental interactions. After playing for a while, Wang Shikong gained an understanding of the profession of a Guqin master in the Endless Continent. To become an exceptional Guqin player, one must possess talent and skill in elemental manipulation. It stands to reason that in a fantastical world, there are no purely entertaining professions. He played the benevolent consolidating score Break the Illusion and discovered its unique qualities. Break the Illusion. Music score upon playing, it reveals the true world, dispelling elemental illusions. As the performance continues, the dispelling range gradually increases, with the specific effect dependent on the performer's mental strength. This score possesses significant countermeasures against illusion-based elemental formations. Elemental formations use elemental powers to condense illusory spaces to confuse enemies, which is a major category of formations. The elemental formation masters of the Qing Snake Legion relied on illusion-based formations to combat the intelligent magic snakes, making such formations indispensable. Furthermore, after reaching the third transformation, spell cultivators who condensed their domains also possessed numerous illusion-based spell skills. As Wang Shikong immersed himself in the Guqin, outside the villa, Ning Tianxiong and Ning Qingru stepped out, frowning as they followed the sound. Particularly, Ning Tianxiong felt a deep sense of embarrassment upon seeing his ineffectual son-in-law playing the Guqin in the courtyard once again. Just recently, he was painting, and now he was indulging in music? Was he planning to start singing, dancing, and playing basketball once his legs healed? What an unfortunate plight for my daughter. Unable to contain himself any longer, he approached with a biting sarcasm, remarking, "Indeed, my son-in-law appears to live a life of leisure, spending each day entertaining birds, painting, and playing the Guqin. How utterly delightful." Wang Shikong, interrupted by his words, cast a brief glance in his direction, took a gentle sip of tea, and nodded, affirming, "It is indeed quite pleasant." Ning Tianxiong, witnessing this demeanor, momentarily faltered, his composure slipping away. He glared at Wang Shikong, asserting, "A person may be physically impaired, yet their spirit must remain unbroken. When extraordinary power lies within reach, one ought not to forsake it in pursuit of trivial pursuits like playing music or painting or engaging with such trivial creatures. What dignity is there in that?" "What? You utter fool!" Ning Tianxiong gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. "By my word, can this bird actually speak? Is it a parrot?" Ning Qingru, observing from behind, was taken aback. "You silly creature." The raven turned its attention to her, broadening its range of attack. Hearing the insult, Ning Qingru's mouth fell open in shock, and she jumped in indignation, exclaiming, "You wretched fool of a bird, you deserve a good thrashing." "Wang Shikong, you have certainly taught it well. Birds reflect the character of their owners." Her cheeks puffed up in anger, she declared, "I shall inform my sister. Your behavior is utterly intolerable." "Oh, you silly fool, you're as foolish as an adorable little one." The raven, upon hearing her insult, took flight, circling above her head and taunting, "Silly fool. Silly foolah. You wretched bird, I shall burn you and make soup from you." Ning Qingru, enraged, brandished her staff and aimed it at the bird. "Silly fool. You cannot hit me, can you?" The raven darted above her, evading her attempts, its beak glistening as it continued its mockery. Wang Shikong observed the scene, his lips twitching in amusement. He had witnessed this creature's sharp tongue before, capable of spewing words for 2 hours despite requiring 23 hours of sleep each day. You Ning Tianxiong watched in exasperation, trembling with indignation. The more composed one was, the more disadvantageous it became with the raven around. "Wow, sister, come quickly and see this wretched bird your husband has raised." Ning Qingru, unable to catch the raven, lost her patience and called out to the house. Inside the villa, Ning Qingya, hearing the commotion outside, promptly stepped out. "My dear, beautiful, and gracious mistress, how delightful." The raven, spotting Ning Qingya, flapped its wings and alighted on her shoulder, greeting her enthusiastically. This left Ning Qingya momentarily stunned, unable to resist reaching out to pet it. "What? You wretched creature. Sister, did you not see? This fool insulted both me and our father, calling us fools." Ning Qingru, bewildered by the raven's swift change of demeanor, immediately reported, "It must be that rogue who taught it. He does nothing but paint and tend to birds daily, allowing his bird to insult us. Oh, how unfair. Caw, caw, caw. You often speak ill of the magnificent raven's master behind their back, thinking I am unaware." The raven perched on Ning Qingya's shoulder, pointing a wing at her. Also lodging a complaint, my most beautiful mistress. I assure you, they spoke first. Ning Qingru, astonished that the bird would accuse them, felt utterly bewildered. Did it actually hear them speak ill of its master? What a curious creature indeed. Wang Shikong approached in his wheelchair, smiling as he remarked, "Your words carry a foul odor. The great crow never insults the virtuous." The crow raised its head and spoke. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingru and her father, Ning Tianxiong, immediately cast a disapproving glare at it. "All right, you call kindness, do you?" Ning Qingya observed it with curiosity. This was not their first encounter with the crow. However, it had spent most of its time sleeping. Seeing it so astute now was indeed a surprise. "I have given it a name. Caw, caw, caw." The crow emitted a series of calls, nudging Ning Qingya with its head. Captivated by its adorableness, Ning Qingya extended her palm. The crow promptly jumped onto her hand. Despite its diminutive size, the crow radiated brilliance, its eyes and beak sparkling like diamonds, both charming and dashing, yet possessing formidable prowess. Wang Shikong shook his head at the sight of this creature. However, seeing his irritable father-in-law and sister-in-law nearby, he felt rather pleased. Kindness is indeed a worthy green tea crow. Truly delightful. Ning Qingya couldn't help but exclaim as she gazed at it, then turned to her father, "Dad, don't hold a grudge against a little bird. Additionally, I have splendid news to share. I have just acquired a significant opportunity and am preparing to enter a dungeon." The topic shifted, and Ning Tianxiong's eyes brightened. "Really? Have you completed your previous task?" "Yes, it was a follow-up mission," Ning Qingya nodded. "Wow, sis, you are incredible." Ning Qingru exclaimed in delight from the side. "Indeed," Ning Tianxiong said with excitement, "if you can seize a mighty opportunity, it will be much easier for us to establish our footing in the burgeoning guild, as competition has become fierce lately. I may need some time to complete this task." Ning Qingya smiled and nodded. "However, I cannot guarantee how much opportunity one will acquire. Qingya, your talent far surpasses mine and even eclipses many of the guild's elites." Ning Tianxiong stroked his daughter's head, filled with pride and satisfaction. "Just believe in yourself. You are the best." "Dad, you should praise me too," Ning Qingru interjected, shaking Ning Tianxiong's hand. "My little girl is quite impressive as well." He chuckled heartily at the sight of his two little darlings. "Caw, caw, caw." The crow emitted a shrill sound nearby. "You little rascal," Ning Qingru responded, feeling that its words were far from kind, puffing her cheeks and glaring at it. "Acquire an opportunity?" Wang Shikong observed from the side, his gaze flickering slightly. Once his wife secured the greatest opportunity, it would be time for him to take action. "Let's go, it's time to eat." Ning Qingya smiled as she pushed Wang Shikong into the house. Watching his daughter's figure, Ning Tianxiong's brow gradually furrowed. His daughter was becoming increasingly exceptional, yet this creature. "Damn bird, your words are truly foul." Chapter 53, The Divine Unseen. The Future Empress. My lord, this is a book regarding the legendary hero, Senior Diqin, as well as a collection on ancient Guqin music. Books in a library cannot be taken outside, but with his status as a count, everything becomes permissible. Certainly, I shall refine and elevate the provided text. Very well, I shall be departing for a few days. Wang Shikong turned to Old Lei and instructed, "Please issue a task to find 2 individuals proficient in promoting through Blue Star social media, with a reward of 1,000 yuan. Once the matters at the auction house are settled, kindly inform me via communication." "Understood, my lord." Old Lei nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Shikong gathered his assortment of tomes and made his way outside. With Old Lei's assistance, many concerns were alleviated, particularly regarding the auction house. However, he still needed to recruit 2 of his own to promote the auction and its items on Blue Star. As for himself, Wang Shikong intended to focus on upgrading before journeying to the inheritance grounds of Diqin. Deep in thought, he arrived at the teleportation array and set forth directly to the eastern coast of Shanghai. The eastern gate of Shanghai City was a mere 5 kilometers from the ocean, and with the emergence of foreign malevolence and rifts in the void, half of the ocean of the endless continent had fallen under the dominion of these dark forces. The waters to the east of Shanghai City had suffered significant pollution. A formidable wall spanning over 100 kilometers had been erected along the coast to prevent sudden incursions by the malevolent legions from the sea. Simultaneously, this area served as an excellent locale for cultivators to enhance their abilities. Wang Shikong exited through a city gate, gazing at the murky, tainted waters. Corrupted seabirds soared in the distance, while grotesque sea monsters crawled ashore. Many cultivators had gathered here to vanquish the beasts. Following his recollections, Wang Shikong steered to the right and, after 2 hours, had traversed over 50 kilometers along the shoreline, his gaze fixed on the distant Lian Island. The entire island extended dozens of kilometers into the ocean, adorned with lush greenery. This was indeed the site, a top-tier leveling ground that had been fiercely contested by numerous guilds in his past life. Entering Lian Island, he found wild beasts at level 1830. Creatures above level 20 were equivalent to first transformation beings, exhibiting formidable strength. Currently, the highest level among cultivators was merely 14, hence few had ventured into this domain. Before him lay the formidable knife turtle demon, with a heavy shell and a head as sharp as a blade, its limbs equally lethal. Knife turtle demon, common level 18. Health, 2,800. Constitution, 100. Magic power, 40. Skills, 1. Sand shield, 2. Leap blade slash, 3. Spiral tortoise charge, 4. Wu piercing strike. Though the knife turtle demon was relatively slow, making it easy to kite, its high defense still made it a favored target for many cultivators. Kind-hearted one. Awaken from your slumber and attend to your duties. Wang Shikong roused the drowsy crow. Attract 10 knife turtle demons. Ga. The crow, bleary-eyed, responded, time to work. In no time, 10 knife turtle demons were drawn forth. Employing the 5 elements fusion technique, he launched an attack. One spell dispatched each demon, and within 30 seconds, all 10 were eliminated with remarkable ease, bordering on absurdity. The crow continued to lure more beasts while Wang Shikong patiently awaited, dispatching them one by one. Ding! Your level has increased to 1. Mental power 5, Constitution 2. After slaying over 100 knife turtle demons, his level finally ascended to 10. Buzz! Suddenly, the divine tome in his hand radiated a brilliant light. Wang Shikong paused momentarily, his gaze drawn to it, and he curiously opened the book. Flipping to the 4th page, he raised an eyebrow as it unlocked a new section. However, what astonished him was the stark contrast between the 4th page and the preceding ones. The words proclaimed, "Under my gaze, you shall be bestowed with courage." As he read aloud, an emblem of dual pupils appeared beneath the text. The twin eyes shimmered with resplendent brilliance. Seemingly embedded within the pages, their overlapping luminescence intertwined with threads of darkness, exuding an indescribable aura of power. As their gazes met, a beam of light surged directly into his own eyes. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the Divine Eye Technique. Divine Eye Technique, under your gaze. One of your allies will experience a 1% enhancement to their attributes per second, while simultaneously depleting your own mental strength by 0.5 per second. Divine Eye Technique. The divine is unseen and cannot be profaned. When you gaze upon heretics, their attributes diminish by 1% per second. And when they lock eyes with you, their attributes decrease by 2%. Each use costs you 0.5 mental strength per second. Note, consumption increases for those of higher realms. This is actually a bloodline spell, and moreover, a technique of the eye. Wang Shikong was filled with delight upon discovering the Divine Eye Technique. A special type of bloodline spell, it is an exceedingly rare form of magic. As the name implies, such spells are not mastered through study, but unlocked through the absorption of special potions, or unique bloodlines. The advantage of bloodline spells is that their acquisition equates to reaching an extraordinary level of mastery. However, Wang Shikong had only heard of such spells in his previous life, with possessors being 1 in a million. Should I now offer my praises to the benevolent elder god? Wang Shikong thought it inappropriate to refer to him as the cackling god any longer, and he gazed at the thick divine tome in his grasp, which contained at least 20 more spells, sufficient for use until the 3rd transformation. Observing his limited mental strength, Wang Shikong felt a surge of joy as he retrieved a book on the guqin, placing the instrument on his wheelchair, savoring the sea breeze while he read. For the next 5 days, he remained on Lian Island. Each day, he engaged in combat twice, each session lasting less than half an hour, exhausting his mental energy entirely. The remainder of his time was spent sipping tea, reading, and practicing the guqin. His method proved to be an excellent balance of leveling up and honing his musical skills, utilizing his time to its fullest potential. Ding! Your level is 1, mental strength is 5, physique is 2. The voice of the celestial system echoed as Wang Shikong observed his level rising to 12 in just a few short days, a smile gracing his face. Simultaneously, he had nearly finished reading 30 books. Tomorrow, he could embark on the quest for the imperial guqin legacy. The following morning, he sat in his wheelchair, making his way toward his destination. Upon arriving in the designated area, Wang Shikong placed the guqin on his lap and began to play. The melodies of the guqin on the endless continent were not merely a display of technique, but a testament to one's mastery over the elements. As he played, enchanting music filled the air. Buzz! As the music intertwined with time, A teleportation array slowly manifested beneath him. In the next moment, the scenery before him transformed. Why are there others here? A voice of astonishment echoed, and Wang Shikong displayed a look of surprise. Was there someone else in the sacred ground of the Emperor's zither? A figure materialized within a courtyard, and as Wang Shikong cast his gaze around, he beheld 6 individuals, 4 women and 2 men. Upon noticing one particular woman, his eyes subtly narrowed. Wang Shikong regarded her, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. To his astonishment, she had also ventured into this place. This woman before him was none other than the illustrious Huai Diwu, the Empress of Divine Splendor, renowned in later generations. In his previous life, she was the sole woman honored with the title of Empress, not solely for her unparalleled beauty and exceptional prowess, but also because she was the only female president of a super guild. Her status was of the highest order, revered by countless men. Wang Shikong had crossed paths with her before, albeit under unfavorable circumstances. From the outset, the Divine Splendor Guild she founded had continuously overshadowed the Embroidery Guild, leading to numerous conflicts between the 2 guilds, each time culminating in the utter defeat of the Embroidery Guild. His father-in-law had been slain twice by her, and his sister-in-law once by a formidable member of the Divine Splendor Guild. In the earlier days, many members of the Divine Splendor Guild derided the Embroidery Guild as a guild of ineptitude. The Divine Splendor Guild stepped over the various guilds of Shanghai City, entering the ranks of the elite. President, should we eliminate him? Chapter 54. The Legacy of the Emperor's Zither. Unrivaled Maneuvers. President, should we eliminate him? We are not indiscriminate killers. Huai shook her head, her face alight with curiosity as she surveyed Wang Shikong. This handsome gentleman. Are you also here on a mission? A mission? Upon hearing her words, Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow, surprised that there was a mission concerning the Emperor's zither. He suppressed the murderous intent within him and nodded. A legacy mission? Huai continued to inquire, her gaze fixed upon him. Wang Shikong met her gaze and suddenly broke into a smile, shaking his head. No. The truth of history? Huai pressed on. Wang Shikong couldn't help but marvel at her acumen. Indeed, she was a woman capable of establishing a super guild. When she mentioned the legacy mission, she was lying and probing. The phrase "the truth of history" was genuine, but what was the task regarding the truth of history? Missions concerning legendary heroes were seldom easily accomplished. Very well, Wang Shikong affirmed, glancing around as he inquired. What is the task for the first stage? To craft a zither. Only by creating a qualified zither can one pass through the energy gate ahead. Wang Shikong looked ahead and indeed saw an elemental gate glowing with a cerulean light. His gaze then drifted to the side, where each of the 6 individuals had an ancient zither placed before them, indicating that they had likely been here for some time. Hello there, handsome. I am Huai, the president of the Divine Splendor Guild. Huai introduced herself, her eyes sparkling as she regarded him. May I ask your name? President Huai. It is a pleasure. Wang Shikong nodded. I am Shikong. Hello, handsome Shikong. Have you gleaned any insights from that book? Huai smiled, inquiring. We have crafted dozens of ancient zither, yet none have succeeded. Wang Shikong glanced at their zither and then surveyed the surroundings. Encircling them were the materials for crafting, arranged in a circular formation. The body of the guqin is crafted from solid wood, yet the strings consist of a myriad of materials: metal, silk, animal tendons, and specialized plastics. Among over 20 varieties, are none of the materials you created viable? Wang Shikong inquired of them. Indeed, we have meticulously tested each material. A girl beside him affirmed with a nod. There are a total of 25 types of string materials, if combined at random. The odds would be even lower than winning the lottery, rendering a comprehensive trial utterly impractical. Hua furrowed her lovely brow. Surely there exists a pattern we are yet to uncover. Is there a difference in elemental properties among the strings? Wang Shikong pondered. No, these strings do not harbor elemental power, Hua replied, shaking her head. Wang Shikong nodded slightly, recognizing the legacy of legendary heroes. Unless they discerned the criteria for selecting the strings, their chances of passing the assessment were virtually non-existent. He maneuvered his wheelchair to meticulously inspect each string. The only discernible difference was in their materials, revealing no further issues. The courtyard spanned merely around 200 square meters and contained no other items. After surveying the area, he approached the energy gate and touched it lightly. A qualified guqin must be crafted to traverse. A prompt resonated. This is hopeless. The individual in the wheelchair seems clueless. The youthful man who had first suggested eliminating him frowned involuntarily. President, we have been here for an entire day. This is an egregious waste of time. Have you found anyone in the real world to decipher this? Qian represents the west, Yi the east, Qin the north, Li the south, and Ko in the center. Wang Shikong turned to them, scanning the arrangement of the string materials with a contemplative expression before slowly continuing. Sun represents the northeast, and Jun the southwest. What? The group was momentarily taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical statements. Wang Shikong cast a calm glance at them. Do you not comprehend the musical scales of the infinite continent? Musical scales? They were puzzled. Qin symbolizes metal in the 5 elements, while Yi represents wood and can denote water, Hua, Yi murmured, her eyes widening in surprise as a flicker of delight crossed her features. You mean, Shikong, that the positions corresponding to the 5 elements and the directional alignments of wind and thunder correspond to the positions of the strings? Clever. Wang Shikong nodded in approval of her insight. Hua, Yi was indeed an exceptionally astute woman. Foolish women could never aspire to become presidents of super guilds. Chen Quan, proceed to craft the guqin. Hua, Yi promptly instructed a young man. Huh, how do I do that? Chen Quan responded, utterly bewildered. Simply select the strings that correspond to the directional positions of the 5 elements. Hua, Yi explained, then shook her head. Allow me to handle it. President, let me do it. Chen Quan interjected eagerly. However, he soon appeared confused again. But how do we distinguish between the southeast and northwest? The houses of the infinite continent face south. Hua Yi remarked. You could discern it by observing the direction of the buildings ahead. Our president is indeed formidable. Far surpassing those esteemed men, several girls chimed in, offering their admiration and respect. Truly remarkable, it was awe-inspiring. In this first collaboration with the enchanting empress, Wang Shikong had witnessed her extraordinary prowess. This is merely a display of cleverness, all thanks to the reminders of time and space. Hua Yi swiftly prepared the strings of the guqin, glancing back at Wang Shikong with a smile, and remarked, your intellect commands my admiration. Upon hearing her words, Wang Shikong could not help but acknowledge her eloquence and emotional intelligence. Coupled with her every expression and smile, her charm was undeniable. Success is not a mere coincidence. I have gleaned this from literature, and the method of crafting may not guarantee success. Then you are indeed fortunate. It turns out that the technique for crafting the guqin was derived from a book, as I suspected. The 2 young men nearby observed the president's commendation of the man in the wheelchair with a mix of envy and jealousy. Enough chatter. Let us craft the guqin, and prepare one for Shikong as well. Hua Yi commanded them. Understood, President, the 2 replied promptly. Wang Shikong sat quietly to the side, watching as the 7 guqins were swiftly completed. Let's test it, Hua Yi said, handing one to Wang Shikong and leading the way. Approaching the energy gate, Hua Yi stepped forward. Buzz. She stepped through. It truly works. Splendid. Thank you, handsome Shikong. A group of girls, witnessing this, immediately expressed their gratitude and ventured inside. Wang Shikong smiled slightly, realizing his deductions were indeed correct. His efforts and study over the past few days were not in vain. He followed closely through the energy gate. Shikong, do you know the information regarding the second challenge? Could you share some insights with us? Once inside, Hua Yi paused. Her brows arched and her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she inquired, I can offer you 100,000 coins as a token of gratitude. Would that suffice? Observing her demeanor, Wang Shikong was certain no man could refuse her, and he was no exception. He feigned hesitation and replied languidly, Hua Yi, you must know this is the domain of the legendary hero, the Emperor Qin, right? In truth, I am not crippled. I purposefully broke my legs to sit in this wheelchair before entering here. Chapter 55. The divine disdains liars, yet the divine enjoys a little deceit. Brother, you are not crippled? You intentionally broke your legs? When Hua Yi and her companions heard Wang Shikong utter this statement, their faces were filled with astonishment, and one young man could not help but exclaim. Prior to undertaking this task, they had conducted thorough research on the legendary hero, the Emperor Qin, who was born into a cursed family, paralyzed in his legs, and confined to a wheelchair since childhood. In his later years, he rose to prominence, becoming the strongest support on the continent, defeating the old gods alongside 16 others, and ascending to the ranks of legendary heroes. Does his secret realm offer preferential treatment to the disabled? Wang Shikong nodded slightly, feeling at that moment as if he were touched by the light of the divine. The divine disdains liars, yet the legacy of the god of light is fraught with deception, which also implies that the divine enjoys a little deceit. If there is blame, it lies with the god of light. Is this the information you gleaned from that book? Hua Yi inquired thoughtfully. Those who share my affliction, if they possess great ambition, I shall grant them special favor. Wang Shikong recited a line of classical Chinese, then continued, as for the specifics, I am not entirely certain. President, there indeed exists such a possibility. After all, this is the secret realm of a legendary hero. A young man named Chen Quan spoke. Legendary hero. once the pinnacle of strength on this continent. Surely, his task is not a trivial one. However, isn't it excessively cruel and painful to personally shatter one's own legs? This is the real world. The agony of crippling oneself is unimaginable. The specifics remain unclear, and there is no need for you to sacrifice your legs and resort to a wheelchair, Wang Shikong kindly advised them. Regardless, I am grateful for your information, Shikong. Hua Yi expressed her appreciation, producing a sum of 100,000 coins and handing it to him. This is your reward for providing us with information. Thank you. Wang Shikong replied, I shall not be modest. This is what you deserve. Hua Yi smiled, her gaze sweeping forward. Shikong, do you have any knowledge regarding the assessment of the second stage? Wang Shikong turned his gaze ahead. Before them lay a beautiful garden, teeming with vibrant trees unique to the endless continent, such as the fire silk tree and the blue smoke flower tree. Besides the trees, there was nothing else of note. From this vantage point, one could see the distant entrance of the garden, situated 1,000 meters away. Wang Shikong, naturally lacking any information, shook his head. I do not know. Hua Yi regarded him and nodded. Then let us proceed directly. After her words, the group ventured inside. Buzz. As they had only walked 5 or 6 meters, the scenery before them abruptly transformed. Wang Shikong halted, gazing ahead in astonishment. One moment he had been in the garden. Now, he felt as if he were ensconced in an ethereal space. The 6 companions of Hua Yi had vanished from sight. 7 paths emerged before him, each only about 4 meters long and distinguished by different colors, representing the elemental hues of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. A maze? He raised an eyebrow. Dingling-dang. Before he could ponder further, the soothing sound of a guqin filled the air. What is this? A look of perplexity crossed his face. After a moment's hesitation, he chose a path at random to traverse. With 7 paths available, it seemed logical to try them one by one. Yet, he instinctively felt it would not be so simple. Wang Shikong's gaze flickered. He remained calm in the face of this sudden transformation, pondering. Do the 7 elemental paths symbolize 7 musical scales? Does the resonant guqin music correspond to the scales? Should he select the elemental path based on the musical representation? Listening intently, he immediately chose one path to test his theory. It turned out to be incorrect. Was he meant to use the guqin he crafted, learning to play the music that resonated? Wang Shikong contemplated deeply, sitting quietly to absorb the continuous and non-repetitive melody, realizing that to learn it, he would need to document consistently. Never mind, let me try the song to break the illusion. Wang Shikong grasped the guqin he had made and began to play the melody passed on by the raven. Dingling. As the melody of breaking the illusion resonated, ripples formed in the surrounding space. Wang Shikong's eyes brightened as the scene swiftly transformed, and he found himself back in the garden. Ah, kindness has indeed borne great fruit. A smile graced his lips as he surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of Hua Yi and the others. Clearly, they too had entered the illusion. Surely, they would not be trapped indefinitely? That would be profoundly disappointing. His gaze flickered slightly as he continued onward. With each step he took, the scenery transformed anew, revealing an ethereal maze once again. Merely 2 meters further, another appeared. Truly, the trials of a legendary hero are no trifling matter. Wang Shikong contemplated the 7 paths that lay before him, marveling internally. He refrained from employing the technique of breaking the illusion, opting instead to record the resonant music, seeking to traverse the corresponding path through its melody. Alas, he met with failure once more. Sitting there, a slight headache creeping in, he pondered. There must be a pattern I have yet to discern, but where might it be? After musing for over half an hour without a breakthrough, Wang Shikong relinquished his efforts and began to play the melody of breaking the illusion once again. As he proceeded forward, a figure drenched in sweat suddenly appeared behind him. Wang Shikong turned to gaze at the newcomer, astonished. Chen Quan, you made it out? He exclaimed. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Chen Quan cursed as he approached. Equally astonished. You made it out too? How did you manage that? I don't know. Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head as he concealed the truth. How did you get out? You mean you don't know how you escaped? Chen Quan seemed skeptical of his words. I just tried to run out quickly, and it nearly killed me. Ran out quickly? Wang Shikong was taken aback. Was it no pattern? What pattern? Do you know something? Shen Quan inquired, unable to resist, inching closer. Damn. But before he could take more than a few steps, his figure slowly faded away. Wang Shikong was left bewildered. If Chen Quan had managed to escape by running, then he must have encountered the pattern, and the probability of such a finding was not negligible. What could this pattern be? Wang Shikong surveyed his surroundings. All he saw were trees everywhere. Trees? His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the trees around him. 7 types of trees, each embodying a distinct element. This was no mere coincidence. Observing the trees to his left and right, he noted that they were not aligned, but rather interwoven. This implied that each tree had a specific sequence. Furthermore, the trees of various elemental attributes were mixed together. He began to mentally catalog the elemental properties of each tree. As he maneuvered his wheelchair, having taken just 2 steps, the scenery shifted once more. When the musical scales began to correspond with the elemental properties of the trees, he immediately made his move. Indeed, he succeeded in traversing the first path, which revealed yet another 7 paths ahead. He arrived at the position corresponding to the second tree, poised to enter through the musical cue. Confirming the elemental properties of the tree, he approached the corresponding path and entered with the corresponding scale. This was the pattern. Chapter 56, Wang Shikong, at last. I have been deceived. Once the pattern was discerned, everything became simpler. There was no need for breaking the illusion. He stepped forth with ease. A smile graced his face as he advanced little by little through this newfound method. Time and space. Wow, he had progressed so far. How did he manage that? Hey, wait for us, came a voice from behind as he moved over 50 meters ahead. Wang Shikong, taken aback by the unexpected voices, turned his wheelchair to face the group that had emerged, inquiring with curiosity, "Why have you all come out?" "We were released, but according to the hints, taking even a single step will plunge us back into the labyrinth," one of them explained. Wang Shikong nodded slightly at this revelation. The legendary hero's secret realm was evidently not as insurmountable as the inheritance of the God of Light. Exiting the illusory maze was clearly part of the realm's mechanism, granting the challengers an opportunity to discern patterns. "How did you advance so far?" He asked with intrigue. "Did you discover a pattern?" A girl exclaimed in astonishment. "What kind of pattern?" "That's incredible. Bro, did you find some information in a book that you Haven T share with us?" A young man could not help but interject. "I discovered the pattern on my own," Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head. "To navigate the maze, you must first memorize the trees ahead of you. These trees resonate with elemental properties, and the 7 elemental paths correspond to 7 strings of a zither. By determining the elemental path based on the tree's properties, and entering the path at the moment you hear the corresponding musical scale in the illusory maze, you can successfully pass through. Is that so?" A girl gazed at him, her surprise tinged with admiration. "You're amazing. To find the pattern in such a short time is simply marvelous." As she spoke, she waved her hand at the group, and his figure gradually faded away. Wang Shikong logged off, leaving Yi and the others momentarily stunned. "President, is what he said true?" a young man asked, unable to contain his curiosity upon witnessing his departure. "There was no need for him to deceive us," Yi replied, scanning the surrounding trees with a flicker of her gaze. "President, I saw him when I briefly came out. He must have acquired information from that book, as it's impossible to uncover such a complex pattern so quickly," Chun Quan remarked. "What kind of book is it that even contains information about the legendary hero's secret realm?" "The powerful lingering soul that assigned us the mission is unaware of the internal circumstances." "Qian, you little flirt. Are you smitten by his looks and trying to win him over?" a girl teased playfully. "Of course not. I'm merely sacrificing myself for our mission, and you ungrateful girl dare to mock me." Qian pouted, turning to Yi. "President, just look at her. Enough of this nonsense. Qian, if you truly fancy him, go after him. This Shikong seems quite intelligent and possesses striking looks. Are we really going to cripple ourselves?" Qian's complexion paled as she spoke. He remained silent, piecing together the various observations she had made. It was evident that Shikong had concealed certain information from them, while they could not compel him to divulge specifics. One undeniable fact was that he genuinely sat in a wheelchair, his legs incapacitated. Thus, there must be a purpose behind it. Perhaps within this challenge, he had received some special consideration. This realm of the Imperial Zither might indeed have a mode designed to accommodate the disabled. What is this? Upon witnessing them seated in wheelchairs, Wang Shikong could not help but raise his head slightly. A humorous meme flickered through his mind, finally taken in, although he had anticipated this outcome, knowing that the flamboyant queen would inevitably find herself confined to a wheelchair due to her own actions. He still felt a surge of amusement at the sight. Truly, intelligence can sometimes lead to one's own folly. In his previous life, numerous members of the Divine Radiance Guild had mocked him as a worthless being, crippled and unable to walk. He chuckled to himself. Have I been infected by their spirit? No need for thanks. Suppressing his laughter, Wang Shikong turned to her and said, "So you have joined the ranks of wheelchair users as well? It seems quite unnecessary. Alas, our president insisted we sit." The pain from having our legs broken is simply unbearable, Qian lamented with a pained expression. Wang Shikong pursed his lips. To become a formidable force, one must endure the suffering that others cannot. The flamboyant queen spoke a few words to Qian, then turned to Wang Shikong with a smile. Let us proceed swiftly. Indeed, Wang Shikong nodded, his spirits lifted as he began to move forward. Once they discerned the pattern, their pace quickened significantly. However, after a little over an hour, they halted just 100 meters from the entrance. Why are there no trees around here? How do we navigate this final stretch? Chen Quan looked around, perplexed, his gaze shifting between the president and Wang Shikong. It was true. In this last 100 meters, the trees had vanished. At that moment, a contemplative expression crossed Wang Shikong's face. Why had the trees suddenly disappeared in this final stretch? He raised an eyebrow, a sudden thought occurring to him. He turned to observe the remaining trees behind him and retrieved the guqin, placing it before him. It is possible that the last 100 meters require us to combine all the elemental trees into a melody through my playing, he conjectured. Upon hearing this, the flamboyant queen pondered for a moment and nodded slightly, acknowledging the high probability of his hypothesis. I shall give it a try, Chen Quan declared, raising his eyebrows as he maneuvered his wheelchair forward. In no time, he vanished from sight, but within 10 minutes he reappeared, his face alight with excitement. Indeed. Wang Shikong, you are remarkable. Chen Quan turned around, grinning broadly as he pointed to the guqin resting on his wheelchair. It turns out that being seated in a wheelchair actually makes playing the guqin quite convenient. Wang Shikong regarded his last remark with a peculiar expression. Indeed, one's imagination could be their greatest adversary. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze falling upon the flamboyant queen seated in her wheelchair, wearing a knowing smile. Almost there. Chapter 57. The Altar of Dreadful Reflection. We are about to enter the third challenge. What could the third challenge entail? The first and second challenges felt exceedingly difficult. I am grateful to have the charming Wang Shikong by my side. Indeed, he is simply extraordinary. 7 figures in wheelchairs approached the entrance of the third challenge, while 3 chatty girls conversed animatedly as they walked. Wang Shikong trailed behind, a gentle smile gracing his lips. They passed through an archway. A startled voice suddenly pierced the air. Wang Shikong turned to see the source of the commotion, his own expression reflecting surprise. How could there be so many desiccated bones here? It startled me. How could there be so many corpses? The vast courtyard ahead had lost its previous elegance. Now a scene of chaos with fallen trees, shattered stones, and a dark crimson ground that seemed stained by blood, alongside no fewer than several thousand skeletal remains. Wang Shikong furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing his surroundings. Look, there are words on the ground, Chen Quan pointed out, speaking up. The group turned their gaze to the ground 3 meters ahead, where it was inscribed. All who enter shall perish. D. The writing was distorted in dark red, as if a soul in despair had etched it in agony. Nearby lay another corpse. A flicker of confusion crossed Wang Shikong's mind. The first and second trials adhered to the conventional style of secret realms, but this third trial had deviated excessively. This place is somewhat eerie. Exercise caution, Huai reminded, glancing sideways at Wang Shikong. Shikong, do you have any knowledge of this trial? Not all, he shook his head. Let us proceed with caution. Very well, Huai nodded. Wang Shikong advanced slowly in his wheelchair, the bones beneath having endured countless ages. The weapons he carried, including his guqin, were in a state of decay and ruin. The garments had rotted away to mere remnants of their former shape. He glanced to either side, noticing several rooms ajar. Entering the nearest chamber, he found an abundance of uniform attire, preserved through some peculiar means, unscathed. The white garments bore intricate elemental formations that Wang Shikong could not comprehend. Exiting the room, he continued onward. At the center of the courtyard lay a pond, completely shattered and dried up, with evident signs of destruction. As he ventured further, the skeletal remains grew more numerous. Wang Shikong paused before a skeleton clad in relatively intact clothing. The attire resembled the white garments from the room. He mused silently, his gaze drawn to the legs of the corpse. Both were fractured, seemingly broken, perhaps self-inflicted. As he pondered, his eyes flickered, continuing to examine the other corpses, and soon he discerned a troubling pattern. The skeletons adorned in the white garments all had broken legs, while the majority of those in other attire were unblemished. What could this mean? Why, President, this must be the study of the Emperor Qin. His diary should be within, a voice from beside him announced. The study? The diary? Wang Shikong looked up. Was their task to locate the Emperor Qin's diary? To uncover the so-called historical truth? At the end of their path stood a structure that appeared somewhat incongruous with its surroundings. The entire building resembled a square metallic edifice, starkly positioned there. The ancient bronze door towered 3 meters high and 5 meters wide, devoid of a handle, inscribed with intricate and elaborate elemental patterns. One prominent line strikingly connected to the ground. Wang Shikong's gaze fell upon the ground, where a circular array, approximately 20 meters in diameter, laid directly in front of a metallic door, its main line intertwined with the elemental formation. I pondered whether I could unlock this door. Chun Quan and a youth named Hu Lang promptly wheeled themselves over, both being physical cultivators, exerting their full strength against the door. With a hum, their efforts proved futile. The door remained obstinately shut. It seems this door requires a unique method to be opened, Chun Quan remarked, shaking his head in resignation. Observe the patterns on the door. There exists a main line connecting to a peculiar design below, Hu Lang pointed out. To unlock the door, should we not focus on this special pattern? The group's attention converged on the design before the door, which bore resemblance to a summoning elemental formation. Wang Shikong contemplated, inching closer. Scattered across this bizarre pattern were numerous skeletal remains, at least 100 to say the least. Let us clear away the bones above. He suggested, casting a glance at Wang Shikong. Agreed. He nodded, conjuring a branch that elongated and entwined around the corpses. With a gentle tug, he pulled them closer. Wow, Brother Shikong, your manipulation of elements is impressive, Hu Lang exclaimed, astonished by the display. It's nothing much, Wang Shikong replied modestly, narrowing his eyes at the remains. Among the corpses, 90 pairs of legs were severed, all clad in white garments typical of the room. Additionally, he observed that many of the bones were not merely desiccated remnants, but fractured pieces. Why were the feet and thighs severed? Yi, seated in her wheelchair, regarded Wang Shikong with mild astonishment. She drew a sharp sword and approached the skeletal remains, elegantly waving her delicate hand. The wind element coalesced, sweeping the corpses aside. The decayed bones scattered, some fragile skulls and limbs detaching entirely. Wang Shikong glanced around, discerning that Yi had yet to acquire her destiny. The future Empress Yi, known as the Butterfly Dance of Flowers, wielded a legendary weapon, a silken ribbon. As the remains were cleared, the pattern began to reveal itself. What is this? Upon the removal of several corpses from the right side, a stone platform and seat emerged. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow and hurried over. President, come quickly. It appears there is a spell skill related to the Guqin. Qian exclaimed excitedly upon reaching the stone seat and platform, pointing forward. The crowd gathered around, and indeed, inscribed upon the platform was a technique for manipulating the element of fire through Guqin, alongside a musical score for a spell called Fireworks. At last, there was a reward. This Guqin technique for manipulating fire allowed for the emission of a basic fire spell through the instrument's melody. A young girl observed and spoke. Moreover, behold, the use of the Guqin to perform the fire departure technique demonstrates remarkable proficiency. Casting the first fire departure requires 35 seconds at the novice level. Yet the second only demands 22 seconds, the third 18 seconds, the fourth 15 seconds, and the fifth a mere 13 seconds. How impressive! Typically, the incantation for the fire departure spell at the novice level takes 25 seconds. However, when played on the Guqin, aside from the initial spell requiring 35 seconds, the subsequent casting can be executed in a mere 22 seconds, and with the continuous resonance of the Guqin, the time can further diminish. This is indeed formidable. Of course, the Guqin player possesses a significant drawback. They cannot move, serving only as a fixed artillery. As for the fire departure technique, Wang Shikong turned his gaze towards the periphery, eyeing the uncleared corpses, and promptly rushed over. With a swift motion, he cleared away the bodies, revealing a series of stone pedestals and platforms. There were 5 in total, corresponding to the 5 elemental forces: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each bore the foundational elements of Guqin techniques and a corresponding spell score. After surveying this, Wang Shikong approached the rear of the wood element and began to clear the area. The wind and thunderstone pedestals and platforms also emerged, revealing not shattered bones but intact remains. His mind raced as he scanned the surroundings. At that moment, the circular pattern with a diameter of 20 meters was completely cleared. Standing at the forefront, Wang Shikong gazed upon the entire design, his thoughts drifting to the cleared bones, suddenly conjuring a singular word in his mind. Altar? Altar? Altar. He inhaled sharply, realization dawning upon him. This was undoubtedly not a legitimate site for the legacy of legendary heroes. Chapter 58. Yi. Does time and space favor me? My charisma is truly extraordinary. Misled by previous notions, he recalled how someone in his past life claimed this was the legacy site of legendary heroes. Under that preconceived belief, he too assumed it to be so. Observing his surroundings, he furrowed his brow slightly. This peculiar area before him bore an 80% likelihood of being an altar, and a 79% chance of being an evil one. Thus, it was highly probable that this was not a place of legacy at all. The information he had acquired from books belonged to an unorthodox channel, whereas Hua Yi and her companions had obtained their mission through legitimate means. He contemplated silently. The truth of history? In his previous life, no one in the Divine Radiance Guild was a Guqin player, indicating that they had not completed this task. Was this an elemental magic array? What could it signify? Did we need to sit at each stone pedestal and perform the spells inscribed upon them to unlock the great door? Hu Lang observed the surroundings and speculated aloud. It should be so. Could it be that simple? What is the story behind these corpses? Chen Quan and several girls expressed their confusion while surveying the entire altar. Upon hearing their words, Wang Shikong narrowed his eyes and suddenly declared, "To vie for the legacy, many shall strive, yet the weak shall meet their demise." His unexpected use of classical Chinese left the group in astonishment. "Brother Time and Space, have you discerned something of significance?" Qian approached him with a sweet smile, inquiring, "Just tell us everything. We shall be good friends from now on." "In truth, I did not come here on a mission." Wang Shikong gazed at them earnestly and replied, "I acquired information about the legendary hero's secret realm of the Emperor's Qin from a book." This statement was indeed truthful. The book did not contain detailed information. Its content was rather ambiguous, and I merely recalled some phrases from it while on site. He continued, "Many sought to become the inheritors, yet the weak were all slain." Does this imply that there exists the legacy of the Emperor's Qin? Many cultivators were aware of this place, and the weak perished? Based on his words, Huai speculated. Is there really a legacy here? Chen Quan exclaimed, filled with excitement. The legacy of a legendary hero, perhaps? Uncertain, Wang Shikong shook his head. Regardless, our mission is to enter the Emperor's Qin study and search for his diary. Hulang's eyes gleamed as he stared at the study door. A legendary hero's study must hold more than just a diary. Surely, there are other treasures. What are we waiting for? Let us immediately learn the spell music score and open the door. A girl exclaimed eagerly. 7 stone benches, 7 attributes. We are exactly 7 people. Huai nodded slightly and said, "Let each of us choose one. It is best for everyone to select a spell music score with a high elemental affinity, so that our cultivation progresses swiftly," Wang Shikong suggested, his gaze landing on the nearby thunder element stone platform. "My affinity for the thunder element is 98. I choose thunder." A thunder element affinity of 98? Wow, Brother Shikong, you are impressive. Qian gasped. "I have a water element affinity of 85. That is my highest. I shall choose the wind element," Huai declared, but as she approached the wind element stone platform, she expressed her confusion, glancing at Wang Shikong. Why do the wind and thunder platforms not connect with this elemental array? Indeed, the entire circular altar features metal, wood, water, fire, and earth at its center. Yet the wind and thunderstone platforms are positioned outside. It seems that the 5 elements can merge, while wind and thunder remain external, Wang Shikong replied, his gaze flickering slightly. Huai nodded slightly, finding his explanation quite reasonable. "We should first master the basic application of the Qin art with elemental foundations, and then learn the spell music score," she speculated. "That seems likely," Wang Shikong affirmed. "Then let us hasten to learn." "Ah, there are stone seats here. It feels more convenient to not exhaust our legs," Wang Shikong remarked. He fell silent, bowing his head to study the template for the application of the thunder element in Qin art. Ding! Congratulations on learning the basic application template for the thunder element in Qin art. In less than 10 minutes, the heavenly prompt sounded, and following the instructions, Wang Shikong began to play. Ding dong! As the melody resonated, Huai looked at him in astonishment. Crackle! 35 seconds later, lightning began to coalesce around Wang Shikong. Ding! Congratulations to the cultivator for mastering the basic application of the thunder element in Qin art, achieving beginner proficiency. Did he really reach the beginner level so quickly? The crowd gazed at him in shock. Wow, Brother Shikong, you are truly extraordinary. Qian gazed at him with sparkling eyes, expressing her admiration. I haven't even mastered 1/10 of it. Wang Shikong smiled gently. If you focus earnestly, although controlling the elemental powers with the Guqin is more challenging than conventional elemental manipulation, all methods ultimately converge. Yes, I will continue to strive. Qian nodded in agreement. Beside them, Huai quickly settled down, determined to practice despite her reluctance. Nevertheless, it took her 50 minutes to play the xianfeng, prompting her to glance at Wang Shikong, feeling that his speed of mastery was astonishing. Could he have encountered it before? That was the only conclusion she could draw. Beep, congratulations on learning the spell melody, Thunderwood Sheen sound. The day passed swiftly, and on the following day, Wang Shikong mastered the spell melody, Thunderwood Sheen sound. Remarkably, this thunder attribute spell was of the supportive recovery type. As he observed it, a flicker of speculation crossed his mind. He immediately began to play, and with the music resounding, arcs of lightning began to manifest around him, enveloping a vast area. Beep. Congratulations to the practitioner for mastering the Sheen technique Thunderwood Sheen sound. Proficiency has reached the introductory level. Thunderwood Sheen sound. Introductory proficiency. After playing, the spring thunder arcs will fall on teammates within a 20-meter radius, restoring their strength by 100 and speed by 10. Is this for real, my friend? You've mastered the Sheen technique? The commotion he created drew everyone's attention once more. Shun Quan stared at him in disbelief, continuing, I feel like I will need at least 3 more days to master the Sheen technique before me. I am about the same. Qianqian nodded in agreement. Gazing at him with immense admiration, Shikong, you are truly remarkable. I practiced all night. Wang Shikong modestly replied, I didn't actually practice all night. I find his Sheen technique rather simple. However, upon hearing Shun Quan say it would take him 3 days to master, he felt somewhat speechless. Shikong, you might possess a unique talent for the Sheen technique, Huai conceded, estimating that it would take her at least over a day to grasp it. Wang Shikong chuckled. Feeling a sense of helplessness, this group was somewhat lagging behind. Huai, practice, and I shall assist you, he suggested. How will you help? Huai looked at him in confusion. There is compatibility and repulsion among elements. Wind assists thunder, Wang Shikong explained. I will use the Guqin to manipulate the thunder elements to envelop you, allowing you to enhance your speed rapidly. It will be akin to the effects of a spell training room. Really? Huai's brows arched in curiosity. Do give it a try, Wang Shikong encouraged, immediately beginning to play. Beside him, Huai also commenced her practice, and soon, a radiant smile blossomed on her face as she looked at Wang Shikong with sparkling eyes. Indeed. This can boost my speed at least 3-fold. Wang Shikong nodded, smiling. I will assist you. Continue. Thank you. Huai expressed her gratitude with a nod. They continued until noon, when Wang Shikong paused for lunch. Oh no, my romance hasn't even begun before it ends, Qianqian exclaimed dramatically as Wang Shikong's figure vanished. This handsome Shikong must have developed feelings for our president after helping her all morning. Don't speak nonsense, Huai shot her a glare. I am not speaking in vain. Then why does he not assist me? Qianqian weakly retorted in a soft voice. Huai paid her no heed, yet her mind became momentarily disordered. Why not help Qianqian? She was quite enthusiastic when speaking to him, as she recalled how Shikong had aided her for an entire morning, picturing him seated and playing the piano. Her heartstrings fluttered, and she felt a swell of pride. Her charm truly was formidable. Nevertheless, duty comes first. Men can wait. Chapter 59. 5 Lives Lost, Huai's Great Defense Breached. I too have mastered the art of the Qin. Around 4 in the afternoon, Huai heard the prompt from the Tao of Heaven. A smile gracing her face as she turned to Wang Shikong, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Shikong. No need for thanks, he replied, shaking his head. Casting a glance at Shun Quan, Qianqian, and the others, he continued. Huai, I possess an aptitude for learning. Perhaps I could study the method of harmonizing the 5 elements to assist them. Would that not tire you? Upon hearing this, Huai's eyes sparkled as she regarded him. It was confirmed. Shikong had developed feelings for her, showcasing himself before her. Not all. Wang Shikong shook his head, gazing at the foolish 5 teammates. Allowing them to practice independently might take 3 more days. Moreover, concerning the foundational application of the Qin's elemental techniques, he had only mastered the element of thunder. He needed to grasp the other 6 elements as well. Then I shall join you, Huai said with a smile. Together, we shall progress more swiftly. Very well. Wang Shikong nodded. There truly is a disparity between individuals. Brother Shikong, please assist me first, Qianqian beckoned. All right. Wang Shikong nodded. Metal generates water. I must first master the foundational application of the metal element in Qin techniques. Before long, having mastered the foundational application of the metal element, he approached Qianqian. Brother Shikong, your learning ability is remarkable, truly exceptional. Qianqian gazed at him, casting a glance at her president as she whispered, Do you have feelings for our president? I must inform you, she is single, pursued by many, yet few possess your excellence and charm. Wang Shikong, upon hearing her words, was taken aback. Our president is so beautiful. It is only natural for you to be fond of her. Seeing the dazed expression on his face, Qianqian assumed she had exposed him and said with a smile, In the future, I can assist you. Wang Shikong was speechless, suddenly finding it amusing, and replied, Allow me to assist you first. You help me, and I help you. Qian said, appearing quite earnest. Subsequently, with his assistance, the learning pace of Qian and Chun Quan's group significantly accelerated. However, even so, it was not until the afternoon of the following day that they fully grasped it. Next, shall we play together and infuse energy into this elemental formation to open the gate? Qian inquired with eager anticipation. That seems to be the case, Huai nodded. And upon finishing her words, she also glanced at Wang Shikong. His performance in recent days, whether in intelligence or learning ability, had truly impressed her. Do you know the rules of the Guqin? Wang Shikong suddenly asked, looking at them. His question left everyone puzzled. Observing their bewildered expressions, he smiled. It is good that you do not know. Before playing the Guqin, one must observe certain etiquettes. Sit with composure, maintain a solemn demeanor, align one's feet, refrain from eavesdropping. Avoid casting sidelong glances. Ensure one's hands are clean. Keep fingers steady. Be knowledgeable about the tuning, and ensure the melody reaches its conclusion. Wang Shikong spoke eloquently. At this moment, his brother in time, your words induce a headache. Chun Quan gazed at him in confusion and remarked, you could simply state it plainly. Have you noticed the garments in the adjacent building? I surmise that we must attire ourselves appropriately before our performance. Wang Shikong pointed toward the clothing within the nearby structure and gestured toward a pond, adding, moreover, that pond might be intended for our hand cleansing, though it is now devoid of water. Changing into the garments and washing our hands? Qian raised her elegantly arched eyebrows in surprise. It indeed seems plausible. Those clothes could not possibly be placed there without reason. Brother Shikong, you are remarkably astute. Huai also could not help but cast another glance at Wang Shikong, perceiving his vast knowledge and meticulous thoughtfulness. Among the men she had encountered, he was the first to exhibit such excellence. Having such an admirer affirms her own merit. How delightful! Chun Quan and the others found themselves compelled to admire his keen observation. Then let us change our clothes, they exclaimed, promptly heading toward the garments and donning the white attire. Wang Shikong joined them. I have bottled water in my spatial ring. Come, let us wash our hands. Suddenly, Hu Lang produced several bottles of mineral water for everyone. Wang Shikong took a bottle and washed his hands as well. Subsequently, the group settled into their respective positions, turning to Wang Shikong in unison and inquired, is there anything else we should attend to? Cultivate tranquility, embrace sincerity, he recited, observing their bewildered expressions, and added, approach with a devout heart. Absolutely, they replied immediately. Let us commence the performance. Wang Shikong commanded without delay. The group nodded obediently and began a play. Given their mere entry-level proficiency, the prelude lasted 35 seconds. After this interval, the 7 elemental spells, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, suddenly manifested. Simultaneously, Qian, Chun Quan, and the others, who were performing the 5 elemental melodies, felt their garments tighten. The elemental array upon their clothing activated. With a thunderous roar, the 5 elemental spells began to converge, swirling in the air, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. It resembled an exquisitely brilliant millstone. As the millstone rotated, powerful life forces emerged, flourishing in the void, brimming with vitality. The elemental powers of wind and thunder from Wang Shikong and Huai surged forth, amplifying the resplendent colors. Below, the garments of Chun Quan and the others began to glow, while the dazzling millstone above transformed in a flowing light that gradually entered their bodies. It ascended to their crowns, traversed their forms, and flowed toward the altar beneath them. Alas, my stamina depletes so rapidly, Chun Quan suddenly exclaimed, his complexion pale. In that moment, not only he, but also the 5 others appeared equally ashen, their mental and physical vigor waning at an alarming rate. Below, the altar resembled a parched river receiving the life-giving waters from upstream, swiftly revitalized and radiating its own brilliance. Wang Shikong remained unfazed, observing the state of Chun Quan and the others, just as he had anticipated. Beside him, Huai felt no sense of unease. She gazed at the activated formation with a sense of anticipation. Buzz. Suddenly, as the altar below was fully illuminated, it resembled a colossal whale awakening, opening its maw to instantly siphon the surrounding energy. Crash, crash, crash. In an instant, Chun Quan and the 5 collapsed. Just as he suspected, Wang Shikong ceased his playing, gazing at the altar which seemed to be conjuring some entity, and spoke slowly, do not be concerned. A resurrection point? Huai's mouth fell agape, her face a mixture of astonishment and confusion as she turned to Wang Shikong. Why? This is an altar. To activate it, one must sacrifice life. Wang Shikong stated matter-of-factly. An altar requires a sacrifice? In that moment, Hua Yi's body stiffened as she looked at the smiling Wang Shikong, feeling an overwhelming sense of strangeness. Her mind raced with various thoughts, and her eyes ignited with fury as she glared at him. Shikong, what have you concealed from me? Wang Shikong regarded her, noticing her expression of being abandoned, and replied, No. Do we know each other so well? Are you perhaps a bit narcissistic? You are merely pawns to me. Upon uttering this, he spread his arms, and two skeletons emerged to assist him into a wheelchair. A tome materialized in Wang Shikong's hands as he offered her a polite smile. Chapter 60. Toying with you as convenient. Narcissistic? Pawns? When Hua Yi heard Wang Shikong's words, her light brown irises seemed to ignite with flames, her silver teeth clenched, her exquisite features flushed with anger. The blushing maiden does not necessarily indicate budding affection. It could simply be the warmth of indignation. This scene was one she could never have anticipated. Reflecting on the past few days, he had presented himself as a gallant gentleman, leading them here and aiding them in swiftly mastering the art of music. She had thought he had developed feelings for her. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Hua Yi took a deep breath, striving to suppress the fury within, and fixed her icy gaze upon him. So, you mean to say that everything you've done these past few days has been an act? Your meticulous scheming was solely to earn our trust? To subsequently exploit us? Are you aware that we have obtained this mission? Firstly, our encounter here was merely a coincidence. A matter of convenience? The phrase nearly shattered her composure. But she detected a thread of information, staring intently at him. Do we have enmity? To some extent, Wang Shikong replied nonchalantly. Though competition between guilds is a ruthless affair, over time, a semblance of animosity inevitably arises. Even now, the rivalry between the Splendid Guild and the Divine Radiance Guild has commenced. Which guild do you belong to in Shanghai City? Hua immediately surmised, lowering her head to gaze at her incapacitated legs. Furthermore, does this realm of the Imperial Zither truly not offer any preferential treatment for those with disabled limbs? As she spoke, she fixed her eyes on him again. Your legs are inherently crippled. Astute, indeed, as befits the president of the Divine Radiance Guild. What a true gentleman. Hua Yi sneered, drawing a sword that appeared in her hand and plunging it into the ground. The elemental winds supported her form, and with a swift motion of her arm, a pill discreetly found its way into her mouth. Seated in her wheelchair, the fury on her face dissipated, restoring her regal demeanor. How much do you know about this realm? She cast a glance at the altar exuding an eerie aura, inquiring. Wang Shikong noticed her subtle maneuver and chuckled nonchalantly. My knowledge of this realm does not surpass yours. So, are you implying that all the information in the books you mentioned is entirely fabricated? Hua Yi replied with a stoic expression. You are hastening our mastery of spells out of concern that we might uncover traces of the truth. Did you deliberately mention the so-called ancient Zither rules to ensure that Qian and the others don those white ceremonial garments? I hasten your mastery of spells because I wish for you to not waste time. The withered bones upon the altar reveal certain truths. These bones are clad in white ceremonial attire, and all exhibit signs of broken limbs. Conversely, the bones positioned at the sites of wind and thunder do not share such afflictions. This indicates that the bones seated upon the golden, wood, water, fire, earth, and stone thrones are, in fact, offerings. They were coerced. This altar does not necessarily require 7 individuals to activate. In circumstances with fewer participants, enhancing proficiency in Zither techniques can also unlock this altar. However, it equally demands sacrifices. This sacrifice is none other than one's own flesh and blood. When Wang Shikong discerned this issue, Hua Yi and her companions violently cleared the withered bones, obliterating all traces of evidence. Our folly lies in having placed too much trust in you, in this despicable wretch. Hua Yi tightened her grip on the sword. You shamelessly gained our trust. Concocted fictitious text to deceive us, guiding us to render our legs useless, all while blaming our naivety. Now, you are a spellcaster, and I am a body cultivator, rendered powerless with my legs incapacitated. I must say, your cunning is remarkable. Wang Shikong shook his head, looking at her with a hint of mockery. As I just stated, I will ensure you meet your demise with dignity. How long until your legs can be restored? Hua Yi's expression shifted as her gaze bore into him. She had not anticipated that her subtle actions would be noticed, nor that this man would possess such confidence while awaiting her recovery. A paralyzed spellcaster in a wheelchair to contend with him, a body cultivator? What audacity! Hua Yi's eyes glinted with determination as she awaited the restoration of her legs. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. Wang Shikong sat there leisurely, unhurried. In less than a minute, Hua Yi gradually rose, her sword pointed coldly at him. You shall pay for your arrogance. Ladies first. Wang Shikong smiled, gesturing to her. Humph. Go die, you damn scoundrel. Hua Yi gritted her teeth, the ethereal wind enveloping her sword as her figure dashed forward, so swiftly that it created an illusion. With a fierce cry, she exclaimed, Shadow Wind Xian Slash. Buzz. Wang Shikong observed her assault, holding the divine tome with a slight smile, as a divine radiance enveloped him. Bang, bang, bang. The series of slashes fell before Wang Shikong, repelled by the divine light. Simultaneously, several swords began to materialize around him, launching directly toward her. Upon witnessing her most formidable technique being effortlessly thwarted, Hua Yi's expression shifted drastically. As she felt the approach of the luminous sword, a sense of suffocation washed over her. The casting speed was astonishingly swift. She had never encountered anyone capable of such rapid spell casting. Even the most powerful spellcasters in her guild paled in comparison. Clash. Puffed. Puffed. She raised her sword in defense, activating the defensive sword technique imbued in her silver blade. However, it crumbled under the assault of merely 2 luminous swords, leaving her in shock. The remaining 3 swords pierced through her body, almost delivering a fatal blow. What a high damage. What kind of spell is this? Hua Yi suppressed her excruciating pain, her face a portrait of astonishment as she gazed at him. You're not bad yourself. Wang Shikong acknowledged her resilience in enduring 5 of his basic attacks. It was noteworthy, given his current mental prowess was exceptionally elevated. Do you have anything else to say? As another luminous sword coalesced before him, Wang Shikong inquired one last time, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Hua Yi stared at him with a haunting beauty and replied, Yes. Taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth and uttered each word carefully. Damn you. Wang Shikong merely shook his head in bemusement, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Let me impart one final piece of information. The tome indeed exists. In the library of Shanghai City, in the 4th cabinet of the Quaternary Era's historical texts, on the 3rd floor, 2nd row. The first book, A Brief History of Heroes. On the 13th page, you will find the answers you seek. As his words faded, the luminous sword descended, delivering her demise. Chapter 61. How dare you compare yourself to me, Emperor Qin? Huff, huff. That scoundrel. That wretched fellow. In a high-rise building in the capital. Hua Yi's delicate face was clouded with frost, her petite hands unable to resist striking the table. Her rapid heartbeat echoed like a drum, as her chest felt like a restless white wave, surging tumultuously. With a darkened expression, she concentrated her mind, causing the surrounding scenery to vanish. And soon she reappeared at the resurrection point. Ah, President, have you also been slain? As Hua Yi materialized at the resurrection point in Shanghai City, a voice called out. Qian Qian and her 5 companions, who had just revived, had not yet departed, and upon seeing her, they quickly gathered around. Hua Yi regarded them with a solemn face and nodded. What about Brother Shikong? Is he all right? That Shikong is nothing but a scoundrel. Unable to contain herself at Qian Qian's affectionate address, Hua Yi bluntly stated, We have all been deceived by him. That elemental array was a sacrificial altar. He deliberately used you as offerings. From the very beginning, he has been manipulating us, deceiving us. What? He has been deceiving us? The group's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this revelation. In their view, this seemingly favorable space-time has been deceiving and toying with them all along. President, he has rendered us crippled. Everything was deliberately orchestrated by him, a man who himself is disabled. Qin spoke up, but his words were abruptly cut off by the icy interruption of Hua Yi. Damn it, that beast. Qin's eyes widened, his face aflame with rage, when he crippled my legs. I was on the verge of tears. Damn it, we must kill him for toying with us. Who would have thought that such a handsome figure in this space-time could harbor such a dark heart? That despicable bastard. I shall slay him with a multitude of blades. All my equipment has been destroyed. Qian Qian and the others erupted in anger, cursing in unison. Learning from this bitter lesson, they resolved to remain vigilant in the future. Hua Yi looked at them, speaking with a resigned tone. The image of that space-time flashed in her mind. She clenched her fist, vowing to avenge this grievance. Silently swearing, she strode purposefully towards the teleportation array. President, where are you going? Qian Qian and the others immediately followed, questioning her. With their expressions filled with curiosity, the 6 soon arrived at the library of Shanghai City. Guided by the staff, Hua Yi approached the 4th shelf of the Chronicles of the 4th Era. Her gaze fell upon the 3rd tier, 2nd column, where she picked up a book titled A Brief History of Heroes. She slowly turned to the 13th page. her eyes flickering as she read. Upon reading the text, she froze, her expression shifting dramatically. A sudden wave of pain surged through her. Gripping the book tightly, she was consumed by an unprecedented fury. On the 13th page of the fourth shelf, the first book of the Chronicles of the Fourth Era read, "You are a complete fool. Ha ha, idiot." Indeed, that was the line on the 13th page. The reason these chronicles are deemed wild is precisely due to their untamed nature. Having insulted him, this damned bastard mocked her in such a manner, reducing her to the status of a fool. Space-time you. At that moment, Huai felt her defenses crumbling. Just moments ago, she had advised Qian and the others to learn from their mistakes. Yet, it appeared that this space-time had anticipated her. Knowing full well she would come to peruse this book. Bastard, I shall not rest until we are at odds. Ah, hee. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the legendary hero, Di Qin, Wang Shikong, having collected the spoils from Huai and her companions, felt immensely satisfied with his haul. As the future president of a super guild, Huai, clad in bronze armor, wielded a weapon of silver grade. Silver grade weaponry is currently valued at no less than 1 million. Chun and the others were all similarly attired in bronze gear. A tremendous profit had been made. Surely, Huai would seek out that book in the library. He imagined the expression on the future Empress of Divine Radiance upon seeing this book, unable to suppress a grin. This particular book became renowned in later times. Within Shanghai City, many cultivators would curse others, suggesting they visit the library to read a brief history of heroes, for the 13th page contained an introduction to them. This joke had circulated widely at the time. At that moment, Wang Shikong suddenly sensed something and cast his gaze towards the altar, which was still emanating an eerie glow. Buzz. In the next instant, a wheelchair materialized unexpectedly at the center of the altar, followed by a figure slowly coalescing from the ankles upwards upon it. The crow, which had been sleeping on Wang Shikong's shoulder, opened its eyes in astonishment. Wang Shikong's gaze flickered towards the elderly man seated in the wheelchair. Clad in a pristine white robe, the elder's face was etched with deep and shallow wrinkles, while his silver hair was neatly arranged, highlighting his vigorous spirit. His profound, dark eyes shimmered with a cold detachment as they surveyed the world below. The elder glanced at his arms and smiled faintly, then, with an air of condescension, turned his gaze towards Wang Shikong and inquired, "Junior, what year is it now?" "Know my name, why do you not bow?" Di Qin raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with authority as he replied, "I am the one asking you a question." Buzz. Accompanied by his words, a heavy voice resonated, and an inexplicable pressure enveloped Wang Shikong. Wang Shikong narrowed his eyes slightly and retorted, "Let me see you bow while seated in that wheelchair." Such an insignificant existence truly lacked reverence. Di Qin paused momentarily, then coldly stated, "Considering that you have summoned me, I shall forgive your insolence. Do you wish to inherit the legacy of this hero, feeble cultivator? What must I do?" Wang Shikong inquired. "Sacrifice 100 lives, and I shall allow you to follow me. If you can procure enough heavenly materials related to life, I will take you as my disciple." He chuckled softly, his gaze fixed upon Di Qin. "Is it truly so powerful? Can you do as you please? Power, status, and women, all at your command." Di Qin looked at him calmly and replied, "And can I obtain your resurrection spell?" Wang Shikong continued to ask, "Ha ha, if you possess such talent, it may indeed be possible." Di Qin laughed heartily, a fleeting look of disdain passing through his eyes. "That would be quite commendable." Wang Shikong nodded slightly. Di Qin surveyed the 5 corpses around him and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Next time, sacrifice stronger cultivators. These 5 are far too weak. Additionally, bring 10 beauties with you." Wang Shikong paused at his words, sizing him up curiously. Historical records depict Di Qin as an aspiring legendary hero. However, it seems that history is indeed written by the victors. You, Di Qin, are certainly not a good individual. Di Qin's voice darkened upon hearing this, his murky gaze briefly flashing with lethal intent. After a few seconds, the murderous glint in his eyes vanished, and he looked at Wang Shikong with a sneer. "You sacrifice 5, slay 1, and dare to say I am not a good person? You and I are of the same ilk." "Same ilk? Humph. Scum like you is hardly worthy of being compared to me," Wang Shikong retorted coldly, his pupils reflecting layers of light interspersed with dark glimmers. Chapter 62. Wang Shikong, the benevolent legendary hero Di Qin, a sacrificial altar requiring lives for offerings. A lofty demeanor, occasionally revealing a glimpse of brutality in his eyes. To follow him, one must sacrifice 100 lives and present 10 beauties, along with a wealth of heavenly materials, to have the potential to become his disciple. The courtyard was filled with a multitude of desiccated bones, not only belonging to the sacrificed, but also to the sacrificers, all of whom had met their demise. At the entrance loomed the twisted, blood-red inscription, "All who enter shall die." D. Together with the task assigned to Huai and the others. The truth of history. All of this made Wang Shikong realize that the legendary hero, Di Qin, was a pervert and heretic. Heretics must be purified. Divine gaze. The divine is unseen and cannot be desecrated. As you gaze upon Di Qin, his attributes decrease by 1% per second. Di Qin meets your gaze, causing a 2% reduction each second. Your mental strength diminishes by 3 per second. Am I worthy to be compared to you? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing these words, Di Qin suddenly burst into a wild laugh, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. The laughter abruptly ceased as he placed his hands on the wheelchair, a wave of brutal aura emanating from him, akin to a tyrant sitting upon a throne. Capricious in his whims. You pitiful insect, I have granted you ample opportunities. Since you do not cherish them, revel in the exquisite joys of this world. He fixed his gaze on Wang Shikong, gesturing into the void, causing an ancient zither, formed from concentrated attributes, to materialize before him, with a gaze as icy as death. He continued, I wonder how many seconds this insect can endure? Ha! Soon enough, you shall crawl beneath me, licking my feet in supplication. Ding dong. Buzz. The music erupted in an instant, the intangible power of the 5 elemental forces coalescing in the void, surging towards Wang Shikong. Di Qin, epic level 15. Health. Constitution. Mental strength. Skills. Equipment. Throne of Heavenly Joy, epic. Status. Resurrected through the malevolent altar, possessing the attributes of the sacrificed, confined within the altar's vicinity. Note, by acquiring more sacrificial items, Di Qin can truly resurrect and emerge from the secret realm. Even at a mere level 15, without a genuine resurrection, Di Qin still wielded the combat power of an epic being. Epic level equipment and the ability to employ a zither technique that fused 5 elemental forces from the onset rendered him utterly invincible prior to the first transition. Even 100,000 cultivators might struggle to vanquish him. Shall I crawl to your feet and lick them? Hehehe. However, as Wang Shikong listened to Di Qin's words and observed his attack, he suddenly felt that the smile of the God of Light was quite timely in this moment. He fixed his gaze upon Di Qin's eyes and could not help but chuckle, his divine gaze flickering. The divine declares, all who defy me are my enemies. Those who show disrespect are heretics. Heretics must be purified. He produced a series of spell scrolls, unfurling them with determination. The divine declares, let there be light. Buzz. The divine light technique enveloped him, forming layers of defense. Under the sanctity of the holy light, he appeared remarkably divine. Crash. In the next moment, one divine light technique was shattered like a bubble, dissipating into nothingness. Following closely, the second divine light technique also vanished. Yet Wang Shikong remained unperturbed, his gaze unwavering and a smile gracing his lips as he watched Di Qin, continuously unfurling scroll after scroll of divine light techniques. He possessed an abundance of spell scrolls. If nothing else, during the last 2 days of the main city of the Clear Snake Legion, he had crafted hundreds of items during his idle moments. Although 3 could be destroyed in a second, he could endure for a minute. However, at that moment, unexpectedly, the melody of the Emperor's lute began to falter. He widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the figure of Wang Shikong, his pupils revealing a primal fear. You are the old pervert of the God of Light. You have resurrected? No, this is impossible. You cannot come back to life. He shouted in panic, sensing his attributes decreasing at a rate of 2 per second. His pupils dilating further in affirmation. The eye of the despicable God, the eye of the despicable God, the eye of the despicable God? Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow. Hey. The crow on his shoulder could not contain a light-hearted chuckle. When it comes to perversion, no one can rival the old pervert. The young pervert, though not fully matured, is still not insignificant. Before it could finish its sentence, it received a slap to the mouth. Gah! The crow squawked in discontent. Kindness, after absorbing his soul. Can we acquire his memories? Wang Shikong inquired. That will suffice. Eliminate him, consume his soul, and obtain his memories, Wang Shikong commanded. You are not the old pervert. You are not him. You have inherited his legacy. This is impossible. No one can inherit the legacy of the old pervert. No one. The furious voice of the Emperor continued, devoid of the previous air of superiority. Wang Shikong's gaze remained calm as he observed him. 10 seconds had already passed. His mental energy had diminished by 30, yet the Emperor's attributes had also decreased by 20. Casually, he cast a divine encouragement upon the crow. while another scroll of divine encouragement flew towards the emperor. Ding! He flicked the void, and his divine encouragement shattered upon contact. A cacophony of ancient lute music erupted, unleashing a barrage of attacks toward Wang Shikong. Old one, your opponent is the great Lord Crow. The crow shouted, flapping its wings, as terrifying dark elements coalesced into a vortex before them, excitedly exclaiming, "Welcome to the world of the crow." Buzz. In the next moment, the space transformed, enveloping them all in a dark and decayed world. A blood moon hung in the sky, radiating a crimson glow, with gray scarecrows dotted across the blackened earth. Each gray scarecrow bore a pitch-black crow, their blood-red eyes fixating on the emperor. Disaster favors you. Ominousness envelopes you. The crow soared forward, its eyes crimson, the sea of blood swirling in its pupils, endless bones cascading. The eye of disaster. Buzz. The blood moon in the sky resembled a pair of round eyes, opening terrifying compound eyes that gazed upon the emperor. The evil eye awakened, thick blood flowed, transforming into curses, plagues, ailments, and decay, streaming toward the emperor. Hey. Welcome the purification of the great Lord Crow. The crow laughed, launching a harrowing assault. Behind, Wang Shikong witnessed the true power of the crow for the first time. His heart profoundly shaken. This terrifying and suffocating spell, had it not been for the raven's insatiable desire to draw forth his soul, and were it not for his mastery over time and the possession of the holy sanctuary, he would have stood no chance against it, let alone subdue it. And yet, you dare to call this malevolent, dark, and decaying assault purification? Chapter 63, The Epic Wheelchair. What manner of being are you? At this moment, the once legendary hero, Emperor Qin, who once towered at the pinnacle of the continent, felt an overwhelming surge of rage and astonishment. A monumental figure who ushered in the Fourth Era. He could only be matched by 17 others at that time. Even now, possessing merely a fragment of sacrificial resurrection, his realm may be diminished, yet his command over the art of the zither rendered him invincible among his peers. Yet, he first encountered the perverse inheritor of the light god, and then a truly terrifying raven emerged. Caw. In the entire space, dread gravitated towards its form. The divine gaze scrutinized him, incessantly diminishing Emperor Qin's attributes. Even without engaging in direct confrontation with the king of time and space, his power waned at a rate of 1 per second. The Eye of Calamity further severely weakened his attacks, corroding his body and inflicting damage upon him. Emperor Qin, engulfed by the horrific assaults from all directions, wore a mask of ferocity and rage. I am the legendary hero, Emperor Qin, immortal and transcending all. Ding dong. The ancient zither continued to resonate, striving to fend off the calamity and scorn of the world. However, the effect was negligible. Crash. The raven upon the gray scarecrow stirred, flapping its wings. Buzz. Ignoring the confines of space, they instantly materialized before Emperor Qin. Stab. The raven's beak pierced through Emperor Qin's skin. As he sensed the feebleness of the assault, torrents of blood erupted from his body. Terror gripped him instantly. His vitality began to wane rapidly. He opened his mouth, yearning to voice his unwillingness. Yet, those 4 words remained unspoken. Unwilling? In the face of the twisted light god's minion, and a raven of unimaginable horror. What room was there for unwillingness? It could only be said that fate had turned against him, encountering 2 monstrosities. Perhaps it would have been better had he not been resurrected at all. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his brow, and his soul consciousness dissipated. Rich in essence. Caw. The raven eagerly exclaimed as it absorbed Emperor Qin's soul. Such a soul would greatly benefit its own restoration. The king of time and space, witnessing the effortless demise of the legendary hero, smirked slightly, observing the residual energy in the wheelchair, and proceeded forth. The dimensional space vanished, restoring the surrounding scenery. Do not forget to absorb his memories. The king of time and space reminded the raven, who bore an expression of delight. How long will it take? He inquired. At least 12 hours, the raven estimated. The king of time and space frowned. 12 hours for the raven equated to 12 days. First, extract the useful information. Caw. The raven reluctantly nodded. The king of time and space approached Emperor Qin's corpse to absorb the residual energy. The sound of the heavenly Tao's prompt resonated, momentarily startling Wang Shikong. A direct elevation of 3 levels? Was this not exceedingly absurd? Yet, considering that the Imperial Qin was a level 15 epic entity, he soon comprehended the situation. Subsequently, his gaze flickered toward the wheelchair. Heavenly wheelchair, Epic Health 500. Qin Art Power 30. Mental Recovery 100. Affinity for the 5 elements of wind and thunder, each at 50. Skill 1. Heavenly Melody. Allows the user to restore their physical form to its peak for 2 hours each day, enabling the performance of the Heavenly Melody. Skill 2. Heavenly Shield. Upon activation, forms a protective barrier that absorbs damage equivalent to 20 of the user's mental strength, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Skill 3. Wind Chasing Thunder. Infusing mental strength can enhance the wheelchair's speed. Note: the user's mind can control the direction of the wheelchair. This. Wang Shikong gazed at the attributes of the wheelchair, his expression one of astonishment. Was he to remain seated in this wheelchair henceforth? He opened his mouth. The attributes were simply preposterous. 5-fold health enhancement, a 30-point increase in Qin Art Power, and an affinity of 50 for 7 elemental attributes. The defensive capability of the Heavenly Shield was nothing short of invincible. With the wind-chasing thunder skill, even a speedster adept in agile combat would find it futile to race against him while seated. As for the Heavenly Melody, he recalled how the Imperial Qin requested him to find 10 beauties for it. In essence, this skill would grant him 2 hours daily to restore his body to its peak condition, allowing his legs to regain the ability to walk. Just this wheelchair alone was a tremendous boon. Wang Shikong was filled with exhilaration. He immediately performed a thorough cleansing and disinfection ritual on the wheelchair multiple times to ensure its cleanliness before taking a seat. From the exterior, the wheelchair appeared only slightly more elaborate than a standard model, featuring a designated spot for the ancient Qin. However, once seated, it was remarkably comfortable, enveloped in a light elemental force that sheltered him from the elements, maintaining an optimal temperature throughout. He focused his mind and examined his own attributes. Descendant, Wang Shikong. Profession Mage. Realm, Elemental Refinement. Level, 15-1100. Vitality, 616-880-3080. Constitution, 3644. Mental Strength, 137137. Elemental Affinity, Metal 57850, Wood 59250, Water 59650, Fire 59250, Earth 58050, Wind 58850, Thunder 58050, Light 577, Dark 572, Space 595, Time, possesses the elemental heart. Skills: 1. Basic elemental application. Metal, Mastery. Fire, Mastery. Water, Mastery. Wood, Mastery. Earth, Mastery. Wind, Mastery. Thunder, Mastery. Light, Mastery. Darkness, Mastery. 2. Summon Skeleton, perfected. 3. Shadow Assault, Mastery. 4. Explosive Fireball, Mastery. Chapter 5. The Skills Within the Tome Equipment. 1. Hourglass of Time, Origin 2. Sanctuary of Light, Epic 3. Chair of Family Harmony, Epic 4. Blood-Eyed Amulet, Bronze 5. Guardian Staff, Black Iron 6. Black Iron Robe, Black Iron. Secondary Profession. 1. Illustrator, Flow Guardian Illustration, Explosive Fireball Illustration. 2. Musician, Fundamentals of the 5 Elements. Wind and Thunder, Introduction to Illusion-Breaking Techniques. Introduction to the Sounds of the Thunderwood Zither. Noble Rank, Count of the First Order. Reputation, Vermilion. Gazing upon these splendid attributes, Wang Shikong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Help! Help! Is too obscene. The heart of the great raven shall be tainted. I desire a mother raven. I desire a mother raven. Suddenly, a peculiar cry erupted from the raven who was absorbing the memories of the Emperor Zither. Upon hearing this, Wang Shikong's expression darkened. Damn it, that perverted Emperor Zither. He couldn't help but scoff, his countenance stiffening. Why must I inherit the legacy of such a twisted individual? Chapter 64. The Legacy of the Emperor Zither and the Dual Shadows of Lingxi, the Dream Feather Twin Immortals. Crack, crack, crack. As the raven began to absorb the memories of the Emperor Zither, it soon discovered the method to unlock the door to the Zither study. Wang Shikong's gaze fell upon the spacious study, which, despite being designated as such, resembled more of a dwelling. On the bed lay a withered skeleton, the remains of the Emperor Zither from his previous resurrection. Each time the Emperor Zither was revived, he could not stray far from the altar. Over time, his resurrected body would inevitably succumb to death once more. Entering the room, Wang Shikong surveyed the somewhat desolate surroundings. His gaze landed on the desk to the right, where he approached and examined 2 diaries resting atop it, clearly penned during moments of ennui. These writings were likely task items for Hua, Yi, and the others. The great Emperor Zither, that is I, was born into a family cursed by an evil deity of light. Upon reading the first line, Wang Shikong paused. Ah, No wonder the Emperor Zither appeared so terrified upon hearing his words and witnessing his spells. He swiftly skimmed through the entries, gaining insight into the life of the Emperor Zither. Due to paralysis in both legs, he had begun studying healing spells from a young age, yearning to mend his limbs and lift the family curse. However, decades passed without a glimmer of progress, leading to a gradual descent into madness and a penchant for tormenting his servants. To alleviate his bitterness, his mother guided him to learn the guqin. Thus began the Emperor Zither's journey as a musician. In his twilight years, an unforeseen accident bestowed upon him an incredible opportunity, enhancing his talents and allowing him to merge his previously mastered supportive skills with the art of music. Henceforth, the Emperor Zither rose to prominence, restoring his legs and playing a decisive role with 17 legendary heroes in their battle against the deity of light. This marked the dawn of the Fourth Era, the Age of Heroes. Yet, during their united confrontation against the deity of light, the latter unleashed a terrifying spell upon him once more, rendering his legs paralyzed indefinitely. This incited a furious rage within the Emperor Zither, reigniting the twisted and deranged psyche that lay dormant. I delight in the serene melodies of the guqin while tormenting my female disciples, compelling their voices to meld with the instrument's enchanting notes. This celestial harmony is exquisitely beautiful. Ha ha ha! I shall gradually tear them apart, allowing the sounds emanating from their bodies to accompany the music. Ah, in the midst of my torment, I also heal, bringing them to the brink of death only to resurrect them. Ha ha ha! How benevolent I am! This feeling of transcending all limitations is utterly exhilarating. Those wretches had the audacity to unite and slay me. Truly, a wretched perversion, Wang Shikong observes, shaking his head slightly. Compared to the perverse nature of the Emperor Qin, he finds himself more accepting of the peculiarities of the God of Light. The terrifying and twisted gaze of the God of Light scorns all that exists in this world. In his divine eyes, there is only himself, regarding himself as the sole true deity. My path of guqin is to perform with an air of supremacy. The gesture of supremacy? Wang Shikong recalls the Emperor Qin's finger pointed into the void during an attack, nodding slightly. Quite impressive indeed. Although the Emperor Qin is utterly no match for the GGG God, if the GGG God can perish, he deserves immense credit for it. Turning the pages reveals the records of the Emperor Qin's cultivation, insights on cultivation, compositions of guqin techniques, and spells associated with guqin artistry. Offensive guqin techniques include Gui Mood Dance, Xian Fireplay, and Wind Chime Melody. Supportive guqin techniques comprise listening to Sweet Dew, breaking the halberd and sinking into sand, and evening drums and morning bells. Wang Shikong peruses these carefully, quickly identifying 6 guqin techniques he can currently cultivate. Of course, there are numerous other techniques available, yet they are all rather ordinary. These 6 techniques each embody 2 attributes and are all area of effect attacks. The crow also primarily focuses on single target strikes. These guqin techniques precisely compensate for some of his deficiencies. Regrettably, these techniques are only recorded up to the 4th transformation. Subsequent techniques, including the legendary resurrection spell, are absent. Wang Shikong expresses his slight disappointment. Gaga, the Emperor Qin's secret realm is not singular. There are other realms scattered throughout. At this moment, the crow interjects, stating, I am aware of the location, but that secret realm requires a higher level of power, specifically the strength of the 3rd transformation. Upon hearing these words, Wang Shikong nods slightly. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The Emperor Qin has laid plans in other locations. The resurrection spell is likely hidden within an even higher secret realm. Let's seek a means to exit. He instructs the crow, subsequently storing the 2 books away. Placing the guqin upon his wheelchair, Wang Shikong begins to study the 6 guqin techniques. In the following days, he immerses himself in the guqin. After mastering the 6 techniques, he begins to enhance his proficiency. The increase in proficiency diminishes the prelude time and heightens the frequency of attacks. Gaga, I have discovered a means of departure. On the 9th day, the crow retrieves the method from the memories of the Emperor Qin. Buzz. 10 minutes later, at the location of their previous teleportation, their figures re-emerge. Upon their emergence, a delayed message from the communicator arrives. Wang Shikong opens it to find a message from Butler Old Lay. The auction house has been renovated a few days prior, and the social media personnel he sought have already been located. Nearly half a month has elapsed, and it is imperative to expedite matters with the auction house. Seated upon an epic wheelchair, he tested its velocity. With a mere exertion of mental energy, he effortlessly surpassed 200 kilometers per hour, stirring up vast clouds of dust. The speed was astonishing. Half an hour later, Wang Shikong arrived at the unparalleled auction house. The name unparalleled signifies unmatched excellence. Your Excellency, the Count, you have arrived, greeted old Lei, who hastened over as Wang Shikong entered, bowing respectfully. The promotional staff you requested is already here. Greetings, Count. Two striking figures approached him with an unusual charm, their curious eyes sparkling with innocence. As Wang Shikong glanced at them, he paused briefly. The two young women bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, with delicate, oval faces, clear eyes reminiscent of twinkling stars, and naturally rosy lips. Gazing at the twin sisters, Wang Shikong was momentarily taken aback. Please, introduce yourselves, he instructed. I am Ming, spoke the girl on the right. I am Yu, chimed in the girl on the left. We have a slight stutter, please do not mind us. They added, each nervously speaking in turn. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Upon hearing their names, Wang Shikong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it truly be? How fortuitous! Mengat on Yuat, renowned in later times as the spirit twin shadows and the dream feather twin immortals, were standing before him. In the annals of history, while some are called kings and others revered as emperors, the emergence of the twin immortals is invariably celebrated. These sisters, a pair of twins, would not rank among the top 100 strong if separated. Yet together, they remained undefeated. Their bond was unparalleled. When they unleashed their spells in unison, they functioned as one. In later times, they joined the guild established by the great Xia, shining with unparalleled brilliance. However, at present, they had yet to affiliate with any guild or faction. Wang Shikong observed their ordinary attire, lacking even the most basic black iron-grade equipment. Noticing the innocence in their eyes, he felt confident in his ability to recruit them. The God Squad was in need of additional members. Would you be interested in joining the unparalleled auction house? The base salary is 10,000 coins per month. Huh? Such generosity? Is that truly so? Their small faces expressed shock and disbelief, their lips parting in unison. Indeed, I shall have my steward draft a contract for you. We will start with a 1-year agreement, and you may receive an advance of 100,000 coins as your salary. Wang Shikong confirmed with a nod. This revelation left the two girls even more incredulous, unable to resist exchanging glances and playfully pinching each other's cheeks. It's real, not a dream. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow, bemused. Is it truly that remarkable? The twins regarded him, speaking in unison. Do not question the words of a first-ranking count of the empire. Wang Shikong replied coolly, indeed. Chapter 65. The father-in-law with leveling up? Sister, is this not too good to be true? It feels as though we have stumbled upon a pie falling from the sky. They marveled, their disbelief palpable. Pondering whether the Count truly harbored intentions towards them, it is unlikely, as the internet suggests that the indigenous people would not impose upon his cultivators, especially since he holds the title of an earl. If he harbors ulterior motives towards us, his paralysis would certainly hinder any attempts to harm us. Should he attempt to make a move, we would simply flee. Could he possibly pursue us? Enough of this chatter, let us promote it online. In a modest room of a remote village in the Great Xia, Ming and Yu sat before the computer, whispering to each other. Due to the challenges posed by their upbringing, the sisters conversed fluently in the absence of outsiders. They did not regard Wang Shikong as one of their own. After all, the status of a first-class earl in the empire was not something mere cultivators like themselves could attain. Observing the retreating figures of Ming and Yu Wang Shikong could not help but smile, experiencing a fleeting sense of exhilaration akin to that of a protagonist seizing the opportunity to gather the twins while they were still young. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the bidding page of the Wushuang auction house within his communicator. The communicators in the Endless Continent function similarly to mobile phones, enabling not only messaging but also voice calls and projections. The Wushuang auction house S-page resembles a shopping website where items can be bid on directly, and successful bidders can collect their purchases from the auction house. Of course, valuable items are auctioned live. Wang Shikong possessed numerous items and needed to sell them swiftly. Thus, promoting them in reality was the most convenient option. By simply investing in trending searches, he could rapidly disseminate information and attract a multitude of buyers. In the Tangwa villa, as Wang Shikong arrived downstairs, he heard the jubilant voice of the old green tea. Approaching, he saw him engaged in cheerful conversation with Ning Qingya. What brings such joy? He inquired with a smile. Shikong. Ning Qingya greeted him with a smile, rising to approach. They had become accustomed to each other's presence. Ning Tianxiong glanced at him, narrowing his eyes slightly as he smiled. Qingya has reached the final step in the inheritance secret realm. It won't be long before she obtains a powerful legacy. There's just one last challenge. I wonder if she can overcome it. Ning Qingya expressed her own excitement, saying, I hope to succeed. With your intelligence and strength, I am confident you will prevail, Wang Shikong replied with a smile. He was aware that this time, Qingya would receive the full rewards of her inheritance. However, similar to most inheritance opportunities, she would only obtain a part of it this time. When she advanced to the third transition and entered the subsequent inheritance, she would not acquire the entirety of the fortune. This was also why her reputation and strength did not surpass that of Yao Yi. Ning Qingya nodded with a smile. Ning Tianxiong, witnessing this exchange, felt a twinge of displeasure but allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he recalled the information he had received earlier. Shikong, I have good news for you, he announced just as Wang Shikong prepared to leave. Oh, upon hearing this, Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow, sensing that something was amiss. I have discovered a method to treat your legs. Ning Tianxiong continued with a cheerful demeanor. Wang Shikong, do you not feel joy? Your legs, which are broken due to my daughter, shall soon be restored. His dissatisfaction with Wang's demeanor was evident. I have consulted a renowned physician from the Endless Continent, who assured me that your injuries are straightforward to treat, merely requiring the guidance of vital energy into your legs. Oh, understood, Wang replied. No need for thanks. This is a debt owed by our Ning family. Ning Tianxiong regarded him with a glimmer in his eyes, asserting, tomorrow morning, I shall accompany you to train. I will expedite the healing of your leg injuries. No need, Wang Shikong shook his head. You must. It is our obligation, Ning Tianxiong stated earnestly. Wang, observing his solemnity, suddenly smiled. The old gentleman clearly wished to repay the favor on behalf of his daughter and encourage him to distance himself from her. However, accompany me to train? Wang's expression shifted to one of intrigue, and he nodded. Very well, let us see how you guide me in my training. With that, he departed. Ning Tianxiong's expression darkened upon hearing his words. If he had a beard, he would surely have been puffing with indignation. Old Deng, with my status, I would never allow any suitor to touch the chopsticks while dining. And now, this impoverished youth, paralyzed, dares to address me as Old Deng. Not only would I not touch the chopsticks myself, but I wouldn't even light a cigarette in my own home. Frustrated, he watched Wang Shikong's retreating figure, his anger intensifying with each thought. After several deep breaths to regain composure, he muttered, just endure a little longer. It shall pass. Wang Shikong, however, bore no ill will toward the old gentleman. Regardless of past lives, this Old Deng had always looked down upon him and never offered kind word. This lifetime, he would not repay malice with kindness nor be softened by affection. He would assert himself and reprimand his father-in-law. Wang's mood remained unaffected, even growing slightly eager for the training session the next morning. Ding dong ding. He refrained from entering the Endless Continent and instead practiced his musical skills in the courtyard of his villa, illuminated by the light of Wang Shu. Ning Tianxiong, hearing the music from the second floor, frowned and promptly entered the Endless Continent. Out of sight, out of mind. The days swiftly passed, and on the following morning, as Wang Shikong entered the Endless Continent, he received a message from Tianya. Soon, Tianya, with his long hair nearly obscuring his eyes and a long blade slung across his back, approached with enthusiasm. Tianya, how goes it? Wang inquired, observing the joy on Tianya's face as he nodded vigorously, presenting a prepared note. Top-tier opportunity, recognized by the esteemed predecessors. Upon reading this, a smile broke across Wang's face, and he gave Tianya a thumbs up. Tianya's talent was indisputable. Even in a previous life without opportunities, he had surged forth powerfully, and now, with this newfound chance, his strength would undoubtedly be formidable. Overjoyed, Tianya opened his arms, wishing to embrace Wang in gratitude. Wang Shikong was momentarily taken aback, then hastily waved his hand. Get lost. Don't irritate me. Had he not known that Tianya was of a normal disposition, he would have been quite startled, helping the incomparable mute swordsman overcome his insecurities. He has fallen for me. The narrative shifted to the female perspective. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief at Tianya's evident newfound cheerfulness. Tianya, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and offered a silly grin. While he struggled with expression, he understood gratitude. At that moment, Wang Shikong received a message, his gaze flickering. Let us go. Tianya, we are off to a certain place. Chapter 66. Wang Shikong. Old Deng, you keep a close watch. At a leveling point on the eastern coast of Shanghai City, Ning Tianxiong was in high spirits, puffing on a cigar, accompanied by 5 young men. These 5 individuals were elite members within the illustrious guild. They stood to the side, occasionally casting curious glances towards a particular direction, filled with anticipation for the individuals approaching. In the illustrious guild, the most popular figures were not the president Ning Tianxiong, but rather his 2 daughters. One was Ning Qingya, a stunning CEO managing a $100 billion conglomerate in reality, who also possessed exceptional talents, ranking among the top 3 in the guild. The other was the campus belle Ning Qingru from a prestigious university, equally formidable, sweet, and charming. A goddess to countless young men within the guild. The presence of the president's daughters undoubtedly brought significant attention to the illustrious guild. The only lament was that the elder daughter Ning Qingya was already married, and to a man rendered a cripple. This revelation had sparked considerable discussion in private circles. Ah, President, is that him? At this moment, one young man pointed ahead and spoke. In their line of sight, a man with slightly long hair was pushing a wheelchair, in which sat an extraordinarily handsome young man. A small crow, eyes closed, perched on the young man's shoulder. Indeed, Ning Tianxiong remarked, raising an eyebrow with a cold chuckle. So you've even found someone to push you. Ahead, Wang Shikong also noticed the old green tea, a playful expression crossing his face as he scanned the individuals beside him. We're a bit late, let us move. Ning Tianxiong at this moment chose not to dwell on the fact that his son-in-law had made his father-in-law wait, signaling coldly. All right, Wang Shikong nodded calmly. That spot ahead, occupied by our illustrious guild, is an excellent place for our members to level up. Ning Tianxiong pointed forward, continuing with a hint of pride. Currently, the illustrious guild boasts over 100,000 members. With Qingya's talent, she will soon succeed me as the guild president. In the near future, our guild will possess a membership in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. After a brief pause, he turned to Wang Shikong, posing a rhetorical question. And what about you? Me? Wang Shikong replied, smiling as he met his gaze. I shall be the husband of the illustrious guild's president, the man behind the scenes. You, huh? I knew you were thick-skinned, but not to this extent. Ning Tianxiong, unable to contain his disdain any longer, coldly retorted, I will repay what my daughter owes you. And once that is settled, I hope you possess some self-awareness. Oh dear, old dang, you must come to terms with a harsh reality. Wang Shikong uttered a heart-wrenching remark. My affair with Qingya is not for you to dictate. Ning Tianxiong's expression shifted, and he felt a jolt in his heart. If it were truly his place to decide, their union would never have materialized. Presently, he felt akin to a father whose daughter pointed at a blond youth and proclaimed, Dad, you do not comprehend him at all. You would do well to treat me with respect and to recognize the disparity between yourself and Qingya. Ning Tianxiong inhaled deeply, his countenance darkening as he sensed the peculiar gazes of his subordinates beside him, and he felt a profound sense of shame. He promptly commanded, engage the monsters. Understood, President. The 5 replied, their expressions odd. They turned their attention to the 8-legged demonic fish emerging from the ocean, immediately rushing to engage the creatures. Wang Shikong observed with an air of calm. The 8-legged demonic fish, ordinary level 17. Health, 1,800. Constitution, 65. Magic, 90. Skills, 1. 8-legged bind, 2. Poison cloud liquid. 3. Water toxin technique, 4. Blood shadow charge. The 5 young men, comprised of 2 magic users and 3 physical fighters, represented the standard in both offense and defense, with 2 ranged and 1 support. All 5 were at level 17, and they swiftly drew in 7 8-legged demonic fish, coordinating their efforts to commence the hunt. However, Wang Shikong furrowed his brow slightly upon witnessing their attacks. Is this the pinnacle small team of the Jingxiui? How weak? Weak? You claim they're weak? Huh. Even if your legs were in perfect condition, you might not possess their level of strength. As he spoke, he summoned a long knife into his hand, declaring, I shall personally intervene to demonstrate my prowess. Ning Tianxiong, emboldened, also plunged into battle, eager to showcase his abilities. Wang Shikong assessed him. Old Green Tea's combat talent could only be described as slightly above average. Yet, adorned with exquisite equipment and wielding a bronze shield, he was regarded as a formidable contender in the current landscape. The 7 8-legged demonic fish were swiftly slain within 3 minutes, absorbing their essence. They directed it to their legs. Wang Shikong chuckled at Ning Tianxiong's posture as Tianya nudged him forward to absorb the energy. Attract 10 more. Ning Tianxiong commanded his subordinates. Yes, President, the 5 responded promptly, drawing in more 8-legged demonic fish. Wang Shikong, observing, summoned a teapot into his hand. The fire quickly boiled the water, and he added tea leaves, pouring the infusion into a cup before taking a gentle sip. Nodding, he gestured to Tianya, who shook his head. Wang Shikong, smiling, gazed ahead as a Guqin appeared on his wheelchair, placing the teacup beside it. His slender fingers delicately descended upon the strings. Ding dong. As they beheld Wang Shikong, seated in his wheelchair playing the Guqin, they were momentarily dumbfounded. What? We are here to assist you in leveling up and battling monsters, and you're providing us with music? This young lady's husband seems rather eccentric. No wonder the president wishes to separate them. You rascal. Ning Tianxiong was momentarily taken aback by this sound. As Wang Shikong felt his gaze, he lifted his head and smiled, slowly raising his right hand to point at him. Old Deng, just you wait and see. As the melodious notes of the zither resonated, the strings summoned the elemental forces of wind and fire, coalescing into 20 flames that could strike targets within a mental radius. Each flame inflicted a damage of 8 to the caster's spirit, consuming a mere 0. 1 spirit power per second. This zither technique, known as Xianhuaxi, had been mastered by Wang Shikong to a significant degree, yet under the epic level casting speed of 30, the prelude lasted barely over 10 seconds. Ding dong. As Wang Shikong's right hand descended upon the strings, invoking their music, fiery serpents over a meter long coalesced in the void surrounding him, accompanied by the wind element. These serpents danced playfully. With a harmonious blend of wind and fire, the 20 serpents soared above Ning Tianxiong, striking 10 eight-legged demonic fish with astonishing swiftness. The fusion spell, augmented by Wang Shikong's formidable mental prowess, resulted in the annihilation of the 10 demonic fish instantaneously, without the need for further melodies to sustain the assault. The entire spectacle unfolded within mere seconds, abrupt and theatrical. Ning Tianxiong stood frozen for several moments, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. His gaze shifting stiffly towards the fallen creatures, disbelief etched across his face. He turned rigidly to the figure seated in the wheelchair, where Wang Shikong observed him with a playful smirk, raising a cup of tea in silent acknowledgement, taking a delicate sip. Chapter 67. Ning Tianxiong. This is disastrous. My back has been straightened for a lifetime. At this very moment, the 5 young members of the Jingsui Guild also gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The 10 monsters, which they would have needed at least 5 minutes to defeat collectively, were dispatched in an instant by the so-called useless husband of the guild's young lady. One strike. It was simply beyond their belief. Even the most powerful mage within the guild could not achieve such a feat. Was this not too formidable? Ning Tianxiong trembled slightly, disbelief washing over him as he retrieved a cigar and lit it, inhaling deeply. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. His mind was clouded, grappling with the sudden turn of events as he took drag after drag from the cigar. Wang Shikong, sipping tea, observed him with an air of tranquility. Why abandon the role of a respectable father-in-law to play the fool? Is it a rebellious streak that compels one to invite humiliation? However, Wang Shikong found himself speechless as Ning Tianxiong finished a cigar without uttering a word. Was he truly at a loss for words, even after consuming an entire cigar? Wang Shikong broke the silence, suggesting, I do have a way to help you understand. What? Ning Tianxiong instinctively inquired, genuinely perplexed about how the seemingly inept young man could possess such prowess. Listen to your daughter, Wang Shikong advised. A can of gas might clear your thoughts. Ning Tianxiong. Puffed. Cough, cough. Laughter erupted from the side, unable to be contained. Ning Tianxiong shot a dark look towards the 5 youths, who immediately lowered their heads, suppressing their mirth. At that moment, Ning Tianxiong felt a headache brewing, his mind in a state of disarray. He felt that the pride he had carried throughout his life had, at this moment, become a burden he could no longer bear. He had once believed that by helping him upgrade and heal his legs, he would gain insight into the disparity between himself and his daughter, as well as an awareness of his own prowess. Yet, he never anticipated the overwhelming strength that confronted him, leaving him utterly speechless. The slap of reality resounded against his face. Indeed, the president of the Splendid Guild was present, and finally, we had found our opportunity. That old scoundrel Ning Tianxiong. I shall end him. Swiftly, we must eliminate them all before they can summon reinforcements. Just then, excited voices surged around him. Ning Tianxiong, startled, lifted his gaze. 5 young men followed the sound, and upon seeing the 70 or 80 individuals charging towards them, their expressions shifted to one of shock and alarm. The Tianshan Guild. How did they arrive? Huh. Ning Tianxiong, you old fool, did you not foresee this? Leading the charge was a scar-faced, middle-aged man, his face alight with fervor as he fixed his gaze upon Ning Tianxiong. Disaster loomed. Ning Tianxiong, witnessing the encircling crowd, felt his complexion drain of color. His teeth gritted as he glared at the middle-aged man. It's you, Xiao Bing. Are you prepared for death at the hands of your grandfather? The scar-faced man, filled with murderous intent, raised his massive sword. Damn it! Ning Tianxiong, watching the approaching throng, understood that this time he was likely doomed. His gaze briefly flicked to Wang Shikong, his expression growing increasingly grave. If Wang Shikong were to perish due to his own missteps, he would be utterly humiliated before that scoundrel's son-in-law. To have failed in aiding him and then to have caused his demise, he would owe even more than before. And how could he possibly explain this to his daughter? Should he fall here, it would no longer be a matter of pride. It would mean the very backbone he had maintained his entire life would be bent in disgrace. Run ahead, we will hold him off. Ning Tianxiong shouted to Wang Shikong, gripping his sword and shield tightly as he looked at his 5 subordinates, commanding loudly, "We must hold them off at all costs and buy some time." The 5 young men opened their mouths, faces etched with despair. Hold? How can we hold against such a force? They would be obliterated in a single charge. There are simply too many of them. Xiao Bing, you treacherous cur, if you have any grievances, confront me directly. Ning Tianxiong charged forth, embracing his fate. Rest assured, you will all perish. The scar-faced man commanded decisively. Cut them down. Yes. The throng of subordinates responded in unison. Run. Wang Shikong, witnessing the sudden turn of events, raised an eyebrow. Captain, leave it to me. Tianya, who stood behind him, suddenly nudged him, handing over a note. Wang Shikong nodded slightly upon reading it. Very well. Let me witness your prowess, Tianya. With a confident smile, Tianya unsheathed his long sword, quickly channeling elemental power. In a flash, he surged forward like a tempest. Wang Shikong sipped his tea, observing quietly, refraining from intervening. He had faith in Tianya. Ahead, the valiant Ning Tianxiong confronted the 70 or 80 members of the Tianshan Society. Even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he refused to bow. However, Tianya arrived first. Gripping his long blade, he surged forward, his figure momentarily dissipating before the crowd of Tianshan Society members. 1 became 3, blurring the line between reality and illusion. The 3 long blades in Tianya's hand were enveloped by a fierce wind element. They struck forward simultaneously. Boom! A gust of wind, resembling a sword's aura, swept across a distance of 15 meters. This strike was swift as lightning, leaving the Tianshan Society members utterly unprepared and astonished. The next moment, screams erupted. Over 20 members of the Tianshan Society were sent flying, their bodies marred by deep cuts. This sudden onslaught left everyone in a state of shock. The members of the Tianshan Society halted abruptly, gazing at Tianya as if they had witnessed a ghost. At this moment, Ning Tianxiong also looked on in disbelief. When he realized that the assailant was the utterly ordinary youth who had brought his daughter-in-law, his astonishment was no less than before. Tianya's expression remained unchanged, his form unyielding as he charged towards the remaining 50 or 60 members of the Tianshan Society. It seemed as though it was not the Tianshan Society surrounding them, but rather Tianya, encircling his adversaries. Kill him. He is alone, shouted the injured Xiao Bing. Rage and disbelief etched across his face. Take him down. However, it was not long before Tianya showcased his monstrous combat prowess. Along with the blade techniques he had acquired from a top-tier legacy. With a glint of cold light, the wind stirred, and, as his blade swung, the sun and moon seemed to tilt. Tianya's strikes were swift. In less than 10 seconds of close combat, he had already dispatched 4 opponents. Finish them, Ning Tianxiong commanded, his eyes gleaming with fervor. They flanked Tianya, advancing towards the members of the Tianshan Society. With Tianya as their sharp blade, even if their enemies outnumbered them tenfold, they cannot be deterred. As the guild leader, Ning Tianxiong had his own tricks up his sleeve, producing a spell scroll without hesitation. In an instant, the numerically superior Tianshan Society found themselves overwhelmed. Ning Tianxiong, where did you find such an extraordinary master? Bellowed the scarred-faced leader of the Tianshan Society. Fury etched on his features. Ning Tianxiong pressed his lips together, remaining silent as he aimed a lethal strike at the leader's neck. The killing of the vice president sent shockwaves through the Tianshan Society, inciting a mixture of rage and fear as they beheld the killing god that was Tianya. Yet, Tianya remained silent, merely swinging his blade. Ninth Heaven Windblade. Another area attack swept forth, cleaving through the front lines. Wang Shikong, seated behind and sipping tea, nodded slightly. Today, Tianya was far more powerful than in his previous life. He glanced at his father-in-law beside him. He has indeed become quite the figure. Chapter 68. The invitation to create a great organization. Wang Shikong's astonishment. Run, run. That knife wielder is cheating. How can a single strike deal 999 damage? What do we do? Escape. The battle arrived swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. When the forces of Tianshan were reduced to a mere 20, they crumbled entirely. In their terror, they began to flee in all directions. Yet, their escape only hastened their demise, for Tianya's speed far surpassed theirs. Within 10 minutes, the carnage reached its conclusion. As Tianya severed the last foe, he took a few deep breaths, gently wiping his long blade. The fierce combat had taken a considerable toll on him. Exhilaration surged through him. My goodness, we are truly formidable. We have obliterated 70 to 80 of them. The 5 young members of the Jinshio Guild, drenched in sweat, still buzzing with adrenaline, looked on in awe at the scene unfolding. How impressive is this? Although Ning Tianxiong felt utterly exhausted, his blood was boiling with excitement. His gaze fell upon the young man with slightly long hair, filled with admiration. After a moment's hesitation, he approached, retrieving a cigar from his spatial ring. My young brother, I'm immensely grateful to you for your assistance just now. With a smile, he stepped beside Tianya and offered the cigar. Would you care for smoke? Ning Tianxiong glanced awkwardly at him, and then at the figure sitting nearby, feeling as though his legs were weighed down with lead. The good news was that he had managed to preserve his dignity. The bad news was that he could never again hold his head high in front of his son-in-law. After a moment's deliberation, he mustered a rather strained smile and walked over. A man must ultimately confront his challenges. Wang Shikong observed the awkward approach of his father-in-law, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. I owe you a debt of gratitude, my friend, Ning Tianxiong began, somewhat sheepishly. Oh, it's nothing at all. Shikong, you might encourage him to try absorbing the elemental energy into his throat for nourishment. If that fails, I can assist him in finding a physician, Ning Tianxiong replied warmly. You need not worry about Tianya. Wang Shikong nodded, appraising him. Your performance just now was commendable. Maintain this momentum, and if you rectify a few shortcomings, you may yet prove to be a respectable father-in-law. As he spoke, he gestured towards Tianya. If all is well, I shall take my leave. Cawing loudly, the crow that had just awakened observed the bewildered Ning Tianxiong, making strange sounds as it flapped its wings and hovered beside him. Curiously inspecting the cigar, I accept this offering, Ka. It seized the cigar and flew above the surrounding corpses, tilting its head slightly. Almost imperceptible strands of darkness entered its mouth. After absorbing the essence of the Imperial Q, its power had surged significantly, and the act of consuming souls no longer required such exertion. Am I performing well? Must I amend my flaws? What do these words mean? Ning Tianxiong was taken aback. The heavens have turned upside down. The heavens have reversed. On the side, the 5 young men, having overheard Wang Shikong's words, were equally astonished, their faces filled with admiration. Speaking to one's father-in-law in such a manner, what a model of man. Incredible. Safe travels, brother, they exclaimed in unison. Ning Tianxiong glared at them, his expression dark, and commanded, Go and collect the spoils of war. Yes, yes. Understood, guild master. 5 young men, upon observing the president's expression, stifled their laughter and promptly began to tidy up. The president's son-in-law was paralyzed from the waist down, and the formidable figure pushing his wheelchair was mute. Could it be that the more peculiar the combination, the greater the strength? Indeed, the renowned master from Tianya was formidable, his prowess undeniably unmatched at present. The president's son-in-law was also remarkable, for his skill on the Guqin could unleash such terrifying spells. As they cleaned, the 5 whispered among themselves. Ning Tianxiong, listening nearby, could not resist pulling out a cigar and taking a couple of puffs. After a brief pause, he coldly stated, I shall give each of you 10,000 coins. The events that just transpired must remain a secret. It was imperative that the other members of the guild never learned of this incident, or his dignity would be irrevocably tarnished. Thank you, President. Rest assured, we will keep our lips sealed, the 5 responded, their faces lighting up with joy as they assured him. President, we have received word that the Tianshan Guild intends to attack you. What? Is everything all right, President? Just then, hundreds of individuals rushed in from the front, gasping at the scene. All is well, merely a bit of dirt on my clothes. Do these fools from the Tianshan Guild truly believe they can kill me? Huh? Ning Tianxiong glanced at his subordinates arriving and raised an eyebrow, casually remarking, You arrived just in time. Let us collect the spoils. Wow, President, you are amazing. How do you manage it? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Witnessing the shock and admiration in the eyes of his underlings, Ning Tianxiong merely raised his head and displayed a mysterious smile, choosing silence over words. Aha, imbigurating. Quite satisfactory, a figure known as the Crow called out, lighting a cigar and taking a puff. How inappropriate, Wang Shikong remarked, somewhat exasperated at the sight of his fellow indulging in a cigar. The Crow took a puff and nonchalantly exhaled the smoke to the side, exuding an air of unparalleled coolness. We should level up quickly and reach level 20, Wang Shikong suggested to Tianya. The old man's advice is sound. Channeling your energy into your throat and head can restore your speech. Tianya nodded, though he was not particularly concerned about regaining his ability to speak. He had grown accustomed to his silence. The two made their way to Lulian Island, discovering that others were already leveling up in the vicinity. However, the wild creatures here were of a generally higher level, and the deeper regions were unoccupied. They found a secluded spot to enhance their skills. With their rapid progression, they were not to be compared with Ning Tianxiong and his crew. After merely a few minutes of hunting, their mental and physical energy was nearly depleted. For the remainder of the time, Wang Shikong practiced his Guqin skills while Tianya honed his swordplay. Success is not merely the product of hard work. Strength, talent, and diligence are all indispensable. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As evening fell, a series of abrupt bird calls interrupted Wang Shikong's music. He turned to follow the sound, spotting a small bird with shimmering, multicolored wings hovering above him. Clutched in its talons was a communicator, its gaze fixed upon him. In the next moment, the bird flapped its wings, landed on the Guqin, dropped the communicator, and flew away. What is this? Wang Shikong beheld the sudden scene before him, displaying an expression of astonishment. The spirit-tracing bird? His gaze fell upon the communicator beside him, and with a flicker of intent, he activated it. On the screen, a message awaited. Greetings, esteemed friend of the Celestial Ranking S Premier, the Serpent Sovereign. I am Wang. Firstly, allow me to congratulate you on your selection. I cordially invite you to participate in the establishment of a grand organization 3 days hence at noon, a venture that promises unimaginable rewards. Many other prodigies shall join, so do not let this opportunity pass you by. I advise you to conceal your visage and identity upon arrival. Should you desire further information, feel free to inquire through this communicator. Your future ally, Wang. Chapter 69. The most potent organization of posterity in Wang. The establishment of a grand organization. Wang Shikong scrutinized the information displayed on the communicator, narrowing his eyes slightly. The spirit-tracing bird? A grand organization? Concealing one's identity upon arrival? He pressed his lips together, a flicker of realization flashing across his mind, accompanied by a hint of surprise on his face. Only those on the celestial ranking were entitled to such invitations. With the inviter being Wang Shikong murmured to himself, then it can be confirmed, it is indeed that organization. In the annals of the future, there exists an organization that may not be termed the greatest, but undoubtedly stands as the mightiest, even in comparison to super guilds. Including the formidable Daxia Guild established by the official forces of the Daxia, this organization can be deemed the strongest. Its name is remarkably simple yet unassuming, the Assassin Organization. Indeed, it is an organization of assassins, where 3 presidents of super guilds have previously met their demise at the hands of its operatives. Numerous powerful figures have succumbed to the bounties placed by the Assassin Organization. This organization possesses a unique characteristic. It is not a closed entity, but rather a remarkably high-profile and open establishment. Every main city hosts a storefront for the Assassin Organization. Anyone may enter to post bounties or undertake assassination missions. It is even possible to crowdfund a targeted assassination. Particularly, when a clash with practitioners from other nations occurs a year later, the Assassin Organization will unleash its terrifying power. How intriguing indeed. It is truly fascinating that in this lifetime, I am destined to partake in the establishment of the Assassin Organization. A smile graced Wang Shikong's face. In his previous life, the Assassin Organization had been jointly condemned by 4 super guilds, which vowed to eradicate it entirely. The result? The Assassin Organization remained utterly unscathed, even reducing the assassination fees for members of the 4 super guilds, which led to widespread discontent among them. Within less than half a month, the 4 super guilds capitulated. To put it simply, upon accepting a mission from the Assassin Organization, after its completion, the organization would retain 1/5 of the reward, meaning the executor would only receive 80%. As for the reduced assassination fees for members of the 4 super guilds, it naturally positioned them as prime targets for professional assassins. In his previous life, countless speculations surrounded the power behind the Assassin Organization, and now it becomes evident how it operates. No wonder the Assassin Organization could ascend to become the mightiest of all organizations. In the depths of Wang Shikong's mind, he mused as his gaze fell upon Tianya, who had not received an invitation. It was evident that this Wang possessed some influence, having conducted a unique selection process. Location: the Anzi Pavilion of the Guitian Cultivation Hall in the Empire of Shuala. Wang Shikong observed, putting away his communicator, though it interrupted his plans to diligently level up. Nevertheless, he was filled with anticipation for the events 3 days hence. 3 days would pass in the blink of an eye. At 10 o'clock, after clearing the wild monsters ahead, Wang Shikong arrived at Shanghai City. In that span of 3 days, he had ascended a level, now nearing level 17. Entering a clothing store, he purchased a white robe and a white mask, then made his way to the teleportation array. In the capital of the Shuilua Empire, the main city was not overly crowded. Aside from a few adventurers seeking fortune or luck, the general populace seldom visited. The reason was simple. There were no training grounds in the vicinity. The capital of an empire remained a secure haven, predominantly inhabited by locals. Having channeled benevolence into the holy temple of light, he felt a stirring within, joy of family. A surge of vitality coursed through his legs, the tingling sensations granting him increasing control. With a flick of his wrist, a bronze staff appeared in his hand, and he tucked the divine scriptures into his robe. Slightly unaccustomed to using the staff as a walking aid, he stood, stowing away the Tianluan chair, a smile gracing his face. After a brief moment of adjustment, he donned the white mask and began his slow journey toward the Guitian cultivation hall. Upon reaching the entrance of the Anzi Pavilion, he stepped inside. The Anzi Pavilion was suffused with dense dark elements, the entire space shrouded in shadow. The flickering yellow candlelight added a weighty atmosphere. Ahead lay a vast training ground, with a round table placed at the far end. Surrounding the table were already a dozen individuals seated. As Wang Shikong strolled forward, he drew the attention of the assembly. He returned their gaze, noting 15 figures, nearly all clad in matching black robes, adorned with various dark masks. His white robe stood out distinctly. A light chuckle echoed through the air. Evidently, prior to his arrival, he had inquired about some information from Wang via his communicator. Wang Shikong paid no heed to the laughter, scanning the 15 individuals around the table. Apart from their eyes, little else was discernible. However, he could ascertain that among them were 2 women, their gazes strikingly familiar. He casually took a seat on an empty chair, glancing at the tea beside him as he waited in silence. The atmosphere around him fell into a hush once more, the figures concealing their faces embodying the archetype of villains. Yet, who could have anticipated that this gathering would herald the establishment of a renowned assassin organization in the future? No one spoke. They were all in a state of anticipation. Before long, 2 more individuals arrived. The hour had struck. At precisely 12 o'clock, one person spoke. This individual was likely Wang. Once again, silence enveloped the gathering. After a span of 2 minutes, the final figure approached, donning a mask adorned with intricate characters. He spoke softly. "I apologize for the delay. Thank you for your patience." "Please, take a seat," Wang replied. "Are there 19 in total?" One individual observed the assembled group, furrowing his brow slightly. "It seems a bit excessive. The distribution of benefits may prove challenging." The Snowfall Empire comprises 24 principal cities, each division of which holds a value of no less than 4 million currency units. Wang regarded the speaker, his voice low and serious. This assertion cast a serene pall over the interlocutor. For million currency units, if one were to procure them in real currency, would necessitate a staggering 400 million in cash, and even then, it might not be attainable. Those present had received my invitation, as they are the elite practitioners of the Great Xia, the paragons listed on the talents ranking, each possessing their own shops and a modicum of capital. Wang's gaze swept across the assembly as he continued. "Should we establish a killer organization capable of monopolizing the Snowfall Empire, the potential profits are evident to you all." The attendees nodded slightly, fully aware of the lucrative prospects that awaited them, which is precisely why they had convened. At the inception of this organization, each individual must contribute a compliant division and gather the necessary funds for the missing city divisions. Wang articulated his requirements. Those unable to comply may leave at once. After a brief pause, he observed the stillness of the crowd, unfazed. "How will the profits be divided?" One person inquired. "As the principal creator and initiator of this organization, coupled with my possession of a unique tracking spirit bird that will aid our development, I shall retain 10%. Chapter 70. As I am the Red King. I have something to say. Wang Shikong's attention was piqued by this statement, his bright eyes shimmering with curiosity. Did he possess knowledge of certain matters? Or was it something else? "Wang, I have no objections to your 10%. However, what of Lord Clear's serpent?" The masked man who spoke next furrowed his brow. "What qualifications does he possess?" "I share this sentiment," another chimed in briefly. 10% is no trivial share, with 2 individuals each relinquishing 10%. The remaining 17 would be left to divide 80%, resulting in less than 5% for each. If you can ascend to the pinnacle of the talents, you may also claim this figure. His gaze swept over the crowd, searching for the enigmatic Lord Clear's serpent. He was aware that this individual was present, yet their identity eluded him. Noble privacy must not be infringed upon. This indicated that Lord Clear Serpent was indeed a noble of the Snowfall Empire, a revelation that left him astounded. He understood the immense difficulty of attaining nobility. The tasks of the Talents Pavilion merely pertained to those below level 10. With the passage of time, each individual must have encountered unique opportunities. Their strengths evolved accordingly. One individual, dissatisfied, spoke up to secure a larger share. One must demonstrate a compelling strength. I second that. Indeed, many voices joined in, echoing the sentiment. The prowess of Lord Clear Serpent is not something you can compare to. Suddenly, a feminine voice resonated through the assembly. Wang Shikong recognized this voice, affirming his suspicions. Since we cannot compare, let us witness a demonstration. Another female voice chimed in. In the midst of the crowd, the two women spoke simultaneously. Wang Shikong also reconfirmed the presence of his adversary, the flower attire. He could not help but sigh softly, realizing that among those he recognized, one was the founder of a future super guild, and the other was the daughter of a super guild president, both of whom were unparalleled powerhouses in the years to come. Thus, based on his conjecture, it was likely that the remaining 16 individuals were mostly founders of influential factions. This king possessed considerable knowledge and had invited only select individuals. This made the situation even more intriguing. Aside from the enigmatic Yao, Ihua, Yi, how many of the other 16 were founders of future super guilds or top-tier guilds? And who exactly was this king? With a gentle tap of his staff upon the ground, Wang Shikong gazed at the assembly, gradually rising to his feet, his hands resting atop the staff as he spoke. This is fortuitously a training ground. Who among you wishes to test your skills? Are you the Qing Shijun? All eyes turned towards him, their gazes filled with curiosity. Yao, he looked at him, his eyes glimmering with surprise. Captain, is your leg better? Ah, I have a suggestion. The masked man said, his eyes flickering slightly as he suddenly interjected. If Qing Shijun can win the hearts of all present, he shall claim 10 points. Should anyone surpass him, that individual will also earn 10 points. Here, strength reigns supreme, haha. What do you all think? The others' eyes brightened at this prospect. Those gathered here possessed unwavering confidence in their own abilities. Strength reigns supreme. I concur. I second that. Everyone nodded in agreement, and even the king revealed a faint smile of approval. Then you shall go first, he directed towards the masked man, who strode confidently to an open space. Perfectly agreeable. The masked man chuckled lightly, lifting his chin as he approached, confidence radiating from him. The top of the Tianjiao list? I am eager to see how many strikes you can withstand. Wang Shikong stepped into the center, resting one hand on his staff, his demeanor calm as he regarded him. Make your move. A mere spellcaster dares to be so arrogant against a swordsman? The masked man, visibly displeased by Wang Shikong's lofty attitude, retorted coldly, I detest arrogant fools. With a clang, he did not hesitate, drawing forth his gleaming sword, its brilliant golden light dispelling the surrounding darkness. A dazzling beam of golden radiance surged towards Wang Shikong. In that fleeting moment, the attack was far from what an ordinary swordsman could muster. Wang Shikong, calm and collected, summoned the divine light technique, enveloping the incoming brilliance before it could reach him. Bang! The masked man's aerial strike was effortlessly deflected. Wang Shikong regarded him without any intention of retaliating. Seeing this, the masked man's gaze sharpened, and he lunged forward. Sword in hand. Bang! 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 Waves of sword energy struck against the divine light technique. The divine light began to dim, and as the masked man believed he had breached the defense, the holy light surged once more. Wang Shikong remained unfazed, observing him with an air of nonchalance. Equipped with divine tomes that allowed him to unleash the divine light technique almost instantaneously, with the might of the holy light sanctuary bolstering him, the masked man found himself incapable of breaking through Wang Shikong's defenses. What kind of defense is this? The spellcaster, facing a physical combatant at such close range, was unable to penetrate his defenses? Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd gasped, their pupils constricting in shock, their faces reflecting their astonishment. They were utterly unprepared for the battle to unfold in such a manner. The disparity felt insurmountable. Was this truly the prowess of Qing Shijun, the pinnacle of the heavenly talents ranking? It was nothing short of self-humiliation. Yao observed with a smirk, your strength is commendable. Wang Shikong, gazing at the masked man whose astonishment was evident in his eyes, remarked, however, I have no desire to engage in this diversion for too long. As he spoke, a beam of divine light enveloped the masked man. Damn it, how is this possible? He exclaimed in a furious panic, hastily attempting to evade. Yet, Wang Shikong had anticipated his escape route. Ah, he cried out in pain, swiftly producing a precious pill to mend his injuries. Wang Shikong, with a flick of his hand, cast another beam of divine light towards him. Curse it! The masked man, filled with rage, rolled away, only to realize he had not evaded the attack. Desperately, he pressed the jade pendant on his chest. Buzz! A radiant glow surrounded him, mitigating the divine light's damage, but a fissure appeared on his pendant. I concede. In the next moment, he declared loudly, his demeanor quite disheveled. Wang Shikong ceased his assault, nodding slightly as he approached the round table. Surveying the assembly. Is there any dissent? The crowd, taken aback, regarded him with a mixture of trepidation and respect. The strength displayed by the masked man moments ago was undeniably formidable, even among the pinnacle of combatants. Yet, he had failed to breach Wang Shikong's defenses, nor had he gleaned even a hint of the true depth of Qing Shijun's power. Thus, the matter of distribution was settled. Wang also cast a penetrating glance at Wang Shikong, ultimately reaching a resolution. He had anticipated establishing his authority, yet instead became a mere stepping stone for Qing Shijun. Nevertheless, he sensed an unfathomable strength beneath the surface. Yet he remained confident, believing in the cyclical nature of fortune. Soon, he would vanquish this opponent. A steadfast belief is an essential attribute of a true warrior. With the distribution matter resolved, Wang continued, "Now, allow me to briefly outline the structure of our organization." As all took their seats, he proceeded, "I have bestowed upon this organization a name that embodies a return to simplicity, the Assassin Organization. The ranks of assassins will be designated using standard playing cards, aligned with your standings in the Heavenly Talents ranking. Qing Shijun will be the Red King. I shall be the Black King. Wu Jian will be the Two of Hearts, and Isan will be the Two of Diamonds, and so forth. In the future, these will serve as our respective code names." Upon hearing this, Wang Shikong narrowed his eyes slightly. It was evident that Wang sought to position himself at the forefront, clearly unwilling to be the public face of this organization. By selecting this venue, he had anticipated potential conflicts, suggesting that all of this was part of his design. While the Assassin Organization is regarded as the strongest in future generations, it is, after all, a faction shrouded in darkness. Moreover, considering the organizational structure and future developments, even the Red King holds little sway within the organization. Their rewards are limited to dividends. As the Black King, he would receive dividends on par with the Red King without the burden of being a figurehead. Furthermore, his status as the initiator means that no one would contest his position as Black King in the future. However, the role of Red King would likely invite relentless challenges. In the pursuit of preserving one's interests and maintaining one's status, it is essential to ensure that the Red King remains the preeminent force in the future, thereby guaranteeing the advancement of the Assassin Organization. When confronted with challenging dilemmas, it is only natural for the Red King to take the lead. Such strategic maneuvering yields multiple benefits, befitting one who has founded an assassin organization and is truly remarkable. Wang Shikong, in a moment of reflection, mused that one must not underestimate the heroes of the world. However, leaning slightly back in his chair, Wang Shikong asserted, "As the Red King, my voice holds weight." At the sudden utterance of this declaration, Wang Wei, positioned directly before him, paused in surprise, her expression one of astonishment. The eyes of the assembly turned towards him once more, curiosity etched upon their faces. Yet now, there was a newfound respect for the Red King, a respect born of power. "I do not appreciate tardiness," Wang Shikong stated slowly. This abrupt proclamation caused a ripple of surprise among the audience. "I do not tolerate lateness? What does this mean?" They collectively glanced at the masked man, their gazes flickering with intrigue. "Indeed, I share that sentiment," Yao chimed in, her laughter melodious and agreeable. "You." The masked man's countenance shifted, unable to suppress his irritation as he rose to confront Wang Shikong. "What do you imply?" "Simply what I have stated," Wang Shikong replied, his gaze unwavering. "Those who cannot adhere to punctuality lack the right to occupy this space. You have offended me. Are you deliberately attempting to oust me?" The masked man seethed with rage, recalling his earlier confidence of overcoming Wang Shikong swiftly. Yet now, he found himself on the verge of being dismissed. "This is utterly intolerable." With a glare that radiated fury, he continued, "Furthermore, I must remind you that even the Black King, the initiator and founder of our organization, has remained silent. What gives you the authority to expel me?" Wang Shikong offered a slight smile in response. "Because I am the Red King." He punctuated his words by gently tapping his staff against the floor, exuding an air of calm authority. If the Black King wishes to remain sheltered behind the Red King's influence, enjoying the associated privileges and advantages, then Wang Shikong would accommodate him. As the initiator, the Red King is indeed entitled to certain benefits that others may not receive. However, Should this be construed as an encroachment upon his own interests, decisive action must ensue. Since the Red King intends to stand at the forefront, he must acquire some authority and establish his dominance. The first step involves making an example of the masked man, ensuring that all are aware of the power he wields. Now that he has been dismissed, do any of you dissent? Wang Shikong surveyed the assembly with an authoritative gaze. I support this. Yao was quick to align herself with him. Those who disregard the rules should not occupy this space. Agreed, came the chorus of affirmations that followed. The remaining individuals observed, their gazes flickering slightly as they voiced their agreement. After all, with one less person, the benefits they could reap would be greater. Moreover, the absolute prowess exhibited by the Red King earlier made it evident that offending such a formidable figure was unwise. Additionally, there was the matter of the masked man's tardiness. Though they did not voice their displeasure, it simmered beneath the surface. Among those in high positions, who would dare to keep them waiting? The king regarded this sudden turn of events with a furrowed brow, a foreboding feeling emerging within him. It appeared that the Red King's seemingly simple remark about disliking tardiness was, in reality, an assertion of authority intended to sideline the masked youth. By eclipsing him, the Red King sought to convey to all present that the assassin organization was under his dominion. The current scenario confirmed that he had succeeded in this endeavor, yet it also indicated that he would no longer be able to maintain control over the unfolding events. He realized he had made a miscalculation. As Wang Shikong had surmised, he had no desire to ascend to the position of the Red King. The title of first place, while seemingly glorious, entailed facing greater challenges and responsibilities. Thus, his strategy was to promote a first, allowing himself to comfortably hold the second position. By positioning himself as the initiator, he could adapt to the fluctuations of the first while ensuring his second place remained steadfast. He had intended to stir conflict to gauge the strength of all present, as well as to discern the capabilities of the enigmatic Qing Shijun. However, he had not anticipated that the mysterious figure would demonstrate overwhelming dominance over the assembly, nor the current course of action. Since all of you are in agreement, Wang Shikong addressed the masked man. It is time for you to depart. The Red King interjected. This minor infraction, I believe, can be overlooked this once. Wang hesitated before responding. The matters concerning our assassin organization are strictly confidential, including its structure. If we were to expel this friend, the announcement would have repercussions. I believe he deserves another chance. The masked man seized the moment to issue a veiled threat. Red King, if you wish to expel me, we shall see how that unfolds. All our identities are shrouded in secrecy, and the structure of the assassin organization is not susceptible to external scrutiny. What consequences could arise, Black King? Wang Shikong chuckled softly, casting a meaningful glance at the Black King, and continued, however, I believe, as he spoke. His gaze swept over the assembly. Everyone present is presumably a power broker of their respective guilds. The Black King has managed to summon you all, which suggests he possesses certain insights. If anyone dares to divulge the organization's secrets, then so be it. Let us use him as an example to establish the reputation of our assassin organization. His words stirred a ripple of intrigue among the attendees. In truth, they harbored doubts regarding how the Black King had been able to contact them, and it seemed their suspicions were not unfounded. Little did they anticipate that every individual present was a ruler of their own guild. Their gazes turned to the Black King, eyes gleaming with various thoughts. Was this an attempt to sow discord? To make other members wary? To keep guard against one another? Upon hearing Wang Shikong's pronouncement, the Black King was profoundly shaken, his concealed face betraying his discomfort. The current situation is one that he never anticipated, regardless of the circumstances. Can he deny it and claim ignorance? Would anyone believe him? Certainly not. For all present are individuals of considerable power. How did that wretched scoundrel, the Snake Monarch, come to know of this? What led him to such conclusions? He does possess a means to extricate himself from this predicament, shedding his mask to demonstrate sincerity in hopes of gaining trust, but that is utterly impossible. He cannot even assure himself that, for the sake of the paltry benefits he holds, the others would not conspire to eliminate him in secret. At this very moment, the one whose countenance has shifted most dramatically is not he, but the masked man. Does everyone present not possess power equal to or greater than his own? Does the Black Monarch hold knowledge of his secrets? Should he dare to disclose the matters concerning the assassin organization, he would surely find himself in dire straits, perhaps even jeopardizing his guild. The 18 individuals before him are the pinnacle of practitioners, each formidable in their own right. Should they unite against him, his fate is all too predictable. His guild would be utterly crushed. In this instant, he is engulfed by profound regret. Why did he provoke the Red Monarch? Very well. Today I shall pretend I have never set foot here. The masked man gritted his teeth, rose with a dark expression, and uttered a terse remark before turning to depart. Remaining here would only invite further humiliation. The Red Monarch has already seized control of the situation. Chapter 72. I shall establish the rules. The bewildered Black Monarch. Wang Shikong sat at the round table, observing the retreating masked man, a faint smile gracing his lips. With one less participant, it was just right. He scanned the assembly and continued nonchalantly. Now, we must establish the rules of the organization. Red Monarch, please feel free to share your thoughts. The others, recognizing Wang Shikong's intention to completely usurp control from the Black Monarch, exchanged furtive glances before speaking up. None present are fools. They have discerned the Red Monarch's intentions. Compared to the Black Monarch, they are far more inclined to ally with the Red Monarch. Firstly, there is strength. Secondly, the Red Monarch is likely unaware of their true identities. As for the Black Monarch, he knows everyone, yet they know little of him. They remain oblivious to when a dagger might be thrust into their backs. The Black Monarch, witnessing this turn of events, felt a surge of irritation. Yet he found himself powerless to act. Wang Shikong smiled faintly. Now, let us proceed to the rules I shall establish. 1. Upon the establishment of the organization. Should a practitioner prove difficult to assassinate, those present must take action to fulfill this task, thereby safeguarding the reputation of the assassin organization. If any individual fails to accomplish an assigned task 3 consecutive times, they shall be expelled. A momentary silence fell over the assembly at this first rule. Are we to be at risk of expulsion from the organization we establish? One person furrowed his brow and could not help but voice his concern. The weak do not deserve to sit here and reap the benefits, Wang Shikong replied calmly, turning to face him. Moreover, you may enlist others to assist in completing the organization's tasks, even dispatching multiple individuals. However, should such attempts fail consecutively 3 times, it would be best for you to leave. No problem, the others contemplated and nodded in agreement. All assassins undertaking missions have the opportunity to advance after completing a certain number of tasks, starting from level 3. Upon reaching the rank of Red and meeting specific conditions, they may challenge you. Should they succeed, they will take your place, ensuring the core strength of the organization remains intact. How intriguing, indeed. However, I prefer that the weak do not hold a seat at this table. One individual remarked with a chuckle. No one opposed this sentiment, for they understood that masked as they were, if faced with a challenge, they could find sufficiently strong substitutes to fight in their stead. Power and connections are also facets of strength. It must be acknowledged that while the rules of the Red King are indeed tyrannical, they guarantee that the organization remains in an absolute state of invincibility. Regarding the previous 2 stipulations, let me address the situation of the Black King, the initiator of the organization. Regardless of his future, it is imperative to ensure he retains a 5% stake. Wang Shikong turned to the Black King and spoke. However, if his strength and influence wane, he shall be left with only 5%. The Black King's expression became exceedingly complex upon hearing this. The good news is that the Red King has not made the situation utterly hopeless. The bad news is that as the founder of this organization, he too must partake in performance evaluations. It cannot be denied that the Red King's regulations are exceedingly beneficial for the organization's growth. Taking a deep breath, the Black King inquired, "May I ask if the position of Red King is reserved for the strongest?" "Naturally. Whoever can defeat me in the future will assume the title of Red King," the Red King replied, affirming the fairness of the rules. At that moment, all present felt a sense of respect for his words. Absolute fairness, centered on the organization's development, is precisely what this Red King embodies. The Black King, somewhat taken aback, chose to remain silent. Rule 3. Our assassin organization does not target those with fewer than 3 lives remaining, Wang Shikong declared once more. This regulation was only announced midway through the previous era of the assassin organization, primarily to prevent public outrage. He presented it prematurely. Thoughtful, the crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the foresight of this rule. At present, I have only these 3 points in mind. Do any of you wish to add something? Wang Shikong inquired nonchalantly. The group pondered briefly before shaking their heads slightly. What about issues concerning organizational divisions and management? One individual asked. Let the Black King handle it. He should have prepared in advance. The Black King opened his mouth, uncertain whether to voice his thoughts. Seriously? You've established the rules and played your part. Now you want to throw the burden onto me? He realized that he would be secure in his elevated position while the Black King would be the one to toil. Very well. The capable must bear more responsibility, he conceded. Laughter ensued as the group welcomed this arrangement. Henceforth, They would only need to execute the assassination tasks that others could not accomplish, a notion they found quite simple. The primary advantage lay in their numbers. They might not need to act more than a few times a year. Each month, they could simply await their remuneration. It was utterly delightful. Lastly, do any of you have plans for sparring to determine rankings? Wang Shikong asked, surveying the room. The more cautious individuals shook their heads in response. In light of this, let us henceforth communicate via the communicator provided by the Black King. Wang Shikong rose slowly and departed. The others nodded in agreement and made their way outside. Upon exiting the training chamber, Wang Shikong felt quite pleased. However, at that moment, he suddenly received a message. Upon reading it, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Hello, Red King. I am a member of the Great Xia official organization and wish to make your acquaintance. We have a task that requires the assistance of skilled individuals. And should you be interested, we are prepared to offer you ample compensation. How intriguing. It is indeed fascinating that Hong Tao is affiliated with the Great Xia official guild. Wang Shikong pondered, his gaze flickering slightly. They even extend an invitation for me to undertake a task? What sort of task could the Great Xia guild not resolve on their own? With the world undergoing tremendous changes and the endless continent linking to Blue Star, the official organization must naturally explore every avenue. Furthermore, whether in its inception or in later times, the most formidable guilds are undoubtedly the official ones. After all, the Great Xia Guild was established with tens of millions of members, all well-trained. However, due to resource allocation issues, the number of members in the Great Xia Guild is limited to several million. Even so, in later periods, when confronting guilds from other nations, the Great Xia Guild possesses immense influence, filled with powerful individuals. Firstly, the Great Xia official organization boasts a top-tier think tank and elite experts. The fact that even they require skilled assistance for their tasks speaks volumes about the challenges involved. Secondly, he wished to keep his identity concealed. I understand that you may have some reservations, Red King. We can provide you with a deposit initially, and should you agree, we could discuss the specifics of the remuneration. Soon, Hong Tao sent another message, accompanied by 3 images. Concealment robe. Silver can be layered with other robes. Once donned, it obscures one's aura and strength, altering one's form, with the accompanying spell, Shadow Veil. Concealment mask. Silver can obscure or even alter one's appearance, with the accompanying spell, Illusory Doppelganger. These were the 2 images Hong Tao had sent him. However, what truly captured Wang Shikong's attention was the third. Spatial Flicker. After casting, it captures the fluctuations of space to perform a spatial leap, flickering a distance equal to one's mental strength, consuming one's own mental power, distance range 100 elemental affinity of mental energy. Gazing at this spell, he felt a surge of astonishment. A spatial element spell. Spatial Flicker. Such a skill is attainable at present. Even years later, skills pertaining to space are exceedingly rare. Wang Shikong had mastered Spatial Flicker in his previous life, yet he had already undergone the second transition by then. Moreover, the energy consumption associated with spatial spells is immense, given the current cultivator's affinity for spatial elements. Even with a relatively high affinity of 90, using the Spatial Flicker spell to leap a distance of 1 meter would require 11 units of mental energy. Should one wish to flicker 10 meters, the consumption would directly escalate to over 10 units of mental energy. Such demands are far beyond the reach of current cultivators. Moreover, Spatial Flicker necessitates the casting of spells. When one's proficiency is low, there exists ample opportunity to evade the casting intervals. Of course, one may also run while casting. Regardless, spatial skills are immensely powerful and exceedingly rare. This Spatial Flicker spell is unattainable in future eras. Do they fail to comprehend the preciousness of this spatial elemental spell? Or do they deem the task of greater significance? Red King. What if I am unable to complete this task as well? His choice of the Red King was motivated not solely by strength. Red Peach. Failing to procure these 3 items shall serve as a token of friendship with your majesty. The Red King. Red King. Is the task urgent? Red Peach. Ideally, within 7 days. Red King. Await my news. Within 7 days. He would seize the opportunity to elevate his level further and resolve matters related to the auction house. A flicker of intrigue ignited within him regarding this task. He relished challenges. Stepping into the teleportation array, Wang Shikong once again arrived at Lulian Island for training. For Wang Shikong, leveling up was far from tedious, as he dispatched monsters swiftly, spending most of his time practicing the Guqin. As he played, he found himself genuinely enamored with the instrument. Wow, sister, you are truly remarkable. Allow me to see your bow. It's absolutely magnificent. In the evening, as Wang Shikong descended, an exuberant voice reached his ears. He turned to see Ning Qingru holding a bow, her face alight with astonishment. Cold feather celestial bow, a golden weapon. Qingyi, has your inheritance task been completed? Wang Shikong inquired. It has, Ning Qingyi replied with a radiant smile. I completed the final assessment this afternoon. This is a momentous opportunity for Qingyi. We must celebrate accordingly. Ning Mu interjected, her face brimming with joy. Indeed, a celebration is in order. Are you aware of the auction event at the Shanghai City Wushuang Auction House? I've invited Lao Han and Lao Wu to see if we can acquire some weapons and precious spell scrolls. Ning Tianxiong chimed in. Moreover, the invaluable life resurrection. It's truly unfathomable who has obtained it. After the auction concludes, I will book a table at a renowned restaurant in Shanghai City so we can properly celebrate Qingyi. All right. Ning Qingyi nodded. Father, have you gathered any information about the Wushuang auction house? It is astounding that such a grand auction house could be established in such a short time and amass so many treasures. We have not uncovered much. Some speculate it was founded by locals of the Endless Continent. Ning Tianxiong responded, shaking his head. This Wushuang auction house is indeed formidable. As the premier auction house, it has captured the attention of the entire Great Xia. Those with treasures to part with are flocking to Wushuang to consign their items. This afternoon, 2 silver weapons were unveiled, and now it has been announced that no fewer than 5 silver weapons will be auctioned in 4 days. It is truly remarkable. Wang Shikong, overhearing their conversation, was momentarily taken aback. 5 silver weapons already? Goodness, even this proprietor is not as well informed as my father-in-law. It seems that over the past few days, the promotion efforts of Meng Yu and her companion have been quite successful. Ning Qingyan nodded slightly, her gaze suddenly shifting to Wang Shikong, and she resolutely declared, Father, that day I shall bring Shikong along to introduce him to everyone. Ning Tianxiong paused momentarily, glancing at Wang Shikong, and pressed his lips together, saying, Shikong, indeed. It is time for you to be introduced to everyone. Wang Shikong remained silent, yet could not help but smile at his father-in-law's demeanor. In recent days, every meal spent in the company of his father-in-law had been accompanied by a forced smile, and the glances directed at him were tinged with a hint of shyness and uncertainty, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. Clearly, he was struggling to accept and confront Wang Shikong. However, upon witnessing her father's unexpected attitude, Ning Qingya hesitated, her brows furrowing in concern. Over the past 2 months, she had come to understand her father's disposition. This sudden shift undoubtedly signified some ulterior motive. She knew her father well, which left her feeling somewhat helpless. Yet she soon steeled herself, resolved to confront the situation head-on. Wang Shikong contemplated that it was indeed time for him to introduce himself as well. Dinner is ready. Let us all gather for a meal, Ning Tianxiong remarked with a smile as he noticed Aunt Song approaching. Ning Qingya observed her father's unusual behavior and nodded slowly in agreement. Ding, your level has increased. Level 1, mental strength 5, physical strength 2. Level 18. In the following days, Wang Shikong dedicated himself to leveling up. Upon noticing the time after his level had risen, he promptly made his way towards Shanghai City. Shikong, upon arriving at their designated meeting spot, a graceful figure awaited him, immediately approaching as she spotted him. She was not clad in cultivator attire, but rather adorned in a tailored red gown that elegantly showcased her figure. The slit was modest, yet it revealed her fair, alluring legs. Her makeup was light and tasteful, with subtly painted brows and softly tinted lips, exuding an air of nobility and grace, clearly the result of careful preparation. It must be said that his father-in-law had raised both of his daughters exceptionally well. Qingya, Wang Shikong smiled at her as he took in her beauty. Let us go. My father and the others have already arrived. Ning Qingya skillfully urged him forward into the establishment. As they approached the Wushuang auction house, the street was bustling with crowds. The reason for this was clear. As the premier auction house in the Great Xia, it had garnered attention through extensive promotion over the past few days, attracting many individuals eager to consign their items. This in turn drew the leaders of various guilds and affluent patrons, necessitating even the presence of soldiers from Shanghai City to maintain order. It was undeniably lively here, with an entry fee of 100 coins. Otherwise, one could only observe the bidding through projections from outside. Ning Qingyan nudged him forward, observing the throngs ahead, and continued, once inside, there is an admission fee. The proprietor is rather unscrupulous. Wang Shikong replied nonchalantly, it does not concern me. These arrangements are made by the auction house staff. We have a private passageway. We secured a box on the second floor. Ning Qingya responded, leading them through the designated entrance to the second floor, where she rapped on the door of their reserve box. A young man opened the door and glanced at Ning Qingya, his gaze settling on Wang Shikong. He couldn't help but size him up, letting out a light chuckle as he jested. Huh, it seems there are quite a few people here with no place to sit. This brother has brought his own chair. How convenient. Gumin. Upon hearing the young man's words, a name flashed through Wang Shikong's mind, and a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. However, in the next moment he suddenly paused. Behind him, Ning Qingya, having heard his words, felt her gaze turn icy as frost enveloped her palm. An icicle formed and crashed onto the young man's shoulder. To his astonishment and disbelief, he collapsed heavily to the ground. If there's no place to sit, you can lie down, Ning Qingya spoke coldly. Wang Shikong was also taken aback by Ning Qingya's sudden outburst. He pursed his lips, wondering how his wife had become so domineering all of a sudden. The others in the room looked on in shock at this unexpected scene. Chapter 74. Wang Shikong. I am the boss of Wushuang. Ah, Ning Qingya. Have you lost your mind? Han Pushun lay heavily on the ground, frost covering his shoulder, his face contorted in pain. In the room, Ning Tianxiong, Ning Mu, and several other middle-aged and young individuals looked on in astonishment at this sudden development. Mind your words. I brought my husband here to meet everyone, not to be humiliated, Ning Qingya stated, her face a mask of frost. This statement was directed not only at Han Pushun, but at everyone present. How can anyone speak ill of Shikong? Qingya, please don't be angry. Ning Mu quickly intervened, approaching with a concerned demeanor. Today, we are all here to celebrate you. Yes, Mom. I couldn't help myself for a moment, Ning Qingya replied apologetically, glancing at her approaching mother. Yet, there was no hint of regret on her face. It was only through such actions that everyone would realize that her husband, Wang Shikong, was not someone to be looked down upon or mocked. In time, they would come to respect him. You shouldn't have been so harsh. Is Pushun all right? A elegantly dressed middle-aged woman helped Han Pushun to his feet, her expression filled with concern. Sister-in-law, I'm truly sorry, Ning Tianxiong said, stepping forward with a look of helplessness and apology. Young people often jest, dear Qingya, your skills are indeed formidable. You stand shoulder to shoulder with any man. Several middle-aged individuals chimed in, laughing to ease the tension. It was initially Han Pushun's fault for making light of someone else's legs, and although Ning Qingya's direct response was somewhat excessive, it could be considered a balancing act. They were all closely acquainted, and such trivial matters should not disrupt their harmony. Their gazes shifted to the young man in the wheelchair, envious of his fortune in marrying such an outstanding and protective woman as Ning Qingya. It was a true transformation of fate. This small uproar was quickly resolved. Wang Shikong surveyed the dozen or so individuals in the private room. Aside from the Ning family, the most memorable were the Han and Wu families. In later years, they would be referred to by Ning Qingru as the relatives of the corrupted mountain villa. The Jingxi was a collaborative establishment founded by the Ning, Han, and Wu families, with the Ning family holding a 46 stake, while the other two families shared the remaining 54. In the earlier stages, due to the long-standing friendship and partnership between Ning Tianxiong, Han Zhoming, and Wu Shaohua, everything proceeded smoothly. However, as the stakes grew significantly, disputes began to arise. This is not reality. In the tangible world, money becomes merely a number once it reaches a certain threshold. Here, it represents extraordinary power, the distribution of treasures, the allocation of equipment. Ultimately, the Han and Wu families even resorted to betrayal, forcing the flourishing Jingxi to the brink of division. Fortunately, Ning Qingya possessed considerable abilities and garnered substantial support, especially from the numerous apothecaries who were part of the Ning family. Yet, the operations of the auction house and the blacksmith shop were allocated to the Han and Wu families, resulting in significant losses for Jingxi Yui that took a long time to recover from. Time and space, would you prefer a drink or some fruit? Ning Qingya gently inquired as she ushered him inside. No need, Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head as he surveyed the surroundings. The second floor's private rooms seem a bit cramped. We certainly cannot lie on the floor. Let's head to the third floor, where the area is more spacious and the view is superior. What? Ning Qingya exclaimed, her face betraying astonishment. This statement caused Han Pushun to narrow his eyes, a flicker of anger flashing within them. It was one thing for Ning Qingya to suddenly strike at him, but how dare this worthless individual mock him? The private rooms on the third floor required 100,000 coins, equivalent to 10 million in reality. His gaze turned frigid as he spoke. Since you speak so lightly of it, I invite you to lead us there. Very well, Wang Shikong nodded, gesturing to a service button in the air. Everyone observed this action with surprise. Within just a couple of seconds, while the crowd remained in bewilderment, a staff member entered. Is a room on the third floor reserved for us? Wang Shikong inquired. The staff member momentarily paused upon seeing him, quickly recognizing him and respectfully responding, "Boss, we have saved it for you." "Good, please take us there," Wang Shikong replied with a faint nod. "Certainly, right this way, boss," the staff member promptly gestured. "What?" On the side, Ning Qingru, who had been quietly observing the scene, looked on in astonishment, exclaiming, "You booked a private room on the 3rd floor for 100,000 coins?" Wang Shikong turned to her, saying, "Why would the boss spend money?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Ning Tianxiong's pupils widened, his voice rising several octaves. "Shikong, is the Wushuang auction house yours?" Ning Qingyao also felt a jolt, staring at him in disbelief. Ning Qingyao's lips parted slightly, caught in a daze. What does the Wushuang auction house represent today? It is the only auction house in the entire Great Xia, and the items being auctioned this time have stirred the envy and desire of countless guilds. At this moment, nearly all the senior members of major guilds were present. The auction featured life-restoring potions, precious silver weapons, powerful spell scrolls, and an array of magical skill books. It has already been estimated that Wushuang Auction House would sell over 1,000 pieces of equipment tonight, with the lowest being of bronze quality, an utterly outrageous figure. Is it truly the case that this auction house, which has captured the attention and stirred the nation, belongs to my own husband? How astonishing. Is this for real? Ning Qingru leapt from her seat, her incredulity prompting an unfiltered exclamation. Her astonishment rivaled that of Ning Tianxiong when he first encountered Wang Shikong's formidable prowess. When her sister announced her intention to marry him, her opposition was as fervent as their fatheress. Yet now, this seemingly inconsequential brother-in-law, once viewed as a mere layabout, claims to be the proprietor of the foremost auction house in Daxia. Simultaneously, Ning Tianxiong's hand trembled involuntarily as he instinctively retrieved a cigar. Though he did not light it, he inhaled deeply. Even with prior knowledge of his son-in-law's remarkable capabilities, this revelation left him utterly dumbfounded. The owner of Wushuang Auction House. "Let us go," Wang Shikong uttered succinctly. Ning Qingya, with a subtle lick of her lips, refrained from probing further and quietly urged him onward. For the past 2 months, she had abstained from inquiring into Wang Shikong's affairs in the Endless Continent, believing that his physical limitations would render his circumstances here exceedingly challenging. Despite his earlier display of black iron and bronze equipment, she wished to spare his feelings, only to discover that her seemingly unremarkable husband had established Daxia's premier auction house. It was quite surreal. Ning Qingya guided Wang Shikong toward the exit. Behind them, Han Zhoming and Wu Xiao withstood in shock, glancing at the figures ahead before turning to Ning Tianxiong. "Old Ning, why didn't you inform us sooner about how exceptional your son-in-law is?" Wu Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. "I." Ning Tianxiong found himself at a loss for words, whispering to them. I just suggest being courteous to my son-in-law? Was that courtesy sincere?" Han Zhoming's eyes widened in disbelief. "You frequently told us that your daughter would eventually part ways with him." Ning Tianxiong, bewildered, looked at them in astonishment. It seemed they had misconstrued his polite remarks as mere formality. His lips twitched, realizing that the seeds he had sown had now borne fruit, albeit fruit he had recently consumed too abundantly. Chapter 75. The value of Wushuang Auction House is twice that of Jinxiu. In the exclusive box on the 3rd floor of Wushuang Auction House, the manager, Xian, entered promptly after the staff had escorted them, carrying an assortment of delicacies and snacks representative of Shanghai City for the enjoyment of the family and friends. "Thank you, Manager Xian," Wang Shikong nodded. Such a grand auction house could not be managed solely by old Lei. He had enlisted a cadre of professionals. Manager Xian was the head of Wushuang Auction House. "Yes, boss," Manager Xian replied respectfully before departing. "Time and space. I never anticipated that this remarkable Wushuang auction house was established by you," Ningmu exclaimed, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Just fortunate, I suppose," Wang Shikong replied with a gentle smile, expressing a degree of respect toward his mother-in-law. For she was not a source of trouble and treated him well. In this boundless realm, there undeniably exists a mode of compassion towards the disabled. Ning Qingru, pondering softly, turned to Wang Shikong and could not resist inquiring, "Have you allied yourself with a wealthy native of this endless land?" Just as her words fell, a slap resounded upon her head. "Ah, sister, if you cannot articulate, then refrain from speaking." Ning Qingya shot her a glare, while Ning Qingru rubbed her head, pouting in response. "Behave yourself," Ning Tianxiong admonished, giving her a gentle pat on the head. "Huh? Mother, look so deserving of a reprimand." Ning Qingru expressed her bewilderment. It was truly unimaginable that Qingya's husband was the owner of the Wushuang auction house, the nephew of Shikong. What an impressive feat indeed. On the side, Han Zhoming's eyes gleamed as he regarded Wang Shikong. With the establishment of Wushuang Auction House, the future prosperity of our Jinxiu Guild will undoubtedly flourish, and our reputation shall soar. Upon hearing his words, Wang Shikong's gaze flickered. We shall discuss this further this evening. The auction is about to commence, he said with a smile. At this moment, he too felt a surge of excitement. If Wushuang Auction House truly aided them, the development of Jinxiu Guild would be beyond imagination. Let's first observe the items up for auction, everyone agreed. Within the auction hall, the first item, a piece of silver equipment, ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. This silver equipment, a staff and primary weapon, was valued at around $1 million. As for other items, they were considerably less expensive, generally around 500,000. A divine encouragement scroll surprisingly fetched a staggering price of 150,000 coins. How exorbitant! Truly, our great Xia is a land of hidden talents, teeming with invisible millionaires. Alas, our goal for tonight is to secure 2 items. How can we bid at such inflated prices? As item after item was auctioned, when the divine encouragement scroll emerged, Ning Tianxiong and Han Tianming began to place their bids. However, upon witnessing the high price, their expressions soured. They were aware of the many hidden affluent individuals in Great Xia. Yet one spell scroll being auctioned for 150,000 coins astonished them. At present, the entirety of Jinxiu Guild's funds amounted to merely 10 million coins. While they could afford the scroll, they deemed it not worth the price, especially since they wished to procure other items as well. Shikong, my esteemed nephew, I recall that your auction house was the first to promote this spell scroll. Do you know the seller? Is there more available? Han Zhoming inquired, his gaze flickering. Wang Shikong, perceiving his demeanor, nodded. Indeed, there's still some left. Could you possibly acquire them at a reduced price? He continued. I can inquire at a 10% discount from the auction price, Wang Shikong replied. Haha, the matter of the spell scroll should be trivial for you, dear nephew. We are all family. You shall assume the title of vice president within Jinxiu Guild. In the future, with Wushuang Auction House at our disposal, shall we ever lack for weapons and equipment? Wu Xiaohua interjected with a smile. In due time, we will surely unify Kang Haiqing. Upon hearing his words, Ning Qingya subtly furrowed her brows. Wang Shikong was not taken aback, for he understood their ambitions. He narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, the value of Wushuang Auction House exceeds that of Jinxiu Guild by more than double. Indeed, the value of the Wushuang Auction House is exceptionally high. We at the Jinxiu are truly fortunate to have a talented nephew among us. Wu Xiaohua chuckled, feigning ignorance while fully aware of the situation. I can operate at a 10% discount from the market price, but beyond that, I cannot offer further assistance. Wang Shikong made it clear. The Wushuang Auction House only takes a 10% cut from the seller, and 5% of that is taxed. Knowing the character of Wu Xiaohua and Han Zhobing, he could hardly agree to their terms. Haha, that sounds splendid. It will indeed save the guild a considerable amount. Ning Tianxiong responded with a smile. Wu Xiaohua and Han Zhobing also smiled in agreement, not appearing overly eager. As top-tier tycoons and shrewd individuals, they understood Wang Shikong's words well, yet they feigned indifference. Their true thoughts remained known only to themselves. The auction continued, with item after item being sold, culminating in the sale of a life resurrection for 5 million gold coins. In reality, that equates to 500 million, a price worth paying for an extra life for some of the elite wealthy. Nephew, what was the total revenue from tonight's auction? After the auction concluded at 10 o'clock, Wu Xiaohua could not help but inquire. The on-site auction alone amassed over 100 million, with online sales of ordinary bronze equipment contributing an additional 100 million. This figure is not exaggerated, considering the vast population of the Great Xia, with a total of 2.4 billion gold coins. Even if the Wushuang Auction House only profits 5, that amounts to 12 million gold coins. They were somewhat taken aback, even if they had anticipated such a result. Hearing that figure elicited a deep breath. Currently, the entire Jinxiu's funds barely reached 12 million gold coins. The significant point is that this was merely one auction. The Wushuang Auction House would hold such events bi-weekly, making the potential earnings unimaginable. Wang Shikong observed their fervent gazes and offered a faint smile. Ning Tianxiong clicked his tongue, glancing at Wang Shikong with a complex expression, realizing that his son-in-law possessed more wealth than he did. Meanwhile, Ning Qingru stood there, wide-eyed, counting on her fingers. The events of the night had left her somewhat bewildered, clearly grappling with her thoughts. The banquet soon concluded, and the guests departed, each with their own contemplations. Shikong, do you require anything? Ning Qingya quickly entered, smiling at him. I have some gifts for you, Wang Shikong replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingya's heart fluttered. Gifts? Had he earned enough to buy her a present? A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she walked over. Filled with anticipation, "Did you spend money on something for me?" "You really didn't have to. I haven't given you any gifts." Wang Shikong chuckled, handing over the items. 20 scrolls of divine inspiration, 10 each for enhancement and weakening effects, were sold at the auction, with only the enhancement scrolls available. In the future, should Ning Qingya encounter any opponents, she could directly suppress them. Additionally, there were 10 scrolls of radiant light and 10 of divine healing, making a total of 40 spell scrolls, 1 each of Qinmuguo and Qinglingguo, along with a serving of Tianjue Hongshanti. Ning Qingya stood there, utterly astonished by the items before her. Chapter 76. Wang Shikong, tell me your address. She gazed blankly at the objects laid out in front of her, which she recognized all too well, for they were the very items that had been sought after and yet left unsold at the auction house that evening. The Divine Inspiration Scroll, priced at 150,000 each, was presented in a staggering quantity of 20, with 10 of them absent from the auction house, possessing contrary effects. The scrolls of Divine Light and Divine Healing, of which her father had procured several, were similarly valued around 150,000 each. The 2 rare fruits, Deep Wood Fruit and Pure Spirit Fruit, which enhanced mental and physical strength, remained unsold, as each had soared to a price of 200,000 coins. Additionally, the Heavenly Absolute Red Dust Tea had not even appeared at the auction. The total worth of the items before her amounted to no less than 4 million coins, representing 2/5 of the entire assets of the splendid guild. "Shikong, these items are exceedingly precious," she murmured, her lips slightly parted, still adorned with her makeup. "Fortunately, the scrolls are of my own creation," Wang Shikong replied candidly. Upon seeing the distinctly different divine inspiration, Ning Qingya speculated, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "Your father previously remarked that you were indulging in distractions. If he were to know this, he would surely feel utterly embarrassed." Wang Shikong chuckled at her teasing remark about his father. "Old Deng is doing well. My dad is quite concerned about his reputation," Ning Qingya remarked with a playful toss of her hair. "Qingya, these spell scrolls are for your personal use. Do not disclose them to others," Wang Shikong continued. "Moreover, I suspect that Wu Xiaohua and Han Zhuming will soon consider opening their own auction house. Please remind them that no auction house can compete with the unparalleled auction house. If they refuse to heed your warning, allow them to proceed." Ning Qingya nodded thoughtfully. "I have also observed certain differences. This realm operates in a manner distinct from the realities of business. This is an extraordinary world." Wang Shikong was struck by her astuteness. Perhaps in her previous life, she had already grasped some of these nuances, but due to her father's connections and the Ning family's relationship with them, she had overlooked certain losses. "When the decision is indecisive, chaos ensues," Wang Shikong remarked slowly. "Indeed," Ning Qingya contemplated, "I will conduct an experiment regarding the auction house. If they insist on proceeding, I shall persuade my father to sever ties." Wang Shikong paused for a moment, nodding with a smile. Regardless of the rest, Ning Qingya flashed him a brilliant and radiant smile, her bright eyes shimmering. "Shikong, thank you." "Well then," she said, her face flushed as she hurriedly made her way outside. Wang Shikong, taken aback, touched his cheek and watched as his wife, the CEO, displayed such charming shyness. Momentarily taken aback, "You haven't taken the items yet." Oh, I'll retrieve them tomorrow." The following day dawned with exceptionally bright sunshine. Her mother-in-law rose early to prepare a sumptuous breakfast alongside Aunt Song. Her daughter's husband was so outstanding that it had brought her immense joy the previous day. "In the realm of time and space, let us dine, for Qingya has some matters to attend to. We shall begin our meal." At the dining table, my mother-in-law enthusiastically called out, "Haha, do eat more." Ning Tianxiong, no longer shy as in previous days, openly displayed his goodwill. As for his past actions, could his son-in-law hold grudges against his father-in-law? If the father-in-law is oblivious, must the son-in-law also be so? Beside them, Ning Qingru pouted, feeling like an afterthought in this moment. Mutual respect is essential. Wang Shikong treated them with utmost courtesy. Yet, what of Qingya's business? Why the prolonged shyness? After a warm breakfast, he ventured into the endless continent, with a sum of 35 million coins in hand. Observing his funds, a smile graced Wang Shikong's face. One detail he refrained from voicing was that as a first-class earl in the Shuilua Empire, he enjoyed a decade of tax exemption while conducting business there. With a sales volume of 2.4 billion, he could claim 24 million coins. Additionally, he had sold numerous items, with just the life resurrection, fetching 5 million. Such wealth made him arguably richer than many of the current top guilds. Taking out the communicator representing the Red King, Wang Shikong sent a message to Hong Tao. It was time to investigate the tasks of the Daxia Guild. Soon, a reply arrived from Hong Tao. Wang Shikong arrived at a designated location, donned the Red King's attire, and slowly rose from the wheelchair, savoring the joy of family. Buzz. The transmission array glowed, and Wang Shikong's figure materialized within an unfamiliar city. A biting cold wind swept through, laden with a harsh chill. This was a unique main city. Pristine snow adorned the castle, and glistening ice sculptures shimmered under the warm sun, enveloped in the snow-covered north wind main city. Dressed in a white robe, Wang Shikong harmonized beautifully with this icy world. He reached the specified location, retrieved his items, and donned the concealing robe and mask. You have learned the skill template for the space flicker spell. The voice of the heavenly Tao resonated, and Wang Shikong beamed at the spell's potential. He proceeded toward the location indicated by Hong Tao. Buzz. His figure flickered, reappearing 100 meters away in an instant. Ding! You have grasped the essence of the space flicker spell. Skill proficiency has reached an extraordinary level. The notifications from the heavenly Tao continued. Wang Shikong glanced at the energy consumption, noting an exorbitant drain of nearly 17 mental power. However, at this moment, he realized that others would find it challenging to utilize this skill. For anyone else, teleporting 100 meters would likely consume over 100 mental power, leaving them utterly drained. As Wang Shikong arrived at a doorway, a middle-aged man with a square face and a resolute gaze greeted him with a smile. Hong Tao? Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow. It is I, Hong Tao replied, revealing his identity without concealment, as there was no need for subterfuge given his status. Even should he encounter trouble, the Daxia Guild would simply appoint another Hong Tao to succeed him. Red King, please follow me. He gestured, leading Wang Shikong into the room. Damn you, Hongwu. Have you given that space spell to someone else? A sudden, irritable voice emerged, causing Wang Shikong to pause momentarily. From a room on his right, a young man wielding a staff approached, his expression frosty. Hong Tao glanced at him, her countenance darkening as she inhaled slightly and stated, Young Master Chun, that spatial spell was obtained by me and stored in the treasury. I possess the right to invoke it, and I have specifically invited experts for the task of the battle formation. No expert is permitted to utilize that spatial spell. I've made it clear that no one is allowed to use it. Once I gather sufficient points, I will exchange them. The young man fixed a cold glare upon her. You seem to disregard my words, don't you? Hong Tao maintained her silence, her face composed. Is this the expert you invited? Has the spatial spell been employed? He turned his attention to Wang Shikong, questioning him sharply. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow and looked at Hong Tao. This is Hong Wang, the foremost figure on the talented rankings, she introduced with a furrowed brow. Foremost figure on the talented rankings? The youth turned to Wang Shikong, coldly interrogating. Have you learned the spatial spell? Damn it, he exclaimed in frustration. You had better complete the task. Otherwise, you will have to return everything you've obtained. To seek such precious items without accomplishing the task, your aspirations are utterly delusional. Young Master Chun, please do not act foolishly. I've already made arrangements with Hong Wang. Hong Tao interjected, her expression awkward. Foolish? To receive such a valuable spell without completing the task? Is there such an easy bargain in the world? The young man scanned the room, his gaze darkening as it landed on Wang Shikong. If the task is completed, all is well. If it is not, be prepared to return the corresponding treasures. Do not think that I will be unable to identify you simply because you are concealing gear. Once you are dead, I will still recognize your face, even in reality. Wang Shikong's eyes narrowed at his words. It was truly an inexplicable and unjust calamity. As his thoughts stirred, the spirit of kindness appeared on his shoulder. Having just awakened and sensing the aura surrounding Wang Shikong, it stiffened slightly. I detest threats, Wang Shikong stated, his expression impassive as he regarded the young man. Is your family in Kyoto? Kindness observed the scene, raising its head slightly and sniffing the air. I've memorized his scent. Chapter 77. Hong Wang's debut. The 9 clans of the crows in a match. Is your family in Kyoto? When those words were uttered, the young man seemed to find them amusing. Huh. He showed no signs of anger, instead laughing heartily. Noticing a few young men and women approaching from the right, he laughed boisterously, pointing at Wang Shikong. Let me share something amusing with you all. He actually asked if my family resides in Kyoto. Ha! His demeanor was akin to that of an elephant hearing an ant proclaim its intent to slay it. The newly arrived youths looked on in confusion. One young man with a buzz cut raised an eyebrow, incredulously asking, What is going on, Song? Is this person intending to find you offline in Kyoto? Ha! Wang Shikong, observing the youth's extreme arrogance, merely chuckled. He then turned to Hong Tao and said calmly, Given the current situation, can you resolve this? The expression on Hong Tao's face shifted, revealing a deep sense of embarrassment as he grappled with the unexpected revelation that Chun Song was such a lunatic. "It's nothing," Wang Shikong remarked nonchalantly upon noticing Hong Tao's discomposure. He continued, "I will handle this for you. The spatial magic and 2 silver weapons will serve as the reward for this task. I shall take his life in reality." Hong Tao, taken aback by this sudden declaration, widened his eyes in bewilderment. "Wait, when did I ever imply that I wanted to hire you to kill him? And to do so, in reality?" He inhaled sharply, his complexion paling. He realized that this was due to Chun Song's actions inciting the displeasure of the Red King, leading to the direct alteration of the task to eliminate Chun Song. Could it truly be played this way? If Chun Song were to perish, regardless of the circumstances, he would become the employer, unable to defend himself against the accusations. Chun Song's death would trace back to him, branding him as the mastermind. No. Perhaps the Red King harbored a deeper intention. Hong Tao's mind raced, his expression strained as he quickly interjected, "Red King, that is not my intention. It is your intention." Wang Shikong reassured him. "Rest assured, I will take care of him." Wang Shikong then looked at him and added, "Await my news. And do inform them that I am the Red King of the assassin organization. This will also be my debut." With that, he smiled and waved his hand. As Hong Tao opened his mouth to speak, the figure before him had already vanished, leaving him with a furrowed brow. How did he disappear? How was this accomplished? Nearby, several young men and women stared in astonishment at the exchange between Hong Wu and Wang Shikong, marveling at the rapidity of the latter's disappearance. Wu, indeed you have other dealings with him. You intend to conspire against me?" Chun Song exclaimed, eyes wide with anger. However, the furious Hong Tao disregarded Chun Song's status, unable to contain his rage as he shouted at him. A cold malevolence emanated from him, momentarily halting Chun Song in his tracks. "You," Chun Song stammered, incredulous as he pointed at him. Hong Tao, ignoring him, turned with a stern expression, determined to report the matter to his superiors. The Red King was shrouded in mystery. From the inception of the assassin organization, he had known that this figure was not to be trifled with. The masked man from that time had been a harbinger of doom. Such individuals act swiftly and decisively, and he had no doubt that the Red King intended to carry out his threat against Chun Song. Simultaneously, he sensed that the Red King possessed the means to locate Chun Song, trusting his instincts. With a composed demeanor, he quickened his pace toward the nearby spell training chamber, where 2 elderly practitioners were engaged in their craft. He approached them immediately to report the situation. "You say that the Red King intends to kill Chun Song in reality, and they only met today? How could he possibly know where Chun Song is? Have they met in reality before?" One elder with a white beard inquired, astonished. "I do not know," Hong Tao replied, shaking his head. "If he lacked certainty, he would not speak. Do you believe he will succeed?" The other elder asked, casting a skeptical glance in his direction. "Though my understanding of the Red King is limited, it is evident that he possesses formidable strength and an air of mystery," remarked Hong Tao. "It is the first time that someone has elicited such admiration from Hong Wu." The white-bearded elder looked astonished. "How does his power compare to yours?" "Me? I am no match for him. He is the strongest I have ever encountered." Hong Tao shook his head with a bitter smile. "I cannot even fathom the extent of his strength." At the dark word pavilion, he effortlessly defeated the masked swordsman, leaving all present too intimidated to challenge him. Who does not aspire to be the Red King? After all, the benefits are substantial, yet no one dares to draw their sword. The emergence of the Endless Continent is akin to a seismic shift. In the Great Xia, hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound. Another elder sighed slowly, informed the Qin family to prepare themselves. "Leader, what if the Red King truly succeeds?" Hong Tao opened his mouth to speak. "If he does succeed, let the Chun family decide for themselves." The white-bearded elder paused. "Remember the phrase the Red King uttered before his departure. This will be my debut. Convey that to the Chun family." Hong Tao nodded affirmatively. Understood. The 2 elders waved their hands, watching him depart. As the world changes, our thoughts must adapt to the shifting times. We must not underestimate the masters among the common folk, for the future will be ruled by the strong. Indeed, the top of the talented rankings, the Red King, let the Chun family test the current strongest known individual. The 2 began to speak in unison. In the Northwind main city of the Snowfall Empire, within a tea house, Wang Shikong poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. The crow approached him, observing, "Is the great crow going to purify that heretic? Filth that requires purification." Wang Shikong nodded, his mood slightly soured. To come here and encounter such an imbecile was a true inconvenience. Without a doubt, that youth possesses an extraordinary background, likely one of the elite 2nd generation in the capital. However, regardless of his identity, since he dared to threaten him, a trial was in order. Yet, this matter was instigated by Hong Tao. It was time to assess Hong Tao's standing within the Great Xia Guild. After the youth's demise, the fate of Hong Tao would also dictate his subsequent actions. Ha ha ha! Does he dare to provoke my great master, expecting only one to be purified? The crow tilted its head towards him. The great crow can purify up to 9 generations based on their bloodline. Wang Shikong paused, looking at it. What did you say? 9 generations? Huh. The crow raised its head proudly, exuding an air of superiority. No need for that. Kindness is essential. We must be benevolent. Wang Shikong, observing its demeanor, twitched his mouth. Purify just him. He recalled the first time he encountered the crow and its words, the evil yet great Lord Crow. Could it be that anyone offending him would face the annihilation of their entire bloodline? Henceforth, do not call it the evil yet great Lord Crow. Let's strive to be a benevolent and great crow. Wang Shikong patted its head, expressing concern. Wait for my specific arrangements. Chapter 78, The Benevolent Crow. Huh. The great crow merely speaks of evil. Internally, it is profoundly kind. Purifying one will cause their family pain, while purifying the entire family allows them to reunite harmoniously. How magnificent is that? True malevolence lies within individuals of your ilk, whose schemes are steeped in hypocrisy. Indeed, inheritors of the twisted legacy. Ah, yet another day for the laboring crow. Caw, caw, caw. I wish to soar in first class, above the sprawling metropolis. The crow flits from its villa, mocking as it swiftly makes its way to the airport. Upon reaching the airport's skies, the crow, with eyes as round and brilliant as diamonds, surveys the scene. Spotting its target aircraft, it darts forth without hesitation. In this shifting world, the airport is less crowded. Yet flights from the metropolis to Kyoto remain plentiful. Within a minute, the crow finds itself in the first-class cabin of a particular flight. With a flick of its wings, a mobile phone materializes before it, and it taps with its claws to dispatch a message. TSK, TSK, how clever kindness can be. Simultaneously, in the Tang Palace Villa, Wang Shikong receives the crow's message, a smile gracing his features. The crow is astute, learning everything swiftly. Within the first ring of Kyoto, a luxurious, traditional courtyard stands. Its vermilion doors adorned with golden studs, exquisite carvings, and vibrant paintings of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. The steps of white marble lead to an elegantly crafted flower-laden door, evoking a sense of antiquity and grace. Inside, fine antiques are displayed, showcasing the passage of time. A middle-aged couple and a sprightly elder sit upon rosewood chairs, their brows furrowed in concern. Grandfather, father, did you summon me for this? You need to be so anxious. Does that fellow dare come and kill me? It would be quite fortunate if I didn't seek him out, Chun Song remarked with displeasure. Silence. Do you have any idea how chaotic it is outside? How many are murdered each day? The middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit retorted darkly. No matter how chaotic it is outside, we must maintain our composure here. I truly doubt that fellow would dare to confront me. Chun Song mumbled dismissively. I do not even know his appearance. If I did bang. His words were abruptly interrupted by a loud thump on the table. Chun Song noticed his grandfather's stern expression and promptly fell silent. Old Chun, does that so-called Red King truly have the audacity to come here? The middle-aged woman inquired with a furrowed brow. According to the information currently available, this Red King is the most formidable being, the middle-aged man replied with a serious demeanor. Do we, the Chun family, fear a lurking coward? The middle-aged woman retorted coldly. Indeed, let us deploy more personnel to guard around the clock. Not even a mosquito shall enter. Why fear this so-called Red King? Chimed in one of the 6 middle-aged couples seated nearby. That Red King is becoming increasingly audacious, even threatening Xiao Song. Let us investigate his identity, another middle-aged man spoke coldly. Once found, we shall deal with him. Enough with these futile discussions. Summon the elemental array mages and set up formations. They should remain here for the time being. The elder, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Let us bolster our defenses and transfer some treasures here. Understood, father. Chen Lao, we shall attend to it immediately. The crowd exhibited profound respect for the elderly man, nodding in acknowledgement. Their thoughts regarding the so-called Red King were rather dismissive. Although the populace had attained extraordinary abilities, their understanding led them to believe that one individual could hardly contend against 100. Their primary concern was merely to guard against any covert attacks from their adversary. With the might of the Chun family, they had stationed several hundred protectors in the vicinity, complemented by the deployment of rare elemental arrays to counteract invisible spells, thereby creating an impenetrable fortress. The number 1 on the talented individuals list? The assassin organization's Red King? What of it? Within half an hour, empowered by the Chun family's influence, powerful cultivators and several array masters, who had inherited the elemental array legacy, arrived. They commenced the formation of arrays. The 4 array masters, all venerable elders, began their intricate work. Runes sparkled with brilliance, and the sacred formation spread to illuminate the vast sky. Spirit threads intertwined to dispel the dark night, while divine radiance converged to summon the dawn. Foundational elements of the arrays were meticulously arranged as they swiftly waved their arms, chanting with authority. They initiated the layout within a 500-meter radius, where dense elemental energy began to coalesce. Invisible arrays enveloped the space, and after an exhaustive 10 hours of labor, they finally ceased, exhaling deeply. "Thank you for your efforts, esteemed masters," Chen's father expressed with gratitude as he approached them. It is but a minor task. We have set up 4 types of arrays here, featuring detection, illusion, defense, and enemy tracking effects. With our presence, anyone who steps foot here will be detected and ensnared. One elder replied with a hint of a smile, engaging in polite exchanges before entering the courtyard. The radiant moonlight cascaded upon the ground, heralding the arrival of night, which was particularly enchanting. "I am utterly exhausted. The sin is close. It must be around here. I need to rest." At that moment, the figure of the raven appeared above, surveying the ground below. Buzz! The figure vanished, disregarding the so-called elemental array, and directly landed on an empty bed, collapsing into slumber. "Damn you, Hongwu, just wait. This matter is far from over." He tossed aside his garments and lay down on the bed. "I am overwhelmed." The next instant, a somewhat jarring sound pierced the air, startling Chun's song. His pupils widened as he swiftly leapt from the bed, his gaze fixated in shock upon the bed. "It's you, you wretched little brat. Prepare to face the purification of the benevolent and great raven." The raven screeched, darting forward to pierce through his brow. "Help! Help! Dot bang!" Before his brain could register the impending doom, Chun Song's horrified screams abruptly ceased as his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Bang! Boom! Creak! The door swung open, and the middle-aged man rushed into the room, his expression shifting dramatically as he beheld his son sprawled on the floor. Panic-stricken, he scanned his surroundings. "Someone, immediately come here!" A voice echoed from behind, and chaos ensued within the luxurious courtyard. Chapter 79. Unbeknownst to the gods and ghosts. The terrified Chun family. The shocked great Xia. How could this be? How is this possible? Songer, my son, my dear child. How did he get in? How could he possibly have entered? Search immediately. The intruder might still be here. Light beams as the path, illuminating all directions. In the name of light, I penetrate the illusion and reveal the truth. A voice filled with rage echoed within the Chun family estate, and soon everyone gathered. Some wept bitterly, while others, with faces etched in distress, hastily searched their surroundings. Hundreds of guards stationed nearby rushed in, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the scene. How could this be? The elemental formation has been active. It should be impossible for anyone to enter. An elemental formation master arrived, his face a mask of confusion and embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, Old Chun in the center exhaled slowly, his countenance dark and his heart gripped by dread. With hundreds of guards surrounding and the elemental formation in place, this was undoubtedly the pinnacle of defense in the Great Xia. Yet despite this, his own grandson had been killed. Does this not suggest that had the assailant intended to take their lives, they too would have already perished? The thought sent chills down his spine. The emergence of the extraordinary promised eternal life. The longer one lived, the more they wished to evade death. Old Chun, the entire courtyard has been searched thoroughly, yet the shadow of the murderer remains elusive. A middle-aged man entered, his expression one of distress, as he reported. The strength of the assailant is rather peculiar. They infiltrated under the protection of hundreds, committed murder, and may have already departed. Who exactly are they? It must be that damned Red King. It has to be him. Father, you must avenge your grandson. A middle-aged woman, weeping as she cradled her son's lifeless body, declared with hatred, and that Hong Wu, without him, Songer would still be alive. She turned to her husband, her grief turning to fury. Old Chun, we cannot allow Songer to rest in peace. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face shifted dramatically. Avenge? How do we seek vengeance when we do not even know who the Red King is? Unable to contain himself, he pulled out a cigarette, his arm trembling as he lit it. After receiving a stern warning from Hong Wu, they had anticipated that the Red King might come for them, but they never imagined he could so stealthily take their son's life. To this moment, they had not caught a glimpse of the perpetrator. What kind of opportunity had been seized in the endless continent to render such terror? In this moment, He recalled Hong Wu's words. The Red King claimed this was his debut performance? Does it imply that if they pursued this matter, the assailant would strike again? Old Chun, utilize the resources of the Chun family. I refuse to believe we cannot locate this Red King. After all, he is our child. The middle-aged woman approached, gripping his arm as she spoke. You are aware he is our child. Allowing you to indulge him, despite knowing the world has changed, is unacceptable. Looking at his wife, he expressed his irritation. What do you mean? Are you blaming me at this moment? The middle-aged woman stared at him, her face a mixture of sorrow and disappointment. Father, this matter. The middle-aged man inhaled deeply, gazing at his father. What do you think we should do? Let's celebrate grandly. Chen Lao sighed, Songer, this child truly lacks merit. This incident serves as a wake-up call for our Chun family. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman staggered. Disbelief etched on her face as she looked at him. Father, how can you say such a thing? Are you truly willing to let Songer die unjustly? He is the only bloodline of our Chun family. The father paused momentarily before nodding. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to provoke a being capable of ending our lives at any moment. The Chun family has thrived due to our vision and decisiveness. In these times, to provoke such a person, do they truly believe we remain in the past few months? A new historical tide has surged forth. Foolish individuals will be crushed by the relentless flow of time. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman, overhearing their conversation, felt as if struck by lightning. She looked at her husband incredulously. A whole group of children? Hey, did you hear that? It seems they have no intention of seeking revenge. The crow is clocking out. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice rang out. Everyone present, as if encountering a ghost, felt their scalps tingle and turned their terrified gazes towards the source of the sound. Who is there? One person stammered, fear evident in their voice. Gaga clocking out. God loves the world and has spared you. The voice continued, and under the fearful gazes of all, the crow departed. No, they had never seen the figure of the crow from the beginning. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Gulp, has it left? Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The entire space enveloped in a deathly silence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, until 3 minutes had passed, when someone finally swallowed hard and spoke in terror. The unknown is the most terrifying. The sudden voice had utterly shocked them. The murderer of Chen Song had not left. At this moment, Chun Lao and the others were drenched in sweat, exchanging a glance with his son, suddenly filled with immense relief. Had they chosen to seek revenge just now, the consequences would have been dire. Is this the Red King of the assassin organization? The strength of the known strongest? Phew. Within the villa in the magical city of Tangong, Wang Shikong hung up the phone with the crow, a smile gracing his face. He was not foolish enough to allow the crow to kill without first understanding the Chun family's stance upon learning of Chun Song's extraordinary background. Should the opposing side seek revenge for Chen Song, Wang Shikong would have no choice but to let the crow unleash his 9 clans' annihilation. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. He was quite satisfied with the current outcome. Placing his phone on the bedside, he comfortably drifted into sleep. Unbeknownst to Wang Shikong, his debut had caused a tremendous stir within the Great Xia Guild and among the upper echelons of Great Xia. In mere minutes, the news of Chun Song's death rapidly spread. Chapter 80. The Mission and the Competition with the Sakura Guild. Kyoto is a city that never sleeps, where bustling streets are adorned with shimmering lights and shadows. Deep within the alleys, lanterns sway gently. In a heavily guarded alley, a large courtyard witnessed a gathering of individuals under the cloak of night. The last time such an urgent assembly occurred was during the emergence of the Endless Continent. Hong Wu was present, his visage marked by astonishment upon receiving the news. His instincts, as always, proved accurate. He understood that someone of the Red King's disposition would indeed take action. Yet, he could hardly fathom the swiftness of that action. How brief a time had passed. Moreover, he could not have anticipated that, despite the Chun family's full-armed defenses, they would be silently vanquished, only for the assailant to depart in a manner that was almost terrifying. What are your thoughts on this matter? An elder inhaled deeply and spoke gravely. The Red King is far more formidable than we have imagined. With his current strength, he is nearly unstoppable. Another voice interjected solemnly. We have indeed underestimated some of these great opportunists. They are well aware of the Chun family's defensive capabilities. Even if we were to orchestrate their defenses, they could not exceed this standard. A few hundred elite guards are sufficient. Deploying tens of thousands against a mere few hundred is practically futile. The fact that such a powerful defense was breached is alarming. But more so is the knowledge that after the kill, the assailant did not flee immediately, but lingered to ascertain whether the Chun family would seek retribution. Just contemplating this sends shivers down my spine. In that moment, the Chun family was utterly at the mercy of their foe. It appears our forthcoming strategy must not be overly aggressive. The dream of establishing a unified Great Xia guild encompassing all cultivators is now futile, an elder remarked. Shaking his head slightly, his eyes reflecting awe. The history of the endless continent spans 100,000 years, filled with countless opportunities. The first era, where ancient deities whispered secrets. The second era, when divine flames scorched the heavens and illuminated the sun and moon. The third era, where the god of light illuminated all. The fourth era, brimming with heroes who shattered the skies. The fifth era, with empires shining like the galaxy. In comparison, our blue star civilization is but a fleeting moment. Everything is merely beginning. In the future, it is conceivable that someone could single-handedly contend against tens of thousands, or even ascend to godhood. The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the resplendent history of the endless continent. Opportunities abound. It is entirely plausible that an ordinary individual might soar to greatness. Despite the Red King's terrifying prowess, he is a man of principle, refraining from indiscriminate slaughter. The demise of the Chun family's young scion was a necessary elimination of a threat. Indeed, had it been someone with a more ruthless disposition, the Chun family's fate would have been far worse. This Red King, however, may be someone we can befriend. Additionally, I suspect he is in the capital. He must be in the capital. Otherwise, such a rapid assassination would be unfeasible. Make contact with him again and inquire if he is willing to assist with that task. Even if we cannot attain it, we must ensure that the Sakura Guild does not succeed. The gathering engaged in dialogue, exchanging thoughts and directives. Concurrently, they resolved to caution their own progeny to maintain a low profile and avoid offending others, particularly the powerful. Buzzing. As the dawn broke, Wang Shikong had just entered the endless continent when a flurry of messages reached him. Upon opening them, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was Hong Tao truly inviting him to undertake this task? What was the nature of such an important assignment? The messages left by Hong Tao numbered 7 or 8, indicating that the Daxia Guild held a firm stance regarding the death of Chen Song, deeming it entirely justified, with no intention of pursuing any inquiries. While expressing a desire to befriend him, this conveyed a significant attitude. The Red King remained the same at the entrance, where Hong Tao greeted him once more. Wang Shikong looked at him and smiled faintly. It appears that your position is quite significant, Hong Tao. Hong Tao managed to smile in response, fully aware of the underlying implications. Although Chen Song's demise was at the hands of the Red King, it was rooted in circumstances that did not implicate him, suggesting a certain level of power and influence. Not too bad, he replied awkwardly. Let us go. Wang Shikong chuckled. I am eager to discover what task has prompted such attention from the Daxia Guild. Indeed, Hong Tao nodded. Let us proceed, and we can discuss it on the way. This particular mission pertained to the inheritance of a military formation, located at the juncture of the Snowfall Empire and the Tianshao Empire, which is also the battleground of the magic fallen ice field. Beneath the ice field lies the site of the Snowy Owl Battle, a sacred realm formed by the battle spirits from millennia ago. However, this realm is now besieged by malevolent energies, allowing for only a single inheritance to be accepted. Of utmost importance is the fact that this Snowy Owl Battle serves as the resting place for the top legions of both the Snowfall Empire and the Tianshao Empire, where 2 inheritances are situated. The Cherry Blossom Guild has undertaken the mission from the Tianshao Empire, and they commenced their task significantly earlier than we did. Thus, only one party can attain the inheritance from this sacred realm, and it is likely that their progress surpasses ours. Hong Tao elaborated on the details. Upon hearing this, a hint of astonishment crossed Wang Shikong's face. The inheritance of military formations? Such a coveted prospect indeed. The resplendent military formations, which shaped the starlight of empires, brought an end to the era of great heroes known as the Fourth Epoch. This is how history describes military formations. 3 men form a tiger. 9 men form an army, for 9 individuals can embody the elements of wind, thunder, light, and darkness. A military formation, in essence, utilizes individuals as the foundation to establish a formidable and mobile elemental array, often surpassing even elemental formations in strength. The potency of elemental formations is indeed formidable. A formation comprising 1,000 soldiers could effortlessly annihilate foes 20 times their strength. Yet, military formations are exceedingly rare, even in the Snowfall Empire. Only 4 major legions and the Imperial City Guard possess this knowledge. The challenge of assembling a military formation is immense, posing significant trials for the soldiers involved. The Cherry Blossom Guild. Wang Shikong's gaze flickered. In his previous life, the Cherry Blossom Guild had mastered a type of military formation, a special forces unit of 5,000, whose unleashed power was terrifying. It was through this elite unit that they garnered their fearsome reputation, inflicting considerable losses upon Daxia. Even in later times, the Daxia Guild had managed to acquire a form of military formation. Indeed, in the future, only the Daxia Guild would possess such knowledge, with no other super guilds in the nation achieving similar mastery. Did the Cherry Blossom Guild obtain their military formation here? Wang Shikong's eyes glimmered with a cold light. In the future, the guilds established by various nations in reality would engage in fierce battles across the Endless Continent. Undoubtedly, the Cherry Blossom Guild stood as the primary adversary of all Daxia people. It is no wonder that the Daxia Guild places such great importance on this task. In regard to the Cherry Blossom Guild, a spark of determination ignited within Wang Shikong. Chapter 81. Absurdity. Just as the battle was about to commence, he unexpectedly took a seat. Draped in silver, the ground lay blanketed in white snow, while the torn sky cast an eerie crimson hue upon the icy expanse, refracting a piercing light. Within the defensive stronghold before the battlefield of the fallen ice plains, Wang Shikong and Hong Tao emerged from the teleportation array. Stepping out of the frontline stronghold, they made their way into the distance. Surrounding them, the protruding glaciers formed magnificent vistas, with some glaciers soaring like peaks, reaching into the clouds for thousands of meters. The Northwind Stronghold stands as the northernmost fortress of the Snowfall Empire, bordering the Tianshao Empire. During the Fifth Era, Snowfall and Tianshao were two rival empires, embroiled in constant warfare. It was only after the invasion of the Abyssal Demons and the sudden onset of the Chaos Era that these two great empires, along with all others on the Endless Continent, swiftly united to form a human alliance, mending their fractured ties. Ahead lay their destination. At this moment, Hong Tao pointed toward the stretch of ice peaks that extended for dozens of kilometers, each towering several hundred meters high. Wang Shikong gazed in that direction and noticed a multitude of Daxia Guild members congregating there. A cursory glance revealed at least 10,000 individuals. Red King. Greetings, Red King. As Wang Shikong approached, a group of individuals near the mouth of a colossal ice peak greeted him with reverence. This prompted many unaware Daxia Guild members to turn their attention. Wang Shikong's gaze swept over them, noting the mix of men and women, including several young people he had encountered the previous day. However, at this moment, their faces were adorned with smiles tinged with awe. Indeed, Wang Shikong nodded. This is the entrance to the Legacy Secret Realm, Hong Tao explained, leading him further inside. The surrounding crowd immediately followed suit, each individual regarding the figure at the center with astonished glances. They now understood that, in the presence of this mysterious Red King, it was best to behave like obedient children, lest they provoke him and incur a penalty of account deletion. Upon entering the heart of the glacier, a colossal war simulation board soon came into view. At the forefront stood an elderly man clad in plain white garments, holding a feather fan, his eyes tightly shut and utterly still. This is the first stage of the assessment. Rather than simulating combat on the warboard, we have already cleared it, Hong Tao informed him. Wang Shikong's gaze fell upon the warboard, where 1,000 small figures were positioned on either side. How did you progress through this stage? He inquired. Wang Shikong nodded. Such a large-scale task was beyond the means of an ordinary guild. Provide me with the details of your passage. All problem-solving personnel are at the second stage. Hong Tao pointed ahead. The second stage involves summoning generals for battle. But we are stuck at the last soldier of the second stage. His strength is formidable and unmatched. This is why I invited you, Red King. Wang Shikong nodded slightly, and the group continued onward, quickly spotting a gathering of several hundred individuals ahead. At the end stands a castle gate, before which a general, staff in hand, stands with his eyes tightly shut. Is this the Red King? A tall, elderly bald man, appearing quite aged, inquires curiously upon witnessing Wang Shikong's arrival. Wang Shikong gazes at the bald elder, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. This venerable figure, renowned in later generations as the most formidable of the great Xia Guild, self-styled as the God General Crazy Master, has indeed lived again. Unlike others whose titles were conferred by peers, this one has claimed his own. The God General Crazy Master has truly experienced a second life, consistently ranking among the top 10 of the powerful. Wu Lao, Wang Shikong acknowledges with respect. Young man, quite impressive, Wu Lao remarks, sizing up Wang Shikong with a smile. This challenge is formidable. I wonder if you possess the confidence to face it? Let's give it a try. Wang Shikong responds, his gaze shifting forward. Is this the expert you summoned? A middle-aged man approaches Wang Shikong, handing him a notebook. Here is our analysis of the techniques employed by the general known as Han Jun. You may take a look. Wang Shikong accepts the notebook and glances through it. Han Jun, general of the Zhou Tian Five Elements Wu character array, formerly a third-rank duke of the Snowfall Empire, within his domain. He will unleash power equivalent to that of challengers at the same level, proficient in the fire element. Wang Shikong schemes the notes, then directs his gaze once more to the illusory figure ahead, clad in a robe of flames and wielding a fiery staff. The specter of General Han Jun undoubtedly possessed strength that was no less than the fourth transformation in life. Even now, as a mere remnant of his soul, he retains the ability to suppress his power to match that of challengers, proving to be a formidable opponent for the current cultivators. Wang Shikong strides forward. HM, are you going to challenge him directly? Aren't you going to read the notes to understand the situation better? The middle-aged man who handed over the notebook frowns. Glancing at Wu Lao. Wu Lao, is he being overly reckless? Wu Lao furrows his brow slightly, having experienced the general's prowess firsthand. He himself could not withstand even 3 strikes. Young man, knowing yourself and your opponent is the key to victory in every battle. Wu Lao cannot help but remind him. Wang Shikong pays him no heed and continues on his path. Young man, ignoring the wisdom of the elders, he shakes his head, choosing silence. To acquire the battle formation, one must win the general's recognition. As Wang Shikong steps into a certain range, General Han Jun slowly opens his eyes, fixing his gaze upon him. Is there a flicker of consciousness? Wang Shikong observes, his eyes momentarily flickering. Sensing that the moment of celestial delight is approaching, he focuses his thoughts. What is he doing? He is sitting down? What on earth? Behind him, Wu Lao and the members of the think tank, along with thousands of great Xia Guild members, are left utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. He actually sat down before engaging in battle? Is this truly happening? Greetings, Count Han Jun. At this moment, they hear the Red King speaking once more. The disparity between a third-rank duke and a first-rank duke is evident. The crowd behind stiffens, each face reflecting disbelief. The invasion of foreign malevolent forces has commenced. Today, I have brought individuals seeking to learn battle formations to defend against these dark entities. Please, esteemed Count Han Jun, grant us your assistance. Wang Shikong gazed at him and remarked, as a leader, your presence assures us. Count Han Jun gestured, all for the Snowfall Empire. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the city gates slowly creaked open. Wang Shikong placed his right hand over his heart, slightly bowed, and expressed his gratitude with a noble gesture befitting the aristocracy of the Snowfall Empire. Chapter 82. The Wisdom of the Red King. The crowd, including the esteemed Elder Wu, was left in awe. What just happened? Gasped a bewildered observer. The onlookers, including Elder Wu and his companions, were astonished by the spectacle. Had they truly passed the challenge that had confounded them for nearly half a month? Was it this simple? The think tank appeared utterly flabbergasted, their minds questioning reality. After weeks of intensive study, their hair had turned white with stress, only to witness this individual nonchalantly seated in a wheelchair, greeting them, and effortlessly advancing. Wait, he's a count? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Let us move, Red Peach urged, her eyes wide as she swallowed hard. Onward. Elder Wu waved his hand, prompting immediate action. Your Excellency, Count, the next challenge involves a confrontation of soldiers. Due to the invasion of malevolent energy, some of our brethren have been tainted by dark forces, which may result in casualties. Please advise your subordinates to exercise caution. Count Han Jun cautioned. Thank you for your guidance, Count Han Jun. Wang Shikong replied gratefully as he led his entourage through the gates. As part of the Snowfall Empire's legacy of military formations, his title as Count undoubtedly held significant weight, and he was not surprised by the unfolding events. Red King, you are indeed a Count of the Snowfall Empire? A middle-aged man behind him could not contain his astonishment. Merely a Count. Once we reach the next stage, let us investigate it further, Wang Shikong responded nonchalantly. His gaze fixed ahead at a throng of approximately 5,000 ethereal figures lined up before them. A third of these figures emitted wisps of dark energy, clearly having succumbed to corruption. After the confrontation of generals, will we engage in a soldier versus soldier challenge? Does this mean our troops must battle against these figures? Elder Wu inquired, attempting to steady his astonishment as he observed the 5,000 ethereal forms, then turned to Wang Shikong for clarity. Wang Shikong remained contemplative, his eyes fixed on the horizon, silent in thought. The think tank from the Great Xia Guild comprised individuals of unparalleled intellect. Their wisdom should not be underestimated. A young man approached one of the soldiers. Upon reaching a distance of 5 meters, the soldier opened his eyes, swiftly drawing his sword and pointing it at him, coldly declaring, "You must withstand my assault for 5 minutes." 5 minutes? No problem. I am Chun Xingyun. I await your guidance. Chen Xingyun nodded, drawing his own sword in response. The soldiers surged forward with astounding speed, golden light bursting forth, dazzling to behold. Chen Xingyun's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly raised his defenses. Thud! Despite his efforts, the soldier's exceptional swordsmanship pierced his arm. Chen Xingyun winced in pain, falling behind as a flurry of sword strikes rained down upon him. In an instant, blood poured forth, and he retreated in terror. Once he exited a certain range, the soldier ceased his onslaught. The crowd gasped in astonishment. General, this is simply beyond our capacity to resist. The disparity is far too great. Chen Xingyun spoke, his face etched with trepidation. He could not withstand even a single blow, and his strength was among the most formidable here. How can we combat such ferocious soldiers? One exclaimed, his countenance grave. Indeed, these soldiers were entirely beyond our current ability to confront directly. An elder from a think tank gazed ahead, his eyes glimmering with insight. However, observe the formation of those soldiers. It is evidently arranged according to the Wazizi battle array of the 5 elements. Perhaps if our 5,000 members position themselves before them, we can activate the array's effects and gain formidable reinforcement. That may be the case. Yet 1/3 of them are tainted soldiers, making resistance far from simple, another replied. We can leverage external forces to counter them. The members of the think tank began to articulate a tentative plan. Elder Wu nodded slightly in agreement. Then let all members proceed to test this theory. No need for a trial, he interjected, interrupting them. The essence of the battle array lies in the unity of the soldiers. Should anyone stray from the formation, the array will falter. If my conjecture holds true, the untainted soldiers will not slay the challengers, yet the tainted ones will show no mercy. With their strength, a single strike could easily dispatch you. The crowd fell silent at his words, their gazes turning toward him. Young sir, do you possess any insights? A middle-aged member of the think tank inquired, his expression one of skepticism. There is no need for insights. Do not confine your thoughts to your habitual patterns. Wang Shikong replied. The soldiers symbolize lethality. The soldier who had the power to kill with a single strike refrained from doing so, indicating he will not slay the challengers. Yet the 1/3 that are tainted will assuredly deliver a lethal blow. The members of the think tank nodded in silent agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. They expressed their admiration for his insights. To transcend this mindset, it becomes evident that in this trial, strength is secondary. It tests endurance. Wang Shikong's gaze flickered as he recalled a poem regarding battle arrays. With 1,000 wounds, I speak not of pain. A heart pierced by myriad arrows still stands tall. Though mountains and rivers may shatter, my spirit endures. The iron-blooded warriors forge the soul of the array. This encapsulates the essence of the battle array. The crowd contemplated his words, then nodded in quiet agreement, gazing at the figure seated in the wheelchair, silently exclaiming, Incredible. In such a brief span, he discerned the core and possessed profound understanding. This individual is truly remarkable. In other words, one must endure the agony of 1,000 wounds and the pain of countless arrows. Elder Wu's gaze flickered as he looked back at the crowd, speaking solemnly. Now, I shall stand with you. Can you endure? We can. The 5,000 behind him shouted resolutely. Charge! Elder Wu rolled up his sleeves, stepping boldly before soldier. His aged visage resolute as he declared, What cannot kill me will ultimately render me stronger. Let us proceed. Thud, thud, thud. Damn, that truly hurts, yet is this all? When I was shot, a peanut and liquor could extract the bullet. What do these few strikes amount to? What a surprise. Is this some sort of trick? Although my younger brother is currently incapacitated, such deceit is utterly despicable. Wu Lao emerged in a flurry, drenched in sweat, fleeing the range of the soldier's assault. A nearby soldier, diligently studying healing spells, swiftly attended to his wounds. Wang Shikong observed Wu Lao with a hint of astonishment, unable to suppress a smile of admiration as he remarked, Impressive. 5 seconds. Wu Lao, engaged in healing, froze momentarily, casting a dark glance back at him. You've done well, Wu Lao. The young one could only endure for 3 seconds. A middle-aged member from the think tank consoled him. You really don't need to push yourself so hard. Wang Shikong chuckled, unable to contain his amusement at the think tank's role in offering psychological support, and he timely added a reminder. Young man, soon you shall witness the prowess of the older generation, Wu Lao retorted, mistaking Wang Shikong's words for condescension, clearly displeased. Wang Shikong, at a loss for words, chose not to engage further with the proud elder, instead turning his gaze toward the members of the Daxia Guild who had ventured into the soldiers' attack range. Listening to their anguished cries, this was precisely why only the Daxia Guild possessed the capability for military formations. without such quality and robust obedience. This task would be impossible to accomplish. However, even though each member of the Daxia Guild exhibited exceptional qualities, they still required time to acclimatize. Provide me with the notes from the first stage of the war simulation. Wang Shikong instructed Hong Tao. Understood. Hong Tao promptly nodded and retrieved a notebook from the think tank, handing it over to him. Meanwhile, Wu Lao observed Wang Shikong, seated in his wheelchair and perusing the notes with a tinge of envy. The ensuing moments bore no relevance to Wang Shikong. However, the relentless cacophony of cries echoed around them, intermingled with exclamations of shock. From a mutual challenge of enduring 10 seconds as true men to the fervent shouts of perseverance for a full minute. The entire inheritance secret realm was a tumult of chaos and intensity. Wang Shikong gleaned a considerable understanding of this inheritance secret realm through the notes provided by the think tank. The first stage, testing the formation of troops. The second stage, generals against generals. The third stage, soldiers against soldiers. As for the fourth stage, he lifted his head, withdrawing from the endless continent. To overcome pain, to withstand the torment of 1,000 arrows piercing one's heart, and to endure the piercing of his younger brother was no simple feat. It took a full 2 days for the 5,000 members of the Daxia Guild to slightly acclimatize. On the third day, the guild gathered various elixirs, scrolls, and the finest equipment, concentrating them on the 1/3 of members who would battle the tainted soldiers. On the fourth day, at dawn, Red King, we are ready to commence. Wu Lao inhaled deeply within the secret realm and addressed Wang Shikong. Over these past few days, he had been so thoroughly tested that even his hair had become disheveled, yet as someone determined to live a second life, he felt a swell of pride for having endured. Behind him, the warriors of the Daxia Guild stood resolute, poised for action. Excellent. Wang Shikong nodded. Bring 3 sufficiently powerful commanders to accompany me into the center. What is the reason for this? Wu Lao inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. In the realm of military formations, the essence lies in the soldiers, yet the commanders play a vital, supporting role. Wu, taken aback, pondered aloud. So, does this mean I need not engage in combat with these soldiers? His eyes widened, and, as his expression shifted dramatically, he could not restrain himself from inquiring. Why did you not mention this sooner? I had advised you to refrain from direct confrontation. Wang Shikong replied, nonchalantly. Wu, momentarily stunned, opened and closed his mouth in disbelief, his countenance reflecting a myriad of emotions. The crux of the matter was that this young man had indeed forewarned him. Well then, let's commence. Wang Shikong smiled at the amusing elder before positioning himself at the center, gradually suppressing his mirth. Before him appeared an ancient Guqin. Wu, his face darkening, was perplexed by the sight of the instrument. Are we to commence battle with music? Chapter 83. Esteemed guests, lend me your ears, the evening drum and morning bell. All soldiers, prepare yourselves. Within the sacred confines of the military formation, Wang Shikong sat serenely at the center, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, his calm voice resonating in every ear. The members of the Great Xia Guild, their focus sharpened, emanated an aura of unwavering determination. They were the elite, handpicked from various armies, their wills tempered into steel through days of rigorous training. Kill! As Wang Shikong's command echoed, all stepped forward into the formation of the Zhou Tian Wu Xing array. Simultaneously, they took their stances. Wu, standing directly in front of Wang Shikong, instinctively turned to the side upon witnessing the gesture. As the music began to play, he stood momentarily bewildered. This Red King was indeed strumming a melody. Ding! You are enveloped by the Zhou Tian Wu Xing formation, granting you a defense of 100, spell power of 50, movement speed of 50, and recovery speed of 50. In that instant, all present heard the celestial prompt, a testament to the formation's latent power. As they felt their strength surge, exhilaration spread across their faces. Almost instantaneously, the battle erupted. Particularly, the soldiers corrupted by dark energy, their blood-red eyes fixated on the adversaries before them, radiated a chilling intent to kill. Kill! The members of the Great Xia Guild roared in unison. The corrupted soldiers did not experience an increase in combat prowess, yet their strikes were merciless, intent on delivering fatal blows. The opposing members of the Great Xia Guild, clad in bronze armor and wielding shields, focused on defense. Even so, peril loomed at every turn. To the right, a corrupted soldier brandished a massive axe, unleashing terrifying force aimed at a Great Xia member. Boom! The impact caused that member to kneel heavily upon the ground. The next swing followed swiftly. This is dire. I made a miscalculation. It has only been 20 seconds. Must I activate my defensive gear already? The great Xia members' complexion paled. They were expected to endure for 5 minutes in this dire situation. Crash! Just as despair gripped him, an enigmatic clock of earthy hue descended upon him. The giant axe struck the clock before him, yet remained unyielding. Ah, dear friends, listen closely. The evening drum and morning bell. At that moment, a voice reached the ears of a member of the great Xia. He paused slightly, taken aback. In the center, after a prelude lasting over 20 seconds, Wang Shikong smiled faintly. The elements of earth and metal surged around him, transforming into ethereal chimes that surrounded each member of the great Xia guild. The melody of evening drums and morning bells resonated, bestowing a defensive shield, bolstered by 10 times one's own mental power upon the nearby allies. The epic-level Heavenly Harmony wheelchair magnified the power of the zither to 30 within the formation. Its magical potency soared to 50. Such accumulation effortlessly withstood the full force assault of the soldiers. 20 chimes landed precisely around the 20 members of the great Xia, who found themselves in peril. The music continued. What is this? On one side, Wu Leo Honto and the others, poised to assist, watched in awe. The zither's sound persisted, and the power of the music began to unfold in earnest. As long as the performance continued uninterrupted, the casting speed would accelerate with each iteration. The first invocation took over 20 seconds, the second, merely a dozen, the third, 10, and the fourth within 10 seconds. 15 seconds later, another 20 chimes encircled the members of the great Xia. 10 seconds elapsed, another 20, 8 seconds, yet another 20, 6 seconds, yet another 20. After more than 2 minutes, an astonishing scene emerged. With each pluck of the strings, 20 chimes, like divine miracles, soared from above Wang Shikong, enveloping the members of the great Xia. 20 per second, 210 seconds, and 1200 in a minute. In the center, Wu and his companions, ready to lend aid, stood in stunned silence. A figure clad in white robes played amidst the throngs of soldiers. With focus and fluidity, he caressed the zither strings, producing melodious sounds. The elements of earth and metal cloaked him, as if he were enveloped in golden sands. The swirling sands transformed into a formidable protective bell, safeguarding the warriors. Is this within human capability? Wu, Leo Honto, and the others gazed at the spectacle in a daze. The scene before them was overwhelmingly awe-inspiring. Simultaneously, at that moment, the hearts of the 5,000 members of the great Xia were tumultuous, especially those encircled by the chimes. They could feel the formidable defense. Even if struck consecutively 10 times, it remained unbroken, utterly powerful. After more than 4 minutes, Wang Shikong, having exhausted a significant portion of his mental energy, slowly raised his hand. Leaning against his wheelchair, he exhaled gently, surveying his surroundings. Buzzing. At that moment, 5 minutes had elapsed, and the soldiers of the earthly 5 elements slowly dissipated, leaving behind a unique military honor. We held our ground. We won. Haha, we won. My trump card remains unused. The defense granted by the Red King is extraordinary. Thank you, Red King. In the next moment, sounds of excitement and celebration erupted. The 5,000 members of the great Xia were filled with exhilaration. Most of them focused on the white figure seated in the wheelchair, their faces etched with profound reverence. The astonishing prowess exhibited by the enigmatic Crimson King moments ago is simply beyond belief. Without his unparalleled mastery of the lute, they might not have been able to pass the challenge on their first attempt. Is this truly the Crimson King, the foremost figure on the talented one's list? Indeed, he is remarkable. Elder Wu gazed at Wang Shikong, unable to suppress his astonishment. This lute technique, I truly underestimated it. Wang Shikong regarded the crowd with an air of tranquility. The power of the so-called strongest support adept skills is self-evident. Hearing his words, Elder Wu's lips twitched, and he chose not to refute, acknowledging his own failing eyesight. Accepting it with grace, he remarked, "Thank you, Crimson King, for your assistance. We thought we would have to endure several trials." A group of strategists approached, respectfully expressing their gratitude to Wang Shikong, pointing forward. The array flags should be just ahead. Wang Shikong nodded and turned his gaze ahead. At the end of an archway stood 2 array flags. The crowd hastened towards them. Elder Wu took the 2 flags, examined them, and handed one to Wang Shikong. Zhou Tian 5 elements Wu character array flag. Main, lacking array, soul, unfurl the flag. Communicate with the military merit. And activate the grand formation. The effects of the main and auxiliary flags are consistent. Elder Wu spoke. This is likely to prevent the loss of a flag or the absence of a commander, ensuring the flag's operation. If we succeed in the next challenge, we should be able to acquire the array soul, completing the grand formation. Wang Shikong nodded, his gaze shifting to the entrance of the next challenge. What lies ahead will likely be a fierce battle. He chuckled. Han Wu has truly chosen the right person this time. Elder Wu smiled faintly, radiating confidence as he looked at Wang Shikong. I believe that with your formidable presence as the Crimson King, we shall undoubtedly prevail. Chapter 84. The Anomalous Array Soul, Epic Level. At the ruins of the Snow Owl Battle, another site of the secret legacy. How prepared are we? Thousands have gathered before the fourth challenge, where a corpulent man, resembling a sumo wrestler, stood at the center clad in golden armor. He cast a stern gaze at his subordinates beside him, speaking in a deep voice. Report, Vice President. We have expended several million coins acquiring various items. And this time we have an 80% certainty of obtaining the complete military array legacy. A short, confident middle-aged man beside him declared. The only trouble in this challenge is that anomalous general, the array soul in his possession, is exceedingly powerful. Once we eliminate him, everything will be straightforward. Good. As long as there is assurance, we must complete the challenge ahead of that detestable Daxia guild, the corpulent man replied coldly. Rest assured, Vice President. We began this task a fortnight earlier than them. Their progress will surely lag behind ours. The short middle-aged man nodded emphatically, a glint of cold malice flickering in his eyes as he sinisterly smiled. Moreover, Vice President, I have learned from the Tianxia Empire that once we complete the legacy, this place will collapse, and the members of the Daxia Guild will find themselves several kilometers away. Oh, the corpulent man raised his elegant eyebrows and grinned. Is everything prepared on your end? All is ready. We invested heavily to establish a teleportation array just days ago. In the eyes of the diminutive middle-aged man, a glimmer of murderous intent shone as he smiled, proclaiming, as long as we acquire the complete inheritance, and with a mere word from you, Vice President, our Sakura Guild, 100,000 warriors shall promptly assemble. A chubby middle-aged man laughed heartily in response. Is this indeed the fourth challenge? The first was the war simulation and troop deployment, the second was direct confrontation, and the third was a clash of soldiers. Thus, the fourth must be the true bloodshed of battle. Indeed, remarked one of the strategists, gazing at the expansive battlefield before them. The terrain ahead mirrors the war simulation from the first challenge. This implies that the first challenge was merely theoretical, whilst the fourth is the essence of combat. Gathered in front of the vast arena of the fourth challenge, the group of strategists began to speculate. Red King, what is your perspective? They collectively turned to Wang Shikong, eager to hear his insights. It is as I surmised. Wang Shikong nodded slightly, confirming his previous conjectures. However, in the distance, at the heart of the Zhou Tian Wuxing formation, a towering general enveloped in dark energy bore an unusual battle spirit upon his back. This spirit, approximately 1 meter tall, had its flag, originally billowing half a meter, strangely reduced by 4 inches, morphing into a fearsome dragon's head. It was evident that this spirit was extraordinary, unlike any ordinary battle spirit, as all the soldiers in the legion emanated wisps of black light from their heads. Wang Shikong inquired, have you practiced the formation previously? Yes. The group responded affirmatively. Wang Shikong nodded. Once your mental and physical faculties are restored to their peak, proceed immediately. Understood, they replied. Red King, we may commence. We must secure this inheritance before those beasts from the Sakura Guild do, declared Old Wu with fervor at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Agreed, Wang Shikong replied, his gaze fixed ahead. Let us march. Collaborating with the members of the Great Xia Guild was a breeze, as certain matters required no concern from him. With dedicated teams of hundreds of strategists handling the research, such depth of resources is not something that ordinary super guilds can rival. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, 5,000 soldiers formed a battle array, advancing forward. Having acquired their military honors and battle flags, the enhanced effects of their formation became immediately apparent. Wang Shikong, Old Wu, Red Peach, and a middle-aged man stood at the center. As they entered the war zone, 2,000 meters ahead, the imposing general, cloaked in swirling black mist, suddenly opened his blood-red eyes. The battle spirit behind him became engulfed in a surge of blood energy. Do these ants dare to covet our inheritance? He murmured, drawing forth the battle flag and pointing ominously at Wang Shikong. Today, I shall first slay your leader. As his words fell, he exhaled a cloud of dark energy that enveloped the battle spirit. Summon the void. In the next instant, a black beam surged forth at an alarming velocity towards Wang Shikong. Wang Shikong observed this unexpected assault, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The scene unfolding before him was entirely unforeseen. Before he could react, he found himself ensnared within a vast, shadowy space. A surge of pressure enveloped his being, and he sensed that his attributes had diminished by at least 30%. With a flicker of thought, he invoked the divine light technique. Yet it failed to completely eradicate this negative effect. Ahead, a general, shrouded in swirling black energy, materialized a mere kilometer away. His bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon him. A feeble wastrel dares to covet my aberrant erased spirit? It bore a resemblance to a benevolent dimensional space, an aberrant erased spirit? A transformation induced by sinister energy? Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow, and amidst the cascading luminescence of his eyes, black glimmers flickered as he smiled and inquired, "Is this so-called void summoning the ability of the erased spirit? You have become a heretic. Allow me to purify you." Wang Shikong gently shook his head and waved his hand. Divine light technique. Boom! The malevolent energy enveloping him effortlessly withstood the assault of the divine light technique. However, the dark aura had diminished somewhat. Satisfactory. Wang Shikong nodded slightly, producing numerous scrolls of the divine light technique, no longer holding back. 5 elements fusion technique. A tempest arose. A terrifying fusion spell surged toward the demonized general. The general attempted to evade, but before Wang Shikong, who had activated the divine eye and foresight, such efforts were utterly futile. The prowess of a strong adversary, coupled with his 1-second foresight, was indeed formidable. Boom! Under the cataclysmic attack, the demonized general was sent hurtling backward, his defensive dark aura reduced by more than half. "Damn it! I shall slay you," the furious general bellowed, wielding the erased spirit as a weapon against Wang Shikong. Boom! A colossal 5-meter-long dark dragon spell hurtled toward him. Wang Shikong remained unfazed, activating the scrolls of the divine light technique as the 5 elements fusion technique continued its relentless assault. Bang! 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 One by one, the defensive scrolls of the divine light technique shattered, yet he paid them no mind. The 5 elements fusion technique struck again and again, each hit inflicting grievous wounds upon the demon general. "I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you," the towering general raged, his blood-red gaze locking onto him as he roared. Demonic punishment. Blood seemed to surge through his arm, flowing into the erased spirit. Simultaneously, ominous black clouds gathered above Wang Shikong, and terrifying crimson lightning rapidly brewed. Wang Shikong gazed at the menacing elemental force coalescing overhead, astonished. What a formidable attack. It could obliterate me in an instant. He looked on calmly. "Taste the flavor of death, and let me also try a spell I have yet to employ." Crackle. In the next moment, the blood-red lightning struck him, shattering his form into fragments. Yet strangely, the disintegrated body swiftly reassembled. Restart. Wang Shikong reappeared, nodding slightly, having conserved some scrolls of the divine light technique for defense. His gaze turned toward the now utterly weakened demon general, who had unleashed that awe-inspiring attack. A 5 elements fusion technique descended upon him. Boom! The demon general collapsed. "Not bad at all," Wang Shikong remarked with a smile as he witnessed the general's demise. The entire battle had been remarkably effortless. As his gaze fell upon the fallen erased spirit, a spark of excitement ignited within him. With a howling wind, the erased spirit flew into his hand. Aberrant erased spirit, epic level. Chapter 85. Wang Shikong. He, anomalous erased soul, epic level array power 30, health 100. Skill 1. Void deployment. Draws a target within sight into the abyss of nothingness for combat, suppressing its attributes by 30, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Skill 2. Demonic punishment. Sacrifices 20 health to unleash a blood calamity punishment, inflicting 22 damage based on one's own mental power to the target, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Skill 3. Blood array of magic absorption. Passive spell. When the array is activated, a blood light connects the soldiers within the formation. When a soldier slays an enemy, it absorbs the enemy's blood to heal the wounded and replenish vitality and mental power. Requires fusion with the array flag. Note: due to the invasion of otherworldly demonic energy, the indomitable battle soul merges with the malevolent aura to form an anomalous array soul, which can only be wielded by a general. An epic level array soul. Remarkably, an anomalous epic level array soul. Such formidable skills. As Wang Shikong gazed at the array soul in his hand, astonishment graced his countenance. Yet another epic item. Although it is of a special type, the void deployment spell is exceedingly potent, imbued with spatial and dark elemental attributes. As for the demonic punishment, it is rather mediocre, primarily due to the sacrifice of one's own health. The third array is also exceptionally powerful, capable of exerting a terrifying enhancement on the formation. Buzz. Wang Shikong produced the Zhou Tian 5 Elements Wu character array flag, master, and merged it with the array soul. In his vision, the flag assimilated into the array soul, forming Zhou Tian 5 Elements Wu character array flag, master epic level. Aside from gaining control over the Zhou Tian 5 Elements Wu character array, there were no other changes. Wang Shikong toyed with it in his hand. It would indeed serve well as a walking stick. However, this new ability is intriguing as it implies that if one day Old Wu and the others oppose him with their formation, he can directly use the flag to nullify its effectiveness. Naturally, such a scenario is unlikely to occur. In light of such bountiful rewards, he chuckled softly. The scene before him shifted, and he reappeared within the formation. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, the members of the Daxia Guild were engaged in fierce combat with the soldiers of the Zhou Tian 5 Elements Wu character array. Following the precise simulation of the war sand table, the Daxia Guild found itself in a position of advantage. That general, was he killed by you, Red King? Old Wu Hongtao exclaimed in surprise upon his sudden appearance. Wang Shikong nodded and slowly raised the array soul in his hand, saying, "Let's conclude this swiftly." Buzz. The blood array of magic absorption activated, a blood-red light swiftly connecting to the 5,000 soldiers. Simultaneously, the epic array flag once again boosted the strength of all soldiers by 30. With their existing advantage, they now exuded an overwhelming presence. What is this? Old Wu sensed the instantaneous surge in power, his astonishment directed towards the peculiar array flag in Wang Shikong's hand. Let's resolve this battle promptly. Wang Shikong's calm voice resonated in everyone's ears. Yes, the 5,000 soldiers also felt their tremendous enhancement and naturally understood that it was the doing of the Red King. In recent days, the cunning, strength, and background demonstrated by the Crimson King have completely won their admiration. They responded in unison, filled with fighting spirit. Consequently, the conflict swiftly approached its conclusion. With a resounding boom, the demise of the final 3 central commanders left only the soul of the formation. Who would have thought that this 4th challenge would be so simple? Elder Wu, witnessing the rapid end of the battle, could not contain his joy. He approached the formation's soul and merged it, causing the entire formation banner to radiate with the brilliance of a dark golden artifact. Wang Shikong, hearing his words, shook his head in silent disbelief. Simple. Observing the transformation of the banner in Elder Wu's hands, he was not surprised. We have succeeded. We have obtained the legacy of the military formation. It was largely thanks to the Crimson King. He is truly remarkable. At that moment, the 5,000 warriors of the Great Xia Guild were also beaming with joy. Their prolonged efforts had not been in vain. Most importantly, they had completed their task before the Sakura Guild, securing a formidable military formation. Congratulations to all for completing the military formation legacy task. This legacy realm will collapse in 5 minutes. At this moment, the celestial notification arrived. Everyone hold your excitement. We must exit the legacy realm first. Elder Wu, upon hearing the notification, laughed heartily and instructed everyone. Yes, the crowd responded immediately, orderly making their way outward. As they rushed outside, Elder Wu glanced at Wang Shikong, his gaze falling upon the altered banner in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Is the banner in your possession of a higher grade? This formation soul holds no value for you, does it? May I purchase it at a premium?" Wang Shikong observed him, understanding his intentions. Indeed, this banner would be more effectively utilized within the Great Xia Guild. He handed the banner over to him. Elder Wu, taken aback, joyfully accepted it. Though you're still young, Crimson King, you are quite the brother. The instant he touched the banner, a powerful force surged through him, causing his health to plummet and his expression to change drastically, prompting him to release his grip. Wang Shikong, witnessing this scene, chuckled. Perhaps you are not worthy to possess it, Elder Wu. Elder Wu's face contorted with disbelief as his gaze turned red while fixated on the banner. He had just glimpsed its attributes, epic level, truly legendary. Yet he found himself unworthy to wield it. How could this be? The legacy realm was on the verge of collapse. The legacy had been claimed by the Great Xia Guild. Damn it, outrageous. Meanwhile, not far from Wang Shikong and the others, the members of the Sakura Guild were utterly stunned at their own legacy realm. They had only just begun their 4th challenge when the notification that the legacy task had concluded appeared. This left them infuriated and bewildered. They had taken on this task half a month earlier than Great Xia, yet they had been outpaced. This was something they could not accept. The legacy of the military formation, an incredibly precious inheritance. In pursuit of this legacy, they expended several 100 million coins, only to be thwarted at the last moment. Cursed be the great Xia Guild. I shall never be at peace with you. The corpulent vice president of the Sakura Guild declared, his face contorted with rage. Vice president. A nearby, short, middle-aged man replied, his expression equally grim. Gritting his teeth, his narrow, cold eyes glinted ominously. We have a plan. The members of the great Xia Guild have yet to depart. The formation and spirit of the array must still reside within them. If we eliminate them, we can still acquire the inheritance of the battle formation. Indeed, the stout vice president of the Sakura Guild quickly regained his composure, his gaze piercing. We had intended to eliminate them after obtaining the inheritance. How dare they seize our opportunity? Gather everyone. Let's tear those despicable great Xia people to shreds. Understood. The short middle-aged man promptly responded, swiftly issuing commands. Soon, at the entrance of their secret realm of inheritance, a multitude of Sakura Guild members materialized within the costly teleportation array they had established. In no time, 100,000 elite warriors spread out before them. Everyone, charge forth and slay that group of cowards from Great Xia. The vice president of the Sakura Guild commanded with a sweeping motion of his arm. Charge! Slay those cowards. 100,000 members of the Sakura Guild, well-trained and filled with murderous intent, surged forward. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, the members of the Great Xia Guild emerged from the secret realm, their faces alight with joy, still basking in the euphoria of their success. Not good, Elder Wu. A massive army is surrounding us. At that moment, the vigilant members stationed at the entrance of the Great Xia Guild, spotting the rapidly approaching throng, gasped in shock. Elder Wu and the others stiffened at the sound. Upon seeing the encircling army ahead, their expressions shifted, and he coldly remarked, "Is that pack of brutes from the Sakura Guild?" Wang Shikong's gaze narrowed, his brows furrowing. The distance of a few kilometers was negligible for cultivators at their level. As both sides charged towards one another, the gap quickly diminished. At least 100,000, perhaps even more, a middle-aged strategist observed with a serious expression. 100,000? And from the Sakura Guild? Wang Shikong mused, a glint of excitement igniting in his eyes. He could not suppress a smile, stifling the fervor within. He turned to Elder Wu and said, "Hold on." With that, he set off towards the front lines. The members of the Sakura Guild were taken aback as they spotted a peculiar figure in a wheelchair rushing towards them, their faces registering disbelief. Just as they were on the verge of contact, the figure seated in the wheelchair suddenly vanished. "Wait, you coward! Abandoning ship before the storm even hits? I thought you were formidable, but it seems you are simply a coward." Elder Wu exclaimed, his expression darkening as he watched Wang Shikong make his hasty retreat. He had never expected this Red King to flee so directly. At that very moment, Wang Shikong had flickered through space, effortlessly transcending the encirclement of the Sakura Guild. His gaze drifted towards the distant war stronghold belonging to the Snowfall Empire. A chuckle escaped his lips, and as he contemplated the impending events, laughter erupted uncontrollably, morphing into an excited yet twisted grin. Chapter 86. 100,000 heads severed in an instant. At the front lines of the battleground of the Fallen Ice, within the colossal war city, the Exorcism Legion of the Snowfall Empire was stationed. 200,000 soldiers were permanently garrisoned to repel the malevolent forces descending from beyond. Greetings, Lord Count of the Clear Serpent. Assist me in contacting one of your commanders. I require the mobilization of 10,000 soldiers of at least first transition today, commanded Wang Shikong, observing the guards of the city gates. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Lord Count of the Clear Serpent. Above the city walls, a commander took notice of him, swiftly descending to bow respectfully before Wang Shikong. I am Vice Commander Gui of the Exorcism Legion, ready to mobilize 10,000 soldiers of second transition to below third transition to follow your orders, Lord Count. Very well. There are over 100,000 untransformed bandits in the west that require elimination. I ask Vice Commander Gui to accompany me. Wang Shikong replied with a slight nod. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed soldiers. Bandits? Vice Commander Gui paused momentarily, then smiled. As long as we do not violate the laws of the Snowfall Empire, we shall follow your lead, my Lord Count. Wang Shikong nodded. Then let us proceed at once. The Exorcism Cavalry. Form up immediately and follow the orders of the Lord Count to eradicate the wicked. Vice Commander Gui commanded to the rear, then turned back to Wang Shikong. To prevent the bandits from fleeing, I can escort you ahead while the troops follow. Excellent. Wang Shikong responded. Flowing water, formless, carry me forth. Waves as wings. Splashes as paths, water travels thousands of miles, wave evasion technique. Vice Commander Gui approached Wang Shikong, enveloping them in a torrent of water. In the next instant, They surged forward at a terrifying speed, far beyond what Wang Shikong and his companions could match, as they had already attained third transition. Kill. These cowardly men of the Great Xia only know how to flee. Slay them. Whoever brings me their leader will be rewarded with 500,000 gold coins. Charge. These cunning rascals have prepared on the icebergs to the side, but today there shall be no escape for them. Ha ha kill. At this moment, above the secret realm's inheritance, the vice president of the Sakura Guild, leading 10,000 subordinates, charged towards the iceberg with faces twisted in murderous intent. The overwhelming clamor echoed through the skies. To them, the Great Xia Guild members ahead were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Humph, those damn Sakura Guild have dispatched over 100,000 troops to besiege us, positioned atop the glacier. Wu Lao's expression was grim. How long until reinforcements arrive? He inquired of a soldier beside him. Naturally, the Great Xia Guild was wary of the Sakura Guild. The think tank had not been idle, anticipating every possible scenario. However, they had not expected the Sakura Guild to mobilize such a vast number of troops so swiftly. Fortunately, the think tank had already preemptively devised a plan for this situation. Support will take at least half an hour to arrive. A soldier, his expression grave, spoke. Old Wu, we may suffer some losses ahead. Let us grit our teeth and hold on for half an hour. Wu, filled with a murderous intent, declared, once reinforcements arrive, we shall fight these beasts to the death. He then fixed his gaze upon the Cherry Blossom Guild members rushing towards the glacier and could not help but mutter, that scoundrel, the Red King, is utterly untrustworthy. He flees before we reach the brink of despair. At that moment, he felt a tinge of disappointment towards the Red King in his heart. Old Wu, why do I hear someone speaking ill of me? Suddenly, a voice pierced his thoughts, causing him to pause. Wu turned to see Wang Shikong seated in a wheelchair, gazing at him with a calm demeanor, accompanied by a fully armed soldier. Wu stood there, momentarily speechless, then managed a sheepish smile. Red King, how do you manage to appear and disappear so mysteriously? Red King, you should leave now. We shall handle things here. Wang Shikong observed him, scrutinizing his demeanor. I didn't expect you to have mastered the art of disguise. With a nonchalant chuckle, Wu continued, Red King, once we form our battle array, we will be able to withstand until our reinforcements arrive. No need, Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head lightly. His gaze fixed on the multitude of Cherry Blossom Guild members below, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Over 100,000 elite members of the Cherry Blossom Guild. Imagine the bounty if we eliminate them all. Wu was momentarily taken aback by his words. They're here, the Vice Commander Gue remarked, surveying the scene below before raising his gaze ahead, speaking softly. Wu and the others sensed something amiss and turned their attention forward. What is this? They were slightly startled to see thousands of fully armed soldiers charging towards them at a terrifying speed. To their astonishment, the speed of these soldiers was so swift that they seemed to leave afterimages in their wake. All were uniformly equipped, radiating a chilling aura that pierced the air as they surged forward. Vice President, there's a legion of approximately 10,000 approaching from the rear. One of the members reported, a legion of 10,000? Is it the support from the Great Xia Guild? Huh, do they dare come to our rescue with such numbers? Slaughter them all. The corpulent vice president of the Cherry Blossom Guild spoke coldly, a hint of excitement in his voice. 10,000? Merely a supply of fresh meat. As soon as his words fell, the Jiawu army was already within a kilometer of them. Decapitate them all. The command from Vice Commander Gue floated lightly through the air. Yes, the soldiers of the Jiawu army replied immediately, their eyes fixed on the over 100,000 members of the Cherry Blossom Guild as they charged forth. The weakest among the Jiawu army was at least of the second transition, and, as they surged forward, a scene of terror unfolded for everyone in the Great Xia Guild and the Cherry Blossom Guild alike. The thousands of soldiers of the Jiawu army moved like phantoms, swiftly weaving through the ranks of the over 100,000 Cherry Blossom Guild members. In their line of sight, phantoms emerged. All members of the Sakura Guild stood frozen, caught off guard. The cacophony of over 100,000 voices that had roared just moments ago fell into utter silence. Trembling, they lifted their blood-stained hands towards their necks, witnessing the gruesome reality of their own severed heads. Hud, hud, hud. The sound of bodies collapsing and heads rolling echoed across the battlefield, a stark contrast to the previously lively atmosphere. This eerie and terrifying scene left all members of the Daxia Guild in a state of shock. They stared in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. What is this? Even the seasoned Wu Lao could not suppress a gulp. The battle, which concluded in mere seconds, drew a faint smile from Wang Shikong. To serve the esteemed Count is our honor. The soldiers of the entire Snowfall Empire understood the valor of the Count who had rescued the Qingxi army, and they held him in deep respect. Deputy Gu, I shall not intrude upon your soldiers any longer, Wang Shikong remarked with a smile. We shall take our leave for now. Deputy Gu nodded, inviting him. Should the Count have time, do visit the general's residence. Our general would be most welcoming. I shall certainly pay a visit when time allows. Wang Shikong replied with a nod. Deputy Gu bowed to him, gesturing to his subordinates as they swiftly made their way back to the main city. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, as if merely taking a stroll. Brother Red King, is this reasonable? This is utterly absurd. It's like employing a cheat code in a game to wipe out the entire map. Given the strength of that legion just now, it's not just the Sakura Guild as 100,000 members that would fall. Even if the Daxia Guild summoned all its members, they would be exterminated without mercy. The disparity in realms is insurmountable. The power of the Red King's forces surpassed their wildest imaginations. Please collect all the equipment and weapons, Wang Shikong instructed with a smile. Understood. Without needing Wu Lao's command, the members of the Daxia Guild responded promptly. Seated there, Wang Shikong felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This visit had proven immensely fruitful. Title of the Qingxi Lord. With this title, earn the respect of all soldiers in the Snowfall Empire, and command up to 10,000 third-tier soldiers or below. Once a year, no actions that harm the citizens of the Endless Continent or engage in prohibited conduct are allowed. He was uncertain if commanding the Snowfall Empire's troops would enable him to slay the cultivators of Daxia. But it was certain that the Sakura Guild members descending upon the Tianshao Empire did not constitute a prohibited act. Before him stood a gathering of over 100,000 elite members of the Sakura Guild, each adorned with weapons and equipment that ranked among the finest in the Sakura realm. Just moments ago, he had witnessed no fewer than 10 pieces of silver-grade gear, alongside a solitary piece of gold equipment. The cumulative value of their armaments easily exceeded several hundred million coins. This mission was undoubtedly fortuitous. Ahead, members of the Great Xia Guild were rapidly tidying up, their efficiency remarkable. Within 3 minutes, numerous weapons and pieces of equipment were stowed away in spatial rings and handed over to him. Wang Shikong, satisfied, accepted them into his possession and cast a glance at Elder Wu and Hong Tao, smiling as he remarked, well, the task concerning the battle formation has reached a successful conclusion. Let's part ways here. Brother Red King, why not accompany us? Elder Wu suggested, his eyes gleaming with interest. It happens to be on our way. Wang Shikong shrugged, not declining the offer, and the group proceeded toward the central war city. Elder Wu trailed alongside, noticeably engaged in sending messages and conversing along the way. Buzz. Their gazes fell upon Wang Shikong, a flicker of astonishment crossing their eyes. Brother Red King, do you have a moment to sit with us? We owe you a great deal for your assistance this time, Elder Wu invited with a smile. Wu Lao too. If you have something to say, just say it plainly, Wang Shikong replied. No need for any circumlocution. We share a bond that transcends mere friendship. Elder Wu chuckled, stroking his bald head. My old friends and I have decided to express our gratitude to you, Brother Red King, with some gifts. Wang Shikong accepted the items, scrutinizing them closely. The first was self-explanatory, while the significance of the second piece, reflecting the formidable strength of the Great Xia Guild in the future, was equally clear. The third item was associated with the Tianyi Legion. In the times to come, the Great Xia Guild would boast 4 of the most powerful legions, Tianyi, Dai, Xuanyi, and Fai. Among these, the Tianyi Legion, equipped with battle formations, comprised the guild's elite members, each capable of facing 100 foes alone. When united in formation, they were an invincible force. In essence, the higher-ups of Great Xia were eager to cultivate a relationship with him. Wang Shikong graciously accepted their goodwill. As a citizen of Great Xia, fostering ties with the official guild was undeniably beneficial. Well then, I shall not stand on ceremony, Wang Shikong nodded, stating, until we meet again. Elder Wu and the others watched in astonishment as he departed directly. This Red King displayed remarkable composure upon receiving their gifts. His background, strength, and strategy were unparalleled. The offerings made to win his favor were indeed worthwhile. As they observed his figure vanish before the teleportation array, Elder Wu and his companions engaged in a serious discussion. The think tank's assessment of him was unmatched strategy, a sense of vengeance, and adherence to his principles. Overall, a character that evoked mixed sentiments. A prodigy. The harvest this time is abundantly fruitful. Next, I must swiftly elevate myself to level 20 and then tend to the injuries of my legs. At that moment, he unexpectedly received a message from Ning Qingya. Shikong, have you been keeping an eye on the recent activities in the auction house? As Wang Shikong entered the living room, Ning Qingya had already descended and immediately posed the question. In the living room, Ning Tianxiong was seated on the sofa, puffing on a cigar. Upon seeing him, he waved his hand, sending a gust of mystical wind that carried the cigar smoke out the door. Caw, caw, caw. Bring one for the great crow as well. The crow that had emerged from the holy temple of light caught the whiff of the cigar, and its eyes sparkled with delight, promptly flying to Ning Tianxiong's side. Ning Tianxiong paused for a moment, took out a cigar, lit it, and offered it to the crow. Caw! The crow grasped it with its wings and took a puff. Caw! Not bad at all. Give me some more, and from now on, this crow shall protect you. What? You foolish bird? Actually know how to smoke? Ning Qingru, sitting nearby, exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the crow indulging in the cigar. Dare to insult the great crow? You little fool. The crow, holding the cigar, raised its head slightly. A plume of white smoke billowed directly into Ning Qingru's face, causing her delicate features to contort slightly. Ah, you silly bird. I shall stew you for soup. Ning Qingru immediately sprang to her feet. Caw, caw. The crow began to puff vigorously, sending clouds of white smoke her way. You scoundrel. Ning Qingru, in a fit of rage, lunged forward. Caw, 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 little fool. You can't catch me. The crow flapped its wings and soared outside. I must catch you today. Ning Qingru furiously chased after it. All right, Qingya, what do you wish to discuss? Wang Shikong inquired, observing the now tranquil living room. Ning Qingya glanced at her sister, unconcerned, as she well understood her sibling's nature, naive yet playful. She looked at Wang Shikong, her expression grave as she spoke. Recently, numerous auction houses have been established in every major city, and here in Shanghai City alone, 2 new ones have emerged, just as you anticipated. She continued, glancing at her father beside her. The Wu and Han families wish to establish a splendid auction house. I offered them a 4 share in the guild to deter their involvement in the auction house, but they refused. Wang Shikong nodded slightly, unimpressed by the news. After witnessing the tremendous profits of the auction house, the Wu family would undoubtedly covet this opportunity. Ning Qingya's proposal of a 4 share was, in fact, a test, also intended to demonstrate to her father that the Wu and Han families valued profit over sentiment. Shikong, the competitors your auction house faces are not just the ones established by the Wu family. A more formidable opponent is an entity known as the Tianxia Auction House. Ning Tianxiong interjected. This Tianxia Auction House is quite powerful. Upon its establishment, it declared it would charge no fees, only a 5 tax, and would assist everyone in auctioning their items for free, while simultaneously defaming the Wushuang Auction House online. Oh, Tianxia Auction House? Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name. The renowned Tianxia Merchant Association from my previous life? In the early stages, substantial capital was infused into the auction house market, ultimately leading to the establishment of the largest auction house. Furthermore, during its initial competition, this global auction house entirely adopted conventional business strategies. They initially spent lavishly, while other auction houses charged a 10% fee. They only demanded 8%, effectively subsidizing the market. As a considerable number of rival auction houses were driven out of business, and their brand gained prominence with a vast clientele, they gradually reinstated their fee rates. The recent success of the Wushuang auction house has piqued considerable interest among many, and in order to maintain its initial grandeur, it may require, Ning Tianxiong remarked, suggesting that the Wushuang auction house must also formulate a response, even if it meant subsidizing to sustain the market, thereby exhausting their competitors. As for the auction house matters, Qingya, you need not worry. I have my own strategies. Wang Shikong, however, was indifferent to the issue. Engaging in a price war? His noble status granted him tax exemption for a decade, and with a substantial arsenal at his disposal, any competitor would meet their demise. As long as you are prepared, that is sufficient, he reassured. Ning Qingya sighed in relief and said, I have been leveling up recently. Shikong, let me assist you, as this will expedite your recovery from your leg injury. No need, Wang Shikong replied, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. Qingya, focus on your own leveling. I will also strive to improve. By the way, there is Luoyan Island near the east gate of Shanghai City, a prime leveling location. Luoyan Island? I am aware. It is indeed an excellent training ground. Our Jinxiu Guild aims to seize it, but we encountered fierce conflict with the Heretical Guild and the Tianshan Guild there. Ning Qingya nodded and inquired, Shikong, are you also leveling there? Yes, I am with some friends, Wang Shikong confirmed with a nod. Then you must be cautious. Several guilds are vying for control there, Ning Qingya warned, continuing, I have fallen behind in levels due to my prolonged stay in the Inherent Secret Realm. Once I improve, you must accompany me. All right. Wang Shikong smiled at his caring wife. Nearby, Ning Tianxiong, overhearing their conversation, pursed his lips, hesitant to share his thoughts with his daughter, ultimately refraining, primarily out of embarrassment. Suddenly, Ning Qingru rushed over, her eyes red and tears streaming down her cheeks, feeling aggrieved. Wah, Dad, sister, that scoundrel crow is bullying me. This house has room for me, but not for him. Wang Shikong glanced over, momentarily stunned, then noticed the flustered crow, who was awkwardly flapping its wings and holding a cigar. Gah! The crow muttered, slightly sheepish. I barely exerted 1/10 of my ability. All right, you child. Why bother arguing with a crow? Ning Tianxiong replied, exasperated with his daughter. Wah, Dad, am I really your biological daughter? Ning Qingru cried, her face contorted in sorrow. You were a bonus with a phone plan. What? You bully me too. This house truly has no place for me. I might as well perish. Ning Qingru shouted in indignation, glaring at Wang Shikong before storming off, her twin ponytails swaying as she retreated to her room. Silently shook her head, remarking on her sister's behavior. Her kindness is often accompanied by a sharp tongue. Wang Shikong was well aware of his sister-in-law's temperament, lively and excitable, prone to tantrums, yet quick to forgive, embodying the spirited nature of her late teens. He made his way directly to the depths of Lulian Island, an area untouched by current cultivators. Here, Tianyao was guiding a pair of sisters in their training. Captain Bo, upon spotting Wang Shikong, Meng Er and Yu Er rushed over to greet him. Following the conclusion of the inaugural auction at the Wushuang auction house, Wang Shikong had entrusted Tianyao with procuring spells and equipment suited for both himself and the sisters. For the past few days, Tianyao had been diligently training them. When they learned from Tianyao that the esteemed count was also a member of the Great Xia, the sisters were left in astonishment for quite some time. Now, seeing Wang Shikong again, they couldn't help but scrutinize him with a sense of wonder. So, how has your spell practice been progressing? He inquired with a smile, observing the pair, having received such valuable spells and equipment. The two sisters felt a deep sense of indebtedness to him. That's wonderful. Now, let us focus on leveling up, he encouraged them. They nodded eagerly, thrilled by the extraordinary spells and equipment they had acquired, which had far exceeded their expectations. They had already agreed among themselves that as long as the captain treated them well, they would remain by his side. In the following days, Wang Shikong dedicated himself to the pursuit of leveling up, guiding the future Dream and Feather twins during his breaks from practicing the piano. Meanwhile, the sisters demonstrated talents rivaling those of Tianyao, particularly excelling in the integration of spells. On the 5th day, after slaying a batch of sea monsters, Wang Shikong received an unexpected message. Upon reading it, he paused in surprise. The message was from his father-in-law, indicating that his younger daughter, Ning Qingru, was under siege by other guilds on Lulian Island and was in desperate need of assistance. Since his father-in-law and Ning Qingyao were training elsewhere and unable to respond in time, they had sent out a call for help, knowing Wang Shikong was present. Do both father and daughter possess a knack for ambushes? Wang Shikong mused, shaking his head lightly. In his previous life, his sister-in-law had faced ambushes by rival guilds on 2 occasions, largely due to her impulsive nature. A faint smile emerged on his lips as he gently patted the sleeping crow beside him. Another 7,000 words to go. Let us keep the momentum going.